am the #1 human being in music. That means any person that's living or breathing is #2. I want you to look at this camera. I have not done any drugs. I've drinking a little bit, but even if I wasn't drinking, I would have told you the same thing. What do it take to be #1? You are in the presence of a champion. Bow in the presence of greatness, family.
Man drink like that and he don't eat. He is going to die.
Dude, don't do that, dude. Ow, dude, stop that. Dude, ow. Dude, I'm not kidding. Dude, I'm not fooling around. Dude, stop that, dude. Ow, dude, don't do that.
Everything is falling apart, and like birds are dying. I mean, birds are dying, and it's like hard,
Don't bogart that joint, my friend. Pass it over to me. Don't bogart that joint, my friend. Pass it over to me.
I'm really stoned. Sorry.
Roll another one, just like the other one.
Do you want to buy some pot?
This one seems to be about to quit, and I need another hit.
Are you a pedophile?
Roll another one.
Oh, yeah, drugs. You gotta have drugs.
Just like the other one.
Oh, hi. Did you want to buy some drugs?
This one seems to be about to end, and I don't have another cent.
Munchies. Who wants munchies?
The best tonic is chronic.
Just pass it around.
Now, exactly how much pot did you smoke?
Marijuana's bad. Okay.
I just pass it on down. And now.
Aloha, and welcome to
our feature presentation.
Oh, you touch my tra-la-la. My ding-ding-dong.
Sing it if you know it. I don't know that Gunther is the theme of Coachella. I don't know that that's where we're headed.
Playing Saturday night just before Prince.
I don't think that's true. I wish that were true. I don't think that's true.
Not true?
I think that's enough of the Gunther.
Oh, you touch my tra-la-la.
All right, that's enough. You're right. Hey, Lisa.
Hey, speaking of drugs.
Yes. Is that what Mike was on when he put that intro together?
Yeah, exactly. No, yesterday, Dave was following the car chase.
Yes.
I heard this morning that guy was throwing pot out the window during the chase.
Oh, Dave, if he'd have known that, he would have been stopping and picking it up.
I know. Apparently had a ton in the car.
He was throwing weed out.
That's fantastic.
He was probably smoking it as fast as he could, too.
Probably. That was his last time for a long time.
We are at Coachella. Give us a moment to take care of some business. Mike, can you set it up so that we don't hear ourselves too, please? Like we usually do when it sounds good? Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Better. Appreciate that. So we're out here at the Coachella, and it's been, 200 years since I've been to Palm Springs.
Yeah.
And
wow.
It really has. It's been 200 years. And it occurred to me, I don't know why I thought of this last night, but I think the last time I was in Palm Springs, Kevin and I came out here and interviewed Mayor Sonny Bono.
Oh, really?
Wow.
If you recall.
About spring break? Is that what that was?
I think it might have been about spring break. And I just remember two things about that. Three things, really. Sonny Bono, before, he became a bad skier. And then I remember us going down, like, one of the main drags, like, standing up in a limo or something.
Yeah.
Do you remember with, like, a whole bunch of people, like, cruising back when you could still cruise in Palm Springs?
Yeah, that was spring break. Yeah.
Cruising, going up and down the strip. And then, you're never going to believe this. Lisa, you may remember this. Mike, you're going to die when you hear that this is the kind of show Kevin and Bean used to do. And then we had at the time something that was called the Kevin and Bean Las Vegas Style Review, where it was a sort of a stage act a little bit. And it involved at one point us getting on stage at a nightclub and singing the theme from the TV show Gumby on stage in front of a live audience.
What?
Yeah, I know. It sounds retarded.
It sounds retarded? It wasn't
time,
retarded?
It was retarded.
At the time, it was received brilliantly.
Really?
No, it was stupid then, too.
I don't know why we did it or why we thought that was entertaining or that anyone would hope or care to hear that, but we're up on stage with microphones singing to an audience. He was once a little green friend of mine, or however that song goes, the Gumby theme, and I don't know, what were we thinking? Like, how is that a choice that was made?
And I remember the people looking back at us with two things. One is, who are these idiots?
Right.
They didn't even know who you were?
No, we're in Palm Springs. Nobody here knew who we were. Nobody in L.A. knew who we were. We've been on the air like a year at that time.
And two, why are they singing this BS? What's this song?
What is this song, and why are they not playing a disco record that I can dance to right now?
But once you're first line in, you got to commit. So we tore it up. If I recall correctly.
Sure you did. I'm still trying to picture Bean in a car full of people in a limo with his head out the top.
Woo! Party!
And I think we may have had a hot tub in the limo. I don't remember, but it was weird. It's just one of those moments.
Forgot about that.
We have many, just as a result of how stupid this job is, but there are many moments that you look back on and go, how did that happen? How was I involved in that at all?
How did we get the thumbs up?
The problem is that we have to come up with a lot of ideas. So you got to throw out a bunch of stuff. And at the time, in a little room, you got a couple of people, they start laughing, going, that'll be funny. And then you realize when you're on stage, no, this is not only a bad idea, but everyone here is miserable.
Oh, it's so sad.
Yeah, it isn't good.
So, Mike, I think you now understand why when I tell you missed the golden age of Kevin and Bean. You came along too late.
I would have been cool with that. Ralph would have killed you. Literally. He would have, if Ralph was around during that time, he just would have murdered you both.
Ralph would have done the right thing.
Yeah.
Because it was not good.
Exactly. So anyway, where are we on the Coachella grounds, Kevin?
So this is Showbiz.
This is your hood every year?
Yeah, see the tent right back there? That's the main stage.
Oh, no kidding. We're that close.
Yeah.
Wow.
We're on the grounds of Coachella. Of course, it starts today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be all day each day. And this is Showbiz. Let me just say this is living because the sun is just starting to come up, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's 40 below.
I figured.
And Bean and I are the only ones here with a couple of engineers and Alex. That's it.
There's no one else there?
Not another soul.
No.
You wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't be able to tell because the fact that the generator that I don't know what it's providing for you. It sounds like it's about an inch away from the microphone.
It is. Kevin is sitting on it. Kevin is sitting on the generator, right?
I like the vibrations.
And we're also about 30 feet from a 4-lane highway, so I think that's going to be an issue later on in the show. But right now, it's a little bit quiet. No, I don't think the doors open till 11 or something. So we are practically the only people here. Now, what's the deal, Alex? This little park that we're in. This is part the guy who owns this property kind of uses this for his private stuff. His parties and stuff?
They have the big pre-show barbecue every Thursday night here, and he's got a private lake, gazebo. There's some geese in the lake or ducks or something.
Yeah, we got a lake right here to our right, and I can see down your top when you lean like that.
Awesome, fantastic.
Yeah, can we fish? I haven't fished
in her top?
No, in my top or in the lake?
In the panties.
This is the area that we try to sneak into each year.
Oh,
because it's got a lake and everything. We got to figure out a way to get in there.
Yeah,
you're trying to steal the John Deere tractor this morning.
Well,
bad idea.
You can't put a John Deere. It's like a 4-wheel drive dune buggy.
Kevin looks at me and goes, I need one of these immediately.
I've got to get one of those. If I'm going to be here today, I need to drive around on one of those.
That's how you should have gotten to Coachella.
Exactly.
Oh, good answer.
Hey, speaking of which, let me just say...
you drove yourself?
You drive out the 10, you get onto the 60. You drive the 60 all the way back out to the 10.
Did you look at a map? Because we know you flew in.
I did not know. It is really brown. There's a lot of brown.
Yeah.
Not a lot of green.
No. But we're in the desert, Kevin.
But
the desert is brown.
But the amount of brown. The homes are brown.
Right.
The poles are brown. You go through that area where those wind tunnel things are, the fans, those giant fans.
Sure.
They used to be white, but they've been in the sun so long, they're kind of yellow. You got a lot of yellows.
Yeah, those houses used to be other colors too, but now they're just brown.
Morongo Casino, kind of a yellow dirt. Very, very brown drive.
Yeah.
A lot of brown. I'm saying there's not many other colors. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You want your bright blue? You don't get it.
That's an outstanding observation.
You want your black? Nope. Brown, tan, a lot of that.
Okay.
Very, very brown.
You're making me miss the Gumby song at this point.
It's not very colorful. That's what I'm saying. All right, let's talk about today's Kevin and Bean show, shall we?
Aye.
We are sitting next to a stage that looks like there's a chair, and it looks like it's set up for Jack Johnson.
That's some Jack Johnson love right there.
Yeah, that's a big fan.
Friday the 25th of April.
Yeah, Breakfast with Jack Johnson is going to be happening about 6 feet to our left, so that'll be fun.
Very cool.
Bean's Asperger's kick in when I don't say the date.
I know.
He has to play that or he goes crazy. Jeremy McGrath on the program today?
Yeah.
Talking about core racing. I don't know if you've seen this, but it's dumb.
Now we got airplanes going overhead. Well, they may drown out the generator.
Core racing is not smart. They go pretty much on a Moto X course with jumps and stuff, and they race in cars.
Really?
Yes, it looks awesome. I mean, I think I would tear it up. But anyway, Jeremy McGrath is doing that. We'll talk to him today. It's on NBC this weekend. Beer Mug is going to attempt another world record.
Yes.
So excited. So excited about this.
The Guinness records have literally been kneeling before him as he destroys one after another.
He's failed at every attempt.
I drank your milkshake.
Not yet, actually. We're going to be doing that coming up after 7 o'clock as Beer Mug attempts another Guinness Book of World Records attempt. It's 5:49, as Kevin mentioned. Ralph is here with the Showbiz Beat for Friday. Good morning, Ralph.
He was once a little green slab of clay. Gumby!
Yeah.
You should, come on, sing it with me. You should see what Gumby can do today.
Yeah.
Gumby!
That was us.
He can walk into any book with his pony pal Pokey too.
That was us.
If you've got a heart, then Gumby's a part of you.
Yeah, we sure sang the heck out of that on stage at a nightclub in Palm Springs.
See, I joined the show too late. I missed the good days.
They were playing dance music. They stopped it so that we could sing that song, and then we left and they went back to dance music.
You know, guy does that in my neighborhood, get the crap kicked out of him.
And rightfully so.
That's just not good.
We probably looked a little flimsy up there stopping the dance music for show tunes, but we'll ask Lightning when he gets here.
Nope, don't want to know.
He's coming down to video the Breakfast with Jack Johnson out here at Coachella this morning. We'll ask him because he may actually know where that tape is. We may be able to put our hands on that, Ralph.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, I want to hear that more than anything.
I do too.
All right, 10 till 6, time for the Showbiz Beat.
Hugh Jackman
Yes.
is a good-looking dude.
Yes, he is.
But enough about that. He does not hate the paparazzi like most celebrities.
What's wrong with him?
Well, he's got a reason to like them. Apparently, he was at the beach, and the photographers were naturally snapping pictures of him. And if you're Hugh Jackman, you don't mind them taking pictures of you at the beach because you're just all cut up and shredded and ripped and look great. But he lost his 7-year-old son. His son got lost. And one of the photographers found him and reunited the two.
Oh, my gosh.
So sometimes it comes in handy to have people tracking your every move and that of your family, because if it wasn't for the paparazzi, he thinks it would have been much harder to find his 7-year-old.
Are we sure that the paparazzi did not kidnap his kid?
And they buried him in the sand, and then
hey, I found him.
Dug him up and said, "Here, you owe me now, Hugh."
Hey, look how many times Britney's run out of gas or had a flat tire or something, and the paparazzi are the ones who saved her.
Sometimes it comes in handy. Speaking of the Spearses, Jamie Lynn, the 17-year-old sister of Britney. Guilty. She's not charged with anything, but she may not have the stomach for motherhood. Star Magazine says that her mother, Lynn, showed the 17-year-old mom-to-be a natural childbirth video.
Oh, Lord.
And Jamie Lynn responded by throwing up upon watching what she would have to go through in natural childbirth. So Jamie Lynn has decided to undergo a cesarean section. She said she'd like to be knocked out and wake up when it's all over.
I agree. That's good. That's a good call.
I don't think they knock you out for cesarean, do they? Don't they just give you
a local? Yeah,
a local, right? So you don't feel the incision, but I don't think they can make you unconscious.
They don't knock you out.
But in her case, I say knock her out and then decide later whether you really want to bring her around.
Maybe run off with the baby.
Yes, just run.
Yeah.
She wants to be knocked out until the baby goes through the teen years, and then she can then bring her back.
Until it graduates from college.
Right.
There's a pretty high success rate. Ralph, you know more about this than I, but 17 is about the right age to start your family, right? I mean, if you really want a successful kid.
No, the doctors say that's the best time to be a parent at 17.
Anything later than that, you really have you missed out on the best time.
Well, you lose touch of your inner child. That's the problem.
Exactly. You can be kids with your kid,
right?
Which is cool.
Just be a playmate more than a parent, which is ideal. Okay, here's a sign you have too much goddamn money and you bought your wife everything you can buy. Guy Ritchie bought a present for his wife Madonna to celebrate the fact that her latest single, 4 Minutes, has gone to number 1 on the charts.
Right.
He bought her a $20,000 dagger.
What?
A knife. A $20,000 knife.
Is he hoping she will use it on herself?
I have no idea. But if you're down to expensive knives as gifts, you're out. Stop buying her anything, because you obviously have nothing else to purchase for her.
I don't know. What would she like? A diamond-encrusted dagger.
Jeez.
That's perfect.
Do you have any knives? I'm looking for something in $20,000, $25,000 range. You know, a really nice one. A really nice dagger.
This is f***ing retarded.
Can you throw in the scabbard for that? It just goes right in there so she can wear it out to events.
I don't care if they committed 100 crimes, if they committed 100 murders. Yeah. How can anybody be against that?
Hardened criminal Shia LaBeouf is back in the news. Shia was in court yesterday and got the Burbank DA to drop charges of unlawful smoking. Apparently, he was caught puffing away on the sidewalk in Burbank.
Are you telling me they're going to let him walk the streets after that?
I can't believe it, Lisa.
No
First
way.
OJ, now this.
Is there a program he can be entered into? Some sort of rehab facility?
They should put some sort of anklet on him or something before they let him out roaming in the streets.
I'd like to know where he is at all times.
Just standing on the street smoking like a freaking criminal.
You know how they are, man.
Apparently, it's illegal to smoke in front of a store in Burbank, and so that's why he was arrested.
And that is common knowledge, by the way.
Absolutely.
We all know that.
How dare you think because you're walking down the street that you can just light up like some sort of ruffian?
What is the law in California? Is it one of those 20 feet from an entrance of any business kind of deals?
It's city by city, so it's really hard to tell. I believe in Burbank it is something like 25 feet away from an entryway to a building.
What, did they have people who were on purpose standing in front of stores blowing smoke in? I mean, really? This needs to be a law?
I don't know.
What is wrong with us?
But apparently he got a $500 fine, and they were willing to drop the misdemeanor charges in exchange for cash, apparently. You can buy your way out of something in Burbank, which is good to know. Yeah. Oh, how could this be true?
What?
How could this happen? Apparently there's trouble in the marriage between Gary Coleman and his wife, Shannon Price.
I thought that was forever.
She didn't even know who he was when she met him, and she
No way.
fell in love.
Yes, she had no idea he was the star of Different Strokes, and that's it, pretty much.
The security guard for a while?
Security guard, yeah. Apparently there is trouble in paradise. Shannon, according to Inside Edition, is ticked off because Gary spends all of his time playing with his choo-choo trains.
Really?
Yeah, spends a lot of time isolated playing with his choo-choo trains and his video games. And Shannon feels neglected. She also claims that he doesn't want kids. And she's disappointed because she would like to have children. And, my favorite part, sometimes he throws things at her.
Oh, my God.
Oh, come on.
Well, he's like a 5-year-old.
That's why he doesn't want to have kids.
That's ridiculous.
Stuff at
He can't reach her to hit her, though. He's just got to throw stuff from down on the floor.
Stuff, yeah.
It's like that gnome in Argentina, just lobbing, little man lobbing stuff at you.
That's right. Maybe that was Gary. We never saw his face, the little guy, the fishing gnome.
You think he's still a virgin, or did he get it done?
I'm sure he's still a virgin. He said when they got married, he said sex isn't important to him, and he doesn't know if he's going to lose his virginity or not to his wife.
Oh, my God.
But wait, it gets better.
How?
Because they are taking their beefs to Divorce Court, the syndicated TV show.
Yes.
They're going to get a divorce on the TV show Divorce Court.
And we have to watch.
May 1st is the date, Lisa May. Circle your calendar. The episode of May 1st on the syndicated show Divorce Court will feature Gary Coleman and his soon-to-be ex-wife, Shannon Price.
Awesome.
After 6 months of marriage, apparently it's all falling apart. And speaking of reality television, did you know that there is a new MTV show called I Want to Be Paris's New Best Friend?
Yes.
I had no idea this existed.
I did hear about that.
Paris Hilton has an upcoming reality show where she will look for her new BFF.
That's hot.
85,000 people applied.
All of them guys?
85,000 people have applied to be Paris's new best friend on the MTV show, and apparently she has narrowed it down to 6. And that's when we'll start seeing more of the contestants. ParisBFF.com, by the way, is the website if you want to go and check it out.
That's
if you
hot.
do, you're going straight to hell, by the way, if you're interested.
I thought they came up with this idea when she and Nicole had their very public split and went into production with it, and then she and Nicole got back together, and now they're BFFs again.
But I'm sure Paris really will be best friends with whoever wins this show.
Forever.
Yeah.
It won't just be you meet her once and get an autograph, right?
No. And lastly, congratulations to Carmen Electra and Rob Patterson. They are engaged. Us Weekly Magazine announces the fact that the two have decided to get married. They've been dating less than a year, so it's bound to turn out great.
How many times has she been married, Ralph?
This will be Carmen's third. She was originally married to Dennis Rodman in 98.
That didn't last long.
That union was annulled.
Yeah.
And then she was married to Dave Navarro, of course, from 2003 to 2006. So this will be the third attempt at wedded bliss for Carmen. Best of luck, Rob.
Exactly.
Today's celebrity birthdays, Jason Lee from My Name is Earl.
Hey!
No, he's not Asian at all, Jason Lee.
No.
Although, wasn't that Bruce Lee's kid's name also?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Brandon.
Oh, Brandon Lee, that's right. Why am I thinking Jason Lee?
Because there's an actor named Jason Lee on My Name is Earl.
No.
Who has a birthday today?
Who played Bruce Lee in the movie about his life?
Oh, that's interesting.
An Asian dude.
An Asian dude, I think, named Jason Lee.
Maybe you're right.
Maybe, I don't know. But his son was Brandon.
I'll do some research. Anyway, Jason Lee's 38 years old today. Renee Zellweger, or Renelle Zellweger, is 39 years old today.
Wow.
Puffy 39.
Yeah. She does always look like she has to take a poo.
Eric,
her face looks like a butthole with lipstick.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
that's
my
true.
God.
That is true.
Butthole lipstick, by the way, is tuning up now. I can hear him in the background. They're getting ready to kick things off there.
They're going to play right after Squirts Illustrated.
Oh, wow.
Eric Avery of Jane's Addiction is 43 years old today.
Yeah, Eric.
Don't play it. Hank Azaria of The Simpsons, and most recently in Run, Fat Boy Run. He is 44 years old today. Bjorn of ABBA is 63. And Al Pacino, my good friend Al, is 68 years old today. And I don't know if you caught Al on David Letterman or not, but he and I did that film, Two for the Money, together.
Yeah.
Well, he did it.
Yeah, we both worked on it.
I mean, mainly.
You saw it,
but
right?
I was in it a lot.
You watched.
I was also in the film with Al.
Oh, right.
And I'm surprised that he remembered me so fondly when I was watching Letterman.
Do you see young actors that you are admiring?
Oh, sure. Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
In fact, there's this one guy I worked with in Two for the Money named Ralph Garman. Hoo-ah! Boy, is that kid talented. He's the whole package, Dave. Talent, looks. Quite an amazing fella. Damn, he's good, Dave. He's good.
Wow.
You're a lying sack of shit.
Wow.
It was not you.
Who else was a guest on Letterman who said that?
Yeah, it was not him, dude. You do the voice. That was clearly edited.
No, sir.
All right.
Al Pacino's 68 years old today, and amazingly, his hair is still jet black.
He's a douche.
Oh! Hey. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat.
Dude, don't forget that new song, Discipline, that we world premiered here on K-Rock. Is you can get it for free. You can download it for free at the front page of KRock.com.
I think available is the word you were
available.
Thank you. And, of course, Nine Inch Nails, one of the many breakfasts we have done in the past here on the Kevin and Bean Show. For folks who have not been with us for very long, we take a giant K-Rock artist, put him in a tiny place usually, and, food just arrived. Oh, I'm so happy. What, was I saying something?
No.
Was I talking about
you
something?
Weren't, no.
And we let you, the K-Rock listeners, come down and see him perform live in the morning and interview the artist as well. That's what's happening this morning. We're out at Coachella, and Jack Johnson takes the stage here, about 6 feet away from us at a little after 8 o'clock this morning. You definitely want to be tuned in to listen or watch at KRock.com.
I don't know if you guys can hear Jesus, Bean's gardener, but he's apparently Bean has instructed him to mow Coachella before it begins today. Before
Well,
the
I wanted to look good. That's all I'm saying. Jesus is the best lawnmower I know, so I brought him down with me.
It's a lot of mowing if you've ever been here. That is a lot of damn mowing.
Beer Bug goes for another Guinness World Record eating today. Also, Ralph's got the movie because it's Friday. Speaking of movies, Harold and Kumar, Escape from Guantanamo Bay is one of the films we're looking forward to that opens up today. And I guess, Psycho Mike, you and your pal Omar were on the red carpet in Hollywood last week.
Mike and Omar escaped from the red carpet.
That's right.
Don't you see the correlation?
Is this the first time Omar's done the red carpet biz?
First time I've done red carpet or any interviews of any kind.
Excellent.
Yeah.
DJ Omar Khan.
How did they come to that conclusion that you would be perfect?
You want to know the reason why? This is not a joke. His name's Omar, and it kind of sounds like Kumar.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's how we roll here. You know that, guys. Come on.
Really?
I swear to God.
What a terrible way to make a decision.
It worked out, though. It worked out for the best. Trust me.
Now, this is the celebrities get up. They come out on the stage. You don't have a lot of time to talk to them, right?
Right. Yeah, but I had no idea. I mean, this is my first thing, so, I get there, I'm kind of nervous, and I'm trying to ask Mike, and Mike's just like, you'll be fine. Not give me, they give you these sheets with the people that are going to arrive, and there's like 50 people, and I'm like, what the hell, am I supposed to memorize all these, Yeah. And they're, the people there, the producers or whatever, they're no big help, here you go. Read all the bio.
I'll tell you something else, because Kevin and I have done a fair amount of these in our day. Unless Ralph is there to tell us who everybody is, we are worthless. They bring up a celebrity that's allegedly a celebrity, somebody that you should know, and they want you to interview this person, and oftentimes we have no idea who that person is, if they have any connection to the movie, what it is they're there to talk about.
Yeah, totally.
It's daunting.
Yeah, and then, I thought Mike, because you know how Mike's mind works, he just remembers everything, and he reads Us Magazine and all that BS.
Right.
So I give the sheets to Mike, and I'm like, Mike, you know these people? He's like, I didn't know any of these. And I'm like, oh, good. Like he knew like the main characters of the movie, but not like all these other people that we're supposed to interview.
But I also knew that they keep you, having done it before, I'm not an expert, but I've done this a couple times. I know that they don't want them up on the stage that long anyway, so I was like, don't sweat it, Omar. Just say a couple things and get them out, and then it'll be fine,
But if you know anything about Mike, you know that he was sandbagging you, Omar. He could have helped some, but he didn't want to because it's funny.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No, that might have been true. Now, the problem with this red carpet was that there was 0 people in the crowd. Usually, it's on Hollywood Boulevard, and it'll be packed, and there'll be people waiting to hear you on this loudspeaker. There was like 3 bums chilling in the front, and so... It was hilarious to hear Omar and I had this booming PA system, and we were addressing the throngs of people that came to see this red carpet.
And by the way, the movie company had us dress up in bright orange jumpsuits, prison jumpsuits.
Because the guys escaped from Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah, exactly.
I get that.
That's a tie in there.
So we're in orange jumpsuits, we're on this red carpet, and on this stage, there's nobody watching, and every actor is late. So we have time to kill. And when I have time to kill and nothing to talk about, you know how great that goes.
Yeah. You talk about Karate Kid, usually.
Or Hitler. Listen.
It's Hitler's birthday as well. Really? I don't know why I threw that in, but it is.
Good times, Mike. Thanks for that info, Mike.
April 20th, Hitler's birthday, everybody.
Yeah, because I was talking about, it being 420 that Sunday.
Why, Mike, under any circumstances ever, would you bring that up for entertainment for the crowd? Why?
I don't know.
I have a better question. Why wouldn't the movie company down there go, okay, these guys are off?
Nobody's paying attention to us,
We don't want them up there talking about Hitler's birthday.
Well, Omar makes perfect sense. 420, obviously, that's probably why they had the screening that day, right? Because it's Harold and Kumar. That makes total sense to talk about with the crowd. It's interesting. There's a tie-in. Then you bring up Hitler. What's the deal?
Finally, some of the actors arrive, and... You know how when you're asking questions, you want to keep it short and try to cut out the fiddle-faddle? And a lot of times when you say the word like, for no reason, people, they get annoyed by it. It can be to the crowd. If you say, and then like in the movie like, and then... Listen to Omar.
By the way, this is my first question, okay? This is like the second interview, my first question.
Noted.
Okay, listen.
So I heard originally, like, you guys were going to do a Harold and Kumar Go to Amsterdam movie, but, like, that didn't quite pan out, and you guys just kind of, like, made it this whole, like, terrorist thing. Did you guys have any hesitations on, like, doing the whole terrorist, because it is such a touchy subject?
Wow!
DJ Omar
that covers every question you could ever ask them.
Right?
And they didn't speak.
Dude. Nice job, Mike Wallace.
More time to kill.
You look good, Mike. I like the orange on you. It is a good color.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, well done.
Here's me trying to ask John Cho a question.
Now, this is like cult classic. I know the second one's going to be a cult classic. And, there's Cheech and Chong, all these other ones. Are you a fan of all those other cult classic pop movies?
I'm very embarrassed. I've never seen a Cheech and Chong movie.
No way.
No. So
that's going to let a lot of stoners down.
Really?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think they care.
No, they're stoned.
They're very high.
That's true. That's true.
Wow.
DJ Omar Khan.
Man.
Yeah, so this guy named Eric Winter comes up, and I intro. I intro Eric Winter. Check this out.
Let's give it up for Eric Winter, y'all.
Yeah, Eric.
Is that Mike?
That's Mike right there on the mic.
What the hell is Eric Winter, by the way?
Yeah, who is that?
He plays like the guy who's marrying Cal Penn's girlfirl in the movie or something.
Gotcha.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
So Cal Penn comes up to the carpet, and instead of
Kumar.
Yes, he plays Kumar. Instead of us interviewing him, he interviews me.
You're John Cho?
Yes, I am. And you are Cal Penn.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about making this movie and what that was like for you.
Well, it was hard because it was a very touchy subject, obviously dealing with terrorism in Guantanamo Bay, and originally the directors and producers, they were reluctant to dive into that.
Did you feel like it was maybe a bad thing to make light of it, or is the story not about just that?
Well, I hearken back to the 1993 Rams, and they said, you know what, if we make light of it, maybe everybody can take a little better, a little better perspective of the situation.
I feel the same way. It's good to hear you say that.
Did you say the 1993 Rams?
Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
Is that the year they left California or something?
92-93 season, they were like 1-14. So their take on it was to just make fun of each other. Yeah,
I got you. All right. No, that was good.
No, good reference, right?
Yeah, that was a good
reference. Number 2 that went over well.
Right. So after that, we're talking a little bit about House and the comeback episodes and stuff, and how it's going to be really great. So Cal Penn says that it's a real good way to come back from the writer's strike.
I think a great way to come back from the strike.
Definitely. Yeah, writer's struck blue.
Agreed.
All right, so, have you ever...
I didn't mean to leave you hanging. I just wasn't sure if there was more coming out of that.
Yeah.
That was spectacular.
Yeah. Well, at those places, anytime there's any pause, it's super awkward because you don't know these people. So I figure Mike or anybody would jump in, and I come back. I got nothing, dude. Come on, I'm no professional.
No, but you delivered sweet or whatever it was, sucks or whatever that last word. You delivered that blue with all your heart.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude.
That was strong.
Yeah, I had to commit. So this guy David Krumholtz comes on, and he's in the Santa Claus movies with Tim Allen.
Oh, you're so happy.
Yeah, exactly. So I interview him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for David Krumholtz. Did I say that right?
Yeah, that's right. You got it good.
I'm a huge fan of the Santa Claus movies, and you were the head elf.
Yeah.
That's the first time I saw you in anything. You were amazing. How was it working with Tim Allen?
It was good. It was, it's like, he's a good guy, funny, nice gentleman, I guess.
He dissed me.
DJ Omar Khan.
Boy, that was really gay.
Yeah.
Wow. Omar was just so happy to see anyone who had a connection to Tim Allen that he could talk about.
Absolutely.
You were the head elf. You asked him that question with more energy and enthusiasm than I've ever heard.
Oh, I was amped up. And by the way, I said he was amazing in it.
Yeah. Yes, you did.
Here's my intro to Neil Patrick Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the man, the myth, the legend. Let's give it up for MPH. Neil Patrick Harris, y'all.
That's a big cheer. Thanks.
There's nobody there. I don't know why I'm doing the big old, let's give it up, yo!
Okay, first of all, that's the only way you can introduce
right?
people. Yeah, that's the normal way. Let's give it up. But if you didn't have anyone there...
Yeah, no one.
Who are you speaking to? Who's giving it up?
No one. That's why he's just mocking me. Oh, great intro, dude.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks for the intro.
Doing this premiere on 420, given what kind of movie this is, was not the best idea because everybody's home smoking out.
Yeah, totally.
And they got the most high energy, keyed up guy in the world, Omar Khan, to come in here and scream at people for a half hour.
When he gets nervous, man, he is so amped.
I'm exhausted just listening to Omar now, much less at night.
How about his first question to Mr. Harris that had it was really relevant to the movie and the plot and his character?
In the trailer, you're on a unicorn. That's awesome.
I do ride a unicorn. It's true.
That's not as much a question as it is a statement.
Yeah.
You're on a unicorn in the trailer. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It's not good.
Here's Eddie K. Thomas.
Tell us a little bit about your character, man.
I'm Jewish.
Okay.
Big stretch. And now Eddie K. Thomas asks us why we're big douchebags in orange jumpsuits.
We're in orange jumpsuits because we escaped from Guantanamo Bay. You see? Do you get the tie-in? The tie-in?
So now we're just mocking ourselves.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mike is pretty much just leaving you to hang, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, no. Well, here's the thing.
That's a good choice,
when
Mike.
when you got two people up there, one person's job is to hold out the mic and make sure the other person's mic'd, right?
Right.
So I had the mic in front of my face, and he was, putting the microphone towards the guest's face. So I kind of felt the need to not stop talking. You know what I'm saying? That's why I just kept going and going and going.
Excellent.
Yeah. So Jason Biggs was down by the street, where the limos drive people off, and we see him and we try to get him up on the red carpet.
I think they're all cheering for Jason Biggsy over there. He's the ladies' man.
Ladies love Biggs. Mr. Biggs?
Biggsy?
Come on up
here, man. I guess the cameras are more important than us, Mike. I guess we don't look sexy enough.
Yeah, he's not having any of our nonsense.
Really?
That's awesome. They
Pretending
finally
like we don't
started
exist.
boycotting you.
Yeah, absolutely. He just walked right past us.
This is our last clip, and it's worth the wait. Rob Corddry comes up, and Omar, I don't know why he felt the need to hammer home the pooping your pants comedy. But it is insane how he will not let this die.
But he started it.
Yeah,
Now
he
this
did.
this guy is the comedian that's on the
It's on the Daily Show.
The Daily Show.
Right.
Which
Yes.
Jon Stewart.
Very funny guy.
Right. Very funny guy, very cool guy. Seemed to be, going along with our shenanigans.
Totally.
But he makes a reference to the fact that he's so nervous that he might have had a little accident. And Omar just, I don't understand why he will not stop running with it. But listen to this.
I mean, when I'm excited, I do things in my pants.
I don't smell anything, so when did this happen?
I am wearing an adult-sized diaper.
Nice. So it keeps the smell nice and tight in there?
No, it'll seep out. I mean, I just did it, so it's going to take a while.
Ladies, watch out. Rob Corddry has crap in his pants. Just watch out, ladies. Be warned. Rob Corddry has crap in his pants. Did everybody hear me? Rob Corddry has crap in his... Okay.
I filled my pants.
Did you guys hear me?
Omar, there was... We are broadcasting live from the grounds of Coachella this morning for our Breakfast with Jack Johnson.
Why don't they have the Coachella show now when it's like 70 instead of later when it's like 150?
Plus, there's no traffic now.
Yeah.
So you could get here, if you left right now, you could get here in no problem.
But I mean, how bitchy would it be if the Rockin' Tours were on right now? It'd be so comfortable and so fun.
It's not the same as running from tent to tent trying to find something and then realizing when you get inside the tent that it's actually hotter than outside.
Yes, I know, because of the people. Now, let me ask you this, Kevin. I think we learned this week that there are 132 acts between all of the various stages at Coachella this year.
That's correct.
How many will you see?
That's the fun thing about Coachella is you just wander from tent to tent. You don't even
know who's playing.
Most of the time, no. I mean, you get your favorites that you want to see, and you know what tent they're playing at because there's usually 3 tents and 2 stages. And you just but then from then on, if there's not anyone playing, you just walk up to a tent, see if you like what's going on, and it's pretty cool.
Now, Larry King's Forehead, that's one of the bands I know you're looking forward to.
By the way, you can get the lineup at KRock.com because today's Friday, of course, the Verve, the Rockin' Tours, the Breeders, Fatboy Slim, of course, Jack Johnson, Leopard Skin Camel Toe, Nut Goggles. You can find out when your favorite bands are on stage just by going to KRock.com.
I didn't know Nut Goggles was
Oh,
here.
yeah. On Saturday, you got your Prince and your Portishead, your Kraftwerk, your Death Cab for Cutie, your Rilo Kiley, your Rampant A-Holery, your Spictic Basket. There's a lot of good bands. Scabby Nipples is playing on Saturday. And so if you want to see when they're playing on stage, you can do that as well. And on Sunday, it's, of course, Roger Waters, Love and Rockets, My Morning Jacket. And it's impossible to say all the names of the bands, but Vietnamese K9 Goulash, I believe, is playing on Sunday.
I don't think that's a real band at all.
Welcome to the Vomitorium is playing. Ty Vag, I think, is going to rock it on Sunday.
Come on.
And Black Efron is also on Sunday. So if you want to see your favorite bands, you can check out the list of what times the bands start at KRock.com. You can also watch all of it at KRock.com.
Well, that's shocking to me.
Starting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon every day. So 3 this afternoon. I'm talking separate from our breakfast at 8. We have breakfast with Jack Johnson at 8. You go to KRock.com. You can watch that. But then starting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you can see live coverage of Coachella all day Friday, all day Saturday, and all day Sunday.
That's unbelievable.
And it's super high quality. It's not like a normal KRock thing. AT&T Blue Room is doing it. So it looks good and it sounds good.
It's too good. It's too much entertainment to be given away for free, if you want my opinion.
Inconvenient Boner itself is worth coming out here. I mean, if that was the only band playing.
Oh, speaking of that, by the way, single-day tickets for Friday and Saturday are sold out. You can still come if you want to get a single-day ticket for Sunday. Those are still available. And 3-day passes are still available, too. So if all of this sounds too good to miss and you want to pony up the $269, you can be out here for all 3 days and all 132 bands.
All 3 days, if you rock this hard, you'd be home by now is playing.
Oh, they're awesome.
Yeah, that's a good band, too. So if you're coming out to Coachella, we have a few public service announcements for you.
The Coachella Valley Board of Tourism presents another in an ongoing series, How to Survive the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival. Chapter 31, Bowels and Bladders. Going to the bathroom can be half the adventure while attending Coachella. Okay, 3/4 of the adventure. Maybe 91% of the adventure. Lines at the porta potties can be quite long. In fact, last year, the end of one porta potty line...
He's a fan. Oh, come on. dare you? That's not true at all. Jack Johnson on K-Rock 106.7 KRQ with the fine accompaniment by our own Ralph Garman. Jack will be here 6 feet to our left at 8 o'clock this morning for Breakfast with Jack Johnson. K-Rock listeners are starting to arrive. They'll be here to hear him perform this morning and help us ask the questions, too.
It's going to be at krock.com if you'd like to see that. It is 6:54. We are going to set a world record coming up just after 7 o'clock with Beer Mug, who is just destroying records left and right. And we've picked one that we think he'll be able to do.
I drink your milkshake.
That's exactly right. Time for the Ralph Showbiz Beat. What's going on, Ralph?
Nothing.
Okay.
What?
Thanks for checking in.
What's wrong?
Just bummed.
Why?
About?
See the hockey game last night?
Flyers,
Flyers,
Canadians. Flyers, Canadians, game 1.
3-2. We got the lead. 3-2, the Flyers have the lead with 31 seconds left in the game.
Oh, no.
31 seconds left. Montreal ties it up 3-3. They go into overtime. 48 seconds into overtime, they score the overtime goal. Canadians win.
That's
4-3.
That hurts.
4-3.
31 seconds.
Gotta be able to hold that.
I could stop the Canadians for 31 seconds by
that hurts.
myself.
That was game 1, right? So
That
you're
was
down
game
1-0.
one. Yeah, but they're the best in the East. We really needed to steal one, and I think I think it's trouble. But
that was your chance.
So I got drunk.
Did you not have your lucky socks on or whatever it is you're supposed to be doing to help the Flyers win, Ralph?
I had my lucky French tickler on. Maybe I should have tried the ribbed for their pleasure.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Take a look at the showbiz news, shall we? Amy Winehouse is sinking fast.
Oh, these new pictures of her. She looks like she's about a week from death.
Wow. We have to start. We have to start the Amy Winehouse death pool.
Yeah.
She looks like she's a week past death, by the way.
We got to pick a date and say whoever gets closest wins a couple bucks, because there's nothing else to do but watch it all unfold.
I think the Amy Winehouse death pool is 4 o'clock today at the Gobi tent, by the way.
Love those guys.
Does she only sleep in her car now, Ralph? That's the impression I get from the photos.
I think she sleeps under the car. That's the impression I got from the photos. Somewhere in the gutter. She is, according to the London Sun, British newspaper, getting extremely violent recently. First episode happened early Wednesday morning, where she went to a bar and punched a guy who wouldn't give up the pool table.
Well, she had next.
Second event was Wednesday night, when she started throwing drinks and turning over tables at a London bar and yelling for people to leave because she's a legend and she wanted to take drugs.
Oh, wow.
Everyone get out, because I'm a legend and I want to do some drugs.
And by the way, folks, this is what she's like after she's been to rehab.
Yeah. Wow.
One poor guy tried to get her into a cab. Apparently he was a fan who took some pity on her, and she thought he was trying to molest her and head-butted him.
Oh, no.
Police are currently investigating the incident. So
That's awesome.
She is good times.
I thought she might do better since her husband is in jail and he seemed to be such a bad influence on her. But
I don't think it matters who's influencing her.
Doesn't sound like it.
She's on her own. NBC has leaked the information that they've decided who will take over for Conan O'Brien once he slips into David Letterman's seat on The Tonight Show sometime in...
you mean Leno?
I'm sorry, what did I say?
Letterman.
No, Leno. Yeah, I'm sorry. Slip into Leno's seat sometime in 2010. Conan's taken over for Leno, and according to Fox News, Jimmy Fallon will take over Conan O'Brien's show.
Now, that's interesting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Yes.
Have they done test shows and stuff that we just haven't seen? I've never seen him do an on-air audition.
This is all the information I have. Is that
interesting?
They're talking about Jimmy Fallon taking over Conan's slot. I'm sure that somebody at NBC said, "Look, he wasn't that good on Saturday Night Live, but at least he was a failure in movies. So let's give him his own show because we're NBC and that's how we roll."
I am bummed out if D.L. Hughley doesn't get that job, because that's the show I want to see.
He's very good at it.
Very
He's
good.
great, and he wants to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I think he'd be an excellent talk show host given the time.
But he's black.
Well, I mean, I think that's fine.
Dude,
you're all right with that? Okay, good. Bean's all right with it, everyone.
Black guys can't host TV shows.
Well, I think it's time that they do.
Oh, he's black.
When President Obama gets in there, I think things are going to be changing in that area.
Yeah. Well,
we'll see.
We'll see. I just don't think it's a good idea. I wouldn't watch.
Ralph, you know we're on the air, right?
What? No, I meant Jimmy Fallon. I wouldn't watch.
Oh, Jimmy Fallon. Okay, yeah. I don't blame you there.
He's white.
That's
and,
true, too.
Speaking of black and people I love, Gary Coleman's back in the news.
Yes.
It's hard to fathom, but apparently there is some trouble in his marriage of 6 months to model Shannon Price. By the way, they keep referring to her as model Shannon Price. I wonder what she models.
The only thing I've ever seen her model is the photo of her with her husband, Gary Coleman. That's it.
She models him.
She should model some sort of, like a hockey mask company, or she should work for or something.
No.
I'm just saying she's not a beautiful model.
Not attractive.
Anyway, there's problems in their relationship, and they're getting a divorce. But not just any divorce. They are going on to the syndicated TV show Divorce Court to hammer things out.
Of course they are.
That's where you want to do it.
The episode will air May 1st, and I can't wait.
They're usually the most even-handed, so I can see that.
Is he doing it just because he gets the $100 to appear on the show or something?
Yes.
Is that why?
I don't know. Shannon's complaints, according to Inside Edition, are that Gary often spends his time alone playing with his video games and choo-choo trains.
Choo-choo! Is that a euphemism for something?
No, I think he actually plays with choo-choo trains.
Wow.
Shannon also complains he doesn't want kids. She does. And sometimes, just sometimes, Gary throws things at her.
Maybe they should have dated more than 20 minutes before they got married.
I think Gary Coleman should marry Amy Winehouse.
Oh, good. There you go.
That's the couple I want to see.
A good match.
Today's celebrity birthdays, Jason Lee from My Name is Earl. Oh, stop it. He is a 38. I did some research, and Jason Scott Lee is the name of the Asian actor who played Bruce Lee in the movie of his life. So there was a connection.
That is right.
Did he die mysteriously, too?
I do not believe he did. His career did, but he is still very healthy, apparently.
I went to the, this won't surprise anyone, but I went to the gravesite of Bruce Lee and Brandon Lee a few weeks ago, and it is in a cemetery in Seattle, and it is one of those graves that is visited 100 times a day, every day, 365 days a year from fans from around the world.
Did you do that because he inspired you to be a black belt?
It's just the fascination with that family continues. It's unbelievable the stuff that people were leaving behind, the tributes and the poems and the flowers and everything else.
Why did you go there?
I just had never been. I mean, it's one of those local attractions that I'd never been to, and I thought, hey, I'll go check it out.
And Bean loves death.
I do love death. And I was talking to some of the people who work there at the cemetery, and they said, yeah, it's like this all the time. It's like Jim Morrison's grave in Paris. It's one of those that is almost never empty. So many people come to visit. The father and son are buried next to each other up there.
Why did you go, though?
Because I had never seen it.
I've never seen it.
Right, but you don't live 15 minutes away from it.
I wouldn't go if it was in my front yard.
Why would they bury Brandon Lee in your front yard?
Plus, Bean has been studying Jeet Kune Do now for years.
That's true.
He's
going on 20.
Yeah.
He's a master.
He's a master. Renee Zellweger's 39 years old today. Yeah.
Butthole with lipstick.
Gina Torres. You know Gina Torres from I Think I Love My Wife? She also played Anna. On Alias, remember the badass chick,
right.
Anna Rodriguez, whatever the hell her name was, who used to fight with Sidney Bristow all the time? Yeah. She's 39 years old today. Give her a bell. You got a bell over there?
I do.
Give Gina Torres a bell. She's hot. Eric Avery of Jane's Addiction is 43.
Yeah, Eric.
106.7 K-Rock is KROQ. It's the Kevin and Bean Show at 7 minutes after 7 o'clock. 1 hour from right now, we will begin our breakfast with Jack Johnson, which you can see at KROC.com if you want to go on there.
I'm going to hop on this train and see where it takes us.
Is there a freeway near where you guys are broadcasting?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, there are trucks going by, but mainly it's just Jesus Beans Gardner. He's got him mowing Coachella. And if you could have him go over to the California side of the thing, that would be better.
It is beautiful where we are, Ralph, in that...
We're in Arizona is where we are right now.
We're right on an enormous pond that is... The pond is right between us and the main stage of Coachella, where the main action is going to be, of course, all weekend long. And we are awaiting the arrival of Jack Johnson, who less than 1 hour from right now will be on this little stage performing live, answering questions from the K-Rock audience. But just because we're here at Coachella broadcasting today doesn't mean we've forgotten about Beer Mug's weekly appearance as he tries to break a Guinness World Record. Good morning, Mug. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
How you feeling, dude?
Oh, fantastic. I'm ready to do this.
You should see how Mug is dressed, guys. He's got a like a toque on, a Canadian beanie. He's got mittens on. He's got a scarf, and he's wearing some sort of sweater. He looks like he's going to go play in the snow.
Well, there are a lot of records that we have been thinking about. There's a grilled cheese sandwich record, 47 grilled cheese sandwiches in 10 minutes. There's a donut record, 47 glazed and cream-filled donuts in 5 minutes.
Easy.
There's eggs, hard-boiled eggs. But we decided today to go with Osi Anyanwu's record. He set this record on November 9th, 2005, and today Beer Mug is going to try to set a new record for the fastest time to drink a 17-ounce milkshake with a straw.
Eating challenges are the name of his game. He has never won one. He is super lame. He's Beer Mug. What's he gonna tug? Easter beefs or hot dogs, you know he'll never quit. K-Rock's Kevin even made him taste for Oh! He's Beer Mug. What's he gonna tug?
Here's what I love about Beer Mug, by the way, is that many people, if they try and fail, and then try and fail, and then try and fail, start to lose some enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Not Mug. Mug
No.
is as convinced today that he will set this record as he is every single week right before he fails.
Mama didn't raise a quitter.
He's as enthusiastic as a dog. Every time they see you, it's like they've never seen you before. He's in the studio today. He actually thinks he's going to be able to do this. Now, the record for the fastest time to drink a 17-ounce milkshake by straw is 9.8 seconds.
I drank your milkshake.
9.8 seconds.
Easy.
Now, these are custom-made shakes, Ralph? You brought in the blender?
These are homemade shakes. I'm adding the milk now.
Okay.
We're using Dreyer's Grand Ice Cream, whole milk.
All right.
And I'm going to whip this up, and then we've got a glass that is exactly 17 ounces. So I will fill the glass to the top. Mug's got a straw in place. Just let me blend them up, and we'll get going, okay?
All right, fantastic. Now, Mug, I know that you have practiced in the past with some of the other records that you've attempted. Have you had any kind of preparation leading up to today for this challenge?
I actually did 2 days ago. I complimented a nice burger with a shake from In-N-Out, and that was pretty difficult to do. So I've trained hard.
Wait a minute. You had a milkshake and In-N-Out. That's your training hard?
Yes.
You trained hard.
Tough.
Okay.
Ready to go.
But let me ask you this, and I know we don't have a lot of the specifics about the current record, but it seems like the more liquid the shake is, the easier it would be to suck it down the straw fast.
Sure, yeah.
Are there any kind of rules in terms of the viscosity of the shake?
Well, no, I don't.
knows.
I don't know. But
Wait, you always do mug search. How did you not do any mug search?
My mug search was just strictly training on this one. I just went right into
And
the
by
field.
strictly training, you mean one milkshake at In-N-Out.
Yes.
Ralph, since you're behind the blender today, how would you describe the shake? Is it like a McDonald's shake, or is it even thicker than that, more like a Frosty at Wendy's?
I would call it standard thickness. It pours easily out of the blender container, but is it's certainly thick enough. It's not liquidy in any sense. So.
I think the more liquid the better, because he has to do it through a straw.
Right.
That's the difficult part.
Yes.
You can't just tip it up.
Doesn't it seem like someone like Super Whore would be really, really good at this challenge? I mean, when you really think about just sucking it in as fast as possible.
She could suck the whole glass through a straw.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know why we're having Mug try this.
All right, 9.8 seconds. We have a timer that is 9.8 seconds?
I have a timer.
I have a timer set up in exactly 9.8 seconds. You will hear a buzzer go off. So
we'll see where he is at that point. The milkshake has been poured. The straw is in place. And Mug, are you ready?
Let's do this.
Ralph, give us a little play-by-play.
All right. Can we start the timer?
Mug, 3, 2, 1, guzzle.
All right. He is sucking. Oh, look. His cheeks
Oh, my God.
His cheeks are concave. Look, he's really getting it down. It's going very quickly. He's about halfway through. Wow. He is...
Are you kidding me? That was 9.8 seconds right there.
That felt like 2. He drank.
Mug, that was exactly 9.8 seconds.
He drank less than half of the milkshake.
Oh, Ralph, fill it back up. Give him another shot.
Do we have like a thicker straw?
You mean a wider straw?
Like wider, yeah.
And I actually fashioned these straws. I fashioned them. They were longer, and I cut them in half. They're pretty wide straws. So
did you steal those from Omar? Did he use it for something else?
No, these are the 7-Eleven Big Gulp straws.
Yeah.
The big thick ones used on the major Big Gulp.
Yeah.
So we have
That was
filled it back
impressive.
up to the top again.
Let's top it off and go again.
All right, it's topped off. Now you have an idea of how much time you have to play with. All right, Mug?
Here we go.
You ready, Mug?
Let's do this.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, chuck.
Come on, suck. Suck harder. Suck harder. Suck it, bitch. Suck it. Come on. Give it that
Suck, dude.
All right, come on, seriously. Oh, his
Quit
head,
waving
his head
around.
is concave. His arm is outstretched. Oh. He got like a third of that one down.
Oh, no. Fill it back up.
All right, one more time.
I drink your milk.
I think you can do it. I have confidence.
Why do you think it would be easier the third time around, Kevin, than it is the first?
See how Mug's feeling. Mug, how are you feeling?
Feels like my brain is.
Yeah. Hey, stop talking. Fill it up. Let's go again.
It's full?
Little less talking, a little more sucking, I think is what we're saying here.
Don't gyrate so much, too. You're gyrating like crazy. Just
Why is he gyrating?
I don't know.
Well, I think the pain, the brain freeze is making him a little jiggy.
Hey, two things before attempt number 3, and then I think we're almost out of time here. A, is Dave, King of Mexico, is he videotaping for KROC.com?
Dave has got the camera in hand, yes.
And B, Alex has some advice, and I guess it's coming from some personal experience. You need to relax the back of your throat, Alex says.
Is that how it goes?
That's the answer.
All right, get rid of that gag reflex.
All right, are we ready for attempt number 3?
Do it, student.
Mug, look at me. Come on, dude. All right? Come on.
Oh, Mike's giving that personal trainer.
3, 2, 1, suck.
All right, he has got it down on the table this time. He's trying a different technique. He is sucking. His eyes are bulging out of his head. He is sucking. Now you got a shot. Go. Come on.
I miss the days of the looters. Those are the good days.
We should move to Montreal.
Apparently, they're still doing it.
There, they burn cop cars and loot.
Montreal?
No, not Montreal. Monty Hall.
7:24 on the Kevin and Bean Show. Jack Johnson, Breakfast With, coming up in about 40 minutes or so right here on the world-famous KROC. And if we haven't mentioned this enough, you should know you can go to KROC.com. You can actually watch it this morning. Don't just have to listen to it on the radio. You can actually watch the broadcast.
Although the 20 people that are here are going to have to get down a little bit so the camera can focus on Jack.
That's true. And, of course, you can watch Coachella all weekend long starting at 3 o'clock each afternoon at KROC.com as well. It's Friday morning. That means Ralph's here with the Movie Beat.
In a world, someone has been watching. One man who risked everything.
I'm sorry, I have not seen any of your films.
Without seeing the movies. Ralph Garman's Movie Beat. Welcome to my world.
Hey, gang, 5 new movies are in theaters this weekend. Some of them look very promising. Others have man-eating crocodiles in them.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Opening today in limited release is a movie called Rogue, about an American journalist played by Michael Vartan of Alias, who was on assignment in Australia when he comes across a man-eating crocodile.
Yes.
Yeah. And then they have to try to defeat the crocodile.
Poor Michael.
Yeah.
Yes.
On the upside, Rhoda Mitchell is in it.
Oh, yeah. Bell, please. Thank you.
She's smoking hot. And Australian, so at least you know the accents will be good. So if you are into big man-eating rogue crocodiles...
Who is it?
Then please enjoy. Also opening this weekend in wide release is Baby Mama.
Oh.
Tina Fey stars as a career-driven single woman who needs to have a baby. So she finds a surrogate mother. But wait, she finds the worst possible surrogate mother in the world.
Does hilarity ensue?
It does, because they're so different, Bean, these two women.
They're not the same?
They're very different. They're an odd couple, you might say.
I bet they have to live together and much conflict ensues.
Sure do, and boy, does Amy Poehler pee in her sink and make her crazy. But I bet they'd come to love each other at the end.
And learn an important lesson.
When the baby comes and they get an important lesson, which is...
I know how retarded this is, and I'm just going to say that Tina Fey's got a pretty good track record, and I want to give her the benefit of the doubt that it could be good.
Okay.
And I don't.
Let's take a listen with Tina Fey and Amy Poehler in a scene from Baby Mama where they're in therapy together. How about that?
I just like to say that Kate is always up in my business.
Well, when someone falls asleep with a curling iron in their hair, it becomes necessary to insert yourself in their business.
That happened 2 times.
Bean?
Look, wow. I'm not going to defend every line or every scene. I'm just saying that Tina Fey wrote and started Mean Girls, and it was great, and I love her 30 Rock show. And
I
she was
don't believe
always
she wrote this movie.
She did.
She did write it? Well, then she should go straight to hell.
Well, I am fearful of this one as well, Ralph.
But she fell asleep with the curling iron in her hair, Bean, twice.
I know.
That's funny.
I accept your scorn.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not saying I'm going to see it. I'm not saying I'm going to see it. I'm just saying I think there's a possibility it could be good.
Well, they sure are different. And you know, if you're going to hire someone to carry your child and you find out she's a nut loaf, you go ahead anyway.
Absolutely.
Because that's who you want in your life for 9 months, is some nut loaf. All right, let's move on, shall we? Deal also opens today. This is about the hard-bitten world of professional poker players.
Deal or no deal?
I say no deal. It stars Burt Reynolds.
What?
Yes.
Did you say Burt Reynolds?
Burt Reynolds plays an ex-gambler who teaches a hotshot college kid played by Brett Harrison, who I like a lot. He's from Reaper. He's the lead in Reaper.
Yeah.
About how to play poker, but then the two of them find each other in the same tournament, and they have to face off against each other. So will the student beat the teacher, or will the teacher beat the student?
Don't care.
This movie strikes me as something that should have come out about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Like a exploitation film of something that was hot, you know?
I'd rather watch the World Series of Poker on ESPN, I think, than watch Burt Reynolds play cards. Here's a little scene, here's a collection of edited scenes together from Deal.
A little different than playing on the internet, huh, son?
You got a lot of potential. I think you could have done a lot better.
What are you talking about? I flopped the set.
You missed your flush. I haven't played a game of cards in 20 years. I lost everything. My wife told me if I quit, she'd stay.
What do you have in mind?
$1 million payouts. I'll cover the buy-ins. We split the winnings 50-50.
What's the catch?
And you got to listen to me.
Oh, see?
Wow.
Yeah. The old timer's going to teach the new kids some tricks.
Sure.
Yeah. If you want to watch a great movie about poker, go rent The Cincinnati Kid with Steve McQueen, one of the great poker movies of all time.
I've never seen that.
Oh, really? You would love it. Coming out today also is Deception with Ewan McGregor and Hugh Jackman, and other people with Hugh in their name. Apparently, McGregor plays a meek and mild accountant who is introduced to a mysterious sex club by his new lawyer friend, Hugh Jackman, apparently where people get together and just have random sex with each other. I want to know where these clubs exist and how do I get my membership card. Here, Ewan McGregor gets the rules of the club explained to him.
No rough stuff, no business talk, and no names.
Right.
How did you get into this?
A friend of mine.
What, he introduced you to the list and failed to explain the basics?
Well, he had to leave town. Look, I'm doing something wrong here, aren't I?
It's not that. It's just that you strike me as something of a stowaway. If it wasn't for the $4,000 suit, I'd say you didn't belong here at all.
See, it's a mysterious, anonymous sex club.
Yeah.
But then, Ewan McGregor finds out that he's actually implicated in a woman's murder.
Oh, no, he didn't.
A woman he slept with in the anonymous sex club.
Deal or no deal?
I think it looks good. I know it sounds preposterous, but I like these actors a lot, and I would give it a shot. But the movie we're all most looking forward to this weekend is Harold and Kumar Escape from Guantanamo Bay. John Cho, Cal Penn, Neil Patrick Harris. The plot? Well, who cares what the plot is? These guys get stoned a lot and run around and have wacky misadventures. Here is a scene from the movie where Harold and Kumar are getting a ride from Neil Patrick Harris.
Can you just focus on driving? Focus on the road. You've had dozens of shrooms, my friend.
Dude, I was able to perform an appendectomy at age 14. I think I can handle a couple mushrooms.
Isn't that just a TV show?
Did you see that unicorn?
There are many greats in the world of motocross. And make no mistake, Jeremy McGrath has earned his spot as one of them.
Jeremy McGrath brings his crowd alive.
Number 2, Jeremy McGrath. It's the return of the king.
And McGrath takes the victory.
Championship Off-Road Racing 2008 season kickoff is this weekend at the Fairplex in Pomona. We have been giving away tickets all this week on K-Rock. In fact, we have more for you in the 9 o'clock hour this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, how about the man of the hour, Jeremy McGrath, joins us back on the Kevin and Bean Show on K-Rock.
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, guys, what's up?
How's it going, man?
Oh, just trying to get the stuff ready, heading up that way to the Pomona, and shoot, man, looking forward to it.
Explain to people what Championship Off-Road Racing is. I just saw a video of this the first time yesterday, and I think I need to do it.
Yeah, no. Everybody needs to do it. It's amazing. The trucks are like 900 horsepower. You jump like 120 feet in the air on the tracks, door to door. You're slamming guys. I mean, it's an adrenaline rush.
It's basically basically like a motocross track with jumps and everything, but you're going in cars.
Yeah,
or trucks.
The way I look at it, it's like Supercross in a truck. Yeah.
And how long have you been doing this, Jeremy?
This is my first full season, so I'm kind of a rookie, but the last few years I've been racing a couple races here and there. Three races last year for Baldwin, and this year I finally got a full-time seat, so I'm psyched.
I was so surprised when we heard you were coming on to find out that the Core Racing has been around for 25 years. And right now, I mean, this is, maybe I'm just retarded, but it seems like with you getting into the sport and events like the one happening this weekend in Pomona, it seems like it's just now kind of getting to the point where people have really heard of it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of got a resurgence, you know? Like, they've been doing it a lot in the Midwest for the maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and now Jim got Championship Off-Road Racing, brought it out to California, and it's kind of, I mean, it's a new thing, and like this week in our class Pro 2, we have 35 trucks signed up, so it's action-packed for sure, and you guys just hearing about it in California is kind of a good thing. We're trying to pump it up here.
Now, some of the NASCAR drivers are in it as well, or no?
I don't know. I mean, there's some guys. Last year there was some celebrity guys racing, like Paul He came out and did it. I was doing it a little bit, and then Robbie Gordon was driving a little bit. And
right, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you go for 15 minutes at a shot. Is that the deal?
Yeah, we have the cool thing about the race is it's a 16-lap race, which it takes about a half an hour because there's carnage everywhere. And the middle of the race, we throw a competition yellow, which is cool because it groups everybody back up for that last 7 laps. And yeah, I mean it's exciting. I mean it's like Supercross in a truck, except for you got 32 guys, door to door. I mean, parts are flying off. It's amazing. It's fun.
If you've seen Supercross, that first turn after the start, everybody kind of bunches up into a group, and somebody always wipes out. Now they're doing it with trucks, which is awesome because they're all racing for the first turn. What are the rules as far as crashing? Can you bump somebody else and it's no problem?
No, you can totally bump somebody. You cannot, however, you cannot just wreck them off the track. I mean, good, clean, bumping, rubbing, racing kind of thing is all good. If you go ahead and take someone off the track or knock them off the berm or whatever, you can get black flag, but you can rough some guys up pretty good without getting in trouble.
This is Jeremy McGrath, by the way, that's on the line, who we always enjoy talking to on K-Rock, talking about the Core 2008 season kickoff at the Fairplex in Pomona. And by the way, it's going to be on the Speed Network and also on NBC. I guess NBC is going to have it next month. They're going to be showing some of these Core races. So, I mean, you talk about getting into the public stream of consciousness. I mean, that you've made it.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're trying to do good with the series. They're getting a lot of TV. Last year we had a bunch of races on NBC. This year we have a 8-race season starting this weekend in Pomona, of course. We have one race a month. Our next race is May 17th in Primm, Nevada, our state line there. So, I mean, as far as TV stuff, we're getting it done. It's going to be good.
No kidding.
Now, you, of course, rode a motorcycle all those years, and when you hit a jump, you kind of it's kind of like second nature for you. It was nothing in a motorcycle. Is it different in a truck? Does it feel a lot more scary or no?
It's a little bit different because it's a little wider. But, I mean, these trucks have amazing suspension and so much power that you can do things with the truck, with the throttle, similar to how you can do it with the motorcycle. So, I mean, it's not scary. I mean, the scariest thing is maybe just making sure you're lined up for the jump. If you go off kind of sideways, you can wreck bad in these things. But overall, it's not been too hard. A lot of the stuff I've always learned on my bike throughout the years crosses right over into truck racing.
Now, is it true that you're going to try a backflip this weekend?
No. It's not even, I wouldn't even attempt that on my motorcycle, and I know what I'm doing that.
Oh, okay. How boring must it be for you, Jeremy, to get in the car and drive down to the Olive Garden on a Thursday night? I mean, that just you must feel so pokey when you're not on a track, when you have to drive with the rest of us.
You know what? It's you get in the mood. I mean, you get in the mode when you're driving 65 on the freeway, you're just driving, and then when you get in the truck, that's when the horns come out,
Yeah, exactly. How about I mean, do the trucks sometimes go upside down? I mean, when you're up in the air like that, is it possible that they could flip all the way around? Does that happen?
Well, mainly,
we hope not, right?
Yeah, no, not front to back, like not doing a flip or anything like that. You can get them sideways and land, and then they roll. So, I mean, you can tip them over really easy.
That's unbelievable.
Now, you said there's 32 trucks racing in this particular race?
Yeah, it's an opener, and we got 32 to 35 guys signed up for Pro 2 this weekend, and it's going to be an amazing show.
Out of those 32, how many will be in accidents?
I'd say 20.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes. Anything over half, I'm in on. That sounds good.
Oh, yeah. The percentages are good for getting upside down or getting into someone.
Hey, here's all you need to know. When Jeremy first started explaining the weekend to us, he used the word carnage. Okay? Yeah. I mean, that's the tip right there. It is.
Well, everyone loves action in your face. I mean, there's dirt flying in your face, and then you're going to get the carnage, and fans love that too.
Well, it sounds like a very cool event. If you think you've seen it all, but you haven't seen this yet, you got to check out the Fairplex in Pomona. You can go to corrracing.com, and that's CORR, which stands for Championship Off-Road Racing. 2008 season kickoff is going to be at the Fairplex in Pomona. Sounds like a lot. That's, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I'm saying that he's here, though. That's the guy that's doing the thing with the deal.
With the breakfast.
It's the Kevin and Bean Show on K-Rock 106.7 KROQ 756. I'm always excited when I see an accordion warming up, getting ready to go on the stage. Breakfast with Jack Johnson right after the news. First, Ralph's here with the Showbiz Beat for a Friday morning. What's going on, Ralph?
That's because you always think Weird Al's going to show up when you see an accordion. That's why
you
get
never
excited.
know, man.
That's
He may.
why.
You never know.
About the only one.
Is there a reconciliation in the offing between Britney Spears and Kevin Federline?
God, I hope so.
Oh, me too. Star Magazine's reporting that the couple shared an intimate kiss when they traded off kids the other day. He was picking them up from Britney, and while they were spending some time together, reportedly they started macking a little bit.
Interesting.
Kevin reportedly asked, is it appropriate to do in front of the children? To which Britney responded, we have children? So there's speculation now that maybe they're starting to rekindle their romance, which I think we're all hoping for. Because if those kids can't make it work,
really,
who can?
They give us all hope.
It would be cheaper for her to get back together with him than to continue to pay him whatever check she's writing out.
That is
That's
true.
Meanwhile, Jamie's little sister, Jamie Lynn Spears, may not be the strongest mother in the world when it comes time to deliver. Star Magazine's reporting that her mother, Lynn, showed her a natural childbirth video. The 17-year-old mom-to-be reacted by throwing up.
Oh, good.
Word is all the screaming, blood, and goop were too much for her, and she's hoping to undergo a cesarean, so she says, and I quote, she can get knocked out and wake up when it's done. I don't think that's how it works, Jamie Lynn.
No.
By the way, Screaming Blood and Goop is going to be playing here at Coachella. Never mind.
If you're hanging out with Julia Roberts, you may want to keep a healthy distance.
Teeth.
Well, yeah, besides her teeth.
She doesn't bite,
the vein.
Mike.
Vein in the forehead.
Vein and teeth. Apparently, she's got other issues, too. The London Sun reports that Julia recently admitted that she never uses deodorant because it's just not, in her words, her thing.
Oh, good.
Glendale! Apparently, smelling is her thing.
Just the smell is unbearable.
Yes, it is. Amy Winehouse is rapidly descending. This is the greatest story ever.
She's crazy.
The London Sun says that on top of all of her problems,
you can't even get through it, Ralph.
She's gotten extremely violent recently. Wednesday morning, she apparently went into a bar in London and punched a guy in the face because he wouldn't give up the pool table.
Well,
guess she really wanted to play.
She wanted to play.
Later that same day, she started throwing drinks and turning over tables in a London bar while she was yelling for people to get out because, and I quote, I'm a legend and I want to take drugs.
Okay.
Well, she's being upfront about it. Yeah, I like that.
If I had $1 for every time Kevin said that on one of our remote broadcasts.
How dare you?
And lastly, one poor sucker tried to get her into a cab and get her home when she was hammered. She thought he was trying to molest her, so she headbutted him. Police are currently investigating the issue.
She's like 4'8".
Well,
I don't know if she's seen herself lately, but nobody is trying to molest her.
Yeah,
nobody.
Those new photos are the best.
I know.
I don't know why I'm so tickled. This woman is obviously in dire need of some real intervention, but I don't know. I think it's funny. And lastly, this is my favorite story of the day, so I'm going to tell it once again. Gary Coleman, star of Different Strokes, apparently is having a rough patch in his 6-month marriage to model Shannon Price.
That's a surprise.
The two apparently are headed for a divorce. Not just any plain old run-of-the-mill divorce, but no, they're going to appear on the syndicated TV show Divorce Court on May 1st to let the TV judge hash out their beefs with each other.
What have they been married, Ralph? About 3 months?
6 months.
6 months it's been already.
Yeah.
Wow.
Shouldn't all celebrities have to go on divorce court?
Yes.
That'd be cool.
Just be
All
like
celebrity
a rule?
divorces should be televised.
Hey, Ralph, I know we're out of time, but since we're talking about celebrity divorces, is there any truth? Do your sources confirm that Star Jones is dating Dwayne Wade?
That's
of
the
Miami
rumor.
Heat?
That's the word on the street.
One
She's
day
seeing
after she
D-Wade.
announced she and Al are broken up, she's with D-Wade.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Really?
What's he doing with her? That's
There's
just not
no
possible,
way.
right?
Not possible.
He would. It would be
Not
too
possible.
much heat for him in the locker room to go out with Star Jones. Like, it wouldn't be worth the mocking and the hassling.
Not possible.
I wouldn't think.
Charles Barkley's going to have a talk with him, set him straight.
Going to take him off his Fave 5.
We'll see.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible you're dating her. She's ugly. Speaking of Gary Coleman, I got this email from listener Mark, who I really want to thank for sending this. We were talking about this supposed model wife of Gary Coleman,
Yes.
Shannon Price.
Yeah, they always call her a model.
Yeah. Dear Ralph, I thought you might get a kick out of the fact that I used to work with Gary's supposed model wife. Last year, I managed a Radio Shack in rural Utah where Gary lives. I know what you're thinking, black midget in Utah, but yes, they do exist. She's a train wreck. I don't know who's worse. She used to walk up to random customers at the store and tell them that her mother died when she was 4.
Oh, no.
What? The straw that broke the camel's back was when she didn't show up for work 3 days straight. If you want other details, I'd be more than happy to spill it. Let's just say they deserve each other. Thanks, listener Mark. So, Mark, thanks so much for sending me that. So maybe she isn't a model so much as she is a cell phone saleswoman. Maybe she's good at getting me D batteries from the back.
What does that mean?
That sounds perverse, doesn't it? I got her D batteries in the back. You know what I'm saying? Today's celebrity birthdays. My buddy Al Pacino turned 68 years old today. Bjorn of ABBA is 63. Hank Azaria, many of the voices on The Simpsons. He does Apu. He does Mo the bartender. Very talented guy. 44 years old today. Eric Avery of Jane Addiction. Yeah, Eric. He is 43. Gina Torres from Firefly. I think I love him.
Listening to the Kevin and Bean Show on the world-famous K-Rock 106.7 KROQ at 8 minutes after 8 o'clock. We're kind of backstage at Coachella. The main stage is behind us about 200 feet where Jack Johnson's going to be playing tonight, but he's here this morning for Breakfast with Jack Johnson. Come on. Jack, you want to start off with a song? You want to do the Handlebar song? Or one of yours? One of yours? Okay, good.
Here's Jack on K-Rock.
It's gonna lift you up and let you down. Yeah, well, defeat you. After it takes away all that you your reflection is a blur. Out of focus, something burn at the end of the road below. Now I can see it will defeat you. After it takes away all that you learn to love, you don't always have to hold your head higher than your heart. You better hope you're not alone. You better hope you're not alone. You better hope you're not alone. You better be hoping you're not alone. You better hope you're not alone. You better hope you're not alone. You better hope you're not alone. You better be hoping you're not so hope you're not alone. Yeah, exactly. Your echo comes back out of tune. You can't quite get used to. Reverb is just a room. Shadow is on the move. And baby, that's not really the words of this tune. Da-da-da-da-da. Baby, you should be moving too. Before it takes away all that you learn to love, it will defeat you, then teach you to get back up. Oh, you don't always have to hold your head higher than your heart. You better hope you're not alone. You better hope you're
That's one of the great tracks from Jack Johnson's Sleep Through the Static here. First song this morning on our Breakfast with Jack Johnson. Jack is one of the few artists, I think, that we've invited back to do another breakfast with. We actually did this with Jack a few years ago and had a great time.
Well, I think we've done it twice. It's our third breakfast with you.
I think you're right.
Fantastic.
Damn. How you been, Jack? Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks, you too.
How's the how's you got a Coachella vibe going on? Is this one of the festivals you look forward to? And
it is. Yeah, the lineup is pretty amazing. Kind of hard not to kill yourself and come really early and be here all day in the sun.
Especially when we make you get here this early?
Yeah, I might go back to sleep after this for a little bit.
It does have
flew over from Hawaii, so I'm a little off on the time.
It does have to be so weird. I mean, I know you've played on a lot of bills over the years with a lot of other acts, but I mean, you're Jack Johnson and you've got the Rockin' Tours opening for you. I mean, it's just it's bizarre. That's what's great about Coachella, I guess.
That's the problem. They ask you to headline a show, and they don't really tell you who's going to play before you.
Yeah.
If they would have come to me and said, you got Rock on Tour and the Verve playing before you, I don't know, I have to rethink maybe. It's a little intimidating, but no, it'll be really fun.
Yeah. Now, you are a guy who is famous for not going out on the road for 200 days like some people do, or, touring around the world for a year and a half. You pretty much pick and choose a little bit.
Yeah, we try to.
So it's kind of special if you decide to play. So you're doing this, and then you're doing Bonnaroo, I guess, out in Tennessee.
Got to check out Prince's sound check last night, too.
Oh, how was that?
That's great. I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about it.
Well, now it might be too late to mention that.
Yeah, it was really good.
And you're going out in August for a bit, but I mean, is that about it? Do you take most of the year off from touring?
Yeah, we try to. If we tour for a month, we try to take a month off at least, and then try to build in some off days if we're somewhere kind of nice, or somewhere near the coast. And places like Barcelona, take a couple days off there, little things like that. I don't know. You got anything to add?
Do you just curl up in a fetal position and die if you can't see the ocean?
No. I do get what my wife kind of compares to PMS if there's 2 weeks.
Oh, you start getting grouchy?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, just slight. But no, I like the ocean, but I don't mind going away from it for a few weeks at a time.
Yeah. I was a little surprised. You're kind of overdressed for this event today. You're in long pants, dude.
It was cold.
What happened? It seemed like a formal event when Jack John. I mean, thank God you're not wearing shoes, but still, the long pants, they threw me a little bit.
I got my JJ Casuals on.
Exactly. By the way, we are going to be getting to your questions. These are Jack Johnson fans who have worked very hard in the last week to win the tickets here on the Kevin and Bean Show.
Yes, they have.
They all had to jump through hoops. In fact, Jack, you won't believe some of the things that people had to do to win these tickets that we'll be explaining to you later on. And I think the audience knows what I'm talking about. Sleep Through the Static is the current album that's in stores. It's been another big seller for you. But a lot of people, it seemed like, were really surprised by this record when it came out. A lot of people who thought they knew what Jack Johnson was all about heard this and thought, wow, this is going into different territory. Did it feel that way to you, too?
Not really. I mean, there's a little more electric guitar, but it feels kind of the same. I don't know. We never really get in the studio and have some master plan. We just kind of record the songs that I've written that last couple of years, and it feels kind of the same. Are you sure you've read the same reviews?
I read a lot of them. I mean, a lot of people were not just talking about the electric guitar, but they were also talking about some of the themes, some of the topics of things that you write about. Of course, you can't help but being influenced by wife and kids and stuff like that. But I mean, there's one song on there that people say is Iraq influence, and some of the other things they hadn't seen from you before.
And we can play that one for you if you want. But no, it's there's always different things going on. I mean, the first record, I was just out of college, and a lot of the songs I'd written while at school, and then you have. Well, I had babies. My wife had babies.
Right.
I helped anything I could do, and so then I had a record or two that were at that time in my life, and then you start teaching them how to swim, and all of a sudden they're swimming off from you, and so there's songs about that, letting go. I get real sappy. My kids are only 2 and 4, and I'm already writing songs about letting them go.
Yeah. You're not supposed to let them go right now.
I know.
Are they surfing Pipeline yet?
Almost. Next year, yeah.
All right.
What were you, like 5 when you started surfing?
Yeah, when I started. And I got my first board. I remember it was Christmas when I was 5 years old. I got this board, and I was so excited. But then I looked at it, and I was like, wait a minute. That's my brother Petey's board. and I looked, it was Christmas. My brother had a brand new board, and I had the board that he had yesterday.
A hand-me-down for Christmas?
But at 5 years old, I didn't care. They put stickers. I remember they put all these flashy kind of neon stickers all over the bottom to try to make it look different. It was just my brother's board.
Well, we've got plenty more things to talk to Jack about. We've got questions.
Try something new for breakfast.
It's Kevin and Bean's Breakfast with Jack Johnson.
World famous K-Rock.
23 after 8, Jack Johnson is here. It's Coachella time, and Jack is going to be, of course, headlining tonight at Coachella, and we are doing breakfast this morning.
Super Whore Alex in the audience this morning with our Jack Johnson fans. They have been, I guess, submitting questions all week long, and you picked some that want to talk to Jack.
I did, and I think I actually have our winner first. This is Laura from Pasadena.
All right.
Hi.
Hi, Laura.
Hi, Zach. Basically, I have a tattoo of the lyrics, and though you've got to go, we'll keep a piece of your soul. One goes out, one comes in. Just because it, I don't know, it had personal meaning for me. And so I was wondering, when you create a song for personal reasons and then other people derive their own meanings out of it, does that change the meaning of the song for you? And if so, how?
Yeah, no, in a good way. I've talked to people. Well, first, thanks. I mean, not that you need a thanks, but it's kind of interesting to hear because Zach and I actually kind of stole some of those words from a conversation Zach and I had in New York walking around the streets one time, and we were talking about what happens to a soul after somebody passes, and we were thinking of soul compost is what we started talking about. Like
Good times.
Good times. But anyway, so that's where that one goes out, one comes in kind of thing. Yeah, sometimes talking to people, and it's interesting that the song will mean something completely different to them, and the song grows sometimes in a positive way. I'll like the meaning that comes from somebody else, and sometimes I'll actually start thinking about that when I play the song or what it means to other people, and so yeah, it does change the meaning in a positive way most of the times.
Have you ever been shocked by somebody's interpretation of your song and you go, what are you talking about? That's nothing what I meant.
Yeah, no, there's a song, Mud Football. First thing that comes to mind is Driving a Padiddle, which is a car that has one headlight.
Right.
But a lot of people think I say I'm driving a potato. Driving a potato and a burnt out fuse.
You might as well just sing that then.
Yeah.
Do you run into a fair amount of people, Jack, like Laura, who get Jack Johnson related tattoos? Is that
No, I was
commonplace?
going to say that's the first time I've ever met somebody that did.
No
So
kidding.
thanks
How
a lot.
about that?
How about that?
That's awesome. Thank you for coming, Laura. Alex, who's next?
We got Danny from Woodland Hills.
All right, I'm a fellow gaucho here. First off, I got to say I'm disappointed that there's no banana pancakes at this breakfast.
Yeah, well.
The question is, since everyone always talks about you being the most mellow rock star, I want to know, what does make you flip out?
What makes me flip out? Well, one time that guy Michael over there with the glasses on dropped a drum on my toe.
So just pain.
I got upset. Yeah, physical pain.
That and bad waves.
Only physical. Yeah, bad waves, not even so much. You can still go swimming. So.
I was reading in a biography about you that you used to be in a party band. I got to be honest, I don't see you as a party band guy.
They're really mellow parties. I'm just kidding. No, we were Zach and I actually went to college. We met when we were 18 years old, and he had one band, and they're actually still together. They're called the Animal Liberation Orchestra, or ALO now. And but back then they were called Django. They've gone through about 5 different names since then. And my band was called Soil, and we would have we play on the same nights. And it was kind of, ALO's playing tonight. We have to get like another keg at the party. And then it would be like whoever could get more kegs at the party would kind of get a bigger crowd.
And what kind of music did you do as Soil?
We did, it was mostly originals. I'd write a lot of the songs. I wasn't singing at that point. My friend Jason was singing.
You didn't do like Brick House or
no,
nothing
like
funky
that. Music.
Hey, not that kind of party. Real party.
Okay, all right.
Jack, it's even the Rolling Stone cover story recently said you're the world's mellowest superstar. Does that bother you that people point that out so much, or do you consider it a compliment, or is it not accurate?
I don't know what I think.
Oh, it's accurate.
Because I don't know anyone else who's known as mellow. I mean, you're it. You're the poster child for mellow, and I think it's the coolest.
Zach's
that's
pretty mellow.
Jack's kind of mellow, yeah,
Zach,
he is. But
he's hardly said anything.
I think a lot of us would love to have. I mean, you have, and I don't know where it comes from. I don't know if it's a spiritual thing or what, but you do seem to have just some sort of level of Zen comfort. It just seems like you're like take it as it comes.
I don't know what to do about it. To be honest, it's my way. Usually in interviews, I'm really nervous, and you don't want to say too much, because you're so nervous. So I come off as mellow, I guess. I'm actually just really nervous inside. I'm not that mellow. I just
Are you
just sound mellow like that.
Are you high?
I hit my head really hard. No answer. No, I'm not high right now.
Just check it.
All right, let's
Right
do.
now.
Well, we got a bunch of questions, but we got time for another song right now. First, I think
Yes.
you got something you want to play for us here, Mr. Johnson.
Breakfast with Jack Johnson, live on K-Rock from Coachella.
This is the song you're referring to earlier. It's kind of just something I wrote down one time. It's probably the fastest song I ever wrote. It's called "Sleep Through the Static." This one. Trouble travels fast, especially designed for crash testing. I wear the wool sunglasses in the afternoon. Come on and tell us what you're trying to prove. 'Cause it's a battle when you dabble in war. You store it up, unleash it, then you piece it together. Weather the storm, drain on the ground, and you stand. Zip it through somebody who's pretending to care. Just cash in your blanks for little toy tanks that I'm using and abusing. Choosing over conversation. Relationships are overrated. I hated everyone said the sun. So I will cook all your books into the looking and mistaken. Watching instead from the comfort of your burning bed. Sleep in the static. Who needs sleep when we've got love? Who needs keys when we've got clubs? Who needs pleas when we've got guns? Who needs peace when we've gone above? Beyond where we should go. Beyond where we should go. Beyond where we should have gone. Beyond where we should have gone. Stuck between channels, my thoughts all quick. I thought about it too much, allowed it to touch the feelings of rain down on the plains, all dry and cracked, waiting for things that never came. A shocking, awful thing to make somebody think that they have to choose, pushing for peace, supporting the troops, and even you weak when you use brute force. The truth is, we say not as we do. We say anytime, anywhere to show your teeth, distract the fear of God. Wears camouflage, cries at night, drives a dodge, pick up the beat, stop hogging the feast. That's the way to treat an enemy. Mighty, mighty appetite, we just eat them up and keep on driving. Freedom can be freeze and take a picture from the pretty side. Mind your manners, wave your banners for the wonderful world that this king can see. But who needs to see what we've done? Who needs keys when we've got clubs? Who needs pleas when we've got guns? Who needs peace when we've gone above? Beyond where we should have gone. Beyond where we should have gone. Beyond where we should have gone.
Breakfast time! Come and get your breakfast on! Kevin and Bean's Breakfast with Jack Johnson.
We're live, of course, this morning on the Kevin and Bean Show on 106.7 FM, KROQ. Also around the world at KROC.com. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Jack Johnson. Let's hear it for Jack for getting up early this morning. He's headlining Coachella tonight, a couple 100 yards to our right here. Before we go back to the crowd, here's an email question for you, Jack. Daniel writes in, have you ever been asked to leave a store due to a no shirt, no shoes, no service policy?
Nope.
Okay.
Can't remember it.
All right. Alex, in the crowd. Who's next, please?
Can we turn on her mic? There you go.
Thank you.
All right.
What's up, party people? Actually, Danielle would lose because she's barefoot right now.
Okay.
She's more casual than Jack. Got Danielle from Garden Grove.
All right. Hey, I love surfing, and I've been surfing since I was 10, so I was just wondering, what was your worst surfing experience?
Probably the time I knocked all my teeth out. And got about 150 stitches across my head.
That tends to do it, right? You were
that was a bummer.
14?
I was 17.
17?
That was shocking.
Yeah, knocking out your teeth.
But it put me out of the water for 2 months, which was a real drag.
That still hurts to hear you describe it that way. I got to be honest. Did your face hit a rock? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I hit the reef. Actually, there was a little chunk of coral stuck in my skull. They had to kind of work on for a while to get out. And it was,
What's the biggest wave you ever surfed, Jack?
106 feet.
No.
No, I'm just kidding.
I was going to say, no way.
I thought that was just so out of the range that everybody would laugh. You know, everybody's like, whoa.
We thought like 85 was about as big as they get, right?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't surf. I mean, I surf somewhat big. I'm not one of those guys you see. You know, Laird Hamilton and those guys.
Right.
My brothers grew up with him. I mean, he was like an older brother when I was young. He used to be around. This guy, Laird Hamilton, I don't know if you've heard of him.
We know Laird, sure.
He's pretty amazing. I'm not like one of those guys.
Yeah.
They're crazy.
Will you have time to do more surf movies? Is that something you can see keeping your feet in the water, so to speak?
You know, I love making those, but they were. I'd much rather go and just surf than actually have to bring a camera and film.
You are the laziest man I've ever seen. I love that. I love that about you.
It was fun, but it was hard because I grew up surfing all the time. I started learning I went to school for film, and I started thinking, okay, I'm never going to make surf movies. I don't want to stand and have to film my friends, you know, while they're having fun.
Sure.
And then I got into it, and it was actually pretty cool. But then now when I get to go on a surf trip, I just rather not have to stand on the beach anymore.
I gotcha.
But you never know. I might make another one down the line.
Alex, who's next, please?
Taylor from Monrovia.
Hi, my question for you is, who's an artist that you would like to work with in the future?
Maybe Greg Brown. There's a guy named Greg Brown who writes these really amazing songs. Not sure where he's from exactly. Somewhere out in the Midwest, maybe Iowa or Minnesota. Mason Jennings would know. Is he from Minnesota?
None of us know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I tend to divert sometimes, but it's he's a great songwriter. His love songs are some of the best love songs I ever heard.
Yeah.
Where did you hear him? Where'd you?
Greg Brown. My friend Janella Fox. She turned me on to him. She's turned me on to Ben Harper, Greg Brown, a lot of my favorite musicians. She's kind of passed me along a CD.
Your pal Eddie Vedder, who I know you're a fan of his music, and you guys are surfing buddies too. Is he a guy you could collaborate with?
Yeah, we already have a bit live at least. Mm-hmm. He came and played at this festival we put on in Hawaii every year. He came last year, and we did some songs together, and I got to play bass in his band for that set. That was pretty fun. We did a couple of Pearl Jam covers and a couple of old punk songs and stuff.
I didn't get a chance to see his recent solo tour we gave away tickets to on our show, but apparently it's just sick. Some of the covers and stuff he's doing, apparently it's just so much fun.
Yeah.
And Vedder going out there solo for the first time.
He's really fun to see live. I mean, I love Pearl Jam, and it's also great show when he does it alone too.
Sure. Hey, speaking of rocking, I know just from reading a little bit about you that like a lot of people, you listened to the hard rock music when you were a teenager, the Black Sabbath and bands like that and stuff. Are there bands like that you still love that would surprise us? I mean, like a group like the Raconteurs, is that somebody you would be really into today?
Oh yeah, I love the Raconteurs. I love White Stripes, Radiohead. I like just about anything. I mean, it's.
Did you ever rock hard in any of the incarnations of music that you played over the years?
Yeah, I used to be in a cover band that did all Minor Threat and Fugazi, Bad Religion.
I think we're going to have to hear some of that. I think we need to hear.
Let's see. How's that one? You put out the It's too high for me to sing. How about that? See, I didn't sing in that band. I was just the guitar player.
Come on, man!
You have to scream it. That's the thing.
We're about to get a mosh pit going here, Jack.
Now, we don't want you to blow out your voice before tonight. But.
Yeah, don't make it be our fault.
The one song I used to sing was... I can't sing it on the air, though. It was You're Effing With Me Subliminally. Suicidal Tendencies.
Right, exactly. That's fantastic. Did you ever go through a phase where you get your Hendrix records out and you just try to shred on the guitar?
Yeah, definitely. It's Hendrix is one of the reasons I wanted to start playing guitar.
Sure. Yeah, how could you not, right?
Yeah,
all right, let's do another question, then Jack's going to play another tune for us. It's Breakfast with Jack Johnson on the Kevin and Bean Show on K-Rock. Who's next, Alex?
Rob from West Covina.
Hey, Jack, good morning. You have a huge fan base, very loyal, and they'd probably follow you forever. So my question is, 20 years from now, do you see yourself still recording music and performing live?
That's a tough question. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm going to probably after this tour, end I think in August after that tour, and then take a year off. I kind of promised myself I'd never put out records unless I had songs. I'd never try to write songs and put out a record just for that reason. So I don't know. We'll have to just see. Yeah, sorry, I can't give you a better answer. I just have no idea.
You have to feel so grateful for the way you've been able to set up your situation where you don't have a record company guy who's calling you up every Friday going, what do you got? What do you got? What do you got?
Yeah, dude. It's that guy,
How you doing?
Josh Nakoch right there at the beer.
Yeah.
Shaking his head no?
And Emmett Malloy over there with the little hat on.
Sons of bitches!
No, they're like they're my best friends, too.
All right. Let the man relax.
They don't really. They're good.
All right. You got the band on stage with you here. Coachella 2008. Jack Johnson headlining tonight, doing breakfast this morning. What do you want to play for us next, Jack?
We're going to try one of my friend Zach here. And when you talked about the band waking up early, we actually waited around the lobby for the bass player, but he never showed up. So the whole band didn't wake up early. But this is one by my friend Zach Gill right here.
Can we get that machine to stop backing up? Really, all that beeping. Hey!
It's part of the song.
Stop it! All right, go ahead.
This is a kind of a creepy song to play this early in the morning. It's called Girl, I Want to Lay You Down. It's a techno remix with the truck sound.
I come over early in the morning. I'm like a heat wave without warning. And when I touch you, my heart begins to flutter. 'Cause you're smooth and creamy like peanut butter. Girl, I wanna lay you down. Yeah. So, girl, I wanna lay you down. I'm gonna flood you like a love river. Oh, baby, the postman is about to deliver. I'll cook you up some dinner, a little pasta. We'll listen to some music, a little Rasta. I said, girl, I wanna lay you down. I said, girl, I wanna lay you down. Oh, baby.
How many accordions you had on the Kevin and Bean show?
All the people in their cars
thinking the sexy thoughts.
Driving down the Santa Ana, whatever that's called. I don't know, I'm from Santa Barbara. We don't have freeways there. We just have the 101. Turn out the lights, bring out the candles, wrap your arms around my love handles. They say the passion may not always endure, but this feeling that I have for you is burning up my world. Girl, I wanna lay you down. So, girl, I wanna lay you down. I said, girl, I wanna lay you down. 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 Girl, I wanna lay you down.
I'm Lisa May with K-Rock Traffic.
I'd like you to meet Breakfast. It's Kevin and Bean's Breakfast with Jack Johnson.
The world famous K-Rock.
This is, of course, just the kickoff of the big Coachella weekend. At KROC.com, you can watch performances all weekend long through the website, starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Actually, a little before 3 is when they're going to air this breakfast. You can see the breakfast that we're in the middle of right now with Jack Johnson this afternoon on the computer. Hey, Jack Johnson?
Hey.
Remember I told you a little while ago you're not going to believe some of the things that our listeners went through to get tickets?
I remember that.
I'd like you to meet our friends Rob and Christy over here. Good morning, you guys. Rob, real quick, tell Jack what it is you called and told us yesterday on the show.
Yeah,
you have to.
I'm so scared right now.
Would you rather I told him?
Yes, please.
All right, I'll tell him. He called up and he said, I'm really trying hard to win tickets to see Jack Johnson at the breakfast. But if I can get these tickets, my girlfriend, I don't know, I'm sorry, will allow backdoor activity.
What? She'll flip over.
So, and we said, and we didn't trust him, so we got her on the phone and we said, are you telling us that that's the case? And she said yes.
Christy, did you deliver?
I sure did.
Yeah! And that's why you're standing. And that's why you're sitting. So, now that you're here and you're seeing it, is it worth it?
Yes, it is.
It was worth it.
I cried when I got here.
You cried last night,
no,
too?
Yeah.
Come to think of it. All right.
It's an emotional weekend. What can I say?
Did you have a question for Jack as well?
I'd not like to play you a song about my children.
I know.
Well, I couldn't make any last
Way
night,
to dirty a beautiful occasion, Christy. Thank you very much. Thanks to
Thank
Rob,
you.
too. We appreciate it. We're glad you guys were able to make it. So, all right. Who's our next question for Mr. Johnson?
We actually have a girl from your neck of the woods, being April from Edmonds, Washington. She won a trip here.
Hi, April. How are you?
Good.
What do you got?
Hey, let's change the subject. Sure.
Yeah. Jack, you didn't seem happy with that story.
You guys are disturbed.
Yeah. Sorry, dude.
I grew up on Maui and Molokai, and so I was wondering what some of your favorite surf places are.
This is a trick question because I always can't really say the ones that I really like a lot.
Because people will go there?
That, and then the locals won't let me surf there anymore either.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you blow it for them.
Yeah. So I like Pipeline. It's already been discovered. No, there's a lot of great spots all around that I like to surf a lot, but I actually do like Pipeline a lot. It just gets a little too crowded.
Yeah.
So I'll say that's about. I'll talk to you after the show.
How's Australia?
Australia's great. We love it there.
Yeah.
That's about our favorite place to tour because every city is pretty much on the coast, and so we don't really do sound checks anymore too much, so we just kind of have to show up for dinner time and the show, and we can just spend all day doing whatever. So Australia, we get to surf and play music every night. It's pretty fun.
Right. When you're growing up in Hawaii, by the way, do you get the sense that you're so separated? I mean, do you get the island fever? Are you dying to go to the mainland when you're on Hawaii all the time, or is it, or do you grow into this is just the universe that I live in and nothing else matters outside of these islands?
Little of each, I think when I was 18, I was pretty excited to come over to the mainland and check it all out. Before that, it never really even occurred to me. And then once I got a taste of realizing you could do road trips that were further than 1 hour away from your house, that was pretty fun.
I bet. All right, who's next? Looks like we got a ukulele player next,
This
Alex.
smiling gentleman is Gabe from La Mirada.
Hey, Gabe.
Hey, Jack. I was wondering... Hey, good. How are you? I was wondering if you could tie my uke.
Heck yeah.
All right, man.
How about that?
Do we call it a uke now?
We do.
That's the easiest question all day.
Yeah.
Jack, how young were you when you started playing the ukulele?
Kindergarten. They put
kidding.
They put them in your hands in kindergarten over there.
It is. Don't you think that it is it's a misunderstood instrument for a lot of people? They don't realize how versatile and beautiful it can be.
I think so. Yeah, I agree. You remember those recorders? You know how most kids. Thank you. You know how most kids are given the kind
of plastic flute things. Yeah,
that's like the ukulele of Hawaii.
Oh, is that right?
We do the same thing with those. Everybody kind of gets them. You make a bunch of noise.
But do you know how to play it at some point? I mean.
And actually, it goes further beyond that. In kindergarten, it's
that's how it starts.
Yeah, it's no, I love playing it. We play it during our set. We'll play it tonight at the show, and it's a beautiful instrument.
It is. I was. I don't know if you're a Jimmy Rogers fan of the country western Jimmy Rogers star, but he was shredding on the ukulele in the 1920s. For God's sakes, He was making it sing.
Yeah, they're great.
Can you shred on a ukulele?
Yes, you can.
You can shred on a ukulele.
As a matter of fact, you can.
Okay.
All right. What do you want to play for us next, Jack?
Well. If I ask you this question, if somebody said you get to play in front of thousands and thousands of radio listeners. Wouldn't you bring a couple of your best friends up and let them play their songs too?
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
I got my friend Mason Jennings here, and both these guys have records coming out. I'm just plugging my good friends, and so in a couple of weeks, both these guys, Zach Gill and Mason, have their own records. So we're going to play a song that I loved the first time I heard it. I just got real excited, and we did it together on Mason's new record, and it's called I Love You and Buddha Too.
I love you, and I love Buddha too. Rama, Krishna, Guru, Dev, Dade, Jing, and Muhammad. Why do some people say that there is just one way to love you, God, and come to you? We are all a part of you. You are unnameable, you are unknowable. All we have is metaphor. That's what time and space are for. It's the universe you thought. You are and you are not. You are many, you are one. Ever ending, just begun. Alright. Alright, alright. I love you and Buddha too. Oh Jesus, I love you, and I love Buddha too. Rama, Krishna, Guru, Dev, Dade, Jing, and Muhammad. Why do some people say that there is just one way to love you, God, and come to you? We are all a part of you. Alright, 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 alright. I love you and Buddha too. Alright. Alright, 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 alright. I love you and Buddha too. Oh Jesus, I love you, and I love Buddha too. Rama, Krishna, Guru, Dev, Dade, Jing, and Muhammad. Why do some people say that there is just one way to love you, God, and come to you? We are all a part of you. You are unnameable, you are unknowable. All we have is metaphor. That's what time and space are for. Is the universe your thought? You are and you are not. You are many, you are one. Ever ending, just begun. Alright, 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 alright. I love you and Buddha too. Alright, 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 alright. I love you and Buddha too, and Buddha too.
Breakfast with Jack Johnson.
The Kevin and Bean Show.
106.7 KROQ FM HD1 Pasadena, Los Angeles. LA and OC's only new rock. The world famous K-Rock.
I'm hearing a big voice from the sky.
Yeah, I think that's the main stage.
Oh, is that what it is? They're setting up?
Audio check, yeah.
We're here at Coachella today. Jack Johnson's going to be headlining, of course. He's the Friday night headliner. You got your Prince on your Saturday night, and then Roger Waters is Sunday night. It's a big 3 days of music. If you missed the announcement earlier, they are sold out for single-day tickets for Friday and for Saturday. You can still get single-day tickets for Sunday, and you can still buy a pass for all 3 days. You can go to Coachella.com to get all those details. However, Jack is doing a breakfast with us on the Kevin and Bean Show this morning ahead of his appearance tonight. Billboard magazine, Jack, has just named you the greenest musician of the last 12 months. Along with some of our friends, including Serge Tankian on the list, Dave Matthews, Pearl Jam, Serge Tankian, all on the list. What does it mean to be a green musician? What are you doing?
We come from Mars and green. No, we do a festival in Hawaii that's a fundraiser called the Kokua Hawaii Foundation. It's or the festival is the Kokua Festival. It raises money for. Hey, how's it going?
That's not going to be at all distracting.
That is not me.
No, that's the main stage.
But it raises money for environmental education in Hawaii, and we just try to lessen the impact of the tour. I mean, it's a big footprint. Tours leave when we do these music tours, so we just try to lessen it as much as we can and work with nonprofit groups in every town that we go to. So money from every show we play goes to local and national nonprofit groups across the states or anywhere in the world we play.
I was surprised to read that the environmental movement came a little late to Hawaii. You would think it would be so in touch with having nature so close to it that they would have been very concerned about it early on, but not the case, I guess.
Yeah, people are concerned about it. It's just we're up against different challenges, being disconnected from the rest of the country. So a lot of our food is shipped in, just to get the food there. I mean, you're burning a lot of energy just to get it there. And the recycling, there's no facilities on the island and everything. So everything has to be shipped out. It's going to be recycled and things like that. So we have certain challenges, but I think there's a lot of potential there with all the solar and wind and wave energy possibilities, and so I think the future will be cool.
And you were able to make your recording studio in California solar powered as well, right?
Yeah, my friends Emmett and Josh and the record label we have that we have a bunch of artists on the label, and the recording studio has solar. So
has there been any downside to that? I mean, any problems with hiccups where it doesn't provide everything you need for power?
Nah, it works great. Yeah, we have in Hawaii. We have the studio I did most of my records. That one's solar powered too. And
how about that?
It's
so
nice.
You can't record when it's cloudy?
No, you still can. You got batteries and stuff.
Right.
Charging, yeah.
Now, one of the funny things, speaking of the environment, Jack, that I read in your Rolling Stone cover story recently was, and I don't know how often this happens, but the guy who was writing the article said, so Jack Johnson pees in his front yard, so why waste a gallon, I think is what you said. Is that fairly common at your house?
Yeah, don't you pee in your front yard?
Well, I got to be honest. We got the indoor plumbing now, and
it's not so much to save. I mean, yeah, that's a perk. I guess it saves some water, but if I'm outside, I just pee outside. You know what I mean? It's like easier than walking back inside.
All right, how many people pee outside if they just happen to be outside? Well, most of the guys.
Yeah.
Most of the guys. How about that? We just got a memo at K-Rock from Scott Mason, who's one of our engineer guys, who's telling us to stop flushing. Is that right, Kevin?
Yeah, flush less.
Flush less, he's telling us at K-Rock. Are we supposed to put up with that?
Hell yeah. If it's yellow, it's mellow. If it's brown, flush it down.
All right.
Well, I guess we've learned a little bit something here today.
We're just hoping for better aim at K-Rock. We're not anywhere near saving money yet on water.
Unless you eat asparagus, then the rule goes out the door.
Is that right? Then you got to flush. Then you got to flush. You've been outspoken, and I think a lot of people that admire what you're talking about with the environment. Are you ever tempted to get into the political fray as well? I'm sure people would love you to be sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it gets political sometimes, just the nature of putting your voice behind anything. Sometimes, people aren't for it, and some are. And but yeah, no, I definitely like playing music, and it's nice to be able to shine the light on something more important than yourself, but I don't want to be a politician or anything, if that's what you mean.
No, I meant, sometimes the artists will come out in support, or they'll, rally for a candidate or something like that.
Yeah.
You do anything like that?
Well, I like Obama a lot. I mean, he's from Hawaii, and I really like what he stands for. And I just like hearing, when he speaks, it moves me, and I think it moves a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah. All right, Jack Johnson is here, krock.com. You can watch it, and, of course, you're listening to it on 106.7 FM. What do you guys want to play for us next?
We'll play... There's a song called If I Had Eyes. It came from... one time my little boy, my older boy was 4, he was just drinking so much soy milk, and I was trying to get him to stop drinking so much soy milk, and I told him that if he kept drinking it, he was going to grow a tail, and
nice.
That it would have an eyeball on the end of the tail. And so he kind of attached his arm to his butt and started pointing it around and looking, and then he pointed it right at me. He said, "Dad, you look good." So I started writing this song, and this is where it came from. But it's not really what it's about.
I hope not.
It started from there.
Okay.
If I had eyes in the back of my head, I would have told you that you look good as I walked away. And if you could have tried to trust the hand that fed, you would have never been hungry, but you'd never really be. Or less of this, or is there any difference? Are we just holding on to things that we don't have anymore? Sometimes time doesn't heal, no, not at all. Just stand still while we fall. In or out of love again, I doubt I'm gonna win you back. You got eyes like that, won't let me in. Always looking out. A lot of people spend their time just flew. We were victims together but alone. You've got hungry eyes that just can't look forward. Can't give them enough, but they just can't stop. Building with bent nails, we're falling, we're home. I don't wanna take up any more of your time. Sweet time, time, time. Sometimes time doesn't heal. No, not at all. Just stand still while we fall. In or out of love again, I doubt I'm gonna win you back. When you got eyes like that, won't let me in. Always looking out. Ooh. Always looking out. Always looking. You've got hungry eyes, just can't look forward. Always looking, building with bent nails, we're falling, we're holding. I don't wanna take up any more of your sweet time, time, time. Always looking for your time, time, time. Always looking for your time, time, time. Time, time, time. Always looking for your time, 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 time.
Come on. That sounded great. Thanks to AT&T Blue Room for broadcasting this via the internet today. Thanks to Brushfire Records for Jack Johnson and the terrific band that's here. They're headlining Coachella tonight. How many are staying all the way through Jack's set tonight, by the way? How many are making a full day of it out here in the California sun?
Everybody but the pregnant woman. Right? You're taking her home, right, Carlos?
Seriously. We don't want that to happen on our watch, man. Jack, we can't thank you enough for stopping by today, man. It was really great.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
We
guys.
really
Thanks for
enjoyed
having us.
seeing you again. Congratulations on all the success, and mahalo, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Jack Johnson, everybody. Kevin, just because we're here at Coachella broadcasting today doesn't mean we've forgotten about Beer Mug's weekly appearance as he tries to break a Guinness World Record. Good morning, Mug. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
How you feeling, dude?
Oh, fantastic. I'm ready to do this.
You should see how Mug is dressed, guys. He's
Yeah.
got a like a toque on, a Canadian beanie. He's got mittens on. He's got a scarf, and he's wearing some sort of sweater. He looks like he's going to go play in the snow.
Well, there are a lot of records that we have been thinking about. There's a grilled cheese sandwich record, 47 grilled cheese sandwiches in 10 minutes. There's a donut record, 47 glazed and cream-filled donuts in 5 minutes.
Easy.
There's eggs, hard-boiled eggs. But we decided today to go with Osi Anyanwu's record. He set this record on November 9th, 2005, and today Beer Mug is going to try to set a new record for the fastest time to drink a 17-ounce milkshake with a straw.
Eating challenges are the name of his game. He has never won one. He is super lame. He's Beer Mug. What's he gonna chug? Easter beefs or hot dogs, you know he'll never quit. K-Rock's Kevin even made him taste for
Oh.
He's Beer Mug. What's he gonna chug?
Here's what I love about Beer Mug, by the way, is that many people, if they try and fail, and then try and fail, and then try and fail, start to lose some enthusiasm.
Yes.
Not Mug. Mug
No.
is as convinced today that he will set this record as he is every single week right before he fails.
Mama didn't raise a quitter.
He's as enthusiastic as a dog. Every time they see you, it's like they've never seen you before. He's in the studio today. He actually thinks he's going to be able to do this. Now, the record for the fastest time to drink a 17-ounce milkshake by straw is 9.8 seconds.
I drink your milkshake.
9.8 seconds.
Easy.
Now, these are custom-made shakes, Ralph? You brought in the blender?
These are homemade shakes. I'm adding the milk now.
Okay.
We're using Dreyer's Grand Ice Cream, whole milk,
All right.
And I'm going to whip this up, and then we've got a glass that is exactly 17 ounces. So I will fill the glass to the top. Mug's got a straw in place. Just let me blend them up, and we'll get going, okay?
All right, fantastic. Now, Mug, I know that you have practiced in the past with some of the other records that you've attempted. Have you had any kind of preparation leading up to today for this challenge?
I actually did. 2 days ago, I complimented a nice burger with a shake from In-N-Out, and that was pretty difficult to do. So I've trained hard.
Wait a minute. You had a milkshake and In-N-Out. That's your training hard?
Yes.
You trained hard.
Tough.
Okay.
Ready to go.
But let me ask you this, and I know we don't have a lot of the specifics about the current record, but it seems like the more liquid the shake is, the easier it would be to suck it down the straw fast.
Sure, yeah.
Are there any kind of rules in terms of the viscosity of the shake?
Well, no, I don't.
knows.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. But
wait, you always do mug search. How did you not do any mug search?
My mug search was just strictly training on this one. I just went right into the field.
And by strictly training, you mean one milkshake added and out.
Yes.
Ralph,
right.
since you're behind the blender today, how would you describe the shake? Is it like a McDonald's shake, or is it even thicker than that, more like a Frosty at Wendy's?
I would call it standard thickness. It pours easily out of the blender container, but is it's certainly thick enough. It's not liquidy in any sense. So.
I think the more liquid the better, because he has to do it through a straw.
Right.
That's the difficult part.
Yes.
You can't just tip it up.
Doesn't it seem like someone like Super Whore would be really, really good at this challenge? I mean, when you really think about just sucking it in as fast as possible.
She could suck the whole glass through a straw.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know why we're having Mug try this.
All right, 9.8 seconds. We have a timer that is 9.8 seconds?
I have a timer.
I have a timer set up in exactly 9.8 seconds. You will hear a buzzer go off. So
we'll see where he is at that point. The milkshake has been poured. The straw is in place. And Mug, are you ready?
Let's do this.
Ralph, give us a little play-by-play.
All right. Can we start the timer?
Mug, 3, 2, 1, guzzle.
All right. He is sucking. Oh, look. His cheeks
Oh, my God.
His cheeks are concave. Look, he's really getting it down. It's going very quickly. He's about halfway through.
Wow.
He is...
Are you kidding me? That was 9.8 seconds right there?
That felt like 2. He drank
Mug, that was exactly 9.8 seconds.
He drank less than half of the milkshake.
Oh, Ralph, fill it back up. Give him another shot.
Hey, do we have like a thicker straw?
You mean a wider straw?
Like wider, yeah.
And I actually fashioned these straws. I fashioned them. They were longer, and I cut them in half. They're pretty wide straws. So
did you steal those from Omar that he uses for something else?
No, these are the 7-Eleven Big Gulp straws.
Yeah.
The thick ones used on the major Big Gulp.
Yeah.
So we have
That was
filled it back
impressive.
up to the top again.
Let's top it off and go again.
All right, it's topped off. Now you have an idea of how much time you have to play with. All right, Mug?
here we go.
You ready, Mug?
Let's do this.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, chuck.
Come on, suck. Suck harder. Suck harder. Suck it, bitch. Suck it. Come on. Give it that
Suck, dude.
All right, come on, seriously. Oh, his
Quit
head,
waving
his head
around.
is concave. His arm is outstretched. Oh. You got like a third of that one down.
Oh, no. Fill it back up.
One more time.
I drink your milk.
I think he can do it. I have confidence.
Why do you think it would be easier the third time around, Kevin, than it is the first?
See how Mug's feeling. Mug, how are you feeling?
Feels like my brain is.
Yeah. Hey, stop talking. Fill it up. Let's go again.
It's full?
A little less talking, a little more sucking, I think is what we're saying
Don't
here.
gyrate so much, too. You're gyrating like crazy. Just
Why is he gyrating?
I don't know.
Well, I think the pain, the brain freeze is making him a little jiggy.
Hey, two things before attempt number 3, and then I think we're almost out of time here. A, is Dave, King of Mexico, is he videotaping for KRock.com?
Dave has got the camera
So we'll
in
see that.
hand, yes.
And B, Alex has some advice, and I guess it's coming from some personal experience. You need to relax the back of your throat, Alex
Is
says.
that how it goes?
That's the answer.
All right, get rid of that gag reflex.
All right, are we ready for attempt number 3?
Do it. Let's do it.
Mug, look at me. Come on, dude. All right? Come on.
Oh, Mike's
Here we
giving
go.
Mike's giving that personal trainer out.
3, 2, 1, suck.
All right, he has got it down on the table this time. He's trying a different technique. He is sucking. His eyes are bulging out of his head. He is sucking. Now you got a shot. Go. Come on.
I drank your milkshake.
How much did he get?
Like a third.
Fill it up.
Keeps getting worse.
We're sorry. You must first dial a 0 or 1.
What it do, nephew?
What it do, nephew?
1-800-520-1067. That's the telephone number to get through to us for Kevin Means What It Do Nephew. This is going to be fun, Kevin, because they're testing the main stage about 200 yards to our right. So it's going to be a lot of two, a
lot of noise,
a lot of that. But you get through, you get on the air, we'll reward you with a pair of tickets to Championship Off-Road Racing this weekend at the Fairplex in Pomona. So won't you please check it out? Let's start with our man Carlos. He is in, of all places, Glendale.
Glendale!
Hey, Carlos, what it do?
Hey, what it do, nephew? What it do, Legion?
Not there. Hey, what's going on?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Carlos.
Oh, yeah. I'm calling regarding the topic that you're talking about last week regarding Filipino guy, like, pulling something out of his butt.
Yes. Let me bring our listeners up to speed. We're talking about a very funny internet video of some doctors and nurses performing an operation in the Philippines that ended up on YouTube, and they are having a party machine.
I think it got taken down.
I think so.
Yeah,
what were they pulling? Was it a can of hairspray or something?
It was a spray can, a full can with a cap on it, and they were laughing so hard it sounded like there were 40 people in the emergency room,
laughing and applauding and high-fiving. And you were that guy, Carlos?
Yeah, actually, there's like 4 doctors and 3 nurses that got fired, and they pulled out a can of Axe spray. Because this guy was, I think, he's gay.
Okay, wait a minute. You were there?
No, the joke was that Carlos was that guy. Clearly, he wasn't that guy. But what is it you're calling to tell us? We already talked about the story. What are you calling to add?
Right, this guy was like a hooker, basically, and I think he got one customer's fist off.
Oh, so no.
He plugged his butt with a can of...
That's the backstory, no pun intended, on how it ended up in his butt.
So, yeah.
It wasn't on purpose then?
No, it wasn't on purpose. It was like out of rage. And all the doctors had camera phone, and they took...
Thank you. Thank you, Carlos. We appreciate it. We had linked that through KROC.com, the Internet Roundup, because it was fantastic. But then the source place that had the thing up there, they took it down too. So
it's too bad. That was really fun.
But you got to look for it and see it, because it really is. It's one of the funniest surgical videos I've ever seen. I don't know if that's the category.
Our friend Richie in Pacoima has a question for Kevin.
Okay.
Yes, Richie.
Hey, good morning. What it do?
What it do?
I'm in Pacoima at the Whiteman Airport, about to board a 4-seater Cessna to make it out there to Coachella. I mean, it's no helicopter, but I just wanted to see our man Kevin got out there this year.
I drove. And
you mean Linus drove?
No, I drove. I drove myself.
Really? You got in your own car and drove out here in real people regular time?
I drove on the 10, then I got on the 60. I only took a helicopter here one time. I wish I could take it every time. It's so great. But you're going to fly to, what, Palm Springs?
He just hung up.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Thanks for calling.
Fantastic. I think it's going well. I don't know about you guys.
I like the guys who don't want to drive. They're going to fly here somehow. These guys going to take a plane.
Let's try Larry on line 5, please, Mike. He is in Fontana on the Kevin and Bean Show. Good morning, Larry. What it do?
What it do, nephew?
What's going on?
I can't believe I made it on the Ralph Garman Show. This is awesome.
What's happening? What can we do for you?
I'm actually calling to call out my boy Rob that's there at Breakfast with Jack Johnson.
Okay.
He took his girlfriend there and not me.
Well, he should have. What's wrong with you? Do you put out?
I would have.
For Jack Johnson, yeah. You got to understand, man. You put Jack Johnson in front of a woman, she just turns liquid from the waist down. I mean, it is a slam dunk.
This is Carlos with the pregnant wife?
No,
different.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, he did the right thing. You are just going to have to accept that he made the right decision to bring a woman to Jack Johnson. I'm sorry. All right, Mike. Any great calls that we can't afford to go into the weekend without? Otherwise, we're going to say goodbye.
No. I got to tell you, I think we should just send it now.
Excellent.
I want to thank the great Jack Johnson and his band for stopping by. Please get their new CD, Sleep Through the Static, in stores and available for download everywhere. And, of course, they're headlining Coachella tonight. And I also want to thank Jeremy McGrath for being on the show today. He, of course, with Championship Off-Road Racing. 2008 season kickoff is this weekend at the Fairplex in Pomona, if you want to check that out. I think that's it for guests today, but Monday, hell of a show, am I right?
Yeah, Monday we have Olivia Wilde. She's going to be on House.
Bell. Thank you.
The hell was that? We have Lewis Black, funny man Lewis Black on the program on Monday. He doesn't get a bell at all.
Sorry.
We're going to talk to Doto on Monday because he sent us a very disturbing email. and it might not be funny. But we're going to talk to him because we like to roll the dice that way. If you have some time this weekend, check out krock.com. Coachella is on. You can watch it all 3 days. You got your Jack Johnson tonight, Prince tomorrow night, Roger Waters Sunday night.
And I have some good news on that, Kevin. We were saying earlier how there were no single-day passes available for Friday and Saturday. I don't know how it happened, but strangely now there are.
Oh.
So if you really did, you got caught up in the excitement of hearing Jack Johnson this morning, my God, I'd love to see that guy do a full set. You can still come down and just get a ticket for today or tomorrow, or, of course, you can get the 3-day package.
And there are many, many bands playing. You got the Crazy Astronaut Diaper Ladies. They're playing today. That's going to be good. Ebony Suppository is tomorrow. And Ballsack Road Rash, I believe, is going to end Sunday night. So. Yeah. And Ass Full of Oscar. And Baby Jesus Butt Plugs. All right. And Anal Afro.
We'll
and the Bacon Horse.
See you Monday. Let's play that song we love so much. That means it's officially a weekend. Have a good Coachella.
And Grandpa's Beaver Hat.
Grandpa's Beaver Hat? Did they get back together?
And Fire Hose of Vomit. Enjoy.
Don't bogart that joint, my friend. Pass it over to me. Don't bogart that joint, my friend.
And Leopard Skin Camel Toe.
Pass it over to me.
And Oddly Catholic.
Roll another one.
Sniffing Natalie will be also played.
Just like the other one.
Texas Sodomy Laws, great band.
This one seems to be about to quit.
Urine Tsunami, fantastic.
I need another hit.
And Vaginal Hazmat.
Okay, Cat Corbett's up next with 40 Minutes Nonstop K-Rock. Why not the Beastie Boys? How about Social D, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Muse, Blur, Face to Face, and more coming up on K-Rock.
Taint Demolition, also playing here this weekend. Plus bobbing for gonads. And Boner Rigor Mortis. And Bud Hyman.
Bud Hyman, are you kidding? It's my side stage or main stage?
Bud Hyman. They go on right after Gravy Chuckers.
Are all these bands confirmed? That seems like too good a show for me.
And the Crafty Gays. And the Jew Canoe.
Oh.
Saturday.
The Jew Canoe. Really?
Pete Doherty's Cat today. Paper Mache Wiener, also on Sunday. And Residual Rodney.
Oh my God, that was bad, right?
It wasn't great.
Dude, where's my office? I totally lost it because I was half-baked, smoking doobies. Doobie Brothers. I was smoking doobies with my brothers. Peace out, Seacrest.
Before you go, there's one thing you need to know, and that's I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC, and we're doing a story on adults who meet kids on the internet for sex. So, if there's anything else you...
If you don't mind, I will begin at the beginning.
It's a new day. Let's get going.
1, 2, 3. Bad boy. 4, 5, 6. VIG.
You don't have to sleep on that couch. No, it's okay. No, it's not. This is a huge bed. Come on, just get in and get a good night's sleep.
I am so glad I came into work today. Ooh.
Gay, 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 gay. I hate gay people, so, I let it be known. I don't like gay people. I don't like to be around gay people.
That's the way it is? Then I just hate you, and I hate your ass face.
Oh, that's it. I left Big Boy for this. Oh, no.
If I wanted to hear from an ass, I'd fart. Guys! Don't you see this is just what the terrorists want us to do? The war is out there, man, out there. Now pull it together.
I'm going to take a recess right now because I'm so mad at both of you guys. I'm about to hold both of you in contempt.
And now, losers.
Come on.
Is that what we are?
Apparently.
Our feature presentation.
We're on the electric radio here. Hi, it's me, Doc on the Rock. Hope you hear me. I don't hear myself. A typical beginning to this typically ridiculous block of airtime that we call Open Line. How are you? I haven't been live on the radio with you people in a long time.
Turn on your microphone, Doc.
It's such an experience.
Doc?
Are we on the air? Boy, I sure can't hear myself or anybody else. But that's
right, big button that says mic 1.
It always begins this way, and then Kevin and Bean will tape it.
Yep.
And they'll put it on and make fun of me
repeatedly
on the weekday show.
Right.
I don't know why I don't hear myself very loud. I don't know why
you don't have your mic on.
Talking very loud.
You have another mic on.
What would that be?
Not yours.
I've created. It's just the way.
It's really broadcasting 101.
Tell me, producer.
Mic's off.
You got me fooled. Anyway,
You're
try that. No, it doesn't make a dang bit of difference.
no, because your microphone.
How are you? Anyway, is your day starting as badly as mine?
Nope.
Oh, Doc on the Rock never gets an even break when he comes in here once a year to do this show.
Got to turn
Somebody
on.
else's fault.
Tries to figure out.
Turn on your own mic
He sounds like he's talking in a tin box.
because the mic's on across the room.
Let's try. Hello, hello, hello.
There you go.
You know what? That's why.
There you go.
Oh, they'll love this downtown, folks. The idiot had the wrong mic on.
Yes,
that
he
idiot
did.
would be me.
Yes, he is.
Well, that gets the kinks out of the bones and the joints here, and when we can go on with open line. I had to do that. If anybody has a tape of this show, destroy it. I will maim the person who lets Kevin and Bean have that.
Psycho Mike.
Psycho Mike.
I don't remember that
Going
laugh.
down. Yeah, I don't think we played it through the end last time.
That's a freaky laugh right there.
Not a laugh.
That's evil.
Why, thank you, Doctor.
Psycho Mike's going down.
That's fantastic audio right there.
Isn't that great?
Because here's what's weird. Here's what's unusual about that, and even people who aren't in radio can figure this out. If he could hear himself in the room, then clearly a microphone was on somewhere, right? So he knew he was on the air. He knew he could be heard through the other microphone, and then it was just a simple question of realizing that it wasn't the right microphone that you were talking into, so just push that button, you're done. He should have figured out what it took him a minute and a half to figure out in about 5 seconds.
Right, exactly. And there's only one button that's labeled announcer. The other ones are guest 1, guest 2, guest 3.
No kidding.
Exactly.
Wow, that does seem easy.
Right? So it's got a unique labeling system. Well,
Lisa May, Money, somebody, please. Can somebody kill Doc on the Rock? God, he's the most annoying person I've ever heard in my life.
yeah. Are you kidding?
Please, someone kill that f***er.
Okay, well.
And miss out on that gold? Doctor said something in my ears, but I don't know what it was. I'm afraid to
Did
look.
he have the mic
It's
on?
a threat.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it in my left ear only. I don't know what happened. No.
Okay, sorry.
Maybe.
Mike wants to pot him up. What kind of
We don't
bad
do that,
decision is
Mike.
that?
We don't even do that for the news.
What's wrong with you?
Exactly. Excellent point, Lisa. Anyway, I was in the mood to hear that again, and I enjoyed it just as much today as I did first time round.
Have we gotten any closer to figuring out, have the scientists on floor 2 gotten any closer to figuring out what it means when he says they'll love this downtown?
No.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
They'll love
I
this
don't
downtown,
know.
folks. I don't even know where we're downtown. Why?
I have thought about that. Now, there is an office of CBS that is kind of our corporate office in Los Angeles. I think that is down on Wilshire Boulevard.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Is it? Well, over where.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but that is not downtown.
I don't think
But that, we're as much in LA as they are here in
Compton.
Compton.
Yeah.
But I don't understand. I mean, that's the only thing I can possibly think he might have been referring to. But we don't really have bosses over there per se, so I don't know what he means.
Oh, they'll love this downtown, folks.
Okay. They'll love that everywhere,
A
Doc.
lot of joy there.
He's very happy, isn't he?
Yes.
All right, let's put Doc up. Hey, Doc.
Oh, no, come on.
Oh, Doc. Doc.
Hi, Doc.
Turn on your mic. Turn on your mic.
It's the big button that says announcer.
No, is that O or is that's Q? That's him.
Program O. He is.
Turn on your mic. Put it in program. He's talking.
He still hasn't figured that
All
out.
right, hold on. I'm going in the other room.
No, I don't know that we need to.
It's a mystery that must be solved.
That mystery.
There you go.
Is he talking to us?
I had the board set up for production.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
Sorry.
God, Doc.
Hey, I was having fun. If you're gonna, have lemons, you make lemonade.
That's right. Okay, but what does it mean? They'll love this downtown. I don't understand.
I haven't the faintest idea. It's automatic writing. It's entirely done in my sleep, like your show.
Oh, I love that.
So there is no downtown that we're unaware of that pulls the strings on this Dog and Pony show.
We noticed.
Okay.
That was more of a question. Okay, that's all right.
All right. You did good work on that open mouth. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Well, thank God we went to him.
Morning,
certainly cleared things up for us, didn't it?
Morning, everybody. It is Thursday morning, the 29th of May I See Them?
Not what I'd call bodacious, but firm, supple, pleasing to the eye.
Yeah, pleasing to the eye. Let's talk about today's Kevin and Bean Show, shall we?
Yes.
Right. We have DeJuan Cribs.
Oh,
Yes.
finally.
That is all I care about.
DeJuan.
I'm the only one applauding, but I sense that everyone is with me on that.
I'm
Yes,
very
we are.
excited.
I saw this yesterday. It is fantastic. Psycho Mike went over to DeJuan's house, did a Cribs episode. DeJuan very familiar with Cribs from MTV, which we clearly not only stole it from, but used the same name and the MTV logo, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, we're clever.
Yes, we are. He was ready for it.
Every woman out there is so jealous that Lisa May's already seen the Sex and the City movie. That's how I feel about you seeing the DeJuan Cribs.
I know.
It's a bird. Oh, I'm so jealous that you've already seen that.
You really want to be first on the block, right?
Screw Indiana Jones, screw Iron Man, screw Speed Racer, screw them all, man. This is the blockbuster hit of the summer right here is DeJuan Cribs. This is the one I've been most looking forward to.
He's the best.
He is.
He is the best. I love him. I told you. How many times have I said to you, I want him to come live at my barn. I really do.
Yeah, that's not a very good invitation. That's a bad invitation.
It'd be so fantastic. I could go down and see him when I go down and feed the cows and stuff. I could hang out with DeJuan, and he could help me down there in the barn, like scoop poo and stuff. It'd be awesome.
House,
really,
too.
He could live in a barn and scoop poo.
He could.
Wow.
I'm willing to open up that portion of my property to DeJuan.
How could anyone turn that down?
I just love him so much. He's the best. Mike, you had fun over there, right?
I want to go back every day.
Okay.
I want to move in.
You want to move in with DeJuan at Bean's barn?
No.
Scoop
I
poo?
want to move in with DeJuan in his apartment.
Okay.
And I
he'd be
believe
the best
if you
roommate
could
ever.
offer up the barn to him, he'd be more than content to stay where he is and play Zelda.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
That
I
is
can't
true.
wait for that. That's in less than a half an hour from right now, our DeJuan Cribs.
That's correct.
Okay.
Also, today we're going to talk about karma and how that works because
It doesn't.
there are certain of us who doesn't believe in karma at all.
I really don't
Thinks
either.
it's a scam.
But it's one of those things where I was raised Catholic, but I'm not Catholic now. But if I were to have a baby, I would have it baptized just in case.
Just in case. What's the downside? I guess a lot of people feel.
So the karma thing is if I do something really crappy, then I don't feel like I can expect good things to happen to me. So I don't do things that are really crappy, even though I don't believe in karma.
Okay. Now
You know what I mean?
Now you're talking crazy. They're going to love that downtown.
It's kind of like what Kevin says when he's talking about the sports superstitions, which is, look, it may not work, but why take the chance? You might as well just go ahead and do it just to cover your ass in case.
Why risk it?
That's exactly right.
You could be wrong.
Right.
Wrong.
Or wrong.
Right. TV show is coming up that we're very excited about called The Jingle Show. And it is a bunch of contestants get on the program and they write jingles.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess they move into a house and jingle together. And
I can't wait.
Someone gets.
I don't think they live in a house.
Someone gets kicked
together,
out each week, and Flava Flav pours out one for his homies. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think any of that is part of it, though. In case you're wondering what a jingle is, by the way, if you don't know the term.
Time for another guest.
That's a jingle. That's the sort of thing that people write for commercials. For instance, you hear little songs that you sing about Oscar Mayer or whatever it is. And there's big money in it. I mean, it is a job that people actually have in this town and in New York as well. And Mark Burnett is the guy. He's the genius behind this show. He also created Survivor and so many other great shows over the years. The Apprentice is one of his. And he seems to think that we're going to be interested in watching people come up with songs that are 15 seconds long. And he's right. He's right for me. I'll tell you that. I'll watch.
Well,
you will?
I think I will.
You will?
Well, yeah. I mean, just because it's
bad.
It could be that
jingles.
It could be that bad.
Oh, okay.
Like
Because
remember?
I really wasn't intending to watch.
Remember when Omar came up with that fantastic song about, or was it Lightning?
This was Lightning.
Lightning came up.
This was his
coup de grace
crowning moment. This was his Citizen Kane.
When we found out that a person that we knew in New York City was a internet predator, and he came up with this.
The internet.
Chip hanging on every word.
Chip.
Masturbating for you.
Chip.
He's the internet predator. Chip.
Now that comes in at a very lengthy 17 seconds. I don't know if that's too long for the jingle show.
What the rules are, yeah.
Well, I can't wait to talk to Mark. I'm very excited about this show.
Find out about that. We got thanks for that info, Bean, on today's program.
Oh, we're not going to have time for that. We're way too busy.
Got to tell you about the new scent, the new James Bond scent. Avon is putting out Bond Girl 007.
Really?
Yep. Wow. Very excited about that. And we have tickets for you to go to the MTV Movie Awards this Sunday. hosted by Mike Myers.
Oh, that would be fun.
And we're going to play a game we haven't played in a long time, El Rey de las Películas.
Oh,
I don't know what those words mean, but we came up with a game that involved them at one point, and we'll figure it out between now and then.
How about the basketball game?
I don't think they're going to like that downtown.
Maybe not.
5:42.
Sam Anderson.
We'll take a quick break and come back with the Ralph Showbiz beat next.
I think we mentioned the MTV Movie Award tickets that you can win later on this morning. We also have tickets for you to see The Cure. 2 big shows coming to Southern California this weekend. Doing a greatest hits tour this time around, by the way. Going to be doing all your favorites, they say, throughout their entire career. And if you want to see them, well, keep listening to K-Rock. We'll hook you up with tickets for the Hollywood Bowl and the Shrine. Both shows this morning on the Kevin and Bean Show on K-Rock. That looks like Ralph Garman right there in the K-Rock studio.
Nope.
That is Ralph Garman.
No.
Really? It's not.
Nope.
Time for the Showbiz beat with whoever.
Sven Magnuson.
Sven Magnuson.
Nice.
Good morning.
Good to see you.
What's going on today, Sven?
It'd be great if we had a Swede working with us.
Yes, it would.
I love the Swedes. Sure, we do have one. Lisa occasionally breaks into Swedish. Lukey, Lukey. Here comes Tukey. Sad news. Well, good news, actually, for the ladies. Sad news for Sarah Larson. People magazine is saying that George Clooney and his current girlfriend, or recently current girlfriend Sarah Larson, are no more.
Oh, really?
Oh, you're kidding.
They're claiming the pair is split up after a year of dating. His representatives would only say, "We do not comment on George's personal life, largely because we cannot keep track of all the women he burns through."
That's what they said? Wow.
They didn't add that last part, but how can you comment? It's like a revolving door over there.
Need a team
Clooney
specialists.
Manor. That's right.
But he dated this one long enough for us to have heard her name at least, which isn't always the case.
She was a significant part of his life, and now is less so.
I don't think we would have had she not fallen off the motorcycle, though. Wasn't that the point where everybody
was,
would?
yeah.
Oh, who's he with?
That and the fiery debate about her hotness.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Some people, I won't say who, said she wasn't attractive.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Must be the king.
I think he was. I think he was one of that camp.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Lisa, too.
No, I thought she was
said,
okay.
She said, Lukey, Lukey.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Kristen Davis.
Belle?
No.
Belle? No
I think she's very attractive. I think
do
before.
too.
She's cute. Before, she's the winner.
No, she's really, she's
Who is she?
very pretty. She's the brunette.
She's one of the
from
Sex and the City girls.
Yeah,
she's the one who had the naked photos come out a few weeks ago.
Got it.
Is talking to Young Hollywood, saying that she can recognize that sobering up is a lot of work because she gave up alcohol 20 years ago.
Really?
Wow.
But has been clean and sober since. He says, however, she still misses the feeling of throwing a few back once in a while. Listen, I saw those photographs. She throws one back just fine.
It's always a good time.
Kristen claims just because you go to rehab doesn't mean the urge goes away. Well, yeah. I think everyone knows that. They don't think it's a cure. It's a way to manage it. One day at a time, people. No?
Yeah, one day at a time. That's right.
Right, Kevin?
Yep.
You with me?
Absolutely.
Samantha Ronson is now denying rumors that she is going to marry her girlfriend, Lindsay Lohan.
Okay. I don't think any of us care this much.
No.
Get married or don't.
I think it's a slow news week.
Where's all the arguing coming in?
She told TMZ.com yesterday the story is simply not true. However, she did not deny the relationship. So,
yeah,
not getting married, but a lot of
yeah, okay,
a lot of that. That's what I'm guessing.
But what about
chicks love Wang Bone?
What about that?
I think that's why they have strap-ons and such things thereas.
Okay. That's right.
By the way, speaking of the lesbians, I was thinking about this. Remember yesterday we were talking to the Stitch and Pitch people that have the Dodger game coming up with the knitting on. Well, that's the wrong direction for baseball to be going in. I think we all agree. And last night at the Mariners game, they threw out a couple of chicks that were making out during the game. They threw them out. Now,
really?
Again,
sport ever.
This is why baseball is the worst sport
This
ever.
is two strikes in a row against my beloved baseball this week. I don't know if I can stand this anymore.
You put them on the Jumbotron and you watch.
Yes.
And then
Wrong
you reward
direction.
them with something.
They wouldn't
That's what
throw
I'd
out
say.
a straight couple.
That's not baseball. That's Mariners baseball.
Yeah, that's
true.
Seriously.
Stinking Washington. Worst state in the union.
Apparently, they have a rule that's against PDA, and that's what they use to enforce this by throw. But I think Lisa's right. I don't know that I've ever heard of a heterosexual couple being thrown out, and I was outraged.
I heard that as they were leaving, they were shooting at them with a T-shirt cannon, too. That's just cruel.
That's just
from
insult
about
to
2
injury
feet away.
right there.
Exactly.
Just knocking them down.
Holly Madison, girlfriend of Hugh Hefner, says that she may never realize her dream of having Hugh's baby.
That's her dream?
Yeah. She wants to get married and have Hugh's baby.
Wow.
She tells an interviewer recently that they've tried everything to conceive, but with no success.
I wonder why, Ralph.
I think Hugh's sperm is just too tired.
Just weary.
Yes, sperm's on the walkers and just can't get to the egg in time. So he says she's looking for a sperm donor now.
Okay.
Oh!
Who's a creative genius, is totally hot, and has dark hair.
Thank
well,
you.
all right, if you insist, Holly Madison. Shut up,
She said
Mike.
that
You're not even
specifically?
on the list. Yes.
Huh. That's weird.
No, actually, that's what she's looking for in a sperm donor.
Oh, really?
Those
Oh,
are
I
the
thought you made
criteria.
that up.
No, creative
about
genius, totally hot, and dark hair. That's what she's looking for.
Why doesn't she just wait about a year and then her next boyfriend can impregnate her?
How dare you?
Oh, I'm just saying, the guy's 80-something.
Yeah, Hugh's mom lived to be 112, by the way.
Oh, my God.
Are you kidding me?
Nope. So he has a genetic predisposition to longevity.
Bean does not speak for anyone else on the Kevin and Bean show.
No, he does not.
I love Hugh. Believe me, it's going to be a very sad day when he goes, but I'm just saying, she's so young, she'll still have plenty of time to have a child whenever she moves on to her next
Not if he
relationship.
lives
That's all
to
I'm
be
saying.
112.
That's right.
Well, that's true.
And by the way, you have her sharp as a tack. One of those older
He certainly
dudes
is.
who just has not lost a step. So.
You look at him and go, I hope I'm that sharp at his age.
Yeah.
Kevin, you should be hoping you're that sharp now.
I know.
Yeah, really.
I'm saying most people hope that.
Sharp 20 years ago.
Ever.
Pete Wentz is flimsy.
Oh!
He's already spoiling his new bride, Ashley Simpson, according to E! Online. He has commissioned a private artist to create a custom piece of art for his wife.
Okay.
You want to know what that piece is?
Is it painting?
Nope.
Is it a statue?
Sculpture?
Sort of.
Sort of.
A giant bumblebee made out of Legos.
Oh.
Why?
Pete apparently considers the bee the symbol of romance. It'll be 47 inches tall and will take 18,000 Legos to create. This guy's the weakest ever! Ever! Here, honey, here's your giant Lego bumblebee.
Hey,
Screw you.
Thank you.
Ass.
Nothing says love like that gift.
That's for sure.
Sweet.
I don't think we are on the same page.
No.
That's an odd gift, but okay.
Heidi and Spencer are ready to take another stab at marriage.
Marriage?
Yep.
Heidi and Spencer?
Yep. Getting married, according to Us Weekly magazine.
Yes.
Heidi tells the magazine that Spencer is her soulmate.
Yes.
And she convinced him to take another shot at being her husband by reading... I'm sorry. Let me turn this around. Spencer convinced her to give him another shot at being her husband by reading her Bible passages on their recent Mexican vacation.
Oh.
I would give anything to hear
Anything.
that.
Yeah, no kidding.
Wouldn't? Oh, my God.
I think Spencer Pratt should go into the ministry. I think he should get a congregation and he should start preaching.
I agree.
Because
La 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 la.
that would be a church that I would attend on a
It would
regular
do.
basis.
Are you kidding?
Forget Obama's loony, Reverend. I
No.
want to hear the gospel according to Spence.
Now, they've been on and off engaged, and now they're trying again for seriously? Is that what you're suggesting here?
Yes.
This time it may end up in matrimony.
Spencer convinced her by reading her Bible passages, according to Heidi.
Okay.
I'm going to say that's not true.
Heidi said it.
Yeah, I know. But
you
Yeah,
can't
but
trust
she also
Heidi.
said he's her soulmate. My God in heaven.
You can't trust Heidi. Who can you trust? Jamie Lynn Spears.
Sure.
She's got a name for her baby, according to In Touch magazine. The pregnant, unmarried 17-year-old plans to name her daughter Huge Mistake.
No.
Huge is the first name?
Huge Mistake.
Mistake?
Hugh G. Mistake.
Okay.
Yes. No, it's a daughter, it's a girl, and her name will be Emma Jean.
Oh, no.
Of course
Emma
it will
Jean.
be. Because apparently Ellie Mae was already taken by the Beverly Hillbillies, you freaking white trash.
Isn't
Piece of garbage.
Brittany's middle name Jean?
I don't know.
Isn't she Brittany Jean? Is that right, Mike?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
Come on, Mike. Wow.
A lot of name calling here.
Whores and sluts going on today. Let's take a look at celebrity birthdays, shall we? Composer Danny Elfman. He, of course,
he's
has
the
given
best.
us many, many legendary screen soundtracks for a lot of Tim Burton movies, especially.
Yep, he's
Used
amazing.
to be in a little band called Oingo Boingo as well.
Yeah.
You may
No,
remember.
that doesn't ring a bell.
When are you guys getting back together? Ask him that again. He's 55 years old today. LaToya Jackson.
Oh,
Yeah, the crazy Jackson.
Crazy.
And that takes something.
Yeah, really. How do you stand out in that family as being nuts? She is 52 years old today. I hope she goes back to the Schenectady Police Force, wherever the hell she was when she was fighting crime on that TV series.
She's in Ohio or something.
Yeah, it was Gary, Indiana.
Was it? Was it?
It doesn't matter where. She needs to be
Muncie,
in the...
wasn't it Muncie?
Yeah,
Muncie.
There you go.
Thanks, Rob.
The Jacksons are from Gary. That's what it.
That's right. She was in Playboy a few years ago, if I recall, and had a pretty banging body, if I remember correctly.
Yes. For 52, she's holding up pretty well. We know black don't crack, as we've
That's
always
right.
said.
That is true.
Actress Annette Bening is 50 years old today. Actress Rupert Everett is 49 years old today. Guitarist Noel Gallagher of Oasis turns 41 years old today. And Melanie Brown, Scary Spice of the Spice Girls,
There
is
you go.
33 years old today. Talk about banging bodies.
No kidding.
I just saw her the other day. Holy crap.
You know which one she is, Kevin?
No,
Do you
I don't.
Picture her? Oh.
She's the black.
Yeah.
The black one?
She's the black.
Yeah.
She's cute.
Wasn't she the one with Eddie Murphy?
She was the one who got pregnant by Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, some motherhood is good to some women's bodies, not so good to others.
Right.
But Melanie B has really just filled out and rounded up in big scoops of caramel flesh. Now she's got, and that's good.
That's chocolatey goodness.
Chocolatey goodness. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat.
When we lost our producer, Lightning, after many, many years earlier this year, it was our loss, but the gain of KROC.com, which has just become excellent. I don't know if you guys go to the site very often, but there's so much good stuff up there all the time, including, for instance, right now, exclusive Weenie Roast video highlights. You can buy now through KROC.com Metallica's entire concert performance for $7.99, for instance. That's something new that we've offered.
Oh, wow.
How cool is that? Because you know
great.
how great they were. I mean, they did an amazing set. That brand new Weezer video we were telling you about yesterday that has all the internet stars in it, like the Chocolate Rain Kid. You can see that video up there for free. We brought back the Warped Tour internship. We're doing it again this year. Go to the front page of KROC.com. You can apply to be this year's Warped Tour intern. You'll travel to every stop of the tour. You get a brand new video camera, and you get to make a video out on the road that we'll put up on KROC.com. I mean, there's just stuff like that all over the place, including a brand new edition of Kevin and Bean's Cribs that just debuted this morning on the site as well.
Now, we started with Cribs. Who was the first one? Was the Armenian comedian? I'm sorry, what?
Doto.
Doto was the first one, right?
He was number one.
He calls us a bunch, has been on the air a bunch. He wants to be in showbiz.
Yes, he does.
He's the international man of mystery. He travels the world.
What's a woman, 5'8" or 5'9"?
Psycho Mike found some strange stuff in his room.
Why did I just stumble upon a collection of hundreds of pairs of women's panties? I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about.
Okay, so that was odd.
By the way, that's a guilty man's talking
Exactly.
right there. Isn't it?
No,
Yep. I don't know what you guys are talking. It's only
By the
one
way,
guy.
you guys, you don't use the plural when you're talking right into my face.
It's just Mike. So that video is up at KROC.com.
Yes, then we moved on to Sam the Armenian comedian.
Went to his house, did Armenian comedian Cribs.
Yeah.
And Mike kicked him in the nuts, so that's funny. That's on the video.
And now we've moved on to a Mr. Dewan.
Now, Dewan is a guy who calls us usually very early. Usually he's still up at 5:30. And he emails Bean a lot, and Bean tries to get him to call us on the air. He's magic. He's the Drew Barrymore fan.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Drew Barrymore is how we first fell in love with him. But here's the thing about Dewan. You cannot feel bad talking to Dewan because he's so positive and friendly and optimistic and happy and just enjoying life and simple. And I mean that in a good way. He just doesn't get all cluttered up with like nonsense. You know what I mean?
Dewan is much like a pretty little puppy. There's nothing negative coming out of him.
Exactly.
Everything that
Just
emits
a
out
good
of him is
vibe.
just positive.
So we sat down with Mike and we said, dude, you're going over to Dewan's house. Be cool.
Right.
And Mike said, that's not me. You got to worry about is Lightning. So we got Lightning. We sat him down. We said, dude, you're going over to Dewan's house. Be cool. We like him.
Right.
Not me. You need to worry about is Mike. So we had that big argument. But Psycho Mike went over there. Lightning went over there with a video camera. It's up at KROC.com.
Mm-hmm.
Videos. You can see the Dewan Cribs.
Hi, welcome to my house, guys. Come on in.
Dewan was ready for him. He'd seen Cribs. He knew what it was all about. Welcome them in with open arms.
What part of town is Dewan calling home these days, Mike?
He's living on Crenshaw.
Crenshaw?
Keeping it real, as they say.
All right.
Nice place?
Yeah.
So as soon as Mike walks in, Dewan begins the tour immediately with the entertainment system.
This is my entertainment system. This is the Nintendo Wii. This is my Xbox 360. I play movies in there. This is a DirecTV satellite system with the DVR, but no premium channels.
Here's what I like about Dewan. He says that like it's a positive. Like, with no premium channels.
He just wants to give us full disclosure. He doesn't want to hold anything back.
Don't have any of those ugly premium channels messing up this DVR.
I don't know if you guys thought of this, but here's the first thing I thought. Now, I'm hearing this tape for the first time this morning. He said that so that nobody would assume that he was watching naked ladies on his TV. You want to make sure that you knew there were no premium channels, so he doesn't have any of those dirty channels, and dirty shows. Maybe.
That could be. So Mike sees some magazines and asks DeWan about those. They seem to have some kind of a theme running.
All Drew Barrymore magazines, old ones. Yep.
What do you do with all those magazines of Drew Barrymore?
I read them.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's it.
That's what he does. He's got like a fashion magazine from 3 years ago. You know, whatever. He's just got a bunch of magazines.
I mean, because I collect old magazines with Adriana Lima in them. Sure. But I laminate them, you know? So, and I didn't want to, push too far with
Of course
DeWan.
not.
But he does have magazines.
It's a true love.
It is.
Right, but he does have magazines from, 2001, so I just kind of wanted to know why he would hold on to those.
He reads them.
He does. He reads them.
So then they move on to his movie collection, which also seems to have a bit of a theme.
51st Dates.
Who's in that movie?
Yep. Fever Pit.
Now, here's what we love about DeWan. Another thing that we love about DeWan is that it's like he's having a conversation with you, but he's not responding to what you say at all.
I could learn a lot from DeWan. You guys claim that I get a little too long-winded. DeWan will end a conversation like that. Regardless if his answer makes sense or not, doesn't matter. Boom, done.
51st Dates.
Who's in that movie?
Yep. Fever Pitch, music and lyrics, and Charlie's Angels.
There seems to be a common theme in a lot of the movies that you have.
Cool.
He will not say it, though, will he?
The theme, of course, is Drew Barrymore is in all of those movies.
Yeah.
And he loves Drew Barrymore. But Mike seems to see a theme, and just DeWan's happy for that.
Cool.
He's happy that you see a theme. That's great. So then he goes into the kitchen, and he wants you to see everything in his kitchen.
We're in my kitchen. This is the microwave. This is the toaster to cook waffles and bread. This is my coffee maker. This is a can opener. This is my two George Foreman grill cooks. And this is the cover to cover my plate in the microwave so it can't be messy. Believe that.
Believe that.
Believe that. Of all the cribs you've done and will ever do, no one else will ever specifically point out their can opener, Mike. I mean, that's the first.
Yeah. He starts getting into the food then, and he actually starts pointing out, nutritional facts. Yeah. He gets that detailed.
Fish, some corn, some chili. I don't like it with no beans. Believe that.
Believe that. He does not like his chili with beans. Believe that. I like when he says believe that because it's not something you would doubt.
Right.
You don't go, oh, he doesn't like it without beans.
Yeah.
So then he says, believe that.
Eggo syrup right here.
He loves syrup.
He sure does.
Bacon, hot dog weenies, Eggo waffles, fish. I think this is steak or pork chop. I cannot remember.
He has no idea what the mystery meat is in his freezer.
DeWan has seen Cribs, you pointed out earlier. Yeah. On none of the MTV episodes of Cribs did they go through every single item in the pantry, every single item in the fridge, and identify it on camera. Where is this coming from, Mike?
They do. They go on Cribs and they'll go into their pantry and their fridge, but they try to highlight the good stuff.
The cars.
Usually, you go to the rocker's house, he's like, "This is beer." Look, and you go to the rapper's house, I got 15 bottles of Cristal. But DeWan wanted to make sure that I knew every item in his pantry, like and you can't fault him for that. I wanted to know what the mystery meat was when I left.
Sure. So they go into the bathroom, and Psycho Mike makes a joke, and DeWan loves the joke. Laughs harder than I've ever heard him laugh. We've tried to make jokes 500 times. He does not find Bean or I funny. But Mike really cracked him up with the aftershave comment.
It's called Black Suede?
Yes, and my mom got me every Christmas.
Is that what it turns your skin into after you put it on, Black Suede?
Not really.
Yes.
Wow.
I felt good about that because he is a tough crowd.
He's a tough crowd.
Definitely.
We just bore the hell out of him. We say something we think's interesting or funny, and he goes, yeah.
Cool.
So they get in the shower, as Mike does, and no one is less comfortable standing face-to-face in the shower than DeWan. Mike is standing right in front of him, and DeWan is kind of like pulling back. He's trying desperately to kind of get away from Mike. Very uncomfortable.
You got a pretty big shower, but you're a pretty big guy.
Thank you.
Yep. So they go into the bedroom, And Dewan starts showing you where the magic happens.
Bedroom.
This is where the magic happens, right?
Yep, it's my master bed right here.
Okay, so that's his master bed. And then he points to the tables on the sides of his bed, the drawers.
It's my George, but I cannot show you guys about this.
Oh, come on. You've shown us everything else.
Private.
He has a private drawer.
That's where he keeps the Playboy magazine that Drew Barrymore appeared in, is my guess.
Yeah.
Because remember, she did Playboy a few years ago.
I don't think he's got that. I don't know what he has, but I don't think he has that.
As much as he loves Drew, how could he not want that?
His
Private.
demeanor changed. It wasn't just he was telling us absolutely not private. The look on his face of, nope, you are not looking in there. I mean, Lightning and I got that vibe immediately, so we were like, fine, we understand.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
He was so open with everything else, but not those drawers, man.
No
he was
way.
not going to let you in. So Mike sees his cell phone and points out the inevitable.
It's my cell phone.
Yeah, girls are always blowing you up on it, huh?
Yeah.
But you don't got time for them hoes.
Nope.
Does not have time for those hoes.
Absolutely not.
And at the end of it, and again, you can see this at krock.com, and it's so worth watching because Dewan is just the best. But at the end of it, he is very excited to invite us over anytime he's doing something, having a party or something. Sure. Anytime. We have an open invitation to Dewan's house.
And you guys can come on my house anytime you want to if I have events like parties and stuff.
All right.
If I have events.
If I have events like parties and stuff.
I'm so going to Dewan's house for dinner next time I'm in town. I'm going to make that trip.
You really should.
I really should.
There's no one happier.
Yeah. It's true. After doing Doto and Sam the Armenian Comedian, who
we have a lot of disdain for.
Right. Like, I had a lot of fun filming the stuff, and there was some good clips and all that. But I really was happy to leave their home. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got in my car. I said, I'm really glad I made it out of there. With Dewan, I just didn't want to go.
Yeah.
Like I said, it was like boarding your puppy when you go on vacation, and you look back, you say, no, I don't want to leave. I can't do this. I look at you, and I say, I must stay.
He's the best.
Yeah. I love you,
I want to be Dewan.
I love you.
Coming up in about 10 minutes, we'll tell you about Kobe Bryant jumping over a pit of snakes and also director David Lynch stuffing still warm panties in his mouth. Both of those things straight ahead here on the Kevin and Bean Show on the world-famous KROQ. First, though, the Afro line is on the air at 323-520-AFRO, 24 hours a day. It's an answering machine. You call us, leave a message, we play it back. Sometimes we enjoy it.
I think the first caller is my long-lost brother.
Yeah. Forgot what I was going to say.
Well, thanks for the
you
call.
might want to plan that out before you dial sometimes.
My man Bean likes to be eccentric, and for a long time, his life's mission was to get the guy who discovered Pluto a stamp.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to list in importance the things in my life, that wouldn't show up in the top billion.
No.
Well, because you don't care about Pluto. The best planet there is.
Well, it's not a planet anymore, first of all. Not a planet. The planet status got taken away. But this caller is referring to that.
This one's for Bean. So Frank Sinatra has a stamp, right? Well, guess who still doesn't have one? Clyde Mother Effie Tombaugh. Burn! Burn!
By the way, Dr. Tombaugh died within a few weeks of Frank Sinatra, so we're in the groove. Enough time has passed that we're about ready for Clyde.
No one cares.
I'm just saying it's gonna. I'm just saying.
Right, but I'm
it's
saying
gonna happen.
But I'm saying no one cares.
I'm telling you it's gonna happen. I'm telling you he's gonna get a stamp.
And B, right? But I don't care. And B, we got to bring Burn back. I like Burn. Burn. You have to shout that. We were talking yesterday about who would win in a fight between Indiana Jones and Han Solo.
Right.
Han Solo.
Hey, a fight between Indiana Jones and Han Solo, the winner would clearly be Chuck Norris.
See?
Well,
because
it's hard to argue with that. By the way, this might be an excellent time to say we have been receiving your emails with your opinions on who would win and why. I just want to remind you, it is a moot point. It doesn't matter now what you think, what I think, what Kevin thinks, what anyone thinks. Once the decider, the great Kevin Smith, has spoken, it is in the books. It's done. Okay.
We went to the decider yesterday. He said Indiana Jones was the winner, so that has to be our answer, even though that was not what I was saying originally.
Yeah.
You may not agree, you may not like it, but you have to accept it and move on.
Rachel Ray's a terrorist!
I didn't understand what that was about, but funny.
Then you heard that. No, there's an actual story behind that.
There is a story, yeah.
Behind Rachel Ray being a terrorist?
Yes.
She's been receiving a great deal of flack, and it's just another stupid story, and I don't know how something like this gets started. But there's a photograph of her in a Dunkin' Donuts ad where she's wearing this little scarf on her head.
Right.
And some people are saying that's the same scarf that you see Al-Qaeda wearing in a bunch of the videos.
Are you kidding? And somebody took that seriously?
And they yanked it.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Here comes Omar, Rachel Ray's #1 fan.
What do you mean? She supports terrorism.
She doesn't. So she's just wearing a little piece of cloth on her head. That's all.
So, Bean, you support terrorism too? Is
No,
that what's
I don't
going
at
on
all.
here?
Omar, the time
Says
is
Omar
now
Khan.
guy.
Yeah.
No, good point.
I don't know where this came from. That story came from. That person needs to be deported. But I do like the hysteria.
Rachel Ray is a terrorist!
Wow, Omar has been saying that for years.
30-minute meals to fuel Al-Qaeda. That's what she does.
All right, thank you. We get a lot of compliments, and it's really bolsters our self-image.
Hey, Kevin, you have really ugly knees.
Oh, wow. How did it come to you like
They're
that?
not good knees. I have to say that she's right about
Well, they're
that.
not
a lot of time on them.
They're not
Yes,
sexy,
he
if
does.
that's what you're saying. Dave, the King of Mexico, was talking about how Angelina Jolie is ugly.
You know, I'm Mexican. I've never wished anybody to get deported, but can you please deport Dave, the King of Mexico? He's a douche. He's such a douche.
Could be that. Could be that he was trying to bring back not.
Yeah, there are a lot of reasons to send Dave out of the country, but the problem is he was born here. Where do we deport him to?
Anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, he's trying to bring back not Bean.
I know.
Well, under what circumstance do you decide that's your life's work? What's wrong
I
with
agree.
people here?
See, my stamp for Pluto guy is starting to look a lot better now, isn't it?
Not
now that you
really.
have something else to compare it to.
Not really, no.
Kevin and Dean, you guys rock. Not!
Here we go.
See?
Oh, for God's sake.
How about that? Good.
Did you guys see that?
What?
That's your ratings going down because you're talking about the goddamn Sex and the City movie. Damn!
Yeah, we could sense it. It was palpable. It was very, very real, the amount of people who left the program yesterday.
All right, what were you guys talking about between 6:45 and 7 o'clock this morning? Because all I heard was blah, blah. Sex and the City, blah, 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 blah. Being gay, blah.
It's because we were talking in special girl language. It's not for you.
Oh, wow. I don't want to play this one now because this one loves Lisa, and I don't right now.
Play it.
I'm not happy with her right now.
Oh, Lisa May, I want to lick you. Lisa May, I wanted to lick Lisa. Lisa May.
That was quite the beat, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how the K-Rock microphones were there magically when certain people pass away?
Hi, I'm Anna Nicole Smith, and you're listening to Kevin and Bean on the World.
Anna?
That's how that happened. I don't know if you remember Heath Ledger. Very sad story. K-Rock microphones were also there.
Oh yes, Heath Ledger. Oh yes, it's like a big sausage. Oh yes. That's right, Jake Gyllenhaal. It is. It's a spicy sausage. Oh, Heath?
Come on.
And this caller would like to add one.
Guy who composed Andy Griffith's theme song.
Well done. Well done. The guy doesn't even get a name. That guy did pass away, though, and that's a touching tribute. Thank you for calling the Kevin and Bean Afro. First, we want to point you back to KRock.com, and it is the Kevin and Bean page and the Internet Roundup, which is where we have links to our favorite videos, and we have some new ones for you.
Click that mouse and open your browser. Pull up your shirt and drop them trousers. We've got shots that need your viewing. Live so hard that you'll start spewing. Kevin and Bean's Internet Roundup.
I don't know that that jingle is going to be submitted to Mark Burnett's program.
Kidding?
Just saying.
Are you kidding?
Here's what we do. We scan the internet so you don't have to, then put all of our favorite clips up. What's the first one today that we want to highlight?
The first one is the ghost riding grandma. Grandma and grandpa driving in the car. They can't figure out what to do, and they decide pretty good idea, I think, for old people.
Well, Grandma, what's on our schedule today?
Well, it's pretty much open. What do you think we should do?
Well, I'm fresh out of ideas. You don't have any ideas?
Well, there's one thing we could do. We could ghost ride the whip.
Then the rap song comes in, and then they jump out and dance while the car's driving itself.
I didn't know that anyone was still ghostwriting the whip. It seems to me like it just now got to the senior citizens, apparently, though.
Grandma and Grandpa. When it gets to Grandma and Grandpa, by the way, it is officially over.
It's over.
Yeah,
officially. Right. Okay.
You remember the Kobe video where he jumped over the car, the Aston Martin?
Yes.
Of course.
The Jackass guys said, "That's nothing," and they brought out a swimming pool with black mamba snakes. A bunch of snakes in it.
Seriously.
And,
hundreds of them.
And they got Kobe.
So we saw you jump the Aston Martin, Kobe, and I mean, it was all right, but what'd you have really to lose on that one? You get hit by a car, miss a few games, big deal. Yeah. I mean, check our scene out. We got to have fun, Kobe.
So one of the dudes rides a bicycle into it head first on a ramp, and the black mambas bite. That's not good.
No.
And so Kobe's watching this, and he's going to jump over the swimming pool of black mambas to jam a ball. He's going to dunk it.
And this is an above ground. This is one of those backyard above ground pools filled with snakes. So he gets the big running jump to leap over the thing. And, well, being Kobe, you can imagine how that goes.
I just swallowed snake skin. Come on, Kobe, you try. You were one of those damn snakes.
Kobe jumps over the pool of snakes and dunks it.
Of course he does.
It isn't possible.
No, it's not. He's flying in the thing. I mean, he's 15 feet through the air. There's no way it's real, but it sure looks good.
And yet there's no better video on the internet than Wee Man, who's way excited about the Kobe dunk, jumping up and down with Kobe, who is, how tall is he? 6'7"? 6'8"? Wee Man and Kobe are hugging each other at the end of it, and that's worth it just for that visual.
I can't even picture that.
It's so great.
How do the guys hook up with Kobe to film something like this? I mean, it just doesn't seem to me like they're running in the same circles.
The Jackass guys are amazing. How they can get Brad Pitt or Kobe Bryant and all these huge celebrities, and they're just these A-listers are willing to
because they're fans of Jackass, I guess.
Yeah. Yep. Do we still have what's his name tomorrow? Jackass?
Johnny Knoxville?
Johnny Knoxville?
Yeah. Tentatively, he's coming in tomorrow, yeah.
Fantastic. So that's number 2. And then the third one is David Lynch. I don't know if you recognize that name. He's a director, and he crazy.
Oh, my God.
Well, he's one of the most accomplished American directors of all time. He made Blue Velvet, Lost Highway, was nominated for the Best Picture and Best Oscar for The Elephant Man. I mean, the guy's just a genius. He created the Twin Peaks TV series, but he loves the internet, and he posts videos all the time up at davidlynch.com, his site. Every morning, by the way, and I do check from time to time, every single morning he wakes up and talks into his camera and says, well, it's Thursday the 29th, and it's 71 degrees today. We're expecting partly cloudy skies. He gives a weather forecast every single morning at davidlynch.com for no reason.
Yeah, there's nothing else on it. It's not like that he goes on to promote something.
That's it. That's the whole point, right.
Just tells you what the weather's like where he is.
He's always doing weird stuff like that, and I don't know where this one was filmed, but he's sitting in front of a microphone. He's got a girl to his right, and he describes what we're about to see.
Hello, everybody. Today, I'm going to put these panties in my mouth.
Okay, now, I'm in. I mean, that sounds like good TV watching.
And as he's saying that, the woman to his right, by the way, is still wearing those panties. It's not like he's waving panties around in the air like he just don't care. She's still got them on.
I'm really looking forward to this. Are you ready? So if you could give me your panties now, and we'll get going. That's beautiful. Thank you very much. Fantastic. They're still warm.
Yes.
Okay. Now, they're very warm, as a matter of fact. I'm going to keep these panties, if you don't mind. The deal is, I'm going to put these panties, these still warm panties, these fantastic pair of panties, in my mouth.
Puts them in his mouth.
In my mouth. I'm going to keep these panties in my mouth.
Right.
What is going on?
Now, somewhere there must be the original version that's just him talking. Clearly, that's the remix. Somebody has taken it and edited it up and put music to it. That's not the way David Lynch does it. But you got to see this video just to see. I mean, there's no clue in watching it why he decided to do this, who this person is, what the goal is, what the bigger message is. He
there
just
never
wants to
is.
eat panties.
He wants to eat panties, and he loves those panties, and he's going to keep them in his mouth, he says. And you know who remixed it?
DJ Omar Khan.
That's what I'm talking. You are listening to the Kevin and Bean Show on the world-famous K-Rock 106.7 KROQ at 10 minutes to 7 o'clock.
We have the weirdest job
We have
ever.
the weirdest job of anyone on the planet. That's true.
We're talking to the great Sean Connery coming up next hour, and I think you know that always gets us giddy. It's 6:50 Thursday morning. Ralph is here with the Showbiz Beat. What the hell's going on, Ralph?
Got time for a quick adventures in moving story?
Oh, sure.
Oh, I love those.
Ralph's moving, and that always sucks.
Yeah. It's really horrible. It's brutal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care who you are or where you're moving to or what your experiences have been. But the process of trying to get your life from one location to another is just hellish.
But at least you didn't waste a week of vacation last week doing that.
Yeah, and worked really hard and got very little done. There's never been a more inverse proportion to amount of effort put into something and then accomplishment on the other
It's almost
end.
like you didn't last week didn't exist.
Maybe the Iraq War. It's something I can really correlate it to in terms of the massive amount of energy, time, and money put into something with so little result on the other end.
Wow.
Is there a tiny piece of you that wishes you could roll back the clock and just decide that you're perfectly happy living where you live already?
No, not really, because we really love the new house, and it's going to be great when it's done.
Valley boy, he's just a valley boy.
That's what keeps you going, is that light at the end of the tunnel. But anyway, I'm still in the middle of the process. So yesterday, I was putting in a security system, alarm system. Mm-hmm. And so the guy from Protection One, I'm not getting anything for saying that, but there's just, this guy comes over and says, he's the installer, right? So it's great, and nice to meet you. Listens to the show, by the way.
Oh, okay.
He's a fan of the show, so that was nice. And so he starts the work. And they got to put with these contacts on the windows and doors and stuff, so they're magnetic. So if someone comes through, it sets off the alarm, that kind of thing.
Right.
So he's going around the house doing all that kind of stuff. And hours and hours it takes him to do this. It's a long, drawn-out process. And he's working on it, and he's getting the system up and running, and he's testing the system, and he says, I want you to know there's different aspects of the system here. You can have panic buttons, so you can get emergency medical or fire or police assistance right away. There's the code you punch in, of course, to turn it on and off. There's a duress code. If someone comes into your house and puts a gun to your head and says, turn off your alarm, there's a different alarm you punch in. It looks like you're turning it off, but what you're doing is sending a silent signal saying, I need immediate help from the police. Send them quietly kind of deal, right? So he says, we're testing this whole thing out. And he said, yeah. I said, what are how are we doing this? We're setting all this stuff up. He goes, no, we're in test mode. We're in test mode where the people who monitor the system, there's 24-hour monitoring, they know that we're installing, so none of this is real. It's all just a drill.
Okay.
And I said, great. So he's working on it, and I'm on the phone to the phone company trying to get something else set up. And I get a sense behind me something's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Someone is standing behind me, and I figure it's the guy who's installing the alarm. And I slowly turn around, and there are two excellent, talented, kind Los Angeles police officers.
They didn't know it was a test?
With their guns drawn. On me.
Oh.
Nice!
As if I am burglaring my own house.
And did you say, is this also a test?
And I'm on the phone saying, yeah, I'm looking to get DSL. I just started screaming like a girl as I was shocked by these two
Oh, my God.
LAPD gentlemen who had their guns trained at me.
Good times.
Even with all your years of training as Officer Gruden, it still surprised you that you got the other end of the...
It's surprising when you have real guns pointed at you, ready to mow you down in your own home.
Dude.
And I said, I am going to be shot and killed before this process is over. Before I actually get to move in this house, I'm going to die. Turns out the folks who were monitoring the system didn't give our boy enough time to work in the drill mode, and they went to live action mode at some point in the process, and the police officers did not realize.
Did you have to lay down on your stomach and spread your legs and put your hands behind your head?
No, that was later on. That was later on in the evening.
Yes.
But it was bad. That's not how you want to. That's not what you want to come across. So I just want to say, first to the LAPD, excellent response time.
Yes.
Good work.
No kidding.
And to Protection One, the alarm works. We know that for sure. Everything is thumbs up.
That's the problem. You're in the valley now, and it's impossible to get out.
That's true. It's 6:55. Time for the Showbiz Beat now. Here's Ralph.
Bad surprise.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Cops weren't pleased either.
I'm sure. Waste their time.
They were hoping.
I wonder if they'll
was
send you a bill
burglar.
now.
They said you get a couple false alarms, and then after that, the city starts fining you.
Right.
But they're like, sir, did you send us an alarm? Did you send an alarm out code, sir? I was like, The alarm's not even working yet, as far as I know. I'm just having it installed. So there was a lot of questions to be answered.
Awesome.
So, yeah. They don't fool.
They really don't mess around.
Nope.
They weren't kidding?
No.
They didn't put the guns away and go,
No, they make sure they know exactly what's happening in the room before the guns go away.
Yeah.
Speaking of guns, Gary Dorton of CSI is through his arraignment process in Indio, California. Remember, he was busted after Coachella for drug possession. He pled guilty to 3 felony drug charges yesterday.
That was a real surprise to me. What kind of advice is he getting from his attorney?
Apparently good advice, because all he's got to do now is go into a treatment program and attend 16 drug and alcohol awareness classes.
Okay.
Seems kind of light for a guy with a suitcase full of drugs.
That's his sentence for cocaine, ecstasy, and heroin that was found in his vehicle.
But his blood was drug-free, right?
Yes, he didn't have any in him.
That probably made a big difference.
Yeah.
But I'd like to suggest, Kevin, that if it were you or me or Lisa or Ralph with the same cornucopia of pharmaceuticals, which, by the way, is an excellent band, we wouldn't be skating like that.
No, that's true.
And if it's not in your system, doesn't that really suggest you're selling it?
Yeah, that says dealer to me.
Yeah.
Well, Gary's in good shape.
Okay.
Why did the convict have to be a black guy? It is such a stereotype.
No, it just happened that way.
More celebrity courtroom news. R. Kelly, the child pornography trial in Chicago continues. Yesterday, the defense announced that they have an out-of-state witness who will testify in R. Kelly's behalf. No word on who that witness is, but the defense said they needed more time to gather the information for the statement, so they got a small recess.
Yesterday, they played some more of the tape in court.
I need somebody to pee on me. Does anybody have to pee?
There's a clip from that.
Meanwhile, yet another person has identified the girl on the tape. She refuses to testify against R. Kelly, but a basketball coach yesterday positively identified the girl as one of his former players. So
basically,
they know who she is now for sure.
She's saying it wasn't me,
right?
Because he's her godfather,
right?
And everybody else is saying, yes, it is her.
That's absolutely her.
How about the basketball game?
So everyone's speculating on who this out-of-state witness could be that would testify on R. Kelly's behalf, how it could be germane to the case.
They'd have to say something like he wasn't there at the time he was with me.
Big shocker in the courtroom yesterday.
Anyone care to predict the outcome of this verdict?
I don't think he'll be convicted.
Innocent.
Which is shocking, because had we seen the video, which would have been illegal, it was pretty clear what was happening.
Yep.
Yeah, if she was underage, then clearly what he did was illegal. But I just have this feeling that you factor in his celebrity, you factor in eight blacks on the jury, by the way, in a city where R. Kelly is God, and you factor in that they are putting on a defense. I mean, it seems like it's not that hard to get one person to say, okay, maybe I'm not seeing what I think I'm seeing.
I think the defense will muddy the waters enough that reasonable doubt will be raised, and they're going to have to let him go. Which is sad.
Who's his goddaughter, people? Allegedly.
Yeah. Do you rethink?
No, it really is his goddaughter.
No. Do you rethink your choice of godparent if you're the parents of that young lady, maybe? Do you rescind that offer?
The guy was in his band, I think, or something like that.
Oh, really?
I mean, he's like an employee.
I mentioned yesterday that AFTRA, the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, has signed a 3-year deal with the Hollywood studios. So we're halfway home to avoiding an actors' strike this summer. Screen Actors Guild started their conversations with the producers yesterday as well, so we're hoping to get some news on that. And great movie news. Right on the heels of Indiana Jones, the fourth Indiana Jones film.
Yes.
Comes word of another long overdue sequel.
Godfather?
No. The fourth edition of Beverly Hills Cop has been announced. Daily Variety says Eddie Murphy will star once again as Axel Foley in Beverly Hills Cop 4, due in the summer of 2010.
Yes.
How long ago was 3? I don't even think I remember that one.
Early 90s, I think.
1994.
Wow.
If memory serves. 1994.
When was the
Beverly
first
Hills
one?
Cop 3.
Was it 80s?
Yeah.
1980s?
Yeah, late 80s.
Wow.
Do we really need a Beverly Hills Cop 4?
No. I would be happy if Eddie Murphy were to do any movie that I would want to go see. I mean, I can't remember the last thing he was in that was, looked appealing to me. It's all kids' movies or just horrible movies.
He's got Meet Dave coming out, where he plays an alien who looks just like him, who lives in his ear. Come on.
No.
This is what I'm talking about.
We actually have the theme.
Do we?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought it was for the...
That's the Beverly Hills Cop.
That's the Beverly Hills Cop theme.
Love that. It's my ringtone.
Your ringtone has something to do with Batman, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Gay wad.
Hey! With the gay wad. And lastly, this could be an interesting film. Apparently,
Gay wad?
Variety has announced that there's going to be a new biopic about the story of the life of Colonel Tom Parker. Does that name sound familiar to you at all?
Yes.
Elvis?
Sure. This is the guy who managed Elvis into superstardom, and by all accounts was a real scumbag.
And into fatness as well.
Yes.
Managed him right into fatness.
Yes, he did. This guy was really shaky. He was not a colonel. He was not a Tom or a Parker, by the way.
What?
Not his name. No one really knows.
He's a Ferner, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was from the Netherlands. He was not an American citizen.
How did he get charge of Elvis?
He was a carnival worker at one time, or ran a carnival or something. Yeah, he ran a carnival, and he came across Elvis in Tennessee. I guess it was Tennessee, Tupelo, right? Mississippi, I guess.
That's right.
Came across him and said, this kid's got talent, and signed him to some ridiculous contract. Literally, 50% of everything he ever earned in perpetuity
would go to this Colonel Tom Parker?
Would go to Colonel Tom Parker.
Really?
Yeah. And just started hawking him, and you know, he had a lot of acts working for him, but this is the one that caught fire, and he got everything.
A lot of people who loved Elvis, as I did, have always appreciated some of the good things that Colonel Parker did, but also recognizes that he had a lot to do with the bad side of Elvis in terms of some of the deals that he got him in, the movies that he made him make, the terrible songs that he made him sing for so many years. He wouldn't ever allow him to travel out of the country to perform because he didn't think he could get back into the country legally. I mean, the guy definitely was detrimental to Elvis's career for a long, long time.
He wouldn't let him tour out of the United States because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get back into the country because, according to this new book that they bought the rights for this movie, he beat a woman to death in the Netherlands.
Are you kidding?
And he was a wanted murderer. And that's why he changed his name.
Wow.
He came to the States. So I'm saying that could be an interesting story from that point of view.
No kidding.
So, a little piece of trivia there for all you Elvis fan. Today's celebrity birthdays. Danny Elfman's 55 years old today. How good is he?
He's really the best. He's really great. When I see a movie is done by him, it makes me want to go see the movie.
His music, it really is. He's one of those composers that can lift a film just by its soundtrack alone.
Yep.
Man, the Batman theme he did for the Keaton movies with the Tim Burton. Boy, is that a great theme.
You know, it's funny because there are so few of those film composer dudes whose names you ever know. I mean, everyone knows John Williams, I think, because he's done all the Spielberg movies. But, you know, it's a pretty short list of guys like Danny Elfman that you recognize that are so good and so prolific that you notice them. You appreciate them.
Danny's 55 years old today. Annette Bening turns 50. Noel Gallagher of Oasis turns 41.
Party.
And Melanie Brown, it's a good time at the Gallagher house, for sure. Melanie Brown from the Spice Girls, Scary Spice, turns 33. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat.
It is K-Rock 106.7 KROQ. Make some notes of that, Mike, so I can remember.
No sweat. No sweat. That is the new one from The Offspring, by the way. That is called Hammerhead. That is an awesome song, and you know The Offspring are better than ever if you happen to be lucky enough to be at the K-Rock Weenie Roasty Fiesta a couple weeks ago. Nirvana on the way, also Rage Against the Machine, and the new song from Coldplay called Viva La Vida. All of that this hour on the world-famous K-Rock.
Plus, we're going to give you some tickets to the MTV Movie Awards. Next, if you would like to call to play El Rey de las Películas.
Yeah. All right.
King of Mexico will be performing scenes from some of the movies that are nominated.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good.
And if you can identify them, that's the game. 1-800-520-1067. First, let's talk about James Bond.
It's amazing. The movie is not out for months and months and months, but it seems like every day there's new news on James Bond. And the latest is another product endorsement associated with the movie. Avon Products has announced a collaboration with James Bond Movies to bring a brand new Bond Girl 007 women's fragrance to the marketplace.
Huh.
I don't know why that's necessary, but there's big money in these perfumes, and we thought, well, if anyone knows about this, it has to be our friend, the original James Bond, Mr. Sean Connery, who we have on the phone with us right now. Good morning, Sean.
Artie and Spencer, how are you?
Well, we're fine, but every time we see some new James Bond news, we like to get your take on it as the original, and most say still the best of all the 007, sir.
And those people are absolutely right.
Yes,
now,
absolutely.
We saw yesterday, Ralph read a story about a new Avon scent called Bond Girl 007.
Yes, of course.
Did you have something to do with that?
Yes, they asked me for my input.
Oh, fantastic.
Avon came to me and said, we're looking to put a scent together for women to wear who want to be as sexy and as alluring as the Bond girls.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I said, well, since I them all, I probably know more about Bond girls than most.
Okay, but we can't say that word on the air, Sean.
Oh, I'm sorry. Since I my in most of
Okay.
I know better than most about the Bond girls.
Not better.
Now, Mr. Connery, before we get to the scent, and I am curious to know how you came up with whatever you put in it, tell me about this new British actress, this Gemma Arterton. She's going to play the new James Bond girl in the upcoming film that comes out next, right?
Yeah, she's in Bag of Solace.
I think it's Quantum of Solace.
Well, it's even worse than my name.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
I think they should change it to Bag of Solace.
Is
Or
she-
Quantum of
Oh, wow.
or
Wow.
quantity of
Is she a hottie, and have you already also had her, Mr. Connery?
No, oddly enough, they've cast an incredibly ugly girl to play a Bond girl this time, you stupid.
Yeah.
What do you think?
She's
I
hot.
didn't know. I'm just not familiar with her, that's all.
Are you familiar with the James Bond movie series at all?
Well, of course. I've seen most of them, yes.
Well, usually they cast very attractive women in those roles.
That's correct, yes.
That's true.
You stupid.
All right. I'll take back that question. Let's talk about the fragrance. Now, what do you know about making perfume?
Well, I have not much experience making fragrances,
Okay.
but they came to me and said, what does a Bond girl smell like? And I thought back at all the ones I my into.
Oh, my
And
God.
I tried to remember their common theme, perhaps, that they all had smells that would represent the Bond girl.
And what was that? How did you recreate it?
My
What?
Sean.
The one common scent they all had was when they were covered with copious amounts of my
Okay, nobody wants to hear about that. And certainly nobody wants to smell like that.
big ropey got this.
Come on. Come on. What did they smell like before you got to them?
Who gives a
Now,
all
Avon...
all I cared about is what did they smell like when I was done using them.
Oh,
When I
man.
was done driving them like a cheap rent-a-car and them up with gallons of.
Okay, now, Sean, according to Avon, they say the new fragrance is going to be intelligence, sexiness, and confidence.
Yeah.
Those are the feelings you're going to get when you smell this perfume.
That's right. You're going to go, that smells like Scottish.
Oh,
How
wow.
confident she must be to wear that fragrance.
Wow. Oh,
Most
this
of the Bond girls, when I was done with them, smelled a combination of salty some sort of alcohol, usually cheap champagne,
Right.
and roofies.
Roofies.
The distinct smell of roofies.
I thought you had your way with them because you were so suave and they were turned on by your good looks.
Sometimes.
Oh.
And sometimes they were stupid enough to say no.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
and then you got to take it into your own hands, yeah.
And
Now,
Connery
Lisa,
doesn't take no for an answer.
yeah.
I understand that, yes. Lisa, you're the only woman on the conversation. Does this perfume sound like something you'll look forward to buying later in the year?
It really doesn't.
No?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well,
G.
You're not going to be the spokesman, are you?
I am, yes. Hello, this is Sean Connery. Would you like to smell like a Bond girl? Well, a Bond girl smells like the underside of my kilt.
Okay. Listen.
Sweaty Scottish rubbed all over your
All right. We got to go, Sean.
and
But
other temple points.
Not good.
all right. We got to go. Thank you, Sean. 106.7 K-Rock is KROQ, and it's the Kevin and Bean Show at
Rubber baby buggy bumpers. Rubber baby buggy bumpers.
24 minutes after 7.
Dave, are you warming up? You getting prepared for your performance here?
Yep. Get ready.
All right, here's the deal. It's live again this year. The MTV Movie Awards are. I'm right about this. It's Sunday, right? This Sunday, June 1st,
That's
hosted
right.
by Mike Myers, and all the big stars are going to be there. And it's always a lot of fun to see the show on TV. But you can be there in person right now by calling 1-800-520-1067. It's been a while since we pulled this one out. What's this game called again, Kevin?
El Rey de las Películas, which means the King of Las Películas.
Movies, King of the Movies.
Yes, that.
Hola, muchachos y muchachas. For many years now, we have been waiting for the greatest actor of our generation to rise up from the Mexican culture. Finally, our prayers have been answered. Please welcome El Rey de las Películas.
Come on, people.
All right. Now, here's the way the game works, if I remember correctly. The king is going to be performing all the parts in a short scene from one of the nominated movies for this weekend's MTV Movie Awards. All you're going to have to do is identify the movie by title, and if you're right, you go into the drawing, and somebody at the end of it, Lisa's going to pick a name, and that person will win tickets to join us on Sunday. Is that right?
That is correct.
8 for 8,
Okay.
I predict.
8 for 8, you
All right.
predict?
8 for 8.
Because of your acting prowess?
Because of my acting prowess.
Tyler in Lakewood, good morning.
Hey, Kevin. Hey, Bean. Hey, Lisa.
Hello.
Once again, you're at El Rey de las Películas. He's going to perform a scene. You just have to give us the movie title.
All right, let's do it.
My name is Robert Neville. I am a survivor living in New York City. I am broadcasting.
I am Legend.
I Am Legend
Yes,
is
you
correct.
are. Yes, you are. That is, of course, the
Nicely
great
done.
Will Smith, nominated for Best Movie, I Am Legend is for this weekend. Tyler, hang on. You are in the drawing. Let's move along to Randy in Corona. Hey, Randy, good morning.
What it do?
I'm pretty sure you're warm, Dave.
You never know, man.
All right, here's your scene, Randy. Tell us the movie title.
I'm pregnant. What? Honest to blog? Yeah. It's Bleakers.
Yes.
Juno is correct.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Juno.
Juno?
Okay. All right, you hold on. 2 for 2.
All right. Yeah, you predicted 8 for 8. So far, you're off to a good start, El Rey. Let's try Kevin in Chino. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning. How you doing?
Very good.
Listen up.
El Rey de las Películas. You change your name to McLovin? It doesn't even have a first name. It just says McLovin. The guy's either going to think, here's another guy with a fake RD, or here's McLovin, 25-year-old Hawaiian organ donor. Okay, so what's it going to be? I am McLovin.
This is... Oh, my God.
Don't let me down, dude.
Only the easiest one of all.
This is the Guinness.
Blanking.
Goes downhill from here, dude.
I am McLovin.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my
There's
God.
only
Kevin has my mind as well as my name. Poor
There's
guy.
only one movie in the history of the world that has a character named McLovin in it. You just got to come up with the title.
I just watched it the other day.
Yep.
It is...
It's that movie that's called...
Oh, Kevin, you are so super bad that you didn't know that.
Nice.
There we go.
Yeah. Dude, that guy.
That's rough.
That guy should kill himself because it's a long life if you have my memory, honestly. Anna in Inglewood. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, we have 2 people in the drawing already. You ready for your scene?
Yeah.
This one's for Kevin. The streets are supposed to be about different people coming together. We come as a battle, but what are we fighting for? We're all here because we have one thing we do. We dance.
Dave, were you doing some sort of an accent there? Was
That was a homeboy.
Okay,
All right.
The only thing I can guess
We
is,
dance.
Step Up 2?
Step Up!
Yes! She got to the Streets, which is nominated for Best Kiss at the MTV Movie Awards. Well done.
Big
You are in the
prod, Step
drawing.
Up 2. I hope you win.
How about that? The
I
only
would
show,
not have predicted that one.
The only show in the history of cinema that will give that a nomination. Step Up to the Streets for anything.
Right.
Should get an Oscar for dancing.
All right, let's go to Scott in Yorba Linda. Good morning, Scott.
Hey, guys. Hey, Lisa.
Hi, Scott.
You ready for El Rey de las Películas?
Maybe.
Here we go.
Try it out.
I got something I really need to tell you. I'm pregnant. With a baby? Yes. Then what are you hitting on me for?
Juno?
Now that is a pregnant movie. There is pregnancy in it.
We were looking for Best Comedic Performance nomination for this year. It's Knocked Up was the movie we were looking for. Nice try, though.
Man, that was good.
That was what, you were good?
Yeah.
Yeah, not really.
All
All
right.
right. Kirk in Diamond Bar. Good morning.
Hey, morning, fellas. Lisa May.
Good morning, Kurt.
El Rey de las Películas. La la la. You knew this was coming, Pete. Listen to me. I didn't kill your father. He was trying to kill me. He killed himself. Shut up.
Spider-Man 3?
Yeah. There you go.
In the category
Nominated
of
for
Best Fight.
Best Fight is the nomination for MTV Movie Awards. All right, hang on, dude. You are in the drawing. Dave, you're doing pretty well so far.
Thank you.
I'd like to suggest that he's picking pretty easy clips.
He sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Lisa in Riverside. Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning. I don't know how I'm going to do because I'm so upset by that guy who missed Superbad.
Yeah, that's...
I know. That does hurt us.
That does
My
hurt.
God.
We were chastising Dave before the game going, that's too easy. Why would you give him a clip that easy?
It's ridiculous.
All right, here is El Rey de las Películas.
Are you Samuel James Witwicky, descendant of Archibald Witwicky? They know your name. Yeah? My name is Optimus Prime. We are autonomous robotic organisms from the planet Cybertron. But you can call us Autobots for short.
Yeah, she got it.
Oh, she got it a long time ago. I believe it's autonomous, not autonomous, too, by the way, Dave. Congratulations, you're in the drawing. Lisa, hang on. We just got time for one more contestant. Jason, also in Riverside, on line 8. Jason, listen up. Here's El Rey with your scene.
All right.
Why don't you just put the titles in these clips?
I know.
Why don't you just read the title? the easiest clips ever.
I've been thinking about something Dumbledore said to me.
Oh, my God. Wait a second. That's his English accent. All right, go ahead.
What's that? That even though we got a fight ahead of us, we got one thing that Voldemort doesn't have. Yeah? Something with 44.
That is an accent? What, is that your British?
Chip, chip, cheerio. Coldplay.
Wait, hold on a second, Jason. You just heard the words Dumbledore and Voldemort, and you still don't know what movie he's doing?
Oh, my God. The English accent? Come on, dude. Oh. Jason is the best.
That's definitely...
Too late because
too late. It's
Harry Potter. Was Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix nominated for Best Kiss.
You
Where
know what
were
that
you?
was? That was you winning.
No,
not.
Oh dear God.
Oh dear. All right, who all's in the drawing here as Lisa prepares to pick a winner for us here?
I think we have Tyler and Randy and Anna and Kirk and Lisa.
That's correct. Okay, let's find out who wins El Rey de las Películas.
Kirk in Diamond Bar.
Kirk in Diamond Bar. All right. Kirk, congratulations.
Hey, thanks.
You are going to the MTV Movie Awards this weekend, and thank you for playing perhaps the worst game on the planet.
The best.
El Rey de las Películas.
How about some new music from that band? Seriously, for God's sake.
So lazy.
That actually
Same
is.
songs
That is
over and over again.
No, that is the brand new song from Coldplay from their forthcoming album. And Coldplay is going to be here with us in the K-Rock studios Monday morning, Kevin. We're going to have a chance to... Maybe you can ask them yourselves why no new music. They are doing a... I'm sure we'll talk about this Monday when we get to it. But they're doing a free show at Madison Square Garden in New York City. Coldplay is.
Wow.
I know. Weird, right? First time anyone's ever done a free show at Madison Square Garden. But we'll talk about that and all the plans that they have for the summer. But yeah, Coldplay is finally back Monday morning. You can hear them right here live on the Kevin and Bean Show on K-Rock.
Thanks for that info, Bean.
Is what we're going to do
What
now.
now?
No, thanks
what
for
are you
that.
talking about?
We're going to do thanks for that info, Bean. Now, this is Bean's inability to recognize that people listening do not want to hear what he has to say.
Mm-hmm.
And this is while you hear commercials, while you hear that song by Coldplay, for example. Bean says things, and he just says them off the top of his head. There's no context. There's no we were asking. There's no story that we're in the middle of. He just happens to be reading something from somewhere and just blurts stuff out.
If you didn't know better, you'd think he was trying to torture us.
Right.
In my defense, though, guys, somebody has to start a conversation.
Nope.
I mean, you say it comes out of the blue, nobody's talking about it, but everybody brings up new topics all the time. That's how a conversation begins.
Right, but most of them are related to, we just talked about Coldplay, we'll talk about that, whatever is going on. But you just come out of the blue with stuff like, hey guys, 67 years ago today, Bing Crosby recorded White Christmas. and no one says anything. I write this down verbatim just so I know exactly what, and nobody says anything, and then Bean follows it up with, that's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool, by the way.
See, the question on all of these, someone has to start the conversation, true, but you have to have a place to go with the conversation
Good
that
point.
you start. There is nothing to be said to what you just said.
Okay.
There's no response.
First of all,
Really
I just think
cool? That's cool?
I just think it's interesting that today's the anniversary of the recording of the best-selling song of all time. Okay,
It's
first
not
of all,
interesting.
That's not interesting at all.
And second of all, I just think it's neat that you can picture a hot Los Angeles day at the end of May in 1942, and they're going into a studio to record White Christmas. I mean,
Nope.
I'd love to have been a fly on the wall in that. That's all I'm saying.
I wish you were a fly on the wall in that.
And you got ice water.
I was watching Showtime last night, and the movie that was listed was The Fly with Jeff Goldblum. No one says anything, and then Bean continues. But the movie that was showing was the original Fly from 1957. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy. How often
I'm
do
not
you see
asking for
the
clarification?
How often do you see the wrong movie synopsis on your DirecTV satellite? That's all I'm saying. Is it's weird that they had linked up the remake with they mixed it up with the original. I just thought that was.
I think you don't understand this bit, Bean. I think you think we're asking for more clarification when in effect we're asking for less. We don't want as much as you're giving us.
How did that happen? Is
So
my
Bean
question
says,
to you.
"Isn't that crazy?" And Omar, who was in the studio at the time, goes, "Not really."
Thanks for that info, Bean.
My blog today has a list of my favorite 5 songs from the Cow Cells.
Oh, I remember that.
Thanks for that info, Bean.
Wow.
What? There's nothing to be said.
I mean, you know the
Tough
weather,
room.
You know the weather chick on Channel 4 that Bean has a crush on?
Alita Loresca, yes.
Alita said warmer temperatures yesterday. I was so disappointed. No one says anything. Hold on. Let me just read. No one says anything. There's a long pause. And then I say, I don't know what that means. Like why you would be disappointed. You can't have warmer temperatures. You can only have higher temperatures. You could have warmer weather, but only higher temperatures.
And that was my point, and that's why I brought that up, because a strongly worded letter needs to be written to Alita. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you don't need to talk to us about it.
Thanks for that info, Bean. Who knew that sheep shearers make $70 to $80 an hour?
Oh, my God.
Lisa May says, which, by the way, is a violation of the rules. You do not encourage him. I'm reading an article about how weak the dollar is in Greenland, and people used to come here to shear sheep. I just... ... I could continue now.
Thanks for that info, Bean.
Why is the dollar so weak?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you for asking, Lisa.
You're listening to Thanks for that info, Bean. We don't need a clarification. We need less. Not more, less.
The point of the story is
not more.
People used to...
Less, not more. By the way, Thanks for that info, Bean, also known as Bean Barfs His Brain. I believe Lisa renamed this last time. Oh, and for some reason, Bean will not stop talking to us about pot pies. It will not end.
Oh, do I love pot pies.
Only 33 more minutes until my pot pie is done. So, of course, no one says anything because there's nothing to say. No. We don't need to know how long. Then there's a long pause. I don't think I could make it. No one says anything.
I was really hungry
Later,
that day.
Only 8 minutes left until my pot pie. No one says anything. Guys, why are pot pies so good?
Thanks for that info, Bean.
I'm just saying.
Stop saying.
I'm just saying.
I know, we're saying stop saying.
Yeah, but still.
Thanks for that info, Bean.
And we have an audio clue, too, today. We actually have an audio, one that happened today on the show. We took an Afro call from a K-Rock listener who was pointing out that the Andy Griffith song, the dude who came up with the theme song for that, died. Very funny Afro call. And after we got into the commercials, this was Bean's comment.
There are actually lyrics to the Andy Griffith theme song. It's called The Fishing Hole. Okay, now that was relevant. At least I didn't bring it up. Somebody else was already talking about the guy who did the Andy Griffith theme song, and I thought you all might be interested to know that although we're familiar with the famous instrumental version, there actually are words put to it as well.
Thanks for that info, Bean.
At one point are you going to go, maybe...
That's relevant and interesting.
Maybe they won't be interested in this.
Not interesting.
How is that not interesting? Your whole life you've heard...
Right, but once
and
you
now
tell
I'm
us,
telling you that there's a singing version of it.
So
right, but what you tell us, we don't care.
What am I supposed to do with that?
What are we
Go
supposed
look
to
it
do
up?
with that?
Where
does that conversation go?
You don't get it, man. It's just like 9/11. I swear to God, I will fight anyone.
Thanks for that info, Bean.
You know, everything is not an anecdote. You have to discriminate.
Come on.
You choose things that are funny or mildly amusing or interesting. You're a miracle. Your stories have none of that. They're not even amusing accidentally.
That's true.
And by the way, you know, when you're telling these little stories, here's a good idea. Have a point. It makes it so much more interesting for the listener.
Thanks for that info, Bean.
Renee Pacheco from Upland, by the way, won tickets to go see The Cure this weekend. Both shows, Hollywood Bowl and Shrine. We can hook you up with both coming up this morning on the Kevin and Bean Show. Also, after the news at 8, Sharon Stone explains karma, which I'm very excited about because I've always been a little fuzzy on the concept and how the karma works, but now I think Sharon Stone can bring it into sharp focus for me, so that's coming up.
She dumb. It turns
7:55. Ralph is here with the Showbiz Beat for Thursday morning. What's going on, Argar?
Why are pot pies so good? Why are pot pies so
That's a
good?
fantastic question, by the way.
That is a bad question. No answer.
Guys, talking about Sharon Stone and her big mouth. She was the one who suggested that karma may have been responsible for the major earthquake in China because of the way they've been treating the Tibetans.
Wow.
Well, karma's come back to bite her in the ass. Apparently now the Chinese government has said they will no longer show any movies that Sharon Stone stars in.
Oh, no, they didn't.
Wow, that's a major undertaking.
Yeah.
You know what you have to do that? Do exactly what you're doing now.
That's right.
Dude, they play 24/7 in China. Sharon Stone.
No,
they
really don't.
You know, I'm glad you did this story, Ralph, because China, they get a bad rap for the way they treat their people, but finally, once in a while, they come out and they do something good for them, and they deserve credit for that as well.
They haven't. They're not going far enough. What, you're not going to show Basic Instinct 2? No one did. Doesn't matter. Yeah. What they need to do is put her in Tiananmen Square and get one of them tanks they got over there.
There you go.
And when she steps in front and puts her hand out, just keep on going.
What is wrong with this woman?
Nuts. Were you guys aware of the big A&E made-for-TV movie, The Andromeda Strain?
I've been seeing the ads for
Saw
it.
the ads.
I remember
I
the
don't know
original.
how
I read the
you-
book.
I don't know how you guys saw it because it went completely past me.
Saw the ads, but I didn't.
It was a sci-fi movie, a book originally, a very popular sci-fi
Great
book
book.
about a virus that comes from outer space.
Right.
And infects us here on the planet Earth. And then it was made into a popular science fiction movie in the 60s.
Right.
So A&E did a remake of it, and I had no idea it was on, but apparently I was the only one. Nearly 5 million people tuned in.
Wow.
To watch the first night of the miniseries.
Bean, I'm sure that you were lubed up and ready to go with all those people dying.
I didn't see it.
He loves death.
It was It was one of the first big Michael Crichton books, wasn't it, Ralph? Wasn't he the guy behind the main drama stream?
Yeah. Benjamin Bratt, Eric McCormick, and Andre Braugher apparently starred in the first night of the 4-hour movie. Produced by Ridley and Tony Scott, but it's just a monster cable hit. So
Yeah.
How about that?
if people watched it, you weren't alone.
I can't believe Eric McCormick is in that. I can't see him playing any character associated with that movie. Is he a scientist? Who is he?
Grace, everyone's sick. Where's Jack? Here I am. Yeah, it's kind of sad. You know who else was in it? Jin.
Oh, Jin.
Daniel Day-Lewis. Daniel Day-Kim.
Daniel Day-Kim, yeah.
Daniel Day-Jerry Lewis. Yes, he was in it as well, apparently.
So he got off the island.
Speaking English.
What?
Yes.
Ooh, like he does.
Yeah. Speaking of which, tonight's the night, the season finale for Lost on ABC. Yay! I'm back. I'm back in the fold.
I'm glad to hear
Good.
that.
I can't wait for the finale tonight.
I'm glad to hear that.
Move the island.
They're going to move the island.
Move it.
So that's the plan.
That's the plan. That's
To
Ben's
move the
plan.
island.
To move
Yep.
the island.
I'm a little
Are you
behind.
behind?
I'm a little behind on my Lost.
Should have gave you a spoiler alert there.
No, it's all right.
But in order to get away from Penelope's nutty dad, Ben is going to move the island.
Now, Kevin, I know you've missed a couple of episodes, but the Oceanic Six come back, and
Right.
they basically come up with a plan to tell everybody that they were the only... Do I have this right, Ralph? They were the only survivors of the crash. They
Yes.
make no reference to the fact that we lived for all these months on an island. They make it sound like everybody else died when the plane hit the water.
Right.
Because that's
And
what
we
the other
don't-
people wanted?
And we don't know why yet.
We don't
No,
know
we
why.
don't
We don't know what the motivation
They're
is
saying
behind
that.
keeping the other survivors secret. And we know there are other survivors because we found out that Sawyer is still in contact with Kate, even though she's on
Right.
the mainland again.
Oh, right, yeah.
So they are living someplace secretly, but for some reason they say only 6 of them survived. And
sorry.
Kate now is claiming that Aaron is her baby, that she had the baby on the island.
I'm sorry, I thought you said that they were going to move an island tonight.
They're moving the
Yes.
island. And Locke
Still-
says, how can you do that? And Ben says, it's very difficult.
Even for Lost, that seems like a little bit of a
But
stretch.
we don't know what's in the Orchid Station, the Dharma Orchid Station. That's where they're doing it from.
Imagine what this conversation sounds like to people who have never seen Lost.
Very exciting, and I can't wait.
It's always a good time.
Not. And this is sad news. I hope this isn't the case. You know, sometimes you hear a story about one of your favorite celebrities, and you just hope it's not true because
Right.
it's ugly. TMZ's got breaking news on their entertainment news website that Bill Murray's wife has filed for divorce, alleging that he is a sex and drug addict. He abandoned her, cheated on her, and physically abused her. The documents were filed on May 12th in the Charleston, South Carolina Family Court. That's where they have their home. And Jennifer Murray says that Bill cheated on her, has an addiction to marijuana and alcohol, engages in abusive behavior, physical abuse, has a sexual addiction problem, and frequently abandons her.
So I got that going for me, which is nice.
Jennifer says that he also hit her in the face and then told her she was lucky he didn't kill her.
Dude.
Oh my God.
That's not funny. That's not a funny role for Mr. Murray.
Unless she asked him to go see that Sex and the City movie, there's no reason for that sort of behavior.
I don't
in my
even
opinion.
think with the Sex and
No,
the
that's
City.
the only time I could pop it. If I was on a jury, I'd say.
I don't even think that.
That isn't good for you.
18th hole Augusta. The Cinderella story. So I just hope that's not the case.
As do I.
Apparently, her prenup, she gets a $7 million payday if they divorce. So
How long have they been together, Ralph? Does it say? Do we know?
10 years, I believe. Yes, wife of 10 years. So ugly, ugly, ugly stuff. Today's celebrity birthdays, Danny Elfman. Oh, Danny. You know, think of all the soundtracks he's given us. Pee Wee Herman.
Yep.
That was his. Willy Wonka, the most recent Willy Wonka with Tim Burton. Planet of the Apes, the Tim Burton did, the remake of that movie.
Yep.
Big Fish. I mean, almost all of the Tim Burton movies have Danny Elfman scores. But my favorite, as you can imagine, has to be the original Michael Keaton Batman movie score. Oh,
it's great. How about all of his music, including the songs for the Nightmare Before Christmas, too? Remember how great those were?
That's right.
Good times.
This makes me drive the Batmobile, doesn't it?
No.
Should.
He's one of those guys who has such a successful second career that many people probably only know him as a film composer, have no idea that he was a big-time rock and roll star for most of the 80s.
When's Boingo getting back together? Dead Man's Party. Halloween concert. I need it.
You ever get to see them, Ralph, back in the day? The Boingo?
I never saw the Boingo.
We saw him a bunch of times.
I saw Boingo, but never Boingo. Yeah. Not the same. Annette Bening, the actress, is 50 years old today. Rupert Everett is 49. Noel Gallagher of Oasis turns 41. And Scary Spice of the Spice Girls, Melanie B., turns 33 years old today. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat.
One of the most successful TV producers in the medium's history, Mark Burnett, joins us after 9 o'clock this morning, the genius behind Survivor and Apprentice and so many other shows. And I think the new one is the one that's going to rocket right to the top of the charts. It's called Jingles, and we're going to be talking to him about that. It's where people make up 15-second songs, and that's going to be a TV show. So he's also producing the MTV Movie Awards this weekend, too, so we'll talk to him about that. That's coming up 1 hour from right now on the Kevin and Bean Show on K-Rock.
Bean, what are the details on the earthquake in China? I'm not very...
It was a very bad deal. It happened about 2 weeks ago. Something around 75,000 people, I think, were killed. Lisa, aren't they talking about something like 3 or 4 million people displaced and homeless?
Yeah, homeless.
I mean, China has a long history of very, very serious earthquakes because they just don't build stuff in, anything other than the downtown major cities. They just don't build it to withstand the earthquakes, and they have a lot of them. So every time it happens there, it's very, very bad news.
So Sharon Stone is at the Cannes Film Festival. Ralph alluded to this in his Showbiz. Mm-hmm. And they ask her about the Chinese people and the earthquake.
Why would they ask her that, by the way?
To get her to open her stupid mouth and talk about it.
I mean, seriously.
So Sharon Stone, I think, pretty much puts her finger on it.
At first, I'm, not happy about the way the Chinese are treating the Tibetans because I don't think anyone should be unkind to anyone else. And so I have been very concerned about how to think and what to do about that because I don't like that. And then I've been just, concerned about, how should we deal with the Olympics because they're not being nice to the Dalai Lama, who's a good friend of mine. And then all this earthquake and all this stuff happened, and I thought, is that karma when you're not nice, that the bad things happen to you? And then I got a letter from the Tibetan Foundation that they wanted to go and be helpful. And that made me cry.
Wow.
That whole clip made me cry.
Wow.
Okay. You're going to think I'm defending Sharon Stone, and I'm not here, okay? But a lot of people are concerned with China and their human rights violations, not just against the Tibetans, but against their own people. A lot of people do question whether the Olympics, this is the time to have the Olympics in a country like China that does have so many problems that the Western world would like to see it. And I'm going to also say that as crazy as her karma comment is, I think more people than not believe in karma and believe that stuff like that happens, that you are bad and then bad things happen to you, even though it's unrelated to the actions that you've had.
But I think the people that died weren't being mean to the Tibetans. That's the Chinese government, not the people.
Yeah, right. But she's saying that China is being punished by having this earthquake, and I mean that sounds stupid, but millions of people believe in karma on a smaller scale all the time. They think, look, if when Ted Kennedy got his brain tumor last week, there were people out there who thought he deserved it because they disapproved of his politics, for instance. They thought that was karma, that he got sick because he has been a liberal senator for 45 years. I mean, people do want to make connections between unrelated things somehow and chalk it up to karma.
I think more people are more level-headed about it, though.
The one-on-one thing, I can see where people believe
what
that.
What you put out in the world, you get back.
Yeah,
that
people
kind of
believing a country is being punished.
Yeah, like a government is being punished by killing
insane.
75,000 innocent people is that's a step beyond.
Tell me that you didn't see not just a few, but a lot of extreme religious righties who believed that Katrina happened to the United States because we allow gays, for instance, to be open. I mean, there were a lot of people who thought that was a country that it was getting revenge on it because of its policies, because of, in this case, the freedoms that it allows in this country.
Yeah, they crazy.
Yeah, exactly. That's not karma. That's insanity.
It really,
but I think more people, and I'd love to take some calls on this at 1-800-520-1067. I think most people, more than half, believe in karma. I really do.
Yeah, but I would think on a personal level more than a natural disaster level. Yeah. I mean, most people could think what I put out will come back to me. I can see that. But a hurricane and an earthquake, I think most people would just consider that horrible, bad luck, and that's what happens.
All right.
Don't you think?
Yeah, I think those are crazy religious fanatics.
I think they're equally crazy. I really do.
You think the person that says what I put out there in the world will come back to me is as crazy as Hurricane Katrina is punishing America?
I think it's absolutely as crazy. Unless what you put out in the world is a certain behavior that then creates consequences for your life. If you're doing, like if I'm driving 100 miles an hour every time I get in the car, it's not karma if I get in an accident. It's a result of my behavior of driving 100 miles an hour.
Or if you're a horrible negative person and you get sick and no one wants to help you. It's not karma. It's
exactly.
Just that
it's not karma.
You've never created good relationships.
Here's an example. Let me throw this example out. If O.J. Simpson were out golfing in Florida today and he got struck by lightning and killed,
it'd be the best thing ever.
Would it be karma?
Because most
people would believe that was karma because he got away with murder, allegedly. Therefore, he got struck by lightning. When the reality is that that's just people trying to make some sort of connection between two unrelated events. There are plenty of people who didn't kill someone who gets struck by lightning and killed every year. It doesn't have anything to do with karma. It doesn't have anything to do with O.J. Simpson. But I guarantee that many, 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 and maybe even most people out there would believe that it happened to him because of the life that he led, even though it's completely unrelated. And it's just crazy.
But
I think it's ironic.
This is the proof that there is no karma because he is still out there and lightning didn't strike him.
All right, Bean does not believe at all in karma. I think most people would believe in, even if you don't believe in, what's the downside of
that's where I stand.
Playing along with.
I don't really believe in it, but why tempt?
I get all of my information from My Name is Earl. That's where I get my information.
I also believe that what goes around comes around. And that's how I try and live my life. You do good things, and good things happen to you. You do bad things, and it'll come back to haunt you. It's karma.
Karma. There it was.
See? He learned that from Carson Daly, and now he has his list, and he's crossing people off the list, Bean.
You know the kind of guy who does nothing but bad things and then wonders why his life sucks? Well, that was me. Every time something good happened to me, something bad was always waiting around the corner. Karma.
There it is.
Okay, don't get me wrong. I think Earl's life is improved by the proactive nature of his list. The fact that he goes out there and apologizes to people that he's harmed in the past doesn't have anything to do with karma. It just has to do with making him sleep better at night because he's cleared the slate with a bunch of these people, and I think that probably ends up making him a happier person. But again, that's something that he's doing that has a direct result in the consequences that come back to him. Completely unrelated to how most people describe karma.
All right, let's go to Frank in Anaheim who has an explanation. Good morning, Frank.
Morning.
Hi there.
Hey, yeah, I totally believe in karma because it's like it's positive or negative energy that's sent out. You know what I mean? And if you're putting out good energy, good things are going to come back to you. And you say you do some bad things, you're going to have to make up for it sometime in life before you pass on. And as far as China is just like a land of negative energy, and that's a lot of negative energy to have a big giant earthquake, don't you think?
Well, so the Northridge earthquake was a result of negative energy in Northridge?
Those Northridgians, man, they are super negative.
You know how they are, man.
That was a whole different deal. There's a fault line there. That's something totally different.
But there's fault lines in China, too, though. There's fault lines in China, too.
Oh, Bean, you just don't get it.
They have earthquakes all the time there.
Check out the negative energy of a rubber band. Okay, you're pulling it apart. When's it going to snap? You know what I mean?
Okay, but...
Yes, but I don't see how that relates to anything.
But Frank, what we're saying is earthquakes are all caused for the same reason because of the shift in the plates underneath underneath the ground. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you're in a good country or a bad country, a good person, bad person. If you're living somewhere where there's a fault line, there's going to be a quake at some point.
It's the little green man in the great big eye in the sky.
Right.
Okay, Frank's gone bye-bye.
I'm with Frank, whatever he just said. 1-800-520-1067. What about this, Bean? What about that? Look, did you think about that?
Look, you can't
What
argue
you
that.
don't learn from Carson Daly, you learn from Boy George.
That's correct. That is correct. We'll take your calls when we get back. Okay. Bean is asking for some clarification on karma. He does not believe karma exists. I'd like to point out that the people in charge of karma, Karma Police.
I didn't know there were karma police.
There are
really?
karma police, yes.
Look, I put karma. We're going to take your calls here in a moment at 1-800-520-1067. And I want to clarify for people who may not have been with us in the last segment. We were talking about Sharon Stone's recent remarks that China kind of had it coming with the big earthquake this month because they're bad people. I mean, basically, she was saying, I thought maybe it was karma. And I think that people hate randomness. And I think that the belief in karma is very much like the people who believe that there's an invisible hand of God that is controlling everything that happens in your life. People don't want to accept the fact that bad things happen to good people and good things happen to bad people. They want to think that it's all being manipulated somehow from above. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So if you can explain how it really does work, I'd love to know, because if I'm missing out on something cool, I'd like to, it's not too late to jump on board.
Yes, it is. Who's got more bad karma stacked on top of bad karma than Bean?
Yeah, it really pays for you not to believe in
I
karma.
mean, that's a long road for you to walk, my friend. Let's start with Cronus in El Segundo. Good morning, Cronus.
Hey, morning, guys.
Morning.
And Lisa May, rock out.
What's going on?
Guys, karma, like, it's so obvious. You're commonsensical. You guys make sense when you talk about these type of things. And basically, if you do lots of bad stuff, people around you are going to see that, and they're going to, like, do less nice things for you, which may cause bad things to happen to you, like maybe not avoid, something that'll cause you to fall. After a while, that stuff will take a toll. So if you're a mean person, people will see that.
I don't think of that as karma. I think of
And that's
that
not karma
as
at all.
you reap what you sow.
But that's what causes the karma to be something you perceive. Like, it's basically you do these things that, people see that you're a bad person, and eventually...
Okay, but again, Cronus, that goes back to what we were saying, which is I completely understand and accept 100% that there are consequences to your actions. If you are a dick to everybody, then eventually that is going to come back and hurt you because people are going to be a dick to you. I get that. I mean, but that doesn't have anything to do with karma at all. What I'm talking about, in the example that I gave a moment ago, is that O.J. Simpson gets struck by lightning and killed today on a golf course. Most people will believe it was karma because he got away with murder. That's what's ridiculous to me. That's people trying to make a connection that isn't there.
All right, thank you for the call. Let's go to Danny, who is calling from Tarzana. Good morning, Danny.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, karma to me, I'm being raised a Buddhist, is just based on cause and effect, period.
So you're saying karma is what Bean describes when he says if you're a dick to people, it'll come back to you.
Now, to everybody else, is the way you're using karma as far as explaining other things is what's ridiculous. So, good and bad is subjective. And if you want to take what you know and say, okay, that was due to bad karma, well, that's your opinion. But as far as, things happening to people...
You mean random events?
Yeah, random events. It's based on cause and effect. Now, the problem is you can't see what causes everybody's made throughout, time. So, therefore, it's kind of hard to judge when you're looking at the effect.
Okay, but you would say the earthquake in China was caused by something that we couldn't see? Or is it possible that it's just a random earthquake?
It's a random event, but you happen to be there for that random event, so you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, which is based on your karma. So there's people karma and there's country karma.
So you think 75,000 people had bad karma and they just happened to live where an earthquake wiped them out?
Danny.
Well, wait a minute. That is exactly what happened. Okay, it's not that I think that is.
No, they may have had bad luck, but that doesn't have anything to do with karma. I mean, they just happened to. I mean, look, we talked about the Northridge quake a little while ago. I mean, there were around 60 people in Los Angeles, most of whom were in that one apartment building, who just never woke up that day because the earthquake happened. Didn't have anything to do with them. Wasn't because they were good or bad people. They just happened to be sleeping on top of the fault line.
But wait, good or bad people against subjective, but bad luck is their karma. Good luck is their karma. All right, it's all based on cause and effect.
I
reject
you
totally. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're bad. Thank you for the
struggle. I'm sorry. Wouldn't it be awesome if he got hit by a bus like right now? Like he hung up, he said all that. Okay, thanks, Kevin and Bean. Bye-bye. Boom! Then what would he believe?
You are listening to the Kevin and Bean Show on the world-famous K-Rock 106.7 KRQ. The Cure, of course, being here this weekend. 2 different shows. Mm-hmm. Giving you tickets along with a chance to hang backstage with Robert Smith.
Say it. Read it.
What? Backstage with Robert Smith. What? Read what?
We just gave away tickets, yeah.
James Cho.
Hey! Oh, my God.
From Buena Park. Just excited about that one. I don't know why.
So retarded.
Just won tickets to the bowl and to the Shrine and gets to hang with Robert Smith.
All right, here's the question. What's your favorite James Bond theme song? There have been 21 of them throughout the years. Most of them have also been big hit records by top stars. It's a real honor to be asked to do a James Bond theme song. What is your favorite, Kevin? Do you have one?
I don't have that category. I don't know.
Okay, Live and Let Die. Paul McCartney was one that a lot of people like.
That's a great one.
I loved You Only Live Twice. That was one of my favorites. This is interesting, by the way. You know who did the theme song for Casino Royale? The last James Bond movie was our friend Chris Cornell did the theme song for that one.
Oh, yes, that's right.
About that.
Madonna did Die Another Day. The band Garbage did The World Is Not Enough. Sheryl Crow, Tomorrow Never Dies. So there's a long history of popular artists. And the latest, there's a little bit of a controversy about the Solace of Quantum of Solace, whatever the new one's going to be called, coming out later this year. Who's going to get the theme? Is it going to be Beyonce, as some are suggesting, or is it going to be our little beehive-wearing pal, Amy Winehouse? And we've got Amy on the phone from London right now to discuss the topic at hand. Good morning, Miss Winehouse.
Oi, how you doing?
Very good, thank you. We're looking for Amy, please.
Yeah, this is Amy.
Okay. All right.
How's it going, mate?
Well, we're fine. How are you feeling? These latest pictures I've been seeing of you on TMZ.com, I got to be honest, you're looking kind of rough.
No, I've never felt better.
Is that really?
I'm top of my game. I can't wait for this song to come out and get me back on the chart where I belong.
Okay, just before we go back to the song, is that a diaper you're wearing in the picture?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Okay,
really.
Okay.
Some people would call it a diaper.
Okay.
It looks like it in this
photo. Some people would call it
a diper.
A diaper.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. Good enough.
Never just call
Amy,
it a diaper, really.
Okay.
Okay.
What?
Oh, I don't want to ask.
Whoa.
Amy. Oh, come on. Are you all right?
It's leaking.
Oh,
the diaper's leaking. I should probably change it.
That isn't.
Yeah, you should. Now,
Amy, I think it's full.
Oh, that's not.
Oh, please do that. Please change that.
I had to check the dipstick.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm about a quart low.
Okay, all right.
Amy, you are probably more famous now for your stints in rehab and all the troubles with the arrests and the drugs and everything else than you are for your music. And I think a lot of people are hoping that you get this Bond theme and that it takes you back to the top of the charts. People can start talking about your art rather than just your sad, pathetic personal life.
Yeah, that's what I want too. I want to be known for the music, for the art, not for, whatever my husband's doing or the drugs or whatnot. I think it's important just to focus on the fact that I'm a musician first.
Okay.
And a horribly scarred drug addict second.
Okay. Now, you said to the newspaper this week, I've done loads of Bond songs. There are loads of good ones I'm really happy with. Now, of course, we don't know officially whether they're going to accept one of your songs, but you've done more than one, it sounds like.
Oh, yeah. Once I started, it just poured out of me.
Yeah.
Much like out of a diaper.
Yeah. Oh, not.
Come on.
Hold the phone away from.
We don't. This is what? This is very unpleasant.
This is not. That's not sexy.
I have no control over my bowels whatsoever.
Oh, all right. Let's talk about the music. What can you tell us about these new songs?
Well, I've done 3 different versions of Quantum of Solace.
Quantum of Solace.
Which
okay.
is the name of the new Bond movie.
Right.
And I've done. Like I say, once the process was started, it just pulled out of me. It came so easily.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm right now. I'm calling you from my studio at home.
Okay. Can we hear one of them?
It's a studio / cocaine factory.
Okay.
They work in both ends of the business here.
Okay, sure.
And right now we're just in the middle of laying down some tracks, so I'm very excited about it.
We'd love to hear anything you have for the Bond movie.
Quantum of Solace.
Yeah.
You want to hear? All right, this is Quantum Solace 1.0, I call it.
Okay, all right.
This is that. Quantum of Solace. Kelly Savalas.
I'm sorry.
Titan Tony Gonzalez. Cindy Margolis.
All right, you're just rhyming words now. That's not a song.
I thought you said you had laid down some.
It is. That's right. It's what
That's a terrible song.
That's not a Bond theme right there.
It is a Bond thing.
All right. Do you have another one we might?
Yeah, go this one.
Okay. Okay, good.
Yeah. Here we go. Ready?
Sounds good.
Quantum of solace.
That's it? That's all you have?
Hold on.
Okay.
All right. With a quantum of solace. When I'm on a picnic, I want them to cold floss.
What?
When I have a quantum...
You're just making this up.
I've got a gun thumb.
What is a gun thumb? I don't know what that is.
Thumb. It's the skinny thumb.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry.
I never flaunt gum.
Okay. All right. Amy, that's...
When I haunt a slum.
All right, stop that right there.
I don't
That's
have an aunt that's dumb.
that's not a song. Stop that.
Look at that taut drum.
Amy, according to the London Daily, that they're really good that you're happy with.
I'm happy with those two.
Okay, are you now? All right. Is there one? I hate to ask. You've already rhymed quantum and you've rhymed solace. Is there one more?
Of course, there's one more.
Excellent. I thought there might be.
Yeah, this is my favorite. I'm saving the best for that. This is Quantum of Solace 3.0.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, you ready for this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Quantum of solace. It's got a lot of solace. It's a quantum of solace.
Amy, you're just using other Bond themes. You're not...
James Bond once did a movie with Telly Savalas.
Can't go back to Telly Savalas.
Yes. Here we go.
But not with Tony Gonzalez.
I don't think you're ready for this yet.
He's a tight end.
Right. In the NFL, yeah.
Plays football with his friends.
That's correct. Yeah. Hey, Amy.
All right, Amy, we're out of time.
Quantum of solace.
We're going to say adieu at this point, and thank you for your time, Amy.
I've got a quantum. It's a gaunt plum.
You have a gaunt thumb?
I've got glum gum.
Okay.
But not a quantum of solace.
Okay. Congratulations, Beyonce. You've got the gig.
I've got a lot of solace in my
diaper. No, come on.
What is this? I want to know.
Wow. Come on.
Wait. You okay? Amy?
You all right? Amy?
Wow.
I just passed an ottoman.
Mark Burnett joins us after the news at 9 to talk about his new show, Jingles. Ralph, we've got to get you on that show as some sort of a host or something.
I need to be involved somehow
You
with
do.
Jingles.
You absolutely have to be, yeah. And maybe our little pal Omar, by the way, who is the Jingle Meister on the Kevin and Bean Show. Maybe we need to get him involved, too, because it's right up his alley. Anyway, that's coming up just after the news. First, Ralph is here with the final Showbiz beat for the day. What's going on?
Hey, remember how everyone was saying, Ashley Simpson, she's pregnant. That's why her and Pete Wentz are getting married.
Yeah, they announced that.
Pete Wentz said, no, she's not pregnant. She's not pregnant. No, she's not pregnant. Guess what?
Pregnant.
Ashley Simpson's pregnant.
Yeah.
Oh. They just announced today. While many have speculated about this, we wanted to wait until our first trimester to officially confirm that we are expecting our first child. This is truly the most joyous time in our lives, and we're excited to share the happy news and start our family. Flimsy! Pete Wentz, he was the one saying, I don't know how these things get started, man. People just make up lies, man. What are they going to do next? Say I have a gay love affair? Yeah. Well, if one's true, Pete. One rumor's true.
You do learn pretty much that a denial means nothing these days. Really, just you can't count on. If they come out and deny it, it means nothing.
Especially something like a pregnancy, if you know you're going to have to admit it afterwards anyway.
Yeah,
why not
bother?
just say nothing? Just ignore the question. And then make your announcement when you're ready. But to deny and then go back just makes you look like just a big ass.
I'm still fascinated with the fact that there are people out there who care that Pete Wentz and Ashley Simpson know each other, much less are married and having a baby.
They really are the biggest non-couple.
Yeah.
I mean, in a world full of non-couples, like the Heidis and Spencers of the world and stuff, at least those people have a TV show. At least they're in
the public eye, the pop culture lexicon for a reason. But Ashley Simpson, horrible singer, not good. Pete Wentz, Fall Out Boy, Dance Dance. Now what?
Say no more.
Hey, bud. I just got the new Fall Out Boy song on my Vcast phone. It gets me pumped.
Yeah.
There's that.
Speaking of bands, here's some good news for a change. There's going to be one less cruddy reality show on television. The band Velvet Revolver has dropped their idea about creating a TV show to go look for a new lead singer. Did you know they were considering that?
Yes, we talked about that. I'm so glad to hear they pulled the plug on that.
Yeah. Matt Sorum, the drummer, tells StarPulse.com that although producers were hot on the idea, they just decided it wasn't the right forum to do it in.
They are correct.
Yes. But he says they have some ideas for the band. They're going to surprise everyone, so keep tuned to this Velvet Revolver update station.
I told you my idea, Ralph. What they need to do is...
You did not tell me.
They need to hire that young David Cook as their new lead singer. That's what they need to do.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
He'd be terrific.
He'd be awesome.
Who's that? The American Idol dude?
Yeah.
American Idol winner, yeah.
Good singer.
Great rock voice.
Good singer. And he's banging Kimberly Caldwell.
I don't know who that is either.
She's another American Idol light. She does the American Idol pregame show on TV Guide Channel.
Oh, God.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Along with Justin Guarini.
Really?
I wouldn't kid about such a thing.
Wow.
MTV will be honoring Adam Sandler's body of work this Sunday at the MTV Movie Awards.
Lifetime Achievement Award.
Lifetime Achievement. For his amazing contribution to Hollywood.
Well, I mean, he is to the MTV generation what an Al Pacino or somebody would be to the Oscars generation.
Yes, absolutely. And Little Nicky is Serpico.
No.
If you're using that analogy.
Right.
Little Nicky
the
was not
water
good.
boy is the Godfather, is what you're saying.
Well, I'm just saying.
Don't mess with Zohan.
Oh, I can't wait. That looks funny.
Is 2 for the money.
That's like crazy.
Yeah.
Only not as good.
Hey! Wait a minute.
Yeah, that was a
That's
good compliment to your film. Right.
Okay, never mind. So, that's this Sunday. You can check that out on the TV.
I like Adam Sandler. I like
do
him a
too.
lot. I think he's a funny guy. I don't go to his movies, but I do enjoy him as a comedian, as a person.
As a person? Are you having lunch with him a bunch?
He seems like a super cool dude. That's what I'm saying.
Having coffee over there at the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf?
I would enjoy hanging out with Adam Sandler. He's a fun guy.
Daily Variety magazine reports this morning that Eddie Murphy is going to do a 4th edition of Beverly Hills Cop. 4th BHC.
Yes.
No, this is people who can't get a good movie together, so they have to go back to the well.
Yeah.
Yep.
From
But that's
20
a well
years
that
ago.
has been dry for some time now.
No kidding.
He's got Hey, I'm Dave coming out soon. That's going to be good.
Meet Dave.
Meet Dave.
Yeah. That was Dave's porno name, I think, by the way, back in the day. Eddie Murphy's Beverly Hills Cop 4 will come out in the summer of 2010, so start marking your calendars.
Yes, I will.
The 3 films previous, the Beverly Hills Cop films, have grossed a total of $712 million worldwide.
Wow. Well, there's your answer then.
$750 million.
1 was the huge hit, right?
Yeah, and 2 did very,
and 2
very
was
well.
too, yeah.
Did well. And then 3 was the law of diminishing returns, and then 4 will be saddled with.
This is just like exactly the same conversation we had yesterday when you said there's a Jurassic Park 4 in the works. I mean, it's what Lisa said. You got the built-in box office potential. Go for it.
And speaking of sequels, Patrick Swayze says he doesn't know anything about a Point Break sequel.
Come on!
Although the guy who wrote the original film insists that Patrick has agreed to reprise his role and that Keanu Reeves is also on board for a sequel.
Isn't Patrick Swayze sick?
Well, that's part of the reason he says he's not really interested in participating. He says he is baffled by claims that he's taking time out from his cancer treatments to go star in Point Break 2.
Yeah.
But if there's a reason to take a break from it,
that would be it.
Point Break 2 would be it.
Yeah. Come on,
he looked pretty good at the Laker game the other night. He definitely has lost some weight. There's no question about that. But he basically looked like he was doing all right.
Would you say he has a gaunt thumb?
I would.
I don't think anyone's ever said that.
Amy Winehouse just said it. I heard her.
Yeah.
Today's celebrity birthdays. Composer Danny Elfman is 55 years old today. I got a lot of emails as we've been talking about Danny's career as a composer for film and television.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Of soundtrack we forgot, Beetlejuice, by the way.
Sure.
Of course.
What a great job he did with that. We were mentioning off air the Simpsons theme song is also his. And a lot of Oingo Boingo fans are very angry with me because we're not playing any Oingo Boingo today. Get over it.
I mean, they were great, but I mean, he's really better known as a film composer now. He just is.
Danny's 55 years old today. Actress Annette Bening turns 50. Noel Gallagher of Oasis is 41. And Scary Spice of the Spice Girls, Melanie Brown, turns 33 years old today. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat. When is it coming on? That's all I need to know.
We're going to find out. Hey, stand by, Ralph. Stand by.
I need it now.
The MTV Movie Awards happened this Sunday on MTV. We've been giving away tickets all this week, and the new show Jingles on CBS debuting soon. Let's find out when. The genius behind both shows is our old friend Mark Burnett, who joins us back on the Kevin and Bean program. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys.
Been trying to get a hold of you for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You know my home number.
Yeah, well.
You're never home. That's the problem.
Mark, of course we're excited about. Well, we got all sorts of trouble with the phone here, Kevin. Anything you can do there?
Let me try.
Switch a line or something?
Different
Make it better?
line. Try there.
All right. We couldn't be more excited about the MTV show this weekend, of course, and we will touch on that. But frankly, we're obsessed with Jingles. When is Jingles hitting the air on CBS?
Jingles premieres July 27th.
Not soon enough.
You guys would be so good at that show. I mean, it's a show for people who've got a quick mind, like lyrical skills, obviously,
right,
and some musical talent. And, you know, I think that it's time for a resurgence of great jingles. I mean, you can all think of the great jingles of the past, right?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Remember that for Alka-Seltzer?
Sure. Of course, yeah. But how did it become a show, Mark? Tell me about how this one. I mean, it's one thing to think, hey, jingles are fun. It's another thing to think, I know, we can make it a reality show.
Well, it's a talent competition. So much like many talent competitions are just doing karaoke, basically. In this case, they're given at the beginning of the episode, okay, this week it's a new kind of fruity chewing gum, and here's what it stands for. Then the teams go away, and we follow for a couple of acts the teams going through the process of arguing with each other about who gets what props and what their jingle will be. The clock is ticking down. They'll never have enough time, and now we're busing them over to the stage in front of hundreds of people and our judges, and one after another, the 8 teams get up and perform their jingle on a set. We're providing them with 4 sitcom-style sets, backing dancers, backing musicians, costumes. They can choose all of that to bring across to the audience. Why is their idea going to really stick in America's mind?
So it's like doing a live commercial in front of an audience.
Yes.
Wow.
Now, I have, I mean, really, you're not even going to want to do the show when you hear some of Omar's work on our program.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I know you listen occasionally, Mark. I don't know if you heard Omar's jingle for Magic Mountain giveaway that we did.
Abracadabra. I want to reach out and give you ticks. We got ticks to Magic Mountain, and Chris Angel's gonna ask you a question. Get it right, you'll go tonight. It's gonna be sick, it's gonna be magic. Abracadabra.
I mean, come on.
Done. I'm going to win.
How do you keep him down, Mark?
You know, I cannot allow him on the show. He's just too good.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
It would be a ringer.
That's what we're saying.
A lot of people may not think about this, how the job works here, but Omar is our behind-the-scenes guy who's responsible for a lot of the sounds that you hear on the air. And we go to him and we go, hey, in 30 minutes, we need a song about. And that's exactly the situation that Mark described that his contestants are going to be going through on Jingles, which is he's got to come up with something and sing it and write it and produce and everything like that in a very short amount of time. Of course, we don't have any level of quality control on this program, Mark, and I'm sure it'll be different on the CBS show.
You mean it's all gold?
How dare you?
But, you know, people, all of you guys, I mean, you're doing everyday live radio. You've got to think on your feet all the time. That's the kind of person that will do well on this show. You've got to be every week coming up with something dynamic and memorable every week on the spot.
That's how we come up with stuff like Cleo Eats the Weenie.
Cleo eats the weenie. Cleo eats the weenie. Cleo eats the weenie. And did I mention she has big, big boobs?
Wow. What do you get if you win Jingles, Mark?
$100,000, and we're also working on getting a deal for the winner to work with a major New York advertising agency. In that, you know, obviously, if someone's good at this stuff, that good to win this thing, maybe they could have some sort of career in it. Which, you know, people have made a lot of money. You know, not that it really matters. Barry Manilow, started off writing jingles.
Right, of course.
You're a huge Barry Manilow fan. I know that.
Bean is.
I am. I mean, he's the one who wrote the words for "You Deserve a Break Today," the McDonald's one. I mean, he did dozens of very, very popular commercials back in the 70s. You're right. He made a great living, and there are people that's their job today, right? That's what they do is write little jingle songs.
Absolutely, it's a full-time gig, and it's a little bit. I can see dramatically on this show a little bit like that movie, music and lyrics. Someone maybe has a melody, but and has a catchy tune. Someone else has got to put really either funny or meaningful lyrics, like what you've just been playing me. It's so K-Rock, and people remember those.
And by that you mean bad. Do you?
You know how much I love K-Rock. I've always.
Do you have a jingle for the show Jingles?
No, but that's something we need to do. Obviously, that would be the first episode.
Yeah. I would like to pitch.
It's Jingles.
How
about that?
Quick.
That's catchy, right?
Yeah, and the sort of thing the judge would say there is, in its brevity, it works.
Absolutely. hey, Mark, this is Mark Burnett. We're talking to you on the phone today about the Jingles show debuting in July on CBS. Who's hosting your program?
Jingles.
Who's hosting your show, Mark?
I'm in the middle of a contract negotiation right now, and if I pull this off, it'll be very, very good for everybody.
It's Jingles.
I'm guessing soon-to-be ex-President George Bush.
Who told you?
I have my sources, Mark.
And also, the other judge there is Scott McClellan.
Oh, good.
More
See
politics.
That?
Give me a jingle, give me a jingle, break me off a piece of that jingle show.
It's a little derivative, I think, Omar.
Really?
Yeah.
You're not fully clean until your jingle fully clean.
Does that work?
Not so much.
Oh, geez. Okay.
In and out, in and out. That's what a jingle show's all about.
Well, you're not even trying that, Omar. That's embarrassing.
This is not on note.
It's not
the
good?
theme.
All right, real quick before we let you go, Mark, and we love the Jingles show. We really couldn't be more excited about it. We're not kidding about that. Let's talk about the MTV Movie Awards. They are happening live again this year on MTV, hosted by Mike Myers. Coldplay is going to be performing. Pussycat Dolls. I guess a special tribute to Adam Sandler. What else do you want people to know about as they make plans to tune in this weekend?
Announcement going out today, so I'll tell you first. Tom Cruise.
Okay.
Is going to be there presenting. Will Smith is going to be there presenting. We have Johnny Depp again this year.
Wow.
You mentioned Adam Sandler's getting a Generation Award, which is, just celebrating what he's given to this MTV audience. We have the guys from Tropic Thunder who've made a short film.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
Mike Myers, if you go on MTV's website, you'll see some clips. Mike Myers has turned in two incredible short spoof films. One about a craft service lady called Tristan, right, and one about an animal wrangler called Bucky. Two unbelievably brand new, crazy characters.
But has he come up with
It's Jingles?
I bet he could.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think he has that kind of talent.
I don't think so.
Well, it's always a good show, and again, it airs on Sunday on MTV, 7:30 for the pre-show, 8 o'clock. I guess those are probably East Coast time, so for us out here, it'd be probably 4:30 and 5 o'clock. But we're looking forward to that, and we're looking forward to Jingles, Mark, and let's not make it so long between next time we talk to you, all right, dude?
No, that's great. And Movie Awards, by the way, it's live, so it's done in 2 hours. It's not going to go on and on for hours and hours. It's a real jam-packed show, and, celebrating the movies that K-Rock listeners go and see.
Fantastic. We're in.
All right, guys.
Not as much as we're in on
It's Jingles.
July 27th, but thank you, Mark.
Take care.
Bye now.
We're sorry. You must first dial a 0 or a 1.
What it do, nephew?
What it do?
What it do, nephew?
How about a great prize today? A $50 gift card from Chili's.
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby back, baby
Okay,
back.
all right. We don't have much time today, boys. Sorry. Plus, we'll give you your choice of tickets to these upcoming great K-Rock shows. Flowbots, Panic at the Disco, STP, or Jimmy Eat World. 1-800-520-1067. Where do you want to start today?
Let's start with Nicole, who is calling from Los Angeles. Good morning, Nicole.
What it do?
What it do?
What it do?
Hello. I just wanted to know if you guys ever ordered those salt and pepper shakers for Dave.
We did. Dave, the King of Mexico. We ordered salt and pepper shakers that look like Dave and Kristen Bell.
And he's going to give them to Kristen because she's got a collection of them, right?
And they're supposed to come in the mail today, is what we're being told, Nicole.
Wow.
And we've seen a picture of them, and they look neither like Dave nor Kristen Bell.
But you have to make sure to post it on K-Rock.
Oh, we will.
We
will.
Absolutely.
Actually, they're supposed to come tomorrow. I'm sorry. They're supposed to come tomorrow. So.
And the plan is that this is part of Dave's master effort effort to win Kristen Bell for himself. He feels like if he buys her salt and pepper shakers, she cannot refuse his sexual advances. That's his way of thinking.
By the way, story this week, Kristen Bell, huge Detroit Red Wings fan.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
She's got bad taste all around in sports.
Exactly. Clippers and Red Wings.
That's rough. All right, let's go to Izzy in Chatsworth. This is an unlikely call. Hi, Izzy.
Hey, what it do, party people?
What it do?
Thanks to a resourceful blog, I found a new favorite show.
What's that?
1,000 Ways to Die on Spike.
Let me tell you about 1,000 Ways to Die. We haven't talked about this show yet on the air. Have you guys seen it yet?
Nope, but if Bean's into it, there must be death.
Oh, you found it's on Bean's blog?
Bean's blog.
Oh, no.
Izzy, tell him about 1,000 Ways to Die and tell him why it's an awesome show.
It's a great show. It shows many ways people die and the oddest and weirdest way you can die. Like that semi-suicide truck.
Yeah.
Where a man gets cut off by run over by a truck.
Yeah, they do. They have file footage. They have file footage. They also have recreations of, a guy who gets accidentally locked in a meat locker, for instance, and he freezes to death. And they recreate that and show you how it killed him and whatnot and stuff like that. A guy who's cleaning an industrial dryer in Los Angeles, by the way, and got accidentally locked in the dryer and then was spun to death.
Listen to the
200 degrees.
enthusiasm in Bean's voice for human death.
Loves death.
Super interesting stuff,
He
though.
loves
torture.
He loves death.
This is torture.
Yes.
There are 1,000 ways to die, though. This show is going to go on forever. I love it so much.
Give me 1,001, Bean, when you're beaten to death
by your own blog. All right, if we hurry really fast, we can squeeze in one more call. We're running a little bit late today.
Let's go to Mike in Chino. Good morning, Mike.
What's it like, nephew?
What's the life?
What's it like for you?
Man, I'm not too happy right now. I got a freaking ticket for spitting out my window.
Well, when
Do I hear a
do
I hear a duck?
I'm sorry.
What is that? Is that you, Bean?
It's my cell phone. It's my ringtone of my cell phone.
That's your ringtone? Is a duck quacking?
I wonder if this is Jesus calling me, because I'm going to kick his ass if he's calling me before 10 a.m.
Are you kidding me?
All right, we're out of time now. Please call back tomorrow, Mike, and tell us that story, because we ran out of time for today. I want to thank our special guest, Mark Burnett, for joining us today. He is the executive producer of the MTV Movie Awards, airing this Sunday on MTV. And look for Jingles coming to CBS. When did he say? July 27th? Something like that? All right,
Note
fantastic.
to self, bad ringtones. Okay. Tomorrow, all new Kevin and Bean show. We will recap the Lakers game, which is tonight. Movie beat tomorrow. Hoping to talk to Kimbo Slice tomorrow.
Oh.
That guy,
he's not coming in.
He's a badass, right?
He's crazy.
I just want a phoner with him.
Yes,
I don't want him coming
we do
in.
not want him around.
No.
Talking about the MMA debut on CBS this weekend. And what's wrong with Florida? And Beer Mug will try to attempt another record, blah, blah, blah.
I don't hear much enthusiasm for Beer Mug's continued efforts.
He gets like 2% of the records.
We may have found a food that he can actually eat, though.
We're trying to find the simplest one for tomorrow.
I think we might have done it.
All right.
Coldplay, 9 Inch Nails, Serge Tankian, and Bob Marley and more with 40 minutes nonstop K-Rock. Our friend Kat Corbett is next.
Much about. You gotta put it in perspective.
Good morning, class. Good morning, class. Class. Thank you.
If you don't mind, I will begin at the beginning. It's a new day. Let's get going.
1, 2, 3. Bad boy. 4, 5, 6. VIG.
The entire office has come down with a pernicious case of the Mondays.
Wow. What do you put our chances at?
0%.
Dear Lord, thank you so much for bringing our daughter home to us and watching over her while she's been out whoring with the devil's children and protecting her and keeping her from harm and keeping her from sexually transmitted diseases. Through Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
And now, on Larry King Now, the N-Word, our feature presentation.
I don't know if that's how we want to get started today, Larry, but thank you very much. And welcome into yet another all-new Kevin and Bean show, this time for a Monday, the 15th of September. Hey, Lisa May.
Hey, Bean, how you doing?
How are you, my dear?
You know what I did all weekend? I killed flies. And I reckon I killed like 60 flies this weekend. That's all I did. I don't know how they're getting into the house, but but when I go to bed, there's like 5 buzzing around in the bedroom, and then in the it's just insane.
Do you have a whole bunch of raw meat that's out rotting in your living room?
No, there are 2 golden retrievers who poop in the back, and I do try to stay on top of that, but not completely successfully at all times. So I get maybe they're coming in the doggy door when the dogs go in and out. I don't know.
What's your technique to kill flies?
I have a fly swatter.
You're using a fly swatter? That's so old school.
Well, what do people do now?
Fly spray.
There's fly spray?
Oh, you get yourself some fly spray. You spritz that up there, and all they have to do is fly through it, and it kills them.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it kind of toxic, though?
No, not at all. It's perfectly safe. And then, of course, then you have to go around and pick up all the dead flies.
I have to do that anyway.
Yeah, that's true. But they die wherever. But, yeah, fly spray because especially...
Are you making that up?
No, not at all. Especially since, a lot of times they swarm. There's a whole bunch of them together.
Yes.
You just zip, zip.
Well,
takes care of it.
I have to go get that today.
You got to look at it. You can get some on Amazon.
The worst part is when you swat them and you succeed. I've gotten really, really good, but then they bing somewhere and you don't know where they went. Like you're looking all over the kitchen counter. You can't find them, but you know it's there. It's so creepy. And then they show up later.
That was your weekend. When you look back on the days off that you had, it was spent running around your kitchen with a fly swatter.
Just killing flies. I mean, it didn't help that it was 100 plus.
Yes.
I'm sure that's partly why they are so bad right now.
Yes. I bet that's right. I think they do. I think they do come in more frequently when it's hot outside.
But I trapped one in the shower, and it's a shower that goes all the way to the top. Like you can take a steam in that shower. And that little effer got out somehow. I don't know. Like 20 minutes later, he was out. No idea how.
In a million years, if you had asked me to guess how you spent your weekend, it would not have been livestock hunting.
Nor for me.
That's unbelievable. And Muggs, you're still working here.
Yeah. I was going to bring up the fly thing. There are tons of flies here, Lisa. I wonder if
there are.
Yeah, I wonder if you're the problem.
Oh, you think
bringing
it's
them
me?
Here.
Maybe I should shower once in a while.
No, you're clean smelling, but maybe they're like hopping in your purse on the way to work.
That seems unlikely.
That's more flea-like behavior.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
How was your birthday, Muggs?
It was good.
I don't care.
Oh, how dare you?
Let me get started with this story before we tell you about today's all-new Kevin and Bean show. I think it's going to be a good one. The monkey is out. Last week was my week of vacation. I was in Alabama. We'll talk some about that later. Okay. Kevin is off this week, but we do have a good show for you, and we'll tell you about that. But first, here's a great idea that, every once in a while something comes along like Uber and you go, wow, why didn't somebody think of that before? Because that's just genius and it changes everything. I think this has the potential among some people to change everything. It is a new rotating program that is taking place at resorts and boutique hotels around the world that it travels. It is called the Divorce Hotel. It's a Netherlands-based company that teams up with various hotels and resorts around the world, and they bring in a staff to help you get divorced over a weekend. You check in on Friday as a married couple. You check out on Sunday afternoon as a divorced couple. They bring in the psychologists. They bring in the attorneys. They bring in, property management people. They bring in the team that is involved in, financial planners, the team that is involved in negotiating a divorce. So rather than have your lawyer on this side of town and her lawyer on the other side of town and have it be hammered out in 100 meetings over a year, you check in and it's done in a weekend.
That's amazing. I mean, you still have to wait the 6 months, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, of course, whatever laws are in your state would still apply. It cost about $5,000.
That's actually a deal for a lot of people.
Which is a deal for a lot of people because it is not unusual to find divorce attorneys that deal in divorces that can be, $100, $200 or more an hour.
Sure.
$5,000 for everything, and the beauty of it is you're both there and you are both committed to the idea of mediating it out, of getting the whole thing done, so it doesn't drag on and take whatever money you guys have left and have it go to the attorneys. And they have it at a spa or something like that. So in between sessions, you can take a spa or walk around the beautiful grounds or whatever it is, and just kind of turn it into as nice a weekend as it can be to have your marriage fall apart.
How many couples do you think hook up during that weekend?
That's
after that night massage and that glass of wine.
We've heard about people go. Don't they have something in Las Vegas? Las Vegas makes it isn't there some way to go to Las Vegas and get divorced quickly? It's just like it is to get married. I think they've got some sort of a thing there.
Maybe they do. It used to be that people went to Tahoe for some reason. Do you remember that? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this started in the Netherlands, by the way. It launched in 2011, but for the first time it is coming to the United States. A resort called the Gideon Putnam Resort in Saratoga Springs, New York, is going to be bringing it to the U.S., and they anticipate that it is going to spread throughout the country. But there you go, Divorce Hotel. Good idea. I think eventually we'll all be there, so please enjoy. All right, let's talk about today's all-new Kevin and Bean show, shall we?
Hell no, goddammit.
Got some interesting people on the program today, including our old friend Andrew Siciliano, who I missed his Week 1 appearance of the new NFL season. He, of course, from the DirecTV Red Zone. He'll be joining us. A crazy, crazy football weekend. I know you guys talked, Muggs, last week about how many people got knocked out of their suicide pools.
Yes, everyone.
If anyone was left to have the 49ers and the Seahawks both lose yesterday, they're out now, too, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
It's been a bizarre season, so we'll talk to Andrew all about that on the program today. Neil Brennan is going to be joining us. He is a fascinating guy whose name you might not know. He's a comedian, an actor, director, a writer. He co-created The Chappelle Show, but he has a new show on Sundance called The Approval Matrix. Fascinating guy. He's one of these guys that they bring in to write for the Academy Awards shows and things like that. Yeah. Really smart dude. And has so many black friends, and I can't wait to talk to him and figure out how he does it. He must be cooler than me.
He's clearly cooler than you.
I can't get or keep any black friends.
I'm cooler than you.
Neil Brennan is rolling with everybody. It's just insane. We want to talk to you on the show today about tattoos that you have had removed. A celebrity is in the news for getting one of those. We'll talk about the new Burger King Black Burger. Maybe that's how I start. I start eating those.
Yeah, do that, Bean.
Get me some black friends. And Harvey Levin from TMZ.com joins us, plus Ralph's got the Showbiz Beat, and that's next right here on K-Rock. 5:53, Monday morning on the world-famous K-Rock.
Everyone, looky. Who is that?
It's my good friend Ralph Garman. Hey, Ralph.
Hey, boys and girls. It is Monday morning, and that means we take a look at the top 10 movies at the box office to kick off the Showbiz Beat. No Good Deed was the big winner this weekend. In its debut, made $24.5 million. That's the dreamy Idris Elba starring in that film right there.
If anyone deserves a bell, it's Idris Elba.
Dolphin Tale 2 also did well in its debut, $16.6 million. People went in droves to see the story of the dolphin with no tail find a new friend.
I'm sure Dave was at that, right?
It's in cute corner.
Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy was third. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came in at number 4. Let's Be Cops, 5th. The Drop, the new James Gandolfini film, was 6th. If I Stay, The November Man, The Giver, and The 100-Foot Journey were your top 10 movies at the box office this weekend.
Ralph, you keep in touch with your pal who made that Let's Be Cops movie?
Luke? Yeah, sure.
$75 million that movie's made.
Yes, doing very well for itself.
Slow but steady, but and he never had a huge weekend. But it's one of those. I think the word of mouth is just keeping it in theaters.
And it also did better as the weeks went on than from its initial release. I think word of mouth was real good on that.
Yeah, very cool for him.
It's a great little movie. I really enjoyed it.
The Skeleton Twins wasn't on that list, but I saw it and it was so good. I loved it. Just saying.
What did the flies think of it?
The flies loved it too because they were all there with me.
Oh, good. This story is the best thing that happened over the weekend. Of course, everyone talking about the magical Kanye West and his work in Sydney, Australia on Friday night when he was at the Qantas Credit Union Arena, insisting that everyone in the audience stand up before he moved on to the next song. Apparently, he's got a song. He says he will not perform until everyone is on their feet. Unless you got a handicap pass and you get special parking in S, the rapper said, nobody's excused from standing up. Well, almost everyone in the arena complied, except for a couple people. Apparently, Kanye was searching through the crowd to make sure that everyone was standing up, and there apparently were 2 people who were not standing up, so he refused to begin the song. That's when the crowd began to boo their disapproval to Kanye. And in order to move things along, one of the helpful audience members took off their prosthetic limb and started to wave it in the air as a signal to Kanye that you can move on. The rapper told that person, okay, you fine. But there was still one person who would not stand up.
What a dick.
Indeed. The people surrounding this person tried to explain to Kanye West He's in a wheelchair. Kanye didn't believe him, saying to the crowd, "This is the longest I've had to wait to do a song. It's unbelievable." The crowd was gesturing furiously that the guy was in a wheelchair. West sent out his bodyguard to go into the crowd to make sure the guy was in a wheelchair.
What is wrong with him?
Is he in a wheelchair? He asked his security guard. The guy confirmed that he was. Okay, it's fine. And then Kanye eventually launched into his performance of The Good Life.
Ha 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 ha, you're in a wheelchair.
It's got to be fun to be the guy in the wheelchair.
It sure does. Hold up the whole
booing
concert
at
while
you.
everyone's looking at you.
It's got to be fun to be, is this in the audience while you're standing there saying, really? This guy's going to make me wait to start a song?
Yeah.
Until he checks that everyone in the theater is standing up? He's magic.
I don't know what that's about. I mean, just do your show and let the audience do their thing.
Right. Just do it. Just put on your fencing mask or whatever it is you're wearing these days and just go about your business. And business is not good, especially for his wife, the Kardashian. Apparently, their big store, Kardashian Chaos, is closing in Vegas. I don't know if you're familiar with this store or not, but it was a all things Kardashian store at the Mirage, full of souvenirs and knickknacks with the Kardashian logo and their faces all over them. Apparently, sales are slow at Kardashian Chaos, and they will be closing their doors forever on October the 30th. So if you wanted to get your Kardashian Christmas ornaments or shot glasses with their faces on them, you have to go to Vegas. Hurry now before they close doors on October the 30th.
Aren't you a little bit surprised to hear that store is in trouble, Ralph?
Not really.
A lot of people sure seem to love that family.
I think a lot of people like to follow that family and watch that show, but I don't think it's the kind of love that people want to collect their merchandise and put them and decorate their homes with their
I don't
stuff.
really need a Kardashian snow globe. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think it's more let's watch the wreck from a safe distance more than let's get down there and be there when the gas tank explodes. Today's celebrity birthdays. Director Oliver Stone, 68 years old today. His good buddy Tommy Lee Jones is also 68. Actor Josh Charles celebrates his 43rd birthday. Tom Hardy.
What a lovely singing voice you have.
He is 37 years old today. Ben Schwartz, Clyde from House of Lies, is 33 years old. And web star Jenna Marbles. Jenna Marbles celebrates her 28th birthday today. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat.
Hey, don't forget, it's the theater at the Ace Hotel to see K-Rock presents Coldplay. We're teaming up with our friends at Beats Music to bring Coldplay to town. They're not doing a lot of shows on this new album, as you know, just one-offs here and there. And this is the one. You cannot buy tickets for this. You can win your way in. Go to krock.com for all the details and another chance to win. But we will give you a couple chances this morning on the program as well. So I was on vacation last week. Ralph, I don't know if you were following my adventures on Twitter.
Nope.
My trip through Alabama.
Blocked.
Had a great time.
Mm-hmm.
But I, as a guy who likes to stay current, I hate missing the show.
Well, then don't go on vacation.
Well,
what are your options?
I
Go
feel
or
like-
don't go, man. Do or don't do.
In or out.
Don't go and then complain about it, right?
Right.
I hate that stuff goes on the Kevin and Bean show that now somebody's going to make a reference to in a month, and I'm going to have no idea what they were talking about because I didn't hear it.
Tough darts.
So I wanted to ask just a couple of questions just to bring me up to speed with some things that I...
No, you lose, sir. Good day, sir.
Before-
Good day, sir.
Before I left, there was a great deal of yelling at Dave the King of Mexico, and it was supposed to be brought onto the air the next day about him deciding who you get to grieve over when they die.
Oh, yeah. Dave Sanchez, death judge.
How did Dave Sanchez death judge go?
Fascinating.
It was.
Fascinating. We took calls from the listeners, and they talked about the high-profile celebrities whose passing affected them in a significant way, and Dave would weigh in whether they were allowed to grieve or not. And most often he said no, they were not allowed to grieve.
But how can he tell me how I feel about somebody that I admire passing away?
Because it's not important, because you did not know that person personally. They weren't a friend or family member of yours, so their passing is irrelevant to you.
Dave would say, does it affect your life tomorrow, today, the day after that?
No. Move on. You can't
cannot
grieve then. I'm Dave Sanchez, death judge.
So you threw rocks at him and escorted him to the parking lot, I hope, right?
I'm trying to remember who was it called him dead inside. It was one of our guests who was coming in after the fact had announced that he was dead inside.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of Dave, you were going to address the topic last week on the show about people who are obsessed with going to Disneyland because I think you and I were on the same page on this one, which is, look, Disneyland is the happiest place on earth, and they're great, and everything they do is awesome. Don't misunderstand. But how do you go, like, if you went 4 days ago?
Right. And we discovered there is a name for that phenomenon that has been given to people like Dave from the cast members, the people who actually work at Disneyland. They call those people pass holes. And the pass holes are people who come just over and over and over again, multiple times a month, and they clog up the lines in the restaurants and the bars, and they make life difficult for small children, and they're just pass holes.
But they know secret entrances.
Oh, yeah, they're very proud of their secrets.
Oh, and there's social clubs, which I had no idea.
Yeah.
There's like social clubs that meet up at Disneyland, and they'll wear the same thing. Like a little costume, sort of, and part of their job is to make sure other people respect the park.
Social clubs is a generous term, Lisa. They're gangs. They're gangs at Disneyland, and they wear the vests, the denim vests of a biker gang, and they have their colors, and they roam the streets of Disneyland, making sure that Walt's vision will live on beyond him.
They don't work for Disneyland, right?
No.
They're self-enforcing.
They're vigilantes. Yes, they're
that
Disney
is
vigilantes.
crazy.
I know. I had no idea.
Did you get a lot of? Did Dave get a lot of support from listeners who are also pass holes?
All the pass holes came out to support him. Well, right-thinking Americans shouted him down. But I did get one angry email from a pass hole and said, "You just have no imagination." And I wrote back and said, "That's true, because it takes a ton of imagination to go back to the same place over and over again all month long." Douchebags.
All right. The other thing that I saw a ton about on Twitter and on the Kevin and Bean Facebook page, and I don't know what went wrong, but Bill Burr came in, I guess, at the end of last week?
Friday.
Yes.
And did Lisa get into some sort of wrestling match with him?
We had some heated words.
Lisa made another one of our friends never come back again. Nice
so
work.
we had 2 breaks with Bill. And at the very end of the second break, Bill says, as Kevin is literally saying, well, it's great to have you. We've got to go. Bill says, what about the NFL? And we're off because we were talking about Ray Rice.
Right. That was the big story of the week.
Yeah, of course. And the demand for the commissioner to step down.
Yeah.
And Bill had read an article by, I think, a sports writer who suggested that having the commissioner step down wouldn't really do anything in terms of ending violence against spouses.
No, but you could bring in a more
Or not just
competent
spouses,
person to
but-
investigate those reports.
Right. Well, that was kind of my point of view, and I felt like it actually would change things. So we really started getting into it, and Kevin too. And we were supposed to go into a break with traffic, which we didn't do, and then we continued, and then we were supposed to go into a break with news at the top of the hour, which we didn't do, and also Ralph's Showbiz, we didn't do that.
Kevin's not the guy you want running the show, really,
it just
turns
ran
out,
away.
if you want the
It
clock
just
to
ran away.
operate properly.
I just saw all these people who were writing me, who's in Alabama at the time, who has no idea what the hell's going on. They're like, why is everybody yelling?
I
was like, what's happening on my show?
Bill's point was he didn't like the fact that any minority,
group.
even a well-meaning, well-intended organization, could call for the job of someone just ad hoc, just asking for it because they weren't happy with his performance.
In other words, it's a private company. We don't elect that person, so it's none of our business how they choose to run their business.
In essence, he was concerned by the fact that anyone, even a well-meaning organization, could call for the head of someone and be awarded that. That concerned him.
Well, and I also think he felt like it wouldn't make a difference.
It wouldn't help the problem by getting him fired.
And that's where I really disagreed with him. And we both had time to make our points, that's for sure. And the thing that I admire about Bill is after we got off the air, he said, people are going to think that I am in favor of abuse of women, and that's not it at all. And a lot of people did go away thinking that. And
Wow.
that isn't what Bill was saying. And I appreciate that he had the guts to stick to his point,
I think
although
people
he's
got
so wrong.
confused thinking that Ray Rice was the person he was talking about regarding losing
Maybe
his
that's
job versus Roger Goodell.
Gotcha.
But the point was that as a commissioner, in terms of a body of work, in terms of him running the league, it's hard to deny that he's been pretty successful doing what he's done for the NFL. You know what I mean?
Yes,
so
true.
They're different points of view. That's all.
I'm sorry that I missed that, and I am also sorry. And then we got to take a break and come back and talk to Harvey Levin, TMZ.com. I'm also sorry every time I miss a moment with Kevin, and I understand that we had a couple.
No idea. Oh yeah,
fabulous.
He's been on a roll.
Muggs, what do you have for us first?
The first one I have is when Kevin was trying to do a "You Call, You Win" for Brickleberry. So here it is. Enjoy.
And now it's time for a moment with Kevin.
A pair of passes to the Brickleberry Season 3 premiere party. Season 3 of Brickleberry premieres on Tuesday, September 18th. 16th.
Oh, my God.
10:30 p.m. on Comedy Central. We'll take 5 callers right now. 1-800-520-1067.
One caller!
Take one call.
Jesus. Good, Kevin.
We owe somebody some money.
I think that went well.
That was a moment with Kevin.
That was nothing compared to his.
He got the name of the show right.
He did, and he got the network right, so that's two.
And that was it.
All right, so you're saying there's another one?
Oh, yeah, there's another big one.
Yeah, also another giveaway over a song. Here it is.
And now it's time for a moment with Kevin.
Oh, we have stuff to give away. We have a pair of VIP tickets to the Red Bull Global Rally Cross, September 19th to the 21st. It's happening at the at the Port of LA. If you'd like tickets and more info, you can go to this website, Red Bull Global Rally Cross. All right. Start the song again. I'm not happy with that. I don't feel like this is going well. I don't feel like the client's getting their money's worth.
That was a moment with Kevin.
He had to stop the show. To correct himself.
If only you could erase the fact that we all already heard that.
Yeah.
All right, good times. Thanks, guys. Andrew Siciliano from DirecTV's Red Zone talks NFL with us later this morning on the Kevin and Bean Show, and actor, writer, comedian Neil Brennan will be here as well. First, though, Monday morning, we go to the TMZ newsroom, talk to our good friend Harvey Levin. Hey, Harvey, how are you, buddy?
I'm okay, guys. I apologize for my voice.
Oh, are you sick or just losing your voice?
No, I lost it over the weekend. It's actually on the rebound.
I'm sure you were screaming at some football game, right?
Yeah, I was.
That's what you're famous for.
Yeah.
All right, well, we won't keep you too long. I don't want you to blow it for the TV. You got to have some of that voice. This Django Unchained actress story is fascinating to me, though, Harvey. Danielle Watts is a name that a lot of our listeners won't know, but she is an actress you might recognize if you saw Django Unchained. And she was involved in one of the most bizarre arrests over the weekend that I can remember seeing. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, it's interesting because from her perspective, she's saying the LAPD have a bunch of racist cops. She's saying that all she was doing was making out with her boyfriend and in a car, and the cops came, demanded her ID. When she said, I don't have a duty to show it to you, she left. They grabbed her, handcuffed her, hurt her hand, abused her, were mean to her, and she's going all over TV. We talked to her boyfriend, and we put the story up yesterday. Well, guess what we got?
Right. Tell us.
We got the audio, the police audio of this incident.
Oh.
And it is totally different.
Oh, really? So yesterday when the story went up, it made it look like the cops were treating her like a prostitute because she was a black woman making out with a white man in a car, and now you've heard the audio and it sounds like maybe that's not the case at all?
First of all, the people from the Directors Guild looked down and saw her, they say, having full-on sex with her boyfriend in the car with the door open.
Okay.
And that's why they called the police. So the police came for an indecent exposure investigation because they wanted to find out. They saw the couple standing there. So the cop just walked up and said, can I see your ID? The guy was fine. He was actually always polite. The guy and the officer were really polite to each other. She goes off, and she is just immediately playing the race card, the do you know who I am card.
Oh, wow.
I'm an actress. And she was just going crazy on this cop. And the cop was being polite. I mean, it was clear he was not happy with her. But he was being restrained. And, I mean, at one point she screams, I'd like to identify you to my publicist.
Wow.
And I'm telling you, when you hear the audio, we put a poll up on the website, who's the bad guy, 90% of the people say her.
Yeah.
Isn't this interesting how differently it is spun, and when the evidence comes forward, when you get the tape from the police, that brings it into complete focus as to what really happened.
Yeah, I don't think she thought we would get this tape.
Harvey, no one ever thinks TMZ is going to get the tape, yet you always do. We've learned nothing else for the past 2 weeks, that's true.
Well, I just feel like the LAPD really took a beating on this thing and shouldn't have. And the guy did his job. They were totally respectful. I mean, there was nothing wrong.
Unbelievable. Let me ask you one more question on this, because you've followed a lot of these cases, and you are an attorney in the state of California. If a police officer comes up and asks you to see ID, are you required to show it to them?
Well, if there's suspicion of a crime, yes. If there's no suspicion of a crime, then, theoretically, it's a blurry area. I mean, if a cop is harassing you and there's no basis for it, the problem is that, at a point, it can get real tricky on whether you get arrested for interfering with the duty of a police officer.
Well, did they tell her in the beginning why they were asking for ID? Because honestly...
You hear it right on the tape. They said that we got complaints of indecent exposure.
Okay.
Say it right there.
All right.
Well, excellent work on getting to the bottom of that story in less than 24 hours. You got to see this at TMZ.com. You can also see what's going on with all of the cases in the NFL right now. The Iggy Azalea sex tape, Miley Cyrus in trouble again. A lot of great stuff up at TMZ.com right now. We'll be watching the show this afternoon on TMZ Channel 11, and then TMZ Live airs at 4 on Channel 11, and then Channel 13 at 11 a.m. for TMZ Sports. Harvey, I hope you feel better, man. We'll talk to you again next week. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
I give you one thing to do when I'm gone, and I come back, and Muggs is still working here, Ralph. What's that about?
Don't look at me, son.
Seriously, what's that about? Hey, Monday morning on the Kevin and Bean Show, a special evening with Coldplay in the theater at the Ace Hotel. Listen to K-Rock every single hour on the hour, starting at 9 a.m. for your chance to win. You cannot buy tickets, but you can win them again this morning here on the Kevin and Bean Show. So I mentioned a few minutes ago that I was on vacation last week. Kevin is gone this week. And one of the other things that happened last week while we were gone is we won some sort of a radio award.
What do you mean we, white man?
Kevin and Bean Show. The Marconi Award goes to the Kevin and Bean Show, which is all of us.
No.
What do you mean no? You're a big part of the Kevin and Bean Show.
Read what it says.
Well,
Kevin and Bean are radio personalities of the year.
No, but it's for the whole show.
It doesn't say the Kevin and Bean Show is the show of the year.
It doesn't.
It says Kevin and Bean are the radio personalities, major market radio personalities of the year.
Okay, but look.
That's specifically you and Kevin.
Are you
trying
to...
It doesn't say at all.
No, it doesn't say or and
the
company
zoo.
or the Kevin and Bean Show or Kevin and Bean players or Kevin and Bean and crew.
Yeah, none of that.
None of that. It says Kevin and Bean are the major market personalities of the year. It means you guys are the geniuses that make the Kevin and Bean Show happen each and every day.
No.
You are the driving force. You are the magic.
No.
You are the alpha and omega. You are what makes everything special about this program. And frankly, we applaud you, sir. We applaud you.
Well done.
We applaud you, major market personality. You big old major market personality, you.
Rob, is this your way of trying to distance yourself so you don't get any of the stink of being associated with the Kevin and Bean Show on you? Is that what's happening
I'm just
here?
saying, let's call it for what it is, man, which is just an
but
award
it's the
for
whole.
you
It's clearly
Kevin.
the whole. Look,
No,
it's
you know what?
clearly
It's
the
not
whole
clearly,
show.
You know, it's not clearly the whole show. Otherwise, it would be Kevin and Bean Show is the major market radio show of the year. Isn't that how they would phrase it?
Do you get an actual Marconi? Do you get a thing? Something?
Yeah.
Really?
They send,
do I
send
get a
a
thing?
No, you don't,
statue.
Lisa.
Do you get a thing,
No,
Ralph?
Lisa, I do not get anything. No.
I know Beer Mug doesn't, but
no, just
does
the
Chip get a
major
thing?
market radio personalities of the year. They will receive
get the
an
thing.
actual Marconi award.
Why do I feel like something great happened for this show and you're poo-pooing it?
I'm not poo-pooing it.
It sounds to me like you're poo-pooing
I
it.
just applauded you.
I did, exactly. What more?
What do you want?
How more
you get
opposite
an
than
award
poo-poo can it be?
and applause, and you want more?
No, what I'm saying is this is clearly the entire show. It's clearly Ralph's participation. It's Lisa's
clear.
participation.
Of all words you could use to describe what it is, clearly the show would be the opposite of the truth. Because if they wanted it clearly to be the show, wouldn't they say the Kevin and Bean radio program is the radio show of the year? If that was clearly what they were trying to say, then wouldn't that clearly be what they say?
But don't you think that Kevin and Bean is shorthand for the Kevin and Bean radio show heard weekday
But why
mornings
would
on
they say
K-Rock?
Kevin and Bean are the personalities? Why would they single out you two as radio personalities?
Look,
You look.
Here's what
You
this sounds
look
like
and
to
you
me.
read.
This is what it sounds like to me. This is Breaking Bad winning the Emmy for Best Show, and Bryan Cranston throwing a fit because his name wasn't mentioned. Look,
who's throwing a fit? I applauded you. And
He's
said you
the
guys
star
are
of Breaking
genius.
Bad. If Breaking Bad wins, it has a lot to do with Bryan Cranston's acting.
Yeah.
Same thing
But
here. This
no,
is just as much to do with what you bring to the show as it does with the names that
it's the
happen to be.
opposite. It's the opposite. If Bryan Cranston wins for Best Actor for Breaking Bad, Aaron Paul doesn't get an award.
Right.
That goes to Bryan Cranston.
He doesn't go up on stage.
No, he doesn't. Bryan Cranston gets
Bryan.
up by himself to accept the award. And I think, once again, Kevin and Bean are the
all right with that.
personalities of the year, and it's well-deserved.
I already was having trouble enjoying it. Now you've made it even worse for me, by the way.
Magic.
Let me ask you one more question on this award. And this is, again, it's an industry award that they do once a year, and this is the third one of these that we've won over the course of the last 20 years. So they don't happen very often. So it's very special, and we're very appreciative of it. But how sad must radio be in America if this show is considered the best show on the air?
Yeah, we've asked that question.
I mean, seriously.
The competition is not stiff, let's face it. And the fact that you've only won 3 times out of being on the air for 20 says a lot about you as major market personalities, I think.
You managed to squeeze every last ounce of joy out of this. Thank you, Ralph. Well done.
Very well.
Yeah, it is. Monday morning on the Kevin and Bean Show. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Ralph is here for another look at the Showbiz beat. What's happening?
I just a real quick aside. I went to Harvey Levin's website, that very popular TMZ.com.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And I listened to the audio of that actress from Django Unchained.
Yes.
You must do it. Everyone must do it.
Really?
You must do it.
Totally a different spin on racist cops arresting me because I'm black yesterday.
Man, it makes you angry when if you're familiar at all with the stink this actress Danielle Watts put up on Facebook and in the press about the fact that she was simply kissing her husband when the LAPD came up to her and accused her of being a prostitute who was kissing a John and handcuffed her.
And it looked bad for the cops there for a minute, didn't it?
And the racism and the evil and just unreal.
It was Ferguson all over again, if you would have believed her yesterday.
And the racist cops of Studio City are horrible and just the worst. Well, the audio is available over at TMZ.com. Do yourself a favor, if you're familiar with that story at all, listen to the audio. Because it's amazing. It's amazing the spin that some arrogant, self-centered, self-serving people can put out there, especially if they have a little bit of fame, and how they can slam the cops, who 99% of them are doing a hell of a job each and every day protecting us, by the way. It's infuriating. It's absolutely infuriating. And you realize that someone should give that cop an award for not hitting her in the face with a pie or something. That's what I would have done. I would have kept her handcuffed. I would have walked across the street to Dupar's. I would have picked myself up a nice lemon meringue or a Boston cream, and I would have came back and I would have smacked her right in the face with a pie. And then I would have uncuffed her and I would have said, "Have a good day, ma'am." Because she is super annoying.
Well, I'm glad this audio is available.
Me too.
I think this is maybe a lesson to keep in mind sometimes when you think you know what goes on the streets.
Yeah.
Even when there's not audio available, sometimes the story is not what we were told originally.
That's right, man. When I was out there keeping the streets safe, people didn't know, man.
That's right.
When
you were with NYPD Blue, I remember.
When Officer Gruden walked a beat, it was different times. All right, let's take a look at the top 10 movies at the box office. No Good Deed, number 1 at the box office. A little bit of a surprise, in my opinion. $24.5 million. I thought maybe Guardians of the Galaxy would remain at the top, but no, it finally dropped out of the number 1 spot with No Good Deed taking over. Big numbers for this weekend. Dolphin Tale 2, another surprise, edged out Guardians of the Galaxy with $16.6 million. Guardians had just had $8 million this weekend. It was good enough to make it number 3. I'm guessing just about everyone has seen it by now. Maybe.
Yeah, if you're at all interested, you've made it to the theater in the last 2 months.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was 4th. Let's Be Cops coming in at number 5. The Drop, the new Tom Hardy and James Gandolfini film, which I'm dying to see. I haven't had a chance to catch it yet. It's $4.2 million, made it number 6. If I Stay was 7th. The November Man, The Giver, and The 100-Foot Journey were the top 10 movies at the box office. Congratulations to newlyweds, Richard Lugner and Kathy Schmitz. They are a lovely couple. Lugner is an Austrian billionaire, a real estate billionaire. Married Playboy model Kathy Schmitz over the weekend.
Okay.
Richard Lugner is 81 years old.
Oh, no. Here we go.
Kathy is 24.
Oh, my
That's
God.
so sweet that they met and fell in love.
That's so crazy that even with those that difference in age, they could still fall in love and have so much in common.
Wow, I got to give her a lot of credit because a lot of women would look at an 81-year-old and go, ew,
Right.
but she fell in love with this man.
The inner man, the inner billionaire.
Clearly the inner.
The inner real
Not
estate
the outer.
billionaire. That's the person she fell in love with. And he was also able to look past her smoking hot Playboy model looks and found the kind, sweet spirit that resides inside that surgically augmented breast of hers.
You know what I hope for this couple? Seriously, I hope he lives another 25 years. That's what I hope for this couple.
I do, too. Although the happy couple is apparently registered in a state court. If you're trying to get something for Kathy, that's where she registered. Some iTunes users are complaining to Apple that U2's new album was forced on them.
What?
They are complaining because they open up their iTunes and there it is. There's Songs of Innocence.
You can delete it, right?
Yes, you can.
Apparently it's hard.
Really?
It is a multi-step process.
It's a multi-step process to get rid of that album. You woke up and it's there and you have it, and there's very little you can do about it. You must listen to U2, according to Apple. Well, some people are a little ticked off saying, I didn't ask for this, I didn't want this, why do I have to deal with this now that I've got U2 in my life?
I think iTunes has it set up so that it's difficult for you to lose your purchased material because that's everybody's big fear is, hey, I paid for that song and now it's gone. So this kind of falls into that category. Even though you didn't pay anything for it, it still goes into that file.
I didn't ask for it and I didn't want it and I don't want it to have it. I still have it.
I think it was Tyler, the Creator, over the weekend who said that waking up to the U2 album on your phone is like finding out you have herpes. Which isn't what U2 was planning on. That wasn't the feeling they wanted.
Because this was not their choice and it's being forced upon them, some Republicans are calling the album Obamacare. Thank you. Thank you so much. 200,000 copies have been downloaded from the iTunes store, by the way, but most listeners claim they still haven't found what they're looking for. So. Come on!
Wah, wah.
I thought that was a beautiful noise right there.
Why do you, this is exasperating.
Today's celebrity birthdays: Oliver Stone, 68 years old. Tommy Lee Jones is also 68. Josh Charles, very talented actor until recently, from The Good Wife, 43 years old. Tom Hardy, he's 37. Ben Schwartz plays Clyde on House of Lies, is 33 years old today. And YouTube star Jenna Marbles celebrates her 28th birthday. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz Beat.
Monday morning on the world-famous K-Rock. It's 106.7 KROQ. Thanks a lot for tuning into the Kevin and Bean Show today. Nick Cannon in the news. You know who he is, the host of America's Got Talent.
Yes.
I met him at a event down in Orange County, one of those organ donation type events.
Mm-hmm.
He donated a kidney. If I recall correctly. And so I met him. Very nice man, yes. Nick Cannon. Less talent than anyone I've ever met in my life. As a disc jockey, as a performer, as a host, he couldn't be worse. Seems like a nice guy, couldn't be worse.
How does he do it?
And he has the worst taste in the world in marriage because he's married to Mariah Carey. So there are a lot of strikes against Nick Cannon. But he's in the news right now because, as we know, he and Mariah Carey are divorcing. And he's not wearing his wedding ring anymore on America's Got Talent. That's been noticed. And recently, when he posted his Ice Bucket Challenge, people noticed, hey, that enormous foot-long Mariah Carey tattoo is starting to fade. And it turns out that he has been going and getting it piece by piece reduced and removed. That's the plan, is to get that tattoo gone. I love this about anyone who gets a tattoo of a new significant other. He got the tattoo ahead of their wedding back in April of 2008. And here's what he said. To me, rings are special and exciting, but tattoos mean more than anything. They're forever and ever. They professed our love. And, of course, it turns out that now they're divorced. So what's involved, Lisa? I know you're not a tattoo person, but what's involved in tattoo removal? Is that a painful process?
Painful, and it takes quite a few sessions to get rid of a tattoo you got in one session.
Right.
Yeah. It's bad, and it's expensive, too.
This one that Nick Cannon had is the entire upper half of his back in giant script letters that says Mariah. So, I mean, he definitely wanted it to make a statement. That's for sure. And now here we are, 6 years later, he's getting it removed. How about you, Muggs? Have you ever had a tattoo removed?
I have not had one removed, no.
Yet, though, right?
I think I'm pretty good with all my tattoos so far.
Really?
Yeah.
Even the beer mug one?
Yeah, because that's on my foot, and I can always cover that up when I choose to wear shoes. So, that's good.
They do say that the thing about tattoos is you have to think, I mean, it's probably going to be on your body for a long time. You have to think in terms of what I'm 20 now, or I'm 30 now, or however old you are when you get that tattoo. How am I going to feel about this when I'm 50? How am I going to feel about this when I'm going to try to get a real job? How am I going to feel about this when I have a wife and little kids? How am I going to feel about this when I'm 60? I mean, you really have to kind of project in the future. And that's why they say you should look, if you love Superman, you're always going to love Superman. That's probably a pretty safe tattoo. If you love the girl that you met in Hermosa at a bar over the weekend, maybe save that tattoo. Maybe not make that one permanent just yet. There's a long list of celebrities who have gone down the Nick Cannon route and have had to get their significant other tattoos removed. And I'm going to tell you about some of those while we open up the phone lines for you at 1-800-520-1067. I am so curious to hear what tattoos our listeners have had removed. Because I've seen how bad the tattoos are that stayed. I really want to hear about the ones that you had to have removed. If you've been through the process of getting a tattoo removed, we want to hear from you at 1-800-520-1067. Give us a call. All right, here's a list. The most famous one of all, Lisa, Johnny Depp's Winona Forever tattoo.
Didn't he didn't remove it. He altered it, right?
Yes, he altered it to create his new motto, which is Wino Forever, which he told Playboy magazine is actually a bit more accurate. So he had dated for Winona Ryder for a couple of years, and they broke up, and that's what happened. He got the tattoo changed. Angelina Jolie. Did we forget that she had a Billy Bob Thornton tattoo?
I did forget.
That she ended up having to get removed.
Oh.
Melanie Griffith, who you would have thought that this would have been a safe one, because how long was she with Antonio Banderas? Forever, it seems like,
at least
right?
20 years, I think.
She had his was on her upper arm. She had his name in a heart, and she just kind of faded out the part in the middle. So now she's still got the heart, but now there's no Antonio in the middle.
Oh, no Antonio. That makes me sad.
Eva Longoria is up next. Remember, she used to be married to basketball player Tony Parker.
Yes.
She got 3 tattoos marking her marriage to Tony Parker. She got a giant 9 on the back of her neck, which was his jersey number. She got their wedding date, 777, on her wrist. And the third was his initials that were hidden somewhere on her body that she has not identified. All 3 of those got removed after the couple divorced in 2010.
You know, that's just such a brutal extra step. Having been through a divorce, there's that decision the day that you finally go, okay, I'm taking off my ring. That's a big deal when you do that, you know? And then to have to go through the tattoo thing on top of it.
Yes.
That's terrible.
And especially when you're somebody like Eva Longoria, who's famous and in the public.
Yes.
I mean, it is just kind of adds insult to injury that everybody sees it and knows about it. I mean, it's kind of a constant reminder of your failure.
Yeah.
Again, taking your calls, 1-800-520-1067. If you have had a tattoo removed or you have one that you plan to get removed, I can't wait to find out what it is. Give us a call. You're not still advertising Charlie Sheen on you.
God, no.
So anyway, that's a list of some of the celebrities who have been through it. Let's see what you've been up to at 1-800-520-1067. Tattoos you had removed. Let's start with George. He's on line 2, and he joins us from Moreno Valley. Hey, George, thanks for listening. Thanks for calling. What's going on, man?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, yeah, I'm actually on, I think I've got one more session to get it removed. I'm 14 sessions out.
Oh man.
Wow. Wait. You mean you've been to 14 sessions to have a tattoo removed?
Yeah.
And you have one more left. Why does it take so many?
Because what they do is they basically hit the upper dermis of your skin with a laser, and it disrupts the ink, and your body has to have time to reabsorb that into itself.
So every time you go, it fades a little bit more.
Exactly.
And what tattoo are you having removed, George?
I had a naked woman on my forearm.
Are you no longer into naked women?
Well, not in public, no.
How old were you when you got the tattoo?
In my early 20s.
And then when did you start to think, oh, dude, what did I do?
About a good 4 or 5 years ago, my career line changed, and I had to basically either wear long shirts, long sleeve shirts, or think about getting it removed.
Gotcha. Yeah. And how are you feeling about it? Is it looking good?
Oh yeah, it's looking great. My pocketbook hurts, but you know.
Yeah. What does that cost? That's a great point.
This one, 10 by 4 inches, it was $2,700.
Wow.
And how much did it cost to get the tattoo originally?
About $300.
That is not a good return on your investment.
You know, that is such a good business to get into, tattoo removal.
No kidding. Wow. It takes so much longer, is so much more expensive, and is so much more painful than getting the original tattoo.
Oh, man.
That's incredible.
The pain's excruciating if you're not up for it. Just imagine taking a rubber band about 4 or 5 inches from your skin and snapping yourself with it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Repeatedly.
George, thank you for sharing your story. We appreciate it. 1-800-520-1067. What tattoos have you or will you have removed? We'll take your calls next on the Kevin and Bean Show on K-Rock. I think we're in the wrong business. I think tattoo removal is where we need to be.
Yep. I think I'm making plans.
From the Kevin and Bean Facebook page, Nitzia writes in, my boyfriend loves Danzig so much he took the lyrics to 13 seriously, and he got the Roman numeral 13 on his neck. Well, a year later, his dad has to pay a few $1,000s to get it removed. Paula writes in, my friend had Jennifer, his baby mama girlfriend, in 2-inch script-style letters on his neck. After the breakup, he had Void tattooed in red block letters on top of Jennifer. Now he's going through the painful removal at Homeboy Industries as his new girlfriend is not amused, so says Paula. So a lot of stories out there. We're taking your calls, too, at 1-800-520-1067 about tattoo removal. Let's start with Michael. He's on line 7. He's in Palos Verdes. Michael has a couple of interesting things about his case. Welcome to the show, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Hi.
Great. Thank you for calling. First of all, how old were you when you got your tattoo?
I was 17.
Now, that seems vaguely illegal in this great state of California.
It is vaguely illegal. Well, my friend met a guy at Taco Bell who had a bunch of tattoos, and he was just like, yeah, I'm actually a tattoo artist. And he was like, yeah, I mean, if you guys are like 17, turning 18, I won't card you guys.
Oh, wow.
All right, so what tattoo did you decide on?
I actually was looking up the designs, and I picked what I thought was, like, badass. I picked, like, a cross and a dragon, like Celtic cross and, like, a medieval dragon.
Okay, now let me stop you there because that seems relatively safe. That doesn't seem like the type of thing that has an expiration date on it. So what happened that made you want to start getting it removed?
Well, one of my professors or someone was really religious or something, and they told me that it's like an insult to religion because it's medieval and it was like the Dark Ages, something like that.
Where's the tattoo, Michael?
Oh, it's on my arm. It's just on my right arm.
Okay, so you can't really miss it.
It was bigger than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, you had a guy in a van do it. How could there be a surprise there? All right, so you're having it done how?
I actually have had 2 different removal processes. I had one where they have an ink gun, and it's like an anti-ink, and they just inject it, and the goal is to make it bleed as much as possible, and it takes like an hour, and they just keep going over and over it. I never got it filled in, so it's just lines.
Okay.
And then they put lemon juice and salt on it.
Ow.
And the goal is to let it stand there for like 10 minutes, and then you have to wrap it, and you can't get it wet. It has to scab up and suck up the ink.
That sounds so ghetto. I swear to God, somebody is making that up.
I am not making it up. I swear.
No, but somebody's making it up and making you do it. They're making it bleed as much as possible, and they're filling it with salt and lemon. And they're just trying to kill you.
No, I mean, it worked. It lightened it. I'm telling you, it worked.
Okay.
Is it a lot cheaper than the laser?
Yeah.
And then I did the laser once.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, which is cheaper?
Well, I got an employee discount on the laser because it was my mom's friend, so the laser was cheaper, actually.
Wow, unbelievable. All right, man, thanks for the call. Good luck with it.
By the way, one more thing. I don't know if you know this, but they're semi-permanent tattoos. They're like little ink balls that they insert into you, and if you get one laser done, it'll pop them, and then it'll disintegrate.
Okay.
All right. Good to know. Thank you very much. Appreciate the call. All right. Let's squeeze in a couple more, man. These are great. Let's go to Joanna. She's holding on line 1 from Los Angeles. Hi, Joanna. Thanks for calling the Kevin and Bean Show.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning,
Joanna.
Hi
there.
How's it been going for you tattoo-wise?
Well, my tattoo is actually on my wrist. It's my ex-boyfriend's name.
All right. So again, I mean, that should be rule number one is don't get a significant other's name tattooed. Your kids are probably safe. Your boyfriend, girlfriend, not so much. So what happened? How'd you make such a poor choice, Joanna?
I was actually 18 when I got it, and I realized that I shouldn't have gotten it about 2 years later. But when I was still 18, I actually broke up with my ex-boyfriend, and then I got my current boyfriend's name also.
Joanna,
you're not learning. You're not learning anything. Well, I mean, I guess if you keep going, eventually you'll never forget every man you ever dated because all you have to do is look down. So which one are you having removed now? You're having the first one removed now, right?
Yes, that one's the one on my wrist, and that one so far I've gotten 3. I've gone to about 5 treatments. And I still have about 3 left, and it's very painful, more painful than even getting the tattoo itself.
All right, and what's your advice for listeners out there today?
My advice is do not get any significant other's name. I learned that the second time.
Oh,
exactly.
God.
All right, Joanna, thank you for the call. Let's do one more. Let's go down to Carrie. She's on line 8, Grand Terrace. As I understand, Carrie, you have not gotten a tattoo removed, but you're thinking about it. Is that true?
Well, yes. I've had 2 tattoos removed. But this one was in an inconspicuous spot, so I've left it.
Yeah.
Okay, now before you tell me what that is, you already had 2 tattoos removed. Are you still getting new tattoos, or are you willing to accept that you're terrible at deciding?
With a lot more thought process going into it now.
All right, so what's the one in the inconspicuous area?
The inconspicuous area says chaos, and the A is an anarchy sign. And underneath that, it has an infinity symbol.
All right, and where's this tattoo?
On my ass.
So, how many people are seeing that?
Well, just my boyfriend now, but there's been others before him, so just a handful.
Okay, so what's changing your mind about it? I mean, you never even see it. Why are you thinking about getting it removed?
Well, I just think that if it's on you, maybe it has something to do with your life, and that's probably not a good thing to carry with me, so...
And plus, butts change over years. In 20 years, it's not going to be looking as good.
It may not even say chaos anymore. In 20 years, some guys will be going, what does this say? I can't even read this. These letters are everywhere. All right, thanks for calling, Carrie.
All right.
The Weezer on K-Rock, 106.7 KROQ. Thanks a lot for listening to the Kevin and Bean Show. We'll talk all things NFL with our friend Andrew Siciliano from the NFL Red Zone on DirecTV. That's coming up. Neil Brennan joins us later this morning as well, comedian, actor. Later this week.
Blah, blah.
Roland?
Yes, Roland, yes.
I'm talking to the kids about what's coming up on the show.
Well, why don't you talk about something that's important for once? Just do it once.
I think our listeners are interested in who's coming on the show.
Oh, like... That's popular. Like your show is popular.
Well, you got a point there, actually. What are we missing? I'm trying to think. I feel like these days we're covering all the comic book news. What are we missing?
You're missing the announcement that TNT Network is working on a Titans series.
The Tennessee Titans?
Oh, my stomach hurts. No. The new Titans, a.k.a. the Teen Titans.
What the hell are they?
Teen Titans. You know the Teen Titans
I've never heard of the Teen Titans.
Everyone knows who the Teen Titans are.
Lisa, have you ever heard of the Teen Titans?
Not a clue.
Well, don't ask the woman.
Okay, how about Beer Mug? Mugs, have you ever heard of the Teen Titans?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, what's the Teen Titans, Roland?
Teen Titans are like the Junior Justice League of America. They originally were Robin, Kid Flash, Aqualad, Wonder Girl, and Speedy.
Why do we need this?
Well, we don't need that. We're going to get the newer version, because in the 80s, when they came back as just the Titans with Marv Wolfman and George Perez, they had Wonder Girl, Robin, Kid Flash, but also Cyborg, Starfire, Raven, and Changeling. That's the version we're going to get.
Roland, is it possible, and I know this is on the surface you're going to want to say no, but please think about it before you answer. Is it possible that we already have enough superheroes?
No!
Why do we
need Beast Boy on my television?
I don't know what Beast Boy is.
Beast Boy's also the Changeling, from the Doom Patrol.
I don't know what a Starfire is. I don't know what a Raven is. I don't need any of them in my life.
Starfire's got big orange boobies.
Okay, I might actually take a peek at that. Now, are we talking about I can't believe I'm asking a question about the Teen Titans, but are we talking about an animated series or what?
No, live action.
Oh, okay.
And Robin will be Nightwing.
What does that mean, Robin will be Nightwing? Is it Robin?
Dear God. No, when Dick Grayson grew up, he outgrew the persona of Robin the Boy Wonder and took on the mantle of Nightwing.
I don't know what any of that means. I'm sorry. But why does he need to be another super... Why can't he just be... Isn't it enough to be Robin?
No, he has to be Nightwing.
Why? Why does he have to be two superheroes?
Because that's the way the world works, son.
Why do we need this show? I say we don't.
I say we do, and if it doesn't come on the air soon, you're going to get cut.
Oh, Beans?
I don't think anyone needs to be cut as a result of this.
Someone's going to get cut. Might as well be you.
Hey, Roland, I was just curious. We were talking to our listeners about tattoos that they've had removed. I'm just wondering, with all the stars that you're a fan of, have you ever gotten a superhero tattoo or cartoon tattoo or anything?
Yes, I have a tattoo of Plastic Man on my penis.
Plastic Man.
Plastic Man. He can stretch into any size.
I see.
Nice.
Like my penis.
Very clever.
One day, will a woman see that?
How dare you?
All right, thank you, Lisa. NFL Talk next hour with our friend Andrew Siciliano. Ralph, I don't know if you heard Roland on the phone there a minute ago.
I did, yes.
Did you have you heard of that Teen Titans that he was on about?
Sure. Come on, Bean. Teen Titans.
But how many of these characters do we need? I mean, seriously.
There's no end.
There's no end. I mean, are there 100 superheroes?
There are more than 100 superheroes.
Are there?
Foolish.
I mean, it just seems like every day there's a new one. That's all.
No, they've always been there. You're just discovering them.
I see.
But they're wonderful and they're magical, and they all should be on television. I agree with your friend.
Okay. All right. Time for the Showbiz Beat here on a Monday morning. What else is going on?
It is Monday, so we always look at the top 10 movies at the box office. Here's what came in first. No Good Deed. In its debut, made $24.5 million. Idris Elba is a movie star. Dolphin Tale 2. In its debut, came in at number 2. $16.6 million. Story of a dolphin with a prosthetic tail who needs a new friend. Some of those dolphins could be so judgy when you have a fake tail, man. Morgan Freeman stars in that when he's not telling us how to order pizza from inside a wave with our Visa card.
By the way, you know how some people think that everything in the world would be better if only Morgan Freeman narrated it?
Yes.
I'm in Alabama last week, and he does the announcements at the Birmingham airport because he's an Alabama native. So you walk in and you hear him doing all of the, the white zone stuff, all of the where to go to your baggage and everything. It's weird to hear Morgan Freeman coming out of the ceiling.
Do not leave your luggage unattended.
That's exactly what
if
he's
it's
the guy.
left behind, it will be taken and destroyed.
Right.
Have you seen the commercial I'm talking about where the guy orders the pizza inside the wave?
Inside the wave, yes.
What a waste of advertising money for Visa.
Because what?
Because that means nothing to anyone ever. No one will ever order pizza from inside a wave.
No.
And no one needs to know that their Visa order can be placed underwater or anything that about that commercial is completely useless.
It's funny you should say that because I've seen that commercial a couple times, but it's not immediately clear that it's a Visa ad. At first I thought it was for waterproof phones, and then I thought it was an ad for pizza, and then I thought it was an ad for some sort of island that wants you to come surf there.
Nope.
So it took me a long time to realize it was for the credit card.
Visa will let you order pizza in a wave.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Guardians of the Galaxy was third. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 4th. Let's Be Cops at number 5. The Drop was 6th. Can't wait to see that movie. If I Stay was 7th. The November Man, The Giver, and 100-Foot Journey were your top 10 movies at the box office. This Django Unchained actress, Danielle Watts, posted a story on Facebook lambasting the LAPD, claiming they accused her of being a prostitute simply because she was kissing her white husband. She is an African-American.
Well, that sounds like clear racial profiling to me,
Absolutely. Today I was handcuffed and detained by 2 police officers from the Studio City Police Department. Don't have their own police department, by the way.
Right.
After refusing to agree that I had done something wrong by showing affection fully clothed in a public place.
Well, somebody better get fired for this.
Yeah, I agree with you, Bean. Apparently people complained that the 2 of them were going out in a car, and the cops showed up to investigate, as is what they have to do, by the way, if they get a complaint, and they asked to see her ID. She refused to show her ID. That's when the cuffs went on, because that's when the problem happened. I cannot believe these cops would treat her with such complete disrespect and accuse her of being a prostitute simply because she was black. Well, maybe that's not the way it actually played out. I wonder if our story would change if we listened to the actual audio from the altercation.
Daddy, I can't believe it. Like, all the things that are happening with the cops right now, I can't make out with my boyfriend in front of my studio without getting the cops called on me.
We were like in our garage and the cops came up to us just because like
I don't have to give him my
our
ID
place and someone said
because it's my right to sit on the street corner and take out with my boyfriend. That's my right.
keep yelling. It really helps.
That's the officer there as she's screaming into her phone to her daddy, complaining about everything that was going on. This is going to surprise you. Beer Mug screwed up the clips. I need the first clip where she talks about playing the race card. Okay. Can we play that one first? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
What's the issue?
Somebody called the police saying that there was lewd acts in the car.
No lewd acts happening.
Doesn't matter. I have to ID you.
We're not doing anything.
Somebody called.
I'm on the phone with my dad. This is my boyfriend.
Okay, I want to see your ID. Somebody called, which means gives me the right to be here. So it gives me the right to identify you.
Do you know how many times I've been called? The cops have been called just for being black. Just because we're black and he's white. I'm just being really honest.
I don't. Who brought up a race card?
I'm bringing it up because
I said nothing about you being black. And I have every right to ask your ID.
And I have every right to say no. And if you'd like
no, you do not have every right to say no.
You can take me down to the court office and I can make a scene about it.
No.
And you know what? I have a publicist and I work as an actor at this studio.
I'm mildly interested. You have a publicist, but I'm going to get your ID.
I'm mildly interested. You have a publicist. I don't know who that officer is, but I want to buy him a coffee.
Seriously. There's really no reason to ever bring up your publicist when you're involved in a conversation with a police officer.
I'm mildly interested that you have a publicist. She's horrible. She's horrible. She's a horrible person.
So what happened here was that somebody from a office building nearby thought they saw prostitution going down.
No,
and that's
they
why
complained
they
that there was some lewd act going on in a car between two people. That's all they said. Something sexual and in various states of disrobing was happening.
A lot of people would call on that if it were happening in their neighborhood.
On a public street in a car, and they could see it from the office window, and they were bothered by it, so they called the cops. And the cops showed up, and apparently whatever was going on in the car was over. But they did find the people responsible, and they needed to investigate and ask some questions, and they wanted some ID. And she refused to give it.
And the reason they put handcuffs on her was because she wouldn't give ID.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Okay.
Which is, by the way, that's the law. If there's some actual investigation going on, you just have to identify yourself to the police. If you're walking down the street, you don't have to. But if there's something, they were called for a reason, then you have to identify yourself. And just do it. Just do it.
This audio tape does not support her version of the events.
And the cop is talking to the boyfriend towards the end of the audio tape, and he's like, you know what? If she had shown the ID, I would be gone by now. I would have looked at your I would ask you what was going on. I would look at your IDs. I would have said, okay, you didn't have any warrants or anything, and I would be gone by now. But instead, we're still here.
Yep. And by the way, the cop was right. He never brought up the fact that she was black and he was white. That wasn't relevant to his investigation.
It was her. She was saying, you know how many times I've been stopped just because I'm black? And he's like, what did I have to do with that?
I just got here, lady.
Yeah, really. I'm mildly interested that you have a publicist.
I like him.
Today's celebrity birthdays. Director Oliver Stone, 68 years old today. Actor Tommy Lee Jones is also 68. Josh Charles turns 43. Tom Hardy is 37 years old today. Ben Schwartz. Clyde from House of Lies is 33. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat.
Hey, party people, what's up? Monday morning on the Kevin and Bean Show at 106.7 KROQ. We are teaming up with Beats Music to bring you a special evening with the band Coldplay in the theater at the Ace Hotel. You can listen to KROQ every hour on the hour from 9 a.m. till 6 p.m. That means less than an hour from right now, your first chance to win for today. You can also go to KROQ.com for more details and another chance to win. Getting a lot of emails, by the way, from the listeners just begging, hey, but you don't understand. I'm a huge Coldplay fan. I really have to go. That's not how these are being given away. These are given away on the radio at the top of every hour. So just give us a call and win. Lisa, you ever been to Japan?
I haven't.
I'm dying to go. They eat the weirdest food over there. That's the one thing I know is that the Eastern and the Western taste buds seem to be different. I always see these articles about crazy stuff that they sell for food in Japan.
I think I would starve.
Strawberry chocolate Cheetos, for instance, are a thing that is regularly consumed in Japan.
I've never heard of that.
Strawberry chocolate Cheetos. Wasabi Kit Kats is another taste treat over there.
That's weird.
I mean, they just bizarre combinations. And I'm sure you might have even seen this one in the news because this got a lot of play last week online when it was released that Burger King in Japan is releasing what they call a black burger. The Kuro burger, Kuro is the Japanese word for black, will be available for a limited period in what the company describes as a chance to overturn the fast food industry. The bread is colored with bamboo charcoal, and the ketchup with onion and garlic and a soy sauce base has squid ink added to it.
Yum.
The cheese slices also have bamboo charcoal, and the 115-gram beef patties are made with black pepper. So in other words, you're looking at, and it looks like something the Raiders would eat. The bun is black, the sauce is black, everything on the burger is black. It has so far received a mixed reception from fans of the U.S. fast food chain worldwide. One has dubbed it the Goth Burger. So for a limited time, you can get the Black Burger in Japan. And we were curious about this. When Burger King said that they had a chance to overturn the fast food industry, like, do they just mean we're selling food that's a different color?
It's not really that different.
I mean, it
still
really
a bun
is
and
still
a burger.
a bun and a hamburger, exactly. So we wanted to find out about the Japanese black burger and what else is going on in the world of fast food. We asked Dave to line us up an expert. We have Mr. Clark O'Brien now. He is the editor of Fast Food Weekly, and he joins us on KROC. Mr. O'Brien, thank you for taking the time today, sir.
Oh, my goodness. It's a pleasure to be here, don't you know?
Well, you heard us on hold, I hope, sir.
Yes, the Kuro Burger.
Yes, so you're familiar with this. This is a real item that you can buy on the streets of Tokyo.
Who's not familiar with the Kuro Burger? It's overturning the fast food industry, don't you know?
Well, that's what they said, but as Lisa pointed it out, isn't it just a hamburger with some food coloring?
No, it's so much more than that. It's a bold statement in fast food. I mean, who among us has ever said, I'd like to consume a burger that's just totally black and looks like death?
I don't think anyone has ever had any complaints about the burgers the way they're already being served. I mean, that seems fine for most people.
Didn't burgers seem a little too colorful and appetizing to you before? Didn't you look at a burger and say, that looks delicious? I wish it looked a little more death-like.
This does look like a burger that's maybe been left out in the sun for a year.
Yes. It looks like a burger when you're done with it. When it comes out the other end.
Right, understand. Yeah, we don't need too many.
You understand what I'm saying?
I think we do, actually, sir.
Once you ingest the burger and your body processes it.
Got it.
This looks like a byproduct of that.
So what about overturning the fast food industry? I thought that was an interesting quote because I bet every restaurant out there is thinking, look, we're all selling the same food. What can we do that's different? Is this something you run into and cover a lot in Fast Food Weekly?
Yes, especially in Japan. Because in Japan, they're desperate for effed up things to eat. And if you have just a plain regular menu, you're never going to make it in Tokyo, Jack.
Okay. All right. So like things like squid ink is just that little extra ingredient that maybe others don't think of.
Exactly. And that's why Jack in the Box in Japan is offering green fries.
Green fries? Now, how are those made?
They're made from boogers.
Oh, come on. Nobody can like that.
No, squid boogers.
Come on.
It's not better.
It's such a hard process to get those squids and then to pick their noses, their tiny little noses.
Oh, my God.
Just to make some green fries.
That seems like a lot of work for not much reward.
Wendy's is very popular in Japan.
Oh, Wendy's is in the market. Okay.
They love her red hair. They're just attracted to the red hair thing. There's a lot of gingers in Japan.
No, I wouldn't imagine there would be.
They eat ginger in Japan, but not a lot of gingers redheads in Japan.
Redheaded people, right. We got it, sir. Yes.
So Wendy's is offering the new red hair shake, which is made from...
Yes?
Yes, Mr. O'Brien?
Which is just...
The red hair
How do
shake?
they make the red hair shake?
What's in that, sir?
How does it get red?
It's black.
What?
Yes. Mr.
What?
O'Brien? Are you there, sir?
Hello?
It's blended with vanilla ice cream and a bunch of red hair.
Wait, a bunch of red hair?
Yeah.
Wait, it's just ice cream with hair in it? Well, no one's going to eat that. Why would anyone eat that? Maybe Maybe the only thing I look forward to more than my Sunday football is my Monday visit with our good friend Andrew Siciliano, host of Around the NFL on the NFL Network, Monday through Fridays at 3, and then the DirecTV Red Zone channel on Sunday. Andrew, welcome back, my friend. How are you?
Yay, good morning. I do not need applause, but thank you guys. How are you?
For all of the bad news that has fallen on the NFL's doorsteps in recent weeks, yesterday reminded us why we love it so much, didn't it?
It sounds so cliche, but you're absolutely right. I always go back to it's the world's or America's greatest reality show. I think Peter King on his website, Monday Morning Quarterback, summed it up today pretty well in his opening couple of paragraphs. He said, should we still root for the NFL? Does it feel okay to actually watch the games and care and get emotionally invested and root and, have our Sundays emotionally swing with every good and bad thing on the field? And he said, after watching the games, I guess probably yes. But if you wanted to walk away, so be it. Respect your decision. But I think the games yesterday were, as you said, a reminder of why we've all loved this game as kids and growing up as adults.
99.9% of the people who either work for or in the NFL, and certainly the men on the field, are there for the love of the game and because they're there to work hard and do a good job and put on some great entertainment for us.
Absolutely. Brian Hoyer, the Browns quarterback, said, the league is a kaleidoscope of people, good and bad.
Right,
CJ
like
Spiller,
anything else.
Right. CJ Spiller of the Bills said, you're not going to let 3, 4, 5 people ruin it for everybody. And listen, I say all these things understanding the severity of the crimes and the stories that we discussed last week.
Absolutely.
In no way pushing those apart and saying, hey, we had a great Sunday of games. Forget about it. Let's move on. No one's doing that.
There are things more important than football, absolutely. And if you watch, for instance, the Fox 9 a.m. show, I mean, the first 20 minutes of it was all about the off-the-field stuff. So, I mean, people are aware of it, and people are dealing with it.
Absolutely.
That's for sure.
And they will continue to deal with it this week. I mean, if you think that all will be silent again this week, there will be likely Adrian Peterson showing up to work and people questioning him and him telling him his side of the story. I'm going to guess he's going to say it's a legal matter. I'm not going to comment at all, but, have a chance to hopefully talk to AP. There will be, I'm assuming, more developments in the Ray Rice case. The union today is expected to appeal his indefinite suspension. So there we go again with that. There's the lingering story in Carolina with Greg Hardy. What do they do? What do they do with Ray McDonald in San Francisco? So these stories are not going away.
What team should be the most worried right now 2 games into the 2014 campaign, Andrew?
Oh, that's a good one. And I guess I can't say the Raiders because we knew they weren't going to be any good, right?
I was going to say either the Saints or the Giants have to be the most surprised to be 0-2.
Well, I told you guys, not to pat myself on the back, but I told you guys, what was it, last week? You guys said, what's going to happen Monday night with the Giants game? I said the Giants are awful. They are awful. And they have a legitimate reason to be worried. I don't think the Saints should be worried at 0-2, although statistically, here's your worthless stat of the day. If you go 0-2, your chance of making the playoffs is only 11%.
Ouch.
So the Saints are 0-2, but they played both of those games on the road. They were undefeated 8-0 at home last year. The math still very much works for them, and they still have a very good team. The Falcons lost, so they're back to the pack. The Saints I wouldn't worry about at all, but the Giants... wow.
Watch out.
They're bad. And the Raiders are just awful. Let's get that out of the way, too.
That's what I heard. And the Raiders did a full-scale reinvent this year with tons of new people, right?
Except, so when most people tear down a house and they rebuild the house, they go with shiny new things, right?
Yeah.
That are right out of the box.
Yes.
And they smell good. And you walk in, wow, this is a new house.
This is obviously quality.
The Raiders have the oldest roster in football.
Really?
The Raiders went out.
New roster?
They went out and they spent all this money on old things. Now, things that used to be good, like in Major League, that scene when they're sitting in the diner and they're looking at the roster and they say, well, I would have loved to have this guy 5 years ago. Justin Tuck and Lamar Whitley. I would have loved to have these guys. MJD. 5 years ago, they have the oldest roster in football. They built a new house, and you walk in, and it smells like a retirement home. It's musty. It's nasty. You have to sign in. And look, I like Dennis Allen. I like Reggie McKenzie. I like Derek Carr a lot. I like MJD. There are a lot of good pieces there, but you generally don't rebuild by getting older.
Yeah. What's the why does something like that happen to the Raiders?
And look, they brought in Charles Woodson too, right? We love Charles Woodson.
Yeah.
You know what Charles Woodson said after the game?
Tell me.
And this is not a paraphrase. Quote, we suck.
Well,
we suck, and I'm embarrassed, end quote. And I kind of feel for him. He's heading to the Hall of Fame, and he chose to go home. He used to be a Raider. He loves being a Raider, and I respect him for it. It wasn't about money. I'm going to go home, and I'm going to help this team rebuild. Well, when you're going to start a rookie quarterback, and a good rookie quarterback of that who has a bright future, and you could put all these old pieces around him, it ain't going to happen overnight.
Is there a quarterback controversy anymore in Cleveland after yesterday?
I don't think there was. I mean, look, we in the media feed the beast, and we're on 24 hours a day, and Johnny Manziel did nothing to win the job, ever, in the preseason. He made some plays, but he didn't do anything to win the job. Now, granted, Brian Hoyer didn't do anything to win it either. He was bad in the preseason, but he won last year, so they give him the job. And it's all right, go out there, and the first time you screw up, we're going to pull you and bring in Manziel, in all likelihood. If we're 0-3, 0-4, you're toast. Well, they're not. They're 1-1. They coulda, woulda, shoulda won both games, and they won yesterday, and they won because of Brian Hoyer. So Johnny Manziel's not playing anytime soon.
And I know that Johnny Football is a little bit. Oh, by the way, I forgot. Aren't you Johnny Red Zone? Are we still keeping that alive?
Red Zone.
Weren't you Johnny Red Zone last year?
Can I interrupt one second? I'd like the name Johnny Red Zone. I would actually.
You'd accept that?
Yeah, I'd accept Johnny Red Zone. So, do we still have that thing with the Browns fans screaming last week? Yeah. Okay. So, Bean, you weren't here last Monday. Here I am producing a radio show. Yeah. Bean, you weren't here last Monday, and they played this thing from this Browns fan screaming off YouTube.
Andrew, this won't surprise you, but I was on vacation, yet I sent that tape to
You sent it in.
King of Mexico, so to make sure you guys had it.
So, do we have this stupid thing? All right, go ahead.
Jimmy Haslam, did you buy a team to watch Brian Hoyer go 3 and out every series? You got Johnny Manziel.
You guys said last week that was me on the air, right? So I walk into DirecTV yesterday, and our wardrobe person looks at me and says, Andrew, a friend of mine heard you on K-Rock. Yeah. Said that you were just dropping bombs left and right, and you were so mad at the Browns. I said, really? Said you couldn't stop screaming. They were shocked that you were cursing like that. Yeah, they lied. That was not in any
Sounded like you to me, Andrew. I'm pretty sure that was you.
That was not me.
Did you see the Jerry Springer bit they did on the Fox show yesterday?
No, I did not. What they did.
I have some tape of that.
We're here with Cindy and Rick, two Browns fans, and Rick, as I understand it, you haven't spoken to your fiancée Cindy since what? Since draft day. Why?
She wants Brian Hoyer to be the starter. I want Johnny Manziel.
No. Why are you Browns fans? I mean, don't you like professional football?
So there you go. So Cleveland, who has been the laughing stock for years, all of a sudden is a team that people are sitting up and taking notice of.
And you realize that Jerry Springer's from Cincinnati,
yes,
right?
That's
so
right,
there you go.
course.
And my dad went to law school with him. You know that one?
Jerry is not only still alive, he's still doing his show. He's still got the Springer Show on the air.
That's who? Seriously?
Yes. Still very popular.
On the television?
On TV, yes. We have Jerry on the show all the time. And
really?
He's still a great guest and a smart guy and a funny guy. We love Jerry.
I'm sure he's
Absolutely.
a great guy. I'm mildly embarrassed. I didn't know it was on. Actually, no, I'm not embarrassed. No, I take it back.
You're okay. You should be okay with that.
You're all right to miss the Springer Show. All right, a quick break. Andrew Siciliano is our guest from around the NFL on the NFL Network, Monday through Friday at 3. And, of course, DirecTV's Red Zone channel on Sundays. Much more to talk about the weekend that was the NFL when we return right after this on K-Rock. Our friend Andrew Siciliano in studio with us here on the Kevin and Bean Show, as he do on Monday mornings to talk the NFL weekend that was. By the way, it seemed to me that there were a lot of people carted off the field yesterday in a bad way. What was going on?
I wish I had an answer. It's a violent game.
But for one day, didn't it seem exceptional?
It was absurd. So there's RG3. In the span of like 15 minutes, you had RG3, Noshawn Moreno, A.J. Green. Who else am I forgetting?
I don't know.
I mean, half
there were more. Okay. Half a dozen.
Jamal Charles, Deshaun Jackson, RG3, Noshawn Moreno, Gerald McCoy broke a hand, Carson Palmer didn't play. It was nuts.
Yeah.
It was the most injuries I think we'd ever seen in one day for star players
That's
as
what it felt
long
like.
as I can remember.
That's what it felt. And speaking of RG3, the Redskins are just a dumpster fire at this point, right?
No, they won. I mean, they're 1-1. They scored 41 points, and therein lies the rub. They won with the other guy.
Yes, with the other guy. Because it seems like ever since that brief moment that RG3 was the savior of the league, it seems like they've sucked ever since then.
I'm not exaggerating. If he were to run for mayor, he'd win. I'm really not kidding. If RG3 were to declare his candidacy for the mayoral race in Washington, he would win in a landslide. I mean, it's as backwards and corrupt a local government as there is in America. But he would absolutely, unequivocally win. And this might sound absurd, but there is a chance that he has played his last game or taken his last snap as a Redskin.
Because?
So here's the thing. He's out. We don't know how long. He could be out this season. There are people speculating this morning, without, of course, having seen the MRIs or anything like that, that it's more like 6-8 weeks. All right? So let's say it's short term. Let's say it's half the season, not the entire season. And let's say Kirk Cousins plays as well as he did yesterday, because plenty of people think he's the better option. Okay. There were plenty of people this summer saying, all right, why don't we just play Kirk Cousins? Well, Kirk Cousins got in yesterday and played really well.
Right.
So let's say he continues, and this is all hypothetical here. Let's say he continues to play really well. RG3 gets healthy, say, I don't know, the beginning of November. Well, let's say the Redskins are winning.
Right.
Are you going to put him back in?
Yeah, you don't stop that train.
No. What if Cousins, well, maybe you do, because he is the face of the franchise. And maybe the coach in the next week or two gets cornered and says something like, RG3's our quarterback, and the second he comes back, we're going to give him the ball, which he may feel organizationally they need to say. Okay. Right. Next year, RG3 makes $3.2 million. Kirk Cousins makes $660,000.
Which would you rather pay?
Yep, and both will be in the final year of their contract. So if that scenario plays out, and Cousins continues, let's say RG3's out for the year. Either way, they have a decision to make at the end of the year. Because, well, one's a hell of a lot cheaper than the other, and they both have legitimate value on the trade market. So what do you do?
Interesting. All right, let's turn our attention a little closer to home. We talked last week about how a lot of people were bumped out of their suicide pool first week because of teams like the Patriots and the Saints losing. What about yesterday? What were the chances that the 49ers and the Seahawks would both lose yesterday and both lose to teams they should have beaten?
And throwing the Saints as well. I assume a lot of people, even though it was on the road, a lot of people took the Saints. I would say, this is just me, that if you took the 49ers or the Seahawks, you were silly, because they were both playing very, very good teams. Both of those good teams are 0-1, but both of those teams, in the Bears for the 49ers and the Chargers for the Seahawks, you get what you deserve.
Well, then you're a hell of a lot smarter than I am.
Really?
Because
what were the numbers?
I would have bet anything on the 49ers beating the Bears.
Really?
Yes, I was stunned by that.
Well, when they're up 17-0 heading into the half, then yeah,
it looked
you're
pretty
totally
good at that
right.
point.
The game was over.
What happened? What went so wrong yesterday?
The 49ers got called for 16 penalties, and Colin Kaepernick turned the ball over 4 times. End of discussion.
And yesterday, did we have the first of those mysterious new NFL rules about language, too? Did Colin Kaepernick say something that got him fined as well?
He did get flagged for 15 yards for abusive language, I believe, is the call.
Now, what did he say?
I don't know. Afterwards, he wouldn't... Look, Colin Kaepernick has never given more than a 4-word answer, ever. All right, he is Mr. Monosyllabic on the podium. He
lets his tattoos do the talking.
Something like that. He doesn't want to be there at all. But
there must be a lip reader somewhere who's got the answer to that question.
I haven't seen it. To be honest, I don't know. But he
Truth?
denied cursing. He denied saying anything inflammatory. I'm not
N-word?
calling him a liar, but I don't know that he'd tell the truth anyway.
N-word?
Yeah. I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. He was asked, were you not tricked into it? Were you baited into saying something? And he kind of shrugged his shoulders and gave the impression that I want to say yes, but I'm not going to say yes.
Gotcha.
So maybe there's some gamesmanship going on, and he got baited into something. But either way, he fell apart in the second half. His whole team fell apart in the second half, and that's on him, and they lost.
All right, speaking of teams falling apart, I could not have been more disappointed with my beloved Seattle Seahawks yesterday. They only had the ball for, 18 minutes of the whole game. San Diego had it for 42. How did that happen?
Well, the crazy thing about that, too, is that so the Chargers played Monday night. Now, it was only in Phoenix, but they got home at 2:30 Tuesday morning, had a short week to get ready for the defending Super Bowl champions. The Seahawks had played Thursday previous. Right. They had 10 days.
10 days off, right.
To get ready. But, it was 115 degrees on the field, and the Chargers are good. I mean, they are legitimately good.
Boy, I was impressed with that.
The Seahawks are a different team away from home. They're still a champion. They're still the best team in football, but that game was on the road. The Charger crowd was into it. All you fans in San Diego deserve all the credit in the world. Everybody was cramping up. It was a IV line to the locker room.
That's what I heard.
With that heat.
The defense looked exhausted by halftime. They really did. They're
Everybody
just not used
was
to that kind of
exhausted
heat.
by halftime. Give the Chargers credit, man.
Absolutely, I do. What about Richard Sherman? Let's talk about the exposed controversy.
All right. So, you guys, for those who don't know, Richard Sherman is the Seahawks corner with the big hair and the one screaming at Aaron Andrews, all that, right? So nobody throws to him. He's allegedly so good that quarterbacks will only look at half of the field.
And that's what Green Bay did in the opener, too. They wouldn't go anywhere near him.
Aaron Rodgers didn't throw him the ball. Ever. The Chargers went at him yesterday, and Keenan Allen caught 3 passes on him, and he refused to speak after the game. Richard Sherman did, refused to speak to the media, walked away, and so the Chargers in the other locker room said, we exposed him because we went at him, we made plays on him. They didn't score a touchdown on him or anything like that. And Richard Sherman, who never shuts up, ever, didn't talk. And then afterwards went to Twitter and said, what did he say?
Exposed, LMAO.
Yeah.
Something about how no significant catches, no touchdowns, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I like Richard Sherman a lot, but don't go to Twitter. I mean, stand up there, do your job, talk after the game, even if it's for 2 minutes and even if it's monosyllabic like Colin Kaepernick. Then walk away.
Do the bare minimum.
Bare minimum, and then walk away.
So I'm not worried about my Seahawks yet.
No, why would you be?
Okay, I'm just saying. I get nervous.
No. I mean, look, if you keep following Pete Carroll on Twitter and getting his song of the day in your head, then maybe that would be it.
K-Rock listener Tim writes in, have Andrew explain the 10-second runoff when there is an injury. What's he talking about?
All right, so there are 3 crazy things officiating yesterday. Number 1, Percy Harvin was clearly out of bounds. Right, yes. The Seahawks should have been blown out of the building. They got that touchdown wrong, and the league admitted last night in a statement that Percy Harvin's touchdown shouldn't have counted. Number 1.
Even though they automatically go to review in New York, they made the announcement on the field too soon before they were apparently finished.
Totally screwed it up.
Absolutely.
So they never even saw the replay. Number 1. Number 2, the thing with the Jets called a timeout, and only the coach is supposed to call a timeout. The Jets erased their own touchdown.
That was unbelievable.
A timeout. And number 3, the one he's talking about. So there's a rule that they put in years ago to prevent teams from faking injuries to stop the clock. So let's say I'm at a timeout, so I'm trying to march down the field. I complete a pass deep down the field. I got to run my team down there to get the field goal team on the field. You might fake an injury, like soccer, which is nothing but faking injuries by lying liars and faking fakers, okay? In soccer, you get shot from the stands, and the guy lies on the ground for an hour, and then we arbitrarily put there's 6 minutes of injury time. It's because the referee just pulls some time out of his butt. No, 6 minutes. But we're not actually going to keep a clock. So football, there's a rule. You can't fake an injury. So to prevent that, if a guy goes down with an injury in the final 2 minutes of the game and you have the ball and you're out of timeouts, they can't just stop the game because you're unfairly giving a team a timeout.
Right.
So they have a 10-second runoff if they have to stop the game to get you off the field. So Mike Evans caught a ball over the middle, which seemingly put the Bucs into field goal position to potentially win the game. But he got drilled by USC's T.J. McDonald, who had a great game. He couldn't get up. And he realized the situation, so he's trying to get to his feet and trying to get off the field with the clock ticking down, and the trainers went out there to help him. Once the trainers are out there to help him off the field, they got to stop the clock.
Right.
At which point there were 8 seconds left. At which point, 10-second runoff. Game over.
So the intention of the rule is a good one.
So it's not soccer.
In practice, maybe it doesn't work?
Well, it does work. Here's the problem yesterday. In my opinion, only looking at it once, I want to look at it again. It looked as if Jeff Triplett, the referee, might have had a quick hook, that he might have been able to give Evans a couple of more seconds to try to get off the field. Mm-hmm. I don't think he would have been able to get off the field, and I don't know. Here's what I got to look up. Is there a rule that says if the training staff is out there, then therefore you must stop the clock? I think once the training staff goes out there, and it wasn't just one, there's like 3 people to assist him, then you've got to call an injury timeout. That makes sense?
Yes.
But either way, they said, game over, you don't have a chance to kick. Rams win.
Eagles-Colts tonight, our final question?
Without Ralph, no? Eagles.
Yeah.
Yeah, although the Colts are at home, right? Yeah, Colts are at home. I know it's going to be a good game.
All right.
That's all you want. That's all you want. What do you got on Around the NFL today?
Around the NFL, we're going to have the latest on, actually, I guarantee you, a bunch of those officiating issues that people had questions about. The latest also will be live in Indianapolis with stuff on the game. And whatever happens with the off-the-field news, yes, we will have that for you as well. At
3 o'clock this afternoon on the NFL Network and then the DirecTV Red Zone channel every Sunday. Go to DirecTV.com. There's no way you season without Andrew's face on your TV every Sunday. Thanks for coming in, man. We appreciate it.
That's scary.
Comedian, actor, director, writer, Neil Brennan joins us in studio coming up right after the top of the hour here on K-Rock. He is, of course, of the Approval Matrix on the Sundance Channel. Ralph is here now. Time for the Showbiz Beat for a Monday. What's going on?
Because it is Monday, we take a look at the top 10 movies at the box office. What was up with my microphone?
That
there?
was weird.
Can we get a little volume on there? Thanks so much for your mic. You're top of your class. No Good Deed. Number 1 movie at the box office this weekend, $24.5 million. Made it number 1. Dolphin Tale 2. Debuted with $16.6 million. A lot of people wanted to see a movie that I find inexplicable.
Is that, forgive my ignorance, I was on the road a lot, didn't watch any TV last week. Is that animated?
No.
It's not.
Live-action tale of a dolphin.
Live-action dolphin movie.
Dolphin who needed a replacement tail, so they made a prosthetic tail for the dolphin. Yes, true story. The first movie was a big hit. I get that. It was an interesting story to tell. But the dolphin's got his tail already, right? We got that's covered.
Right.
The dolphin is now swimming around fine with his fake tail. Now he needs a roommate. Now he needs a friend or something. That's what this one's about. No! No! You don't get to go back to that well a second time.
Who are the humans in this movie, if there are any?
I'm not sure.
Ashley Judd.
There you go, Ashley Judd.
Ashley Judd.
I know Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Because I will take any job that pays me. That's right. That's right, Splashy. Let's find you a new roommate so you won't be lonely without having a tail.
Look, you've got a kid in, I would assume, the age group that this movie is marketed toward, right?
No.
No. Okay.
No, this is for kids a little bit older. But
Gotcha.
she will never see this. All right. Not as long as they have Netflix. Guardians of the Galaxy, 3rd. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came in at number 4. Let's Be Cops was 5th. The Drop was 6th. If I Stay, The November Man, The Giver, and The 100-Foot Journey. Those are your top 10 movies at the box office. That happened. Those are movies. Those are things. And they're the top 10 ones.
Well, we're getting into fall, and a lot of good new movies will be coming out soon.
It's the drudgery. The drudgery before we start getting into Oscar season. Speaking of great movies, and my child, and movies I've seen over and over and over again, there are changes going on at Disney World Epcot at the theme park. Hollywood Reporter says they're going to replace the mail at Epcot. I guess they all have a pavilion. Norway.
Didn't they say that Frozen is more popular than, what's it called? Maelstrom?
Maelstrom. The Maelstrom water ride. I don't know if Maelstrom is a Norwegian word for drowning or whatever, but it's not as popular as Frozen, which is based on a Norwegian folk tale of the Snow Queen.
All right.
And so you go there and you can meet Elsa and Anna and other characters from the film. And Disney is reportedly also going to make over Cinderella's castle at the Magic Kingdom into an ice palace each night beginning in November.
Wow.
That seems cool.
So a lot of Frozen stuff going on.
That Frozen is just a license to print money, isn't it?
It sure is. It is now and forever. Wait till they do the stage version, man. I'm serious. It's going to blow up. I mean, that Lion King thing's been running now for, what, 10
Probably
years?
Right, yeah.
Longer, yeah.
You couldn't find a little kid who doesn't love Frozen.
That's for sure. Today's celebrity birthdays, Oliver Stone, movie director, 68 years old today. Tommy Lee Jones, who's actually been in many Oliver Stone films, is 68 years old as well. Josh Charles turns 43. Tom Hardy. He's got a new movie in theaters called The Drop with Tony Soprano himself, James Gandolfini. He is 37 years old today. And actor Ben Schwartz, who's Clyde from The House of Lies. He is 33 years old today. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat.
Lisa, you want to take a stab at that winner's name of the Coldplay tickets? I don't know if I can pull it off.
Let me pull it up here. Sorry, I wasn't ready for that. Not on my screen.
Osana
yeah, there you go.
Boyajian, I want to say. From Van Nuys, congratulations. You've just won tickets to go see Coldplay in the theater at the Ace Hotel. It's going to be this Wednesday night. We got tickets you can win every hour all day long today on K-Rock. And I've just been informed, if you're not lucky enough to be there, you can't win your way in. You can actually listen to the show. It's going to be airing live Wednesday night right here on K-Rock, Coldplay. Hey, Neil Brennan, how are you, man?
Hi.
From the Approval Matrix on Sundance TV, Monday nights at 11. What's your thought on Coldplay? You have an opinion on everything. That's why I asked you.
I do. I was listening to Chris Martin on the way here. You guys played his song, and he deserves every woman he gets. Meaning, it's like he still thinks that women are a star in the sky. What do you know what I mean? Like
Sky Full of Stars, right?
Sky Full of Stars.
Very
and
romantic.
All of my material about women is just like, women are all freezing and starving. You know what I mean? Like, I don't deserve any of these girls. So go ahead, Jennifer Lawrence. Have your way with Chris Martin.
He has definitely unlocked the code on how to get women to fall desperately and deeply in love with you.
Is it not
he says
pandering,
all the right
though?
things.
He's pandering, isn't he?
Maybe he believes it.
He may believe
Have
it,
we
yeah.
thought of that?
Yeah.
I think even if it's pandering, I think he's playing the odds, and there are plenty of women who are going to just accept what he's saying as true because they want it to be true, because they want to think, hey, somebody thinks I'm a star in the freaking sky.
Yeah.
So I think it's connecting for him.
That'd be
It's
great
working.
if he did have a song called "Playing the Odds." just about I'm just going to write about a bunch of women and hopefully it'll stick with one of them.
And eventually he just writes a book about being a pickup artist.
Yeah,
what it's
exactly.
Like. The reason I asked Neil what his opinion is of Coldplay is because he's a guy who has an opinion on everything, and that's what his show, The Approval Matrix, is about. And I was just wondering, because it's such an unusual show. Was it a tough sell to get it on television?
It wasn't a tough sell. They sold it without me, and then I came in as like the host, but I ended up sort of producing it and writing it and all that stuff. So they had the rights to it, and they did it at like Bravo or something, and it was a little too Bravo-ish. It was like too sparkly and like making fun of people's outfits. And then I came on, and me and this guy Rory Albanese from The Daily Show, he was the EP of The Daily Show for like 10 years, sort of made it our own, so to speak. So it wasn't such a tough sell.
Okay, so
and it's like Sunday. It's Sunday. It's a small network, so it's like I always say it's like having a show on the Tennis Channel. It's like not a huge,
When a friend of mine told me, a friend of mine's a huge fan of yours, listens to your podcast all the time, and he said, Neil Brennan, you should see him on the Sundance Channel. And I said, Neil Brennan is on Law and Order? Because I just assumed if you're on the Sundance Channel, you must be on Law and Order, but apparently not.
Yeah.
How do you describe the show to people who have not seen it?
What I describe it as, it's dumber than Bill Maher. It's a panel show, 4 people, me and 4 people. Dumber than Bill Maher, not as dumb as Chelsea Lately.
I think that is exactly right on.
Yeah, that Chelsea Lately is pretty dumb.
Mm-hmm.
And that Bill Maher is smarter than you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
You get great guests, Whitney Cummings, Rob Delaney this season, Julie Klausner, who's hilarious, Jim Norton, Jason Biggs has been on. And you basically just talk about, the kinds of stuff that we all talk about that we need to have an opinion on, but you're willing to make a ruling, have a verdict on whatever the hot button issue is. You're willing to tell us how we should think. And I appreciate that because sometimes I'm not sure where I stand on things.
Yeah, and also, everyone disagrees with me, so I just have to start the conversation. Luckily, I have a generally contrarian point of view on things, so it's good for segments. But yeah, it is like we had, and I also interviewed Chris Rock and Jon Stewart and Amy Poehler. Then we roll those into the show. So they were very gracious, all those guys, to do the show. And yeah, so even me and John disagreed about Donald Sterling. So,
that was the most heated one of all, right?
Yes, that was the most heated one. And again, it's not heated. It wasn't like more. We didn't. I took a swing.
You didn't take
at
it
him.
personally. Or
I
anything.
took a swing at Stewart. But no, like I just sort of thought like you can't record people in their house no matter what. And he took a more nuanced view than that. So.
Did you tackle the Redskins?
No, but I gotta say that seems indefensible, right?
I think so at this point, but I do think it's something that is very slow for a lot of people to change their opinions on, because in most of our lives, the Redskins has only met the professional football team from football. There's never been another meaning of the Redskins, and I think it's difficult for people to realize that for other people that isn't the case.
Yeah. My only thought on the Redskins is I've heard that the RG4 is going to be built more durably.
Well, they hope so.
Yeah.
Because this one's breaking down.
It's sad. It seems like maybe one more season as the Redskins.
Once the Redskins is gone, what then happens to?
They go back to the Bullets. They go back to the old.
Because that worked out well for them.
Exactly.
For the basketball team. What happens though if you say what you say about the Redskins? Do we then have a problem with the Chiefs? Do we then not like the Indians? Do we then not like the Warriors? Do any of them fall under the same?
No.
Or no?
Because I think I think Redskin is like the N-word for Redskins.
The Chiefs isn't pejorative.
The Chiefs is just like they're in charge.
Right.
Whereas Redskins is, I think that's the white man's name for for Native Americans.
What's the smallest issue you've ever tackled on your show? Like, would you go as low as, hey, is it okay to wear flip-flops to work? Is that beneath
I don't
your
think
radar?
there's any argument there. I don't think you do it. Although living in California, people wear anything here.
I'm wearing them now.
Women, I don't mind because women have decent feet, but I don't need to see a guy's infected toes and
beer mug.
Yeah.
My toes are not
you hearing
infected.
this?
They're
You hearing
clean.
this, Mike?
They're clean toes.
Is that true? Do you get a
Yes.
pedicure or something?
Yeah, I mean, I keep them pedicured and maintained.
You don't get a
That
pedicure.
sounds like a lie.
It is a lie.
Yeah.
He does. He is that guy at work, though, Neil, who insists on wearing flip-flops to work. And his argument is, look, it's California, it's 150 freaking degrees outside, and we're working in radio.
Those are all good arguments.
It's not like I'm working in a supermarket or a restaurant. It's radio.
Yeah, how hot do people's feet get? That's what I've never understood. Like, do they get that hot?
Well, if you have to wear
without,
socks, they get hot.
like straight up hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, my feet never get
Your
hot.
whole body gets hotter.
Yeah, but I get. Yeah, I just don't, they can't get that hot.
I love that. I love that Neil is a guy that we can go to, though, who is not afraid to put it on the line.
Look, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take a controversial stance. No flip flops.
No flip flops. So let it be written. So let it be done.
Put it on the board.
You've had 6 episodes, I want to say, have aired
Yes.
so far. And what happens now, Neil Brennan?
Now they decide if they want to pick it up. I've heard they're going to, but I've that's not my
hard proof
place
yet
to say.
I feel like they should come to you to make a ruling on that, since you're so good at it. They should say, Neil, is it picked up or is it not?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Although it's in New York, so it's a bit of I have a dog and a house here, so it's like I'd rather be out here. So,
do you have to leave your dog behind when you go to film?
Yeah, man.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For
it's almost not
months.
worth doing a TV show if you got to do that.
It's almost not worth it. No, he's a good dude too, so it stinks to.
Is he a big dog?
Yeah, he's a pit bull.
Oh. It's hard to travel with.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know what but yeah, hopefully they'll pick it up. If not, look, I've got other, but I think they're going to pick it up.
Neil Brennan is here. The show is called The Approval Matrix. It airs Monday nights at 11 on Sundance. There's so much more. He's so much more than just a pretty face. Wait till we dig a little deeper with our guests when we return right after this on K-Rock. This is Kevin and Bean Show on 106.7 KROQ. Thanks for tuning in. Our guest in studio is comedian and writer and host and director and actor. And what the hell can he do? Neil Brennan is here, star of The Approval Matrix on Sundance Monday nights at 11.
I do voiceover as well.
Okay, sorry, I forgot to put that on your resume.
I do all those Samsung ads that were airing yesterday.
Neil is the, is that true? Or you said?
Yeah, those Samsung, those thing about like when the iPhone came out.
That was you?
That was me, man.
Wow,
cool. Yeah.
that kind of went viral a little bit because people really kind of noticed that Samsung was really like taking shots by name at Apple.
Yes, I've been for the last year I've been doing them, and it's the easiest, greatest money I've ever made in my entire life.
What the hell? Which cell phone ad is it that has Judy Greer and that like little animal?
Dice Clay is in it too. I think it's for Sprint.
Yeah, I think you're right.
What the hell's going on?
I don't know, but they're funny.
Neil?
Yeah, I don't know. I
It's
don't
got the
really...
goth kid, and
No,
then it's
I
got
know.
like a talking goldfish or something.
Gordon is the goth kid's name. I don't.
Wow.
I have no idea what's happening. Although
Okay,
I'm
good.
just glad that Dice Clay is working.
I feel like you're possibly one of those super, super smart guys like Seth Meyers that is too bright for this show, and that concerns me a little bit.
Don't insult yourself like that.
Can you dumb?
Dean.
You can
I'm
dumb
gonna
it down
dumb
for us now.
Yeah.
Neil, by the way, who, although you don't know his name, you know much of his work. He's the co-creator of the Dave Chappelle Show. He has done a lot of writing and directing for things like Funny or Die and for TV shows like Amy Schumer's Show, New Girl, Mindy Project. You're just one of those guys. You've written for the Academy Awards.
Yeah. I wrote for Seth's White House Correspondence' Dinner.
White House Correspondence' Dinner, which was great. You also, and most impressive to me, you have so many black friends.
I have over 20. I might be over 30 black friends.
And I know that it's kind of a regular thing on your podcast too, where you always have a black guest that you're friends with and stuff.
Yes.
But in all seriousness, Neil, because you are a very white guy.
Yeah.
How do you get so many black friends? How do you do it? What's your common ground with black
How
folk?
do I do it? I don't know. I find that black people are nicer to me than white people, and I think they feel because of Chappelle Show that they can trust me. And that's a big part, guys. There's a lot of mistrust out there on the streets between the blacks and the whites.
So
and,
the fact that Dave Chappelle co-signed you as his show business brother at one point kind of gives you that's your card, that's your entry card.
Yes. And it's it's done wonders.
So are you automatically in any fraternity of black people? Like, can you walk up to any group of black guys on the street and show them a card or something like that, and you're in, or do you kind of have to prove yourself over and over again with new people?
All right, one time I had a black girlfriend, and this is a few years ago. That's how deep I was getting, guys.
Okay.
And I was walking in Harlem with my black girlfriend on 125th Street in New York. And I could just feel like three dudes like staring at her. They like looked her up and down, then they panned over to me and looked me up and down, and I could just feel their heat. And then one of them goes, "Oh man, it's Neil." And it was like, "Oh, okay." And I just like went and said hi to them all, like I was running for office or something.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, no, like it could have in like 15 years earlier, there would have been a fight.
Yeah.
But it was like, hey, what do you say, fellas?
That's unbelievable.
So, yeah, it's been very
it has always troubled me because I believe I try to live in the post-racial America that we all idealize.
Mm-hmm.
But it occurred to me a few years ago that I had no black friends. So we actually did. Lisa, do you remember this? We actually did a bit on the radio where we auditioned people, and we got me a black friend.
Yes, that's right.
And then we stayed in touch a little bit, but then we kind of lost touch and everything. And now I feel like I
will say that
they
do switch cell phone numbers a lot.
Is that what's going on?
Yeah, that does happen. So
that's how we lost touch, I guess.
Yeah, you get used to it. They'll bring you on, they'll switch their contacts, etc.
Now, I don't have your resume, so what tip would you give for me, who's just a generic white guy on the street? How can I bring some black people into my life?
It's no one's ever asked directly.
We've all wondered it, but no one's ever asked.
You're pretty white. I mean, you're
I'm super white.
Yeah, you're cultural. But all right, so you like the Seahawks? You said
absolutely, yeah.
So there's a thing. There's a point of entry.
Okay, football. A lot of black folks like football.
Do you guys play black music ever on the station? Kind of not really, huh?
Very, very rarely.
Not often.
I'm kind of thinking of who would even qualify. Lenny Kravitz a long time. I mean,
we would have played him back in the day. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm running out of weight. This might not happen for you, man.
This is very sad for me.
I know. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, he's out.
Yeah, no, I don't. I honestly don't know what to do. Like it's the football thing. Radio, you could get them tickets for shows that they'd want to go to, right? Like you could. Do you know somebody at Clear Channel or something?
So what you're saying is the next time Lil Wayne's playing in town,
yes.
I go down to Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and just start handing out tickets?
Yeah, you went a little racist on me with the Martin Luther King Boulevard thing, but yeah, I think you'd make a lot of black friends if you had. By the way, call him Wheezy.
Wheezy,
don't
okay.
call him Lil Wayne.
Okay,
call him
all right,
Wheezy. If
good.
you want to get black friends, say I got them Wheezy tickets.
Already a great tip from Neil Brennan.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to take that. That's going to be my jumping off point. I'm going to see what I can do to get a little color into my life. That's fantastic. All right, Approval Matrix, Monday nights at 11 on Sundance. When will you hear whether you're renewed or not, Neil?
I do not know. I would assume like in the next week. It's doing well, though, so I would assume it'll pick it up.
The show
but watch tonight. It's two black guys. Hannibal Buress, Donnell Rawlings from Chappelle Show. Polar's on the show tonight. It's a good show.
You get great guests on the show, and it's super fun, and your monologue's funny. I mean, it's Sundance. That's tough sledding for a lot of people to find that.
No, it is. It's in a bad neighborhood. It's in a bad channel. It's in you don't know. It's in the 300s or the 7. But you don't go up there. You get confused. It's like looking for like MTV3. It's just like you get
I know
scared.
that nobody cares, Lisa, but the truth is you have to think of it that one time when you're sitting there with your remote and you're setting up stuff to record. It doesn't matter what channel it's on once it's in your DVR.
Yeah, but can't you just put the name of the show in?
You got to think of it, though. That's what I'm saying. You don't accident.
Yeah.
It's not like unless you're watching Sundance, you're not going to see a promo for Neil's show to give you the idea. Oh yeah, I meant to set that up and tape it.
That's a good point.
So that's why we're trying to get the word
My
out.
lead-in is a Law and Order from 1988.
It always is too.
Yeah.
And the Champs. How often does that come out on?
That comes out sparingly because me and my co-hosts are very busy. But
a lot of black people on the Champs too.
Nothing but almost nothing but.
Yeah. Great stuff.
Thanks, man.
All right, Neil, a real pleasure, sir. Thanks for coming in. Good luck to you,
man.
Talk about it. Shouldn't talk about it.
Hey, is that Vance Joy guy?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was on last week while I was on vacation. How was he?
He was really good.
That is Milky Chance.
Oh, it's Milky Chance.
Oh, I'm
Different
sorry.
song. Never mind. I'm sorry, I only heard the end of it there. I hate it when I miss the musical performances, but Vance was good?
He was really good and super dreamy.
Really?
Yeah.
Now we got to get Milky Chance on, I guess.
I guess so.
Get them to confess what their real name is, because clearly they're not sticking with that, right? 9:41, Monday morning on the Kevin and Bean Show. Rob is here. Time for the Showbiz Beat. What's going on?
It's a Monday morning, which means we look at the top 10 movies at the box office. No Good Deed was number one this weekend, $24.5 million. Made it so. Dolphin Tale 2 did $16.6 million, good enough to make it number 2 at the box office. Then Guardians of the Galaxy, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and Let's Be Cops were your top 5 movies at the box office. The Drop, in its debut, made just $4.2 million in limited release, good enough to make it number 6. Then If I Stay, The November Man, The Giver, and The 100-Foot Journey, rounding out the top 10 movies at the box office. Speaking of movies, you have just 6 more days, people, to go to Kickstarter.com and fund Samurai Cop 2 Deadly Vengeance. 6 more days left. Out of the $50,000 goal, they have raised $42,842.
Wow, that's good.
So just about a little over $7,000 away from their goal over the next 6 days. So let's not give up, people. Let's get over the cross that finish line. Make sure Samurai Cop 2 Deadly Vengeance is fully funded so that I, too, may share the screen with Matt Bannon.
Now, you had Matt on the show last week too, right?
We did.
And how was he? Was he stunned at the continued love for his samurai movie?
Yeah, I think he's thrown by this whole thing, quite frankly. I think he's surprised that first of all the film was even rediscovered, and the fact that it's become a thing again, and now that he's making another one, I think it's all sort of shocking to him. Bingo, indeed. It was very cool. He was hitting on Lisa May, too.
Yeah, he was.
Who can blame him?
Yeah. It's your silky voice.
Kitten voice.
You got a chance with Lisa. You might as well go for it.
That's true. Congratulations to Cheyenne Jackson of 30 Rock fame. Got married to his longtime boyfriend, Jason Landau, in Encino, California last week. Us Weekly Magazine reporting a star-studded event. Leah Remini was there, Rebecca Romaine, Jerry O'Connell, Alicia Silverstone, Jane Lynch. They all came out to toast the happy couple who went public with their relationship last October. So congratulations to those guys. More celebrity wedding news. Lauren Conrad. Remember her from Laguna Beach in the hills?
Oh, yeah.
She got married to her lawyer boyfriend, William Tell. It says here his name is, on Saturday.
That must be unfortunate for him.
Celebrate, she shot an apple off his head with a bow and arrow. Because that's what he does.
Right.
Sure.
Interesting relationship news coming from the set of Orange is the New Black. Lauren Morelli, one of the writers on Orange is the New Black, has discovered that she is a lesbian thanks to writing for the show, and has left her husband and is now dating Samira Wiley, one of the actresses on Orange is the New Black.
Oh, she plays Poussey. She's gorgeous.
So she said, I started writing for the show, and hey, it just dawned on me. Wow, I'm gay.
Okay.
What a surprise.
How often does that happen, that a grown heterosexual married person wakes up one day and realizes that they now want to be in a relationship with the opposite sex?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's about falling in love with a person more than... And we all know that people are on some sort of scale as to which way they can go. And sometimes women don't realize how close they are to being able to be on the other side of that scale.
Yeah. Lauren says she's gay.
Yeah.
She had never had much interest in having sex with her husband. Maybe that should have been one of the clues.
Okay, all right. So this was something she'd probably thought about previously?
No,
maybe?
never had. That's the thing.
She probably just didn't think she had interest in sex, period.
Isn't
That's
that
what she
interesting?
thought, yeah. Then she started writing all these lesbian sex scenes. She was like, whoa, wait, hold on a second.
This is hot.
This is good for me. What, did you not know it existed, the possibility of having sex with women before, Lauren? By the way, Lauren should have dropped by the studio. We could have figured her out pretty quick.
Really?
Eye test. Well, eye test. Look at her. Lesbian.
How is that for the husband? It's easier news than I'm leaving you for another man, right?
By all accounts, their separation is very amicable.
Okay.
She got the Lexus, and he got the Honda. It's the only problem I could see in that whole split-up, but apparently they're still great friends, and everything's everything.
He probably wants to find a woman who'd like to have sex with him.
Why not?
Yeah.
So this might be a win-win for everybody.
All things being equal,
Yeah.
why not? Find a girl who wants to have sex with you.
I only paid for this much carpet, but look at how much I got.
I know, you got a lot more carpet now. And Kanye West was in Sydney, Australia on Friday when he would not start his song The Good Life until everyone at the Qantas Credit Union Arena was standing up.
You mean most people?
No,
Like the people
everyone
you could
stands
see in the
up
front.
or he does not start the song. He said, I've done this a long time. I'm really good at making sure everyone's standing up. I'll stand here all night until everyone's standing up. He said, this is the longest I've had to wait for a song. It's unbelievable. When he was still waiting for two fans to stand up, that's when the crowd started to boo. They wanted to hear the song. He wouldn't get on with it until he found out one of the fans started waving their prosthetic limb in the air to show Kanye that they really couldn't stand up, to which he responded, okay, you fine. Then what about the other guy? He kept insisting. People around that person started to let Kanye know that he was in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
But Kanye wouldn't believe it.
Why wouldn't he believe
Well,
it?
you know how those people lie, Lisa, with
What
their
the
wheelchair
hell?
lies.
You know how they do.
He sent his bodyguard into the crowd to make sure. And once Kanye got confirmation that he was indeed in a wheelchair, he then said, he's in a wheelchair? Okay, it's fine. And then he launched into his performance of The Good Life.
Ha 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 ha! You're in a wheelchair.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Actually, I have a clip of it, Ralph. I really do. This is not a joke.
Yeah, it's very hard to understand
Okay.
and to make out, though, so that's why I'm not requesting that. I am requesting, however, the clips of this young lady, this actress, who claims that the police in Studio City, California, accused her of being a prostitute because she was kissing her white boyfriend. She is African American in the car on a public street. She had a very strong Facebook statement saying how she was handcuffed and accused of being a prostitute and how they were racist. And then TMZ released audio from the actual altercation between Danielle Watts and the LAPD. First of all, when the LAPD show up on the scene, they had received a call saying that there was something overtly sexual going on between a couple in a car, and people were complaining, so the cops showed up. She wouldn't get off the phone to talk with them. She walked away and continued talking to her daddy. And then, well, here's her playing the race card.
What's the issue?
Somebody called the police saying that there was lewd acts in the car.
No lewd acts happening. We paid
Doesn't
for the
matter. I
meters.
have to ID you.
We're not doing anything.
Somebody
I'm on
called.
the phone with my dad. This is my boyfriend.
Okay, I
We're
want to
sitting
see
in front
your
of a public
ID.
place.
Somebody called, which means gives me the right to be here. So it gives me the right to identify
Do
you
you know how
by
many times
law.
I've been called? The cops have been called just for being black.
That is
It's
not-
because we're black and he's
that-
white. I'm
that-
just being really honest.
I don't. Who brought up a race card?
I'm
Why?
bringing it up because
I had no. I said
have
nothing
every
about
right
you
to
being
be
black,
here.
and I have every right to ask your ID.
And I have every right to say no. And if you'd like
No,
to,
you do
and if
not
you'd
have
like
every right to
demand
say
it,
no.
you can take me down to the court office and I can make a scene about it.
No.
And you know what? I have a
No.
publicist and I work as an
I'm
actor
mildly
at this
interested.
studio.
I'm mildly interested. You have a publicist, but I'm going to get your ID.
I'm mildly interested that you have a publicist.
I love that.
Listen, she's just She's just behaving like a little spoiled brat, is what she's doing. You can tell. She's like, I am too important to be dealt with this way, and you just need to leave me go because I say so. Here's the thing. Had she just given the guy her ID, it all would have ended a long time before it reached this point, and the cop even says so. I would have been gone 15 minutes ago if you just give me your ID. Here she is just melting down.
Daddy, I can't believe it. Like, all the things that are happening with the cops right now, I can't make out with my boyfriend in front of my studio without getting the cops called on me.
We were like in our garage, and the cop came up to us just because like someone said it was our place, and someone said
because it's my right to sit on the street corner and hang out with my boyfriend. That's my right.
Keep yelling. It really helps.
Cops are like, do I need to get paramedics? Are you losing your mind? Do you need some help?
One of our listeners pointed out that the police officer on the tape sounds like Archer. He kind of does.
He's great. I'm mildly interested. You can hear the whole thing on TMZ.com. They got the whole audio. But she's just milking the hell out of this story. Now she was on CNN this morning with a press conference, her and her boyfriend.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I hope they play this tape.
They did. And she said, well, that's not the point. The point was that I believe in this country, in freedom. And it's America, and so I have to be able to expose this kind of behavior that's going on with the police. Like, this isn't Ferguson! You just were making out with your boyfriend and you didn't want to tell the cops. Here's my ID. That's what happened.
That's it, period.
And by the way, if the police are called and a homeowner says, hey, there's a couple having sex in public in broad daylight in front of my house in their car, please come look at it. Does she not want the police to go and check that out?
Well, that's what this woman on CNN asked her. She said, if you were the police, how would you have handled it? She said, well, I've played a cop before. So I actually do have an answer. It was hilarious. And then, this is my favorite part. Here's a clip from the interview on CNN where she talks about why she just didn't show the cop her ID.
But again, and I'm not trying to harp on this.
Yeah.
You gave your ID to Brian. He gave it to the police. You see that if you had done that earlier, it might not have escalated this far?
I certainly understand that, but I do, again, feel like part of my role as a public figure is to raise awareness and be strong enough to say and do the things that maybe people who don't have the advantages that I have aren't strong enough or don't have the know-how or don't have the awareness to do. So because I'm aware of the history of our country, I've went to college, I've studied the law, I've studied, these sort of situations.
Okay, you're not a freedom fighter.
She studied the law?
She didn't.
She a lawyer?
You're an actress.
She did play a cop, though, Ralph, in her defense.
Played a cop once. Stop it. You're not a public figure, by the way.
No, you're not.
Up
No
until
one's
now,
heard of you.
you were known as the girl who opened the door in Django Unchained.
This is unbelievable.
This is our country.
I know you're trying to take this blow for all of us. Stop it. Don't.
Yeah, we don't need you to fight our fights for us. Because if a cop comes up to me and says, I heard you were banging somebody in the car, I'd say, no, I wasn't, officer. Let me see your ID. I'd say, here's my ID. And he goes, all right, don't do it again.
Right.
And he leaves me alone.
Yeah, it's like a 45-second exchange.
We all go back to our lives. Public figure, studied the law. Today's celebrity birthdays. Oliver Stone's 68 years old today. Tommy Lee Jones is 68 as well. Josh Charles is 43. Tom Hardy's 37 years old today. And actor Ben Schwartz, Clyde from House of Lies, is 33 years old today. I'm Ralph Garman. I, too, have also played a cop on television.
As a matter of fact, you have. Thank you so much, Ralph. Hope you'll come back. Hope everyone will come on back for an all-new Kevin and Bean show for tomorrow. Got a couple of great guests for you, too. Ike Barinholtz, who's hilarious as Morgan on the Mindy Project. He's also one of the writers on that show. Is going to be joining us tomorrow morning. And the beautiful Hannah Simone will be here as well in studio. She is Cece on New Girl. Both of those shows back this week. Our TV shows are finally starting to trickle back on for the new fall season.
It's really starting to ramp up.
Very, very exciting. So that's tomorrow, plus an all-new What's Up with Florida and more chances for you to win. Don't forget, every hour up until 6 o'clock this afternoon to win your way into the Coldplay at the Ace Hotel.
About. You gotta put it in perspective. This is my dad's stereo. Come on, Larry, take a chance. Let's party.
If you don't mind, I will begin at the beginning. It's a new day. Let's get going.
1, 2, 3. Bad boy. 4, 5, 6. VIG.
There's nothing worse than reheating pizza in the microwave. I love crisp, crunchy crust. Why microwave when you can flavor wave? What's happening?
I love Jesus, but I drink a little.
But in all seriousness,
seriousness, Tiger's had a difficult year, but he's back, and he's getting ready for the British Open tomorrow. So everyone, give it up for Tiger Woods, if you haven't already.
You're a pain in the ass! You're a pain in my ass! Stop being that!
And now,
Do you get paid more if they do stuff to your butt?
that's terrible. Our feature presentation.
That is terrible. That is terrible.
It depends how much you need the money, dude.
Charles Barkley. I guess that's true. Morning, everybody. It's Kevin and Bean Show, and it is a Wednesday morning. What's happening?
What's happening is it's time for you to get over to the telephone and give us a call. Pick it up and call toll-free 1-800-520-1067. Excuse me, that is the number to get on the air and get a prize and be part of the Wednesday Kevin and Bean What It Do Nephew. Got to tell you, I don't listen to the Love Line. Mm-hmm. Very entertaining late-night show across many of these great countries.
I hear the host is a douchebag. So
he's a tool.
Yeah.
That's universally agreed. Dr. Drew, still fantastic. They kind of low rent on the host this time around. They've had some good hosts in the past, maybe not so much right. Oh, hi, Psycho Mike. How are you? I didn't see you over there.
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, you're here?
But I do follow, this is funny, like so many other things, I don't actually listen to it or watch it, but I do follow it online, so I feel like I have some understanding of it. But, Mike, I need some clarification about the Twitter Celebrity Challenge that was going on last night. What's that about?
Awesome.
Hold on. He's got to take off his headphones and go over to a proper microphone so that he can
for real.
explain it to us accurately.
This actually is pretty awesome. So last night, the guy who kind of takes care of Loveline's needs online, Tyler, he throws down the gauntlet to kind of a collection of celebrity friends that Loveline has. First one to respond back wins a prize, and he didn't narrow down what that prize may be.
Just people that have come on the show a bunch of times. So you can have them back.
He direct tweets to Snoop Dogg, Jimmy Fallon,
Conan O'Brien.
And there's a list of maybe 6 people. And he was expecting Dr. Drew and myself to come into work, and then we would suss out what that prize may be, and we would figure it out, hoping maybe that one of them would get back to us. Within 25 seconds, I'm not exaggerating, Snoop responds,
"What?
Ooh-wee, what do I win?"
What?
Yeah. And so
what prize do you give Snoop?
We don't know what to do. So just Tyler, we come into work and Tyler says, "I don't know what to do. I've put down this please respond type race with the celebs," and Snoop responds back in 20 seconds. What do we? So we go to Snoop's website to see what we can muster up. He's also put up a video to Dr. Drew.
Oh no!
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking within minutes.
Wow.
All right, I have the audio for that, so we'll see how this plays out. So this is a big surprise to you when Snoop actually has a question for Dr. Drew.
Yes.
Here's that.
Dr. Drew, what up? It's Big Snoop Dogg. I got a question for you, man. How do you manage to smoke, have sex, and drink, smoke and have sex and drink, and look good like me after 20 years? You did.
That's a good question.
Why am I so good? Why am I look so young and so healthy with the lifestyle that I'm leading?
So I said, Drew, you can't just call him up, or you can't just tweet him back. You got to make your own video. I mean, I think the guy's earned it at this point.
I like it. Put it back up on YouTube.
Dr. Drew responds with his own video of how you can stay looking good after smoking weed.
Congratulations, Snoop, for winning the celebrity Twitter race this afternoon. And you ask a very interesting question. You know, the long-term effects of cannabis can be somewhat resisted by certain genetic traits, certain genetic predispositions. The same is true with alcohol. Ethanol is not as damaging to certain individuals neurobiologically as others. And in terms of your aging, of course, pigmented skin doesn't age as quickly, and certainly there can be less elasticity and wrinkling.
That's, by the way, his way of saying the black don't crack is what he's basically saying there.
All that could summate to have you looking as good as you do, given that you've been using a fair bit of cannabis, alcohol, ethanol, and continuing to engage in coitus. Or it could just be that you're one fly motherfucker.
So that's the real answer. He's a fly mother effer.
That's awesome. Drew's the best.
That's the way it goes. Still haven't nailed down what we're going to give Snoop as a prize, but
how do you?
Well, there's only one thing he wants. Come on,
right? But he's got better than you could get.
Yeah, but okay. So if you're Dr. Drew,
if you're
Dr. Drew, and you're me, who's in recovery, do you really want to go out there buying sacks of weed for somebody? You know.
Well,
we can hire someone.
Send Tyler out. He's the guy that came up with the idea, right?
That's a good idea, Anderson.
Anyway, very, very funny.
That's funny.
That's awesome.
All right, time for your phone calls. 1-800-520-1067 is the phone number.
We're sorry. You must first dial a 0 or 1.
What it do, nephew? So, what it do? What it do, nephew?
The always entertaining Steve Carell is back with his friend Paul Rudd in a new film called Dinner for Schmucks. It opens up in theaters on Friday, July 30th. You get to see it the night before at a special advanced screening at the ArcLight in Hollywood on July 29th. That's your prize for being on the air. Let's try John calling us on line 2 to get us going today. Hey, John, welcome to the Kevin and Bean Show. What it do, nephew?
What it do, nephews? What up, Lisa May?
What up, John?
What's going on?
Hey, what is the deal with Lindsay Lohan? Who cares? You knew she should be institutionalized as her parents for exploiting her at such a young age.
Yeah, you've got a point there. Her parents are a disaster.
Look, I don't think anybody really cares about her. It's just the part of there is a major celebrity that's going to jail and is playing out in front of us, and it's not like people care about her that much.
And has been out drinking and driving and stuff, so it's
I do think they should release her into the general population.
Of
you
prison?
do?
Of the jail?
In other words, instead of she's getting a little bit of special treatment right now, if you consider solitary confinement special treatment, you're saying she doesn't deserve that.
No. I think they should let her loose on the masses.
And just let people have at her?
I understand that way of thinking, but I also understand from the jail's perspective, you don't really want to put prisoners in a situation where they're perhaps unfairly going to be targeted just because of their fame. I can understand that. I mean, the last thing they want to do is set up a fight.
They do, they do pick on certain people in jail. There are certain people that are not safe.
Right.
And sometimes it's celebrities. You know, I was watching Lockup on MSNBC, which is a great program about prisons. Love it, right? And they were talking about child molesters. Really have a heart, like they were talking to murderers, and they would go, if I see a child molester, I'm just going to kill him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just how it works.
Right. There's a hierarchy. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've killed a person, but this guy is a, he abuses little kids, so I don't have
Maybe
a choice.
they better just slap her out for a little bit. Maybe slap some sense into her.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing Lindsay needs to do, and this is, Kevin, I'm sure you've seen this on Lockup, is she needs to cut a bitch, because then the word gets out, don't screw with me.
Yeah, with those you got to have crazy eyes.
You got to have crazy eyes, you got to cut a bitch. I mean, clearly that's what's needed here.
For no reason.
True.
For just out of the blue.
John, thank you for the call. I guess they're saying 13 or 14 days is what Lindsay's likely to get, so she can hang on for that long.
Is that right? Because then at first they were saying 20 days, and then they were saying 19 days. Remember, Harvey guessed 10.
Yeah.
So it may end up closer.
It could end up being 10. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, Ray is on line 3, joining us on the Kevin and Bean Show. Hey, Ray, welcome in, man. What's going on?
What it do, nephew?
What it do?
What it do, baby boo?
Hi.
Hey, listen, I was reading on the internet yesterday about this guy who started off with a red paperclip, and on Craigslist, you know how they have the trade option. You know how you can trade things for other things.
Yeah.
Well, this guy had to start off with a red paperclip, and 14 trades later, he ended up with a 2-story house.
Yeah,
we talked to that guy.
Yeah, we followed that. I mean, this is several years old that this story happened, but we talked to that guy several times along the way, and he got it done, man.
Didn't he have a snowmobile when we talked to him? Something like that?
Yeah, he was trading up along the way. Yeah.
Well, yesterday there was another story about a kid who started off with the old cell phone and ended up with a 1990 Porsche Boxster.
See, for folks who aren't following, what happens is you've got an old cell phone, and all you need to do is find somebody out there who's willing to trade you for that cell phone something just a little bit better. And then from that, you've got something a little bit better. You find somebody else to do the same trade-up. And eventually, as you mentioned, after a few trades, you end up with something pretty good.
But when you start with a paperclip and then you get to a house, it seems like it would take more than, what did you say, 14?
You said 14.
Yeah,
14, seems like it would take way more than that. You'd have to go up in such smaller increments, you know?
Yeah,
I think people got wind of it and started kind of helping him along.
Kind of play along?
Maybe so. Yeah. It was very impressive, and he seemed like a really nice guy, that guy that we talked to, the red paperclip guy, too. All right, thank you very much for the call. Let's do one more. How about Matt? Matt is on line 1, joining us on the Kevin and Bean Show. Matt, what'd it do?
What it do, Kevin and Bean? What it do, Lisa May?
What it do, Matt?
What's going on?
Hey, I'm just going to leave with a punchline.
Okay.
Miss Cleo naked, okay? What it is that you said that she got hypnotized on the other day?
Yes.
At the OC Fair?
Yes.
Well, a friend of mine at work told me that at the OC Fair, that same hypnotist has a sideshow, an adult sideshow, where anything happens.
Yeah. Yes.
and you have to sign a waiver.
How do we
and
not
I do
know
believe
about
she
that?
owes you a few jumping jacks and stuff, right?
Right.
She certainly does.
So I think payback is what? Payback's a biatch.
You've got good delivery.
The problem is, if Cleo knows that something like that is likely to happen, or even possible to happen, I don't think she would allow herself to be hypnotized. I think she only did it because she knew it was going to be safe.
Well, fine then.
Well, fine then.
I didn't mean to bum you out or anything.
No,
We'll look into it.
That's a brilliant idea.
It is.
We will look into it because she does owe us.
Mm-hmm.
We should get her hypnotized, and we should make her do those jumping jacks, because the world just doesn't seem right with that still out there, not being paid back like it should.
Right, the world is imbalanced.
Exactly.
All right, thank you for the call,
Thanks, Matt.
I do
Yeah,
too.
Matt's funny.
That's the man. All right, let's talk about today's Kevin and Bean Show, shall we?
What are you, expert?
Yes, I am, as a matter of fact. We have Kevin Smith in the studio today.
He's the best.
He's the best. Talking Comic-Con and all of his stuff. He's got all kinds of different appearances and stuff. We're going to tell you about Bean's Hero. They did a special yesterday on the news on a guy who writes letters to the editor. And what a loser.
How dare you?
What a gigantic loser.
Oh, black man can't have an opinion. Is that what you're saying?
This guy has written, and I think he's had published 526 letters to the editor.
He's got a lot to say about a lot of things.
It's all meaningless drivel.
They must hate him.
I think they're delighted to hear from him every time.
The guy who runs the Arizona Republic paper, which is where this guy is from, I think Scottsdale or someplace in Phoenix area, recognizes his writing style before he sees the name, and he's excited because they're usually pretty good letters. His only fear is, he says on this piece, that I just printed one by him last week, so I don't want to put too many in. But this guy, for some reason, he's retired, and that's what he does.
This is what I don't. And by the way, I totally forgot I had taped that piece yesterday, so I haven't seen the story yet on the TV.
Oh, I got highlights for you.
This is what I don't understand. He's a good writer, and he's got a good opinion. He gets published a lot. Why doesn't the Arizona Republic hire this guy as a columnist? That's the answer.
Idea. Yeah.
I don't know. But I can tell you this. I haven't, and I don't know anyone who reads letters to the editor. 0 people, except for Bean. Have you ever read a letter to the editor?
In magazines, I might scan through them.
But
they're
most
just
of the time
comments
they're just-
on what happened in other issues.
And you go, all
but
right,
that's about
this
it.
is dumb.
Yeah.
Move on to something else.
Yeah, pretty
something
much.
good. But that's what this guy does. He's retired now. Used to be in the Coast Guard. Now he writes letters.
All right.
I love him. I love this guy.
And Bean yesterday said, "Oh, I got to tape this." So we were all like,
doing a story on my
"What?
guy."
This guy writes letters." Like, what are you talking about?
I either want to be the guy who writes letters or the guy who walks on the moon. Those are my 2 goals in life. So I really only had to narrow it down to one that I could do.
The guy who writes letters is well ahead of you. So you're going to need to start catching up.
Yeah, but he's going to die soon. Then I'm going to take over.
Funny man, Patton Oswalt will be in the studio.
Yeah!
Always love him. We are going to talk to Window Licker Nick today on the program.
We got a big breakthrough for Nick today in his screenwriting career. I'm very excited to share the news with him.
And we're going to talk to former Laker Rick Fox, talking about the Pros versus Joes, which is on tonight.
All right.
Very excited about that. So that's coming up as well. We'll take a quick break and come back with the Showbiz Beat, which is next. That song, but all right.
It's nice. I feel like I'm in Ibiza.
All right.
At a phone party.
106.7 K-Rock is KROQ. Don't forget K-Rock's Road Trip USA. Stop number 3 is Green Day in Boston. You qualify all week with tickets to see Green Day August 31st at Verizon Wireless. Plus, you could win a 2011 Scion XB equipped with custom Kumo tires. Your chance to win is coming up on the world-famous K-Rock. It is 5:54.
How about Ralph Garvin joining us in studio right now for our first look at the Showbiz Beat on a Wednesday Kevin and Bean show? What's going on, Ralph?
The show over yet?
What? No.
I think we just started.
No, because you're going down to Comic-Con?
I got to go.
Well, you got to go after the show.
No!
Down to Comic-Con.
Comic-Con is waiting for me.
But there's nothing happening right now.
I am Dorothy, and that is the Emerald City at the end of the yellow brick road.
But you have some sort of a Comic-Con pre-kickoff party, but that's not till tonight, right?
Tonight!
Nice.
Yes, that's true, but I have to prepare.
Sure.
I have to wax.
Huh?
I got to get waxed.
That word is
mani-pedi.
I got a mani-pedi.
All right.
Need a massage.
Right.
Need a good cleansing.
Sure. How good do you have to look to wear a Darth Vader suit all
How
weekend?
dare you? Although it is, when you guys are going to be down there with me on Friday, it is Star Wars theme day.
Yeah, I know.
So we're going to see a lot of stormtroopers, a lot of darts.
Forgive my ignorance. Isn't every day in that community Star Wars Day? I mean,
No,
really?
This isn't Star Wars Celebration 5. This is Comic-Con. So you get all different themes and all different costumes all the time.
Mike, tell Ralph what the Kevin and me cast of players is going to go down there as on Star Wars Day.
Well, so we wanted to go down there.
Yeah, we came up with.
I wanted to get Beer Mug to be Chewbacca.
Oh, how dare you!
I was going to be Han Cholo, myself, or David King of Mexico.
Sure.
And we were going to possibly get Micah, our favorite gay listener, to be Darth Gator.
Nice. So we're looking at we're in the spirit.
Can we get Super Steve to be Boba Fett? Anyway, the reason I bring it up is because we're closer to Star Wars perhaps than we've ever been before.
What does that mean?
Yesterday, the Pentagon announced that the Navy has successfully used laser beams to shoot down test drone planes.
No kidding.
They've got a weapon now that'll fire a laser at a plane and knock it out of the sky.
Wow.
Laser battles!
They've been trying that for a long time, haven't they?
They have, and they finally perfected it.
How about that?
At least in testing situations. I saw the video today, and it's awesome. The only problem is you don't see the laser beam. It's not like the cool, pew! You see it, coming out of the Millennium Falcon or whatnot. This is just, you see this plane flying, and it just bursts into flames.
Wow.
The beam just sets it on fire and crashes in the ocean.
You don't see the beam, though?
No.
Yeah, all right, let's...
They gotta add some food coloring or something to that.
Let's double-check that.
Can't we work that out?
Maybe there's just some...
Somebody with a Bic lighter up there just lights a flame.
Charges on board.
Yeah, but it was pretty cool.
That is cool.
All right, let's talk about showbiz news, shall we? Speaking again of Comic-Con, Allie Larder.
Ooh. Yes.
Is one of the stars of Resident Evil Afterlife, the latest in the Resident Evil movie series starring Mila Jovovich. And I will be hosting both of those young ladies at a panel on Saturday down at the Comic-Con.
All right.
We'll be talking about their new film. I've seen some of it. It's in 3D. It's awesome.
You want to see those girls in 3D?
Yes, you do. Anyway, Allie announced yesterday that she is with child.
Oh.
Congratulations.
Oh.
She's pregnant. She and her husband, actor-writer Hayes MacArthur, are expecting their first child this winter. So, I guess she's safe when we have sex. It's good.
That is good.
Right, I won't get any strange phone calls.
Is that a guarantee when you host?
It is with Allie Larder, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ralph, is Allie Larder the one who was briefly engaged or married to Mario Lopez?
No, it's Allie Landry.
Allie Landry. She's
Allie
the
Landry,
Doritos
okay.
girl. Yeah, Allie
Okay,
Larder is the girl from, Heroes.
From Heroes, yeah, the blonde.
She was the blonde from Heroes.
Yeah, she was, the one with the doppelganger. Gotcha.
Right. Varsity Blues, of course, famously. She wore the whipped cream bikini in that feature film.
Now I got it. I get those
That's
Allies
burned into my
confused
mind.
sometimes.
Yeah. So, good times.
Yeah.
Bad times for Rosie Perez. This is a weird story.
What's up with Wozie?
Wozie Perez was doing a guest shot on Law & Order SVU. She was filming a stunt and was severely injured to the point where she has what doctors are calling an adult version of shaken baby syndrome.
Oh, no.
You know, if you get enough trauma to the head, especially regarding a baby whose heads aren't and nervous systems aren't fully developed, you can damage their spinal cord.
Permanently.
Yeah. She has been confined to a wheelchair since September of last year.
No.
Since the stunt. And has had to undergo a bone marrow transplant and neck surgery trying to repair the damage.
Oh, my God.
Wow. That's awful.
Rosie believes that she will heal eventually, and she is still committed to her charity work. Apparently, she just met with President Obama this week to talk a national strategy to fight AIDS.
Wow.
But she has been in rough shape since September, and I had no idea.
I feel bad, but anything that keeps her out of the movies is good.
Oh,
wow.
How are you going to be like that?
Wow.
What's your favorite car, Rosie? Isuzu Twoopa. Favorite line of all time. Cameron Diaz and Alex Rodriguez. They are quite the serious couple now, so much so that they're starting to go out on double dates with their couples friends.
Oh, sweet.
They were seen in New York at the 40/40 Club hanging out with Jay-Z and Beyonce.
I'd like to double date with them.
That's a foursome.
Yeah.
Apparently they were celebrating Yankee CC Sabatia's 30th birthday, and so they were all hanging out having a good time. Speaking of couples, are you guys all invited to Alicia Keys' wedding this weekend? I was, but I got to pass because of Comic-Con. I had to decline.
I haven't checked the mail yesterday.
She's marrying Swizz Beatz this weekend. It's a little intimate ceremony on a yacht off the coast of the Caribbean. I wish I could go, but I got Comic-Con.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Apparently, Jay-Z, Beyonce, and Oprah Winfrey are all amongst the invited guests who are expected to be there.
I know.
You get Oprah on there, it's just going to go right on your...
Oprah's walking out the plank, you're dun 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 dun, heads for the buffet. Oh, you're going to need a bigger boat. And more marriage news. Jenna Fisher recently married her boyfriend Lee Kirk. The interesting part of the story, well, I'm sure there's many, but this one caught my attention from People magazine, is that they were married by Jeff Probst.
What?
That's odd.
Turns out Jeff is an ordained minister from the Universal Life Church. Ring any bells?
Yeah, turns out we were also ministers.
And probably still are.
You could
right?
pay...
Once you're ordained?
It's a very difficult process, though. You do have to send them $1.
Right. That's their version of a seminary.
That's it. And then they send you a piece of paper, and you can legally marry people.
That's nuts.
I think still in California. Some states are going, hey, hold on a second. But I think California's still fine with it.
When was the last time you guys did a wedding?
Ian and I used to do weddings.
Was it Lightning, the guy who runs our website?
Maybe it was Lightning when we dressed up like monks.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, I think so.
We used to get requests from time to time, don't you?
We used to try and put comedy into them, and then we started feeling bad because it seems like they should take it a little more seriously than us. So we stopped doing it. But
really?
We did.
Most marriages end in divorce anyway.
Yeah,
who cares, really?
Might as well have a good time
while you're doing it.
Right.
Yeah, Jeff did the honors. Apparently he's done quite a few marriages for his friends and even renewed the vows for his parents' 35th wedding anniversary recently. So that's kind of cool. I've got breaking Jersey Shore news, but I'm out of time.
Oh,
we have to wait till the next hour,
like
and I will give you all the scoop on what's going on with the Jersey Shore.
Does this have to do with them being on strike?
It does.
Oh, well, then tell us.
I can.
Oh, you tease.
Well, the strike's over, I think.
Oh.
So far, they have signed... Let me see. Let me double-check here. Where's my sheet? See, I wasn't going to do it.
Don't do it. You can do it next
the
time.
Situation and Pauly D have locked in their deals with MTV for the third season, or season 2B.
To be sure.
As MTV is calling it. And the others apparently are also very close to a deal, so it looks like they will all be returning for...
I don't know how I would have gone on without Jersey Shore continuing forever.
Well, you'll be happy to know, being that apparently they all settled on approximately a deal of $30,000 per episode.
Wow.
That's what they're getting.
That sounds reasonable.
From 10?
Yep.
Was it? Yeah. Wow.
Well, they're
Well,
talented.
think of how hard they work.
And the talent that they possess.
The talent, yeah.
Can't
That's
find
true,
that
yeah.
just anywhere.
That's true.
You have to swing a cat in a bowling alley in Jersey to find that kind of talent. Today's celebrity birthdays. Speaking of cats, Yusuf Islam is 62 years old today. For those who don't know, his former performing name used to be Cat Stevens. He was quite the big folk singer in the 70s.
70s,
yeah. Big smash hits. Peace Train, you may remember, and other songs that he
Wild
did.
World?
Wild World, yeah. But now he's, I think, a terrorist, right?
I don't
Doesn't he
know.
blow stuff up?
I don't think
he's
so,
not.
no.
No.
You should change that name then. Yusuf Islam is gives him a bad
You're begging
connotation.
for the no-fly list.
Robin Williams is 59 years old today. Comedian John Lovitz is 53. Actor Josh Hartnett turns 32 years old today. And actor Justin Bartha from the National Treasure movie series is 32 years old today. And Damian Marley, son of Bob, celebrates his 32nd birthday as well. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the showbiz.
This is a crazy show today to have Patton Oswalt and Kevin Smith both coming in on the program. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I agree. An
Too much
embarrassment
show.
of riches.
It is. Hey, update on the Lindsay Lohan coverage, which has just been spectacular over the last 24 hours. We have that for you in minutes here on the Kevin Bean Show. I know you're not ready for the 2012 presidential campaign yet, Kevin. I know you...
I hate politics so much. I hate both sides. They both lie. They both say that they're not lying. Only the other people are lying. And I just hate it.
The only reason that we're not full on 24/7 2012 right now is because we still have the speed bump of the 2010 midterm elections to get past first. But you're not going to be able to get away from Sarah Palin because she is everywhere. In fact, listen to this news clip from a couple of days ago.
This week, Sarah Palin upped an already raucous debate when on Twitter she called on peaceful Muslims to repudiate the plan, calling it a stab in the heart for America.
They have power in their words. They could repudiate what it is that this group is saying.
Liberal bloggers pounced on the made-up word, and Palin retracted her tweet, but not her sentiment, saying Shakespeare liked to coin new words too.
Okay, so that's her defense. The Mama Grizzlies ad is out there. Have you seen that? The presidential ad about the Mama Grizzlies protecting their young. She's got that going on.
Reed sent me an ad from Sarah Palin. She says the word mom, and moms are going to take back the country, and mom's this and mom's that 1,000 times. And she starts talking about a mama bear and how she protects. And it just was unbearable. It's unbearable.
That's so funny.
She's in campaign mode, and that's why her people contacted us and asked if the former governor of Alaska could join us on the Kevin and Bean Show. We're happy to welcome Ms. Palin to the program. Hi, Sarah. How are you?
Well, it's always great to speak to members of the lamestream media.
Oh, you didn't.
Who are always trying to knock down the regular folks. And I just wanted to have a chance to say my part of it, which I think is what the majority of Americans are really pretty much feeling.
Okay.
Wink.
I'm not. You have to say wink because we can't see you. Well, Miss Palin, I'm happy to have you on. I always find you very entertaining. Look, the Shakespeare thing was very funny, but it's okay to say I screwed up. There is no such word as repudiate. It's okay to just admit that and move on.
Well, I know that's what you'd like to believe, but the fact is Shakespeare invented a lot of words.
Right, but...
And so I think I can invent some words, too, because I'm sort of like Shakespeare in a lot of ways, like a grizzly bear. Rawr.
Yeah. If you don't mind my saying, he's Shakespeare and you're you, and there's a big difference.
Not really, because I did a lot of Shakespeare's when I was at Caribou University, when I was in the theater department there.
Oh, you did Shakespeare plays?
I did a lot of it, and I am pretty much an expert on his work.
Oh.
I appeared in Omelette. I was in that.
I'm sorry, Omelette?
That was called Hamlet, was the name of that play.
I did Big Macbeth.
It was just Macbeth, no Big Macs involved.
We did Much Ado About Nothing.
Oh, that's a good one. If you haven't seen that one, that's good.
That's not right either.
Taping of the Screw, which is about a sex tape scandal.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
I think you misinterpreted that,
The
Governor.
Tempest Bledsoe.
No.
Natalie Merchant of Venice. Henry I.V. I.V. about getting intravenous drugs.
I think that may be
not
the fourth.
good because you get AIDS. And I'm not a big fan of the AIDS because you never see a grizzly bear with AIDS.
No,
that's true.
I think you may have missed the point of a bunch of those plays.
And a lot of moms out there saying, "Oh, I don't want my children to get AIDS." And I say, "Well, then don't do what Henry I.V. did, which is use intravenous drugs. Be more like Henry V. or Richard I.
Okay, those are you
I
understand
think
those?
He was a Mexican.
No,
What
are you talking about?
I did Shakespeare's at Caribou U, and we did Richard I, and it's about a Mexican fella.
That's Richard III.
Who I think comes over the border, and he shouldn't because it's illegal. And so I am all behind Arizona's law to keep Richard I out of their state.
Yeah.
Okay, you missed the point of that. Those are just Roman numerals. That's all they are. He's just counting. That's all. It's just numbers.
But when the mama grizzly feels that her cubs are being threatened, then look out, mister, because you don't want to be around her.
Right, but what does that have to do with any of our conversation here today?
Because mothers are rearing up like baby grizzlies, and then mother grizzlies, too. A lot of families of grizzlies, they act like. And then they go, arr, and then you can shoot them from a helicopter, you know.
Right.
It's the easiest way to kill them that I found.
Now, it certainly seems fair, too. I know that we only have you for a minute more because you have a very busy schedule, Governor, but what I have to ask, what about Levi Johnston now saying he's going to marry your daughter that he knocked up? I'm dying to know what you think about that.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about that fact that they're getting back together, these two crazy kids, but I have to support my daughter in what she does. And so I decided just to depunctuate anything that they have to say.
To what?
Depunctuate it.
I don't know what that means.
What? Okay.
It sort of means, to say, what?
All right.
And I stand behind them with all my misconsternation.
Okay, well, that certainly makes it clear for all of us. Governor, always a pleasure to catch up with the Kevin Beach. I hope we talk again soon.
Okay, lamestream media.
Like to dedicate that to Lindsay Lohan?
Oh.
Just saying. Just saying. It's world famous K-Rock at 6:23.
I gotta get my script made. I can't wait to see what Hollywood does with my 10,000-page screenplay. We'll talk to our window licker, Nick, who has written what promises to be the new Lord of the Rings in about 15 minutes or so. We got exciting news for him coming up on the Kevin and Bean Show. First, though, Kevin, I know you're excited about the Lindsay Lohan story because you love the constant news coverage of her going behind bars yesterday.
I do. I love any story where they don't have any information, but they go wall to wall.
And they got to be there all day long.
They're there all day.
Coming up with something.
They keep sending it out to reporters who have zero to say. That's my favorite kind of coverage because it's ridiculous. They're all just guessing. And they can't just run a scroll across the bottom and say if there's anything new, we'll let you know. They have to do it live. They have to toss it out to reporters like this one who says,
so far, not a whole lot of excitement or a lot of action here.
All right, then why did we send it to you? Would be my question. So then he says...
So now we're just waiting for Lindsay Lohan to arrive here at the courthouse. Again, scheduled to arrive at 8:30 this morning, waiting to hear her fate and waiting to hear that she will be spending the next 3 months in jail.
How about that? So you already know what her fate's going to be. What are you waiting for?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
So then she goes into the courthouse and she, talks to the judge and she leaves. Now she's away from the building. Coverage does not stop, however. Coverage does not stop from that building because...
Officially shackled and taken away. It's going down to the Linwood jail. Still some media outside the courtroom here. Up in the air, you can see what I'm talking about. An awful lot of activity, even though it is not this way that Lindsay will be exiting. However, it is the way she came in.
All right.
I do love that part of his coverage is that there's media there covering the story. That isn't happening.
Right. They're
covering each other at this point because there's nothing else going on.
That is the way she went in, but not the way she's leaving. They're still at the where she went in just to make sure she doesn't run back out the front? I mean, why are they
with
there?
People chasing her.
So then she gets in a vehicle, it turns out, and she goes on a freeway so that she can get taken to jail.
The action now appears to be on the freeway. We have a live look from the chopper of the vehicle that we believe Lindsay Lohan is in. We have not been able to get confirmation from the sheriff's department as they take her down to the jail.
All right, so now you have a helicopter following a car that you're not sure she's in.
That's the part that drives me the most crazy. That's the thing that
I love the most.
As the days have counted down to Lindsay going in, I've said repeatedly, please don't let them live cover the car on the way to jail because that's not news at all. Look, if we spotted Osama bin Laden on the 405 heading to San Diego and we've got a helicopter on him, that's news, okay? That's somebody we don't know, we don't know if we can get him. Lindsay Lohan, she's in custody. She's on her way to jail. There's no story there.
But Bean, there's less of a story than that. You said don't follow the car with her. They don't even know if she's in this car.
Right.
They're just following a car that might be it. So then they have to transition throughout the day to what is it going to be like in that prison. And, of course, they find girls that have been in that prison before and ask them what they think.
Antoinette Rios just wrapped a 30-day sentence here a few days ago. She says Lohan will definitely not like the food, bland and unappetizing.
Well, that's some good insight right there, because I thought it was all five-star cuisine.
Yeah.
I thought Gordon Ramsay works at that jail. He just whips up whatever you want, 24/7.
A far cry from her fast-driving, paparazzi-evading Mercedes this morning, actress Lindsay Lohan arrived for her next role as an L.A. County jail inmate in an unmarked sheriff's car. At least the windows were tinted.
I don't know what that means.
It was a little snotty.
Is that about being in a...
Yeah. That's high class.
At least the windows were tinted?
Tinted windows.
So now we're getting later in the day, and now they're kind of going back and talking about things that happened. It's not live anymore. So now they, they're telling us what it's going to be like for her in prison.
Yeah, there's fights in there.
Past inmates tell us the actress will be facing a tightly restricted lifestyle behind bars.
Is that right? Wait a minute. She's in jail, and they're going to restrict her lifestyle? What? There's my favorite. They go to her lawyer for a comment. And it is a hell of a comment. I mean, this is the piece that's probably going to get played over and over again.
And just a few moments ago, Lindsay Lohan's attorney, Sean Chapman-Holly, spoke briefly with reporters after meeting with Lohan throughout the afternoon. And here's what she had to say.
She's a beautiful girl.
All right.
What?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for that. She is.
She went in with The Old Man in the Sea. Did you hear that?
No, is that the book?
That was the book she was reading?
Yeah.
And they took it from her because that's contraband. But you can have things shipped from Amazon.com.
What?
While you're in jail.
So you can order the book?
Yeah.
I've learned more about Lindsay Lohan in jail from Lisa May in the last 15 seconds than I have from any of this coverage from yesterday on the TV.
So, of course, everyone's asking, does she have to get the same treatment as everybody else, which is basically bend over and grab your ankles, and we're going to check for contraband.
Right.
As for a strip search, which new inmates must often endure, Whitmore was vague.
Miss Lohan was treated just like any other.
That's not vague as much as it is just saying she was strip searched like everyone else. So then they, again, it's later in the day, and now they're giving us the extended coverage. So they go back to the photo of the helicopter overhead and her showing up to court.
From Skyfox, we catch Lindsay Lohan en route to the Beverly Hills courthouse.
There we go.
Her grand entrance is both fashionable and late. She's greeted by the gaggle of flashbulbs and fans.
Lindsay, I love you!
I love that guy. Whoever he is, he's kidding. Lindsay, I love you. So then she goes to jail, and the coverage continues.
That's Lindsay in the back of that silver sedan.
There we go.
Bye-bye Beverly Hills.
Heading eastbound now.
Lindsay's headed to Linwood. We track her trek and catch Paps on bikes, some on foot, trying to get that $1 million shot. This is Linz on the inside, her booking photo, not as glamorous as her magazine covers.
All
right.
Linz, Paps and Linz. This guy has no time.
No, he's very, very busy.
Here's the thing. Her booking photo is not as glamorous as some of her magazine covers.
Wow. You mean they didn't airbrush and do perfect lighting?
Really? I mean...
And orange is not a good color for a redhead. Everyone knows that.
That's why I love the coverage, because it's so stupid. They have nothing to say.
No.
Every one of those people we just heard should be in jail, too. That's what I say.
They do say it for a long time, so they have that going for them.
No, I'm gonna get high tonight, though. I'm gonna get very high tonight. I'm gonna get so f***ed up tonight. I'm like mother Tupac.
Indeed. No one's more like Mother effing Tupac than our friend Nick, who joins us on the phone on the Kevin and Bean Show right now. Hey, Nick, how are you?
Good morning. I'm excellent.
Is the water still back in the hose? Is Nick 3.0 still firing on all cylinders and life couldn't be any better?
In the hose. It's in the hose securely.
This is what a comeback looks like.
That's right. This is it right here. We sign holder Nick used to hold a sign for a living, and then he's written a screenplay, and then we had Amber Heard on, who he loves, and we gave him an opportunity to talk to her.
Because he wants her to star in his film. He's written it for her.
He panicked. He didn't call. Then he kicked himself for about 2 years. We hadn't heard from him, and then all of a sudden he ran into her on the street, sent us a photo of her desperately trying to get out of his grasp. And now everything's all good again, and he's ready to...
This is what a comeback looks like!
Look, nobody's pulling for you more than we are, Nick. And I know that there are thousands of people out there, especially in Southern California, who have the dream of making it in the movies. And you have taken, at least you've gone the next step and sat down and started typing out a screenplay. And you've been working on it for a long time, and I know you're passionate about it. And it's something that's very, very important to you. And what do you see? What is the next step for you in that screenplay, do you think, once it's finished, Nick?
I'm trying to make it a book, actually, because I thought like a book would be a better way to get Amber Heard's attention.
Okay.
You can just set it on fire and leave it on her doorstep.
Do you have any kind of Hollywood insiders? Do you have any kind of representation or somebody professional who can help you with any of this?
I don't have any professional. I was hoping to finish what I had, then try and find like some kind of agent.
You have a professional now, my friend.
Who?
We have a surprise for you. He's in the studio with us. His name is Benjamin Sitzer. And
Hear this? That's opportunity knocking, Nick.
Ben, tell us a little bit, Ben, and tell Nick on the phone what it is you do for a living, sir.
Hey, good morning. I evaluate screenplays for...
So all day, every day, you read scripts?
All day, I read screenplays, and I report back on them to different executives, managers, and also producers who use the coverage to decide whether or not they're going to read it.
Now, coverage is the industry term for someone like yourself who would read a script.
I've done coverage before.
Take it easy, Nick.
Easy there, Nick. We're talking to the audience now. Coverage is you would read it and then break it down, type up sort of a synopsis for an executive who doesn't have the time to read the whole thing. They can sort of get your feelings of how good a script is or what's in it, right?
I write a synopsis and then an evaluation.
I got you.
Okay, so are you the, for folks who are especially first-time screenwriters, are you the first line of defense? You're how the script eventually makes its way up to somebody who can make it into a film?
Very often, I'm the first person to read a screenplay. The agencies see everything, from the worst to the best scripts. The agents, or the producers, they don't have time to read everything, so they use people like me.
How much stock do they put in your review? If you say this is bad, don't read it.
If I say it's terrible, they don't read it.
They don't read it.
If I write a rave review, they read it.
All right.
Okay. Now tell me what kind of success you've had, and of course a lot of it's out of your hands. It's you're at the mercy of what you get sent. But have there been any exceptional scripts that you've been the first to get a crack at?
Many. I discovered a writer who came out of the UCLA graduate screenwriting program who went on to have a huge career. He's one of the bigger horror writers in town now, and I got him signed with the manager who still represents him today, 10 years later.
All right.
He's made a couple $1 million.
All right.
Can you give us the names of some of the producers you've worked for before? Can you talk about that? Some of the names we might recognize?
Yeah, I've worked for William Morris Agency, Creative Artists Agency.
Any of the big ones?
Okay, so what should the next step be? I mean, we have Nick on the phone. He is the screenwriter. Would it help you at all or not to hear a little bit about what his screenplay, The Salvation, is about?
Yeah, I'd love to hear. Well, the best thing to do would be to just tell me what the log line is.
All right, Nick, here's your big shot right here. We got a screen.
Logline, okay. It's about this really pretty girl, and, she goes to, this rainforest world. It's kind of like Avatar, but it's not like Avatar. It's not like another planet. And basically there's, this very evil... It's very complicated.
Right, but just see if you can...
The log line is supposed to kind of distill that down. Just give us the gist of it.
Just a summary.
And by the way, the log line for "it's complicated" was "it's complicated." You can't use that. You got to come up with something else.
No. All right.
All right, beautiful woman in an environment just like Avatar.
Not entirely.
But not at all like Avatar, because it's not a different planet.
She fights an evil...
very evil. He's like Judge Doom from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It's kind of the inspiration for that character.
Okay.
And basically, it's very glamorous. It's very beautiful. There's lots of interesting characters. It's about basically this bad man murdered a man that this girl loves. And she goes into total shock, and she ends up going to this rainforest world. And she kind of heals herself there personally.
Now, why does she go to the rainforest world?
Basically, this man she loved was an author, and he wrote about this whole rainforest world in a book.
Right.
And it's basically the same world, and basically the world from his book is basically the place she goes to.
So a woman, brokenhearted, retreats into a fantasy world to seek revenge on her slain lover.
No, she doesn't seek revenge initially. The bad
I gave
guy.
you an out, man. I gave you an out. Just
Nick,
spit in my face.
How many pages do you think The Salvation is at this point?
Probably, thinking around 300-ish.
Okay. And Ben, tell me how that compares to most of the screenplays you read.
It's a bad sign. Good screenplays are between 90 and 120 pages. 120-page ones are...
I intentionally made it into a book because everyone was telling me it's too long.
Right.
And I have read lots of screenplays, and I have done coverage myself, and I figured, okay, I have a better shot at making, getting Hollywood's attention, making this into a book, because not the thing you can explain just one sentence. It's a very complicated story.
I think even with books, you need to be able to do that, don't you? Explain it with one sentence? I mean, aren't you supposed to be able to just summarize?
At least the big themes, Nick.
Right. So let's go back to your story. So she goes to this forest. It's not really a forest. It's kind of like Avatar, but it's not like Avatar. She heals because her man is...
I'm kind of prepared for this. I have a way... basically, there's 3 things I can compare it to, just put it all together, and that's kind of what it is.
Right, but summarize what it is. She goes to the rainforest, and then what happens?
She goes to the rainforest. She gets better. She heals.
She heals.
Basically, the bad guy shows up. And then, he starts killing people. He starts, doing mayhem.
In the forest?
And she's not going to take it. Yes.
Okay.
Well, there's also a city it's half forest, half city.
Sure. Half forest, half city. Okay. Yeah. Now, this guy is unrelated to the.
No, this guy killed her boy, the man she loves.
Oh, it's the same
Kevin.
guy. Happens into the
Did
forest.
You pay attention.
Listen, I'm trying.
I missed that too.
It's the same guy. It's the guy that killed her man.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, how about a spoiler alert next time, Nick? I was going to read that. All right. Listen, we're almost out of time. How close are you to finishing this screenplay?
I'm thinking a month. I'm thinking a month.
How long have you been working on it? How long have you been working?
I've been working on it. This draft, I've been working on it since March of last year.
The total.
I've been working on the story much longer, but this actual
right.
version.
The total, all put together. How long have you been working on this project?
A very long time, Kevin.
Is there any way to put it in years?
Is there any units of measurement you can use to see how much time has gone by?
Back to high school. It's ordered to go back to high school.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, Ben is a very, very busy Hollywood professional, and he has heard you on the air and wanted to and he's an advocate for writers, right, Ben? That's what you said. You like to help new talent get discovered. That's part of the thrill for you, right?
I do. And, it's good kind of business currency for me, too, to be able to refer writers to the companies I work for. So,
how does 300 pages strike you?
It's not good.
But here's the thing, Nick. We're giving you an opportunity to have someone who is working in this industry, who has a track record, to read your work and maybe move things into the fast track to get this thing possibly purchased and then maybe produced. So we need a screenplay from you.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
But you said you're not done with it, huh?
I need to finish it. I will finish
All right,
it.
how does
And
it
very
end?
soon-
How does it end? Does she end up killing the guy that killed her man?
You want to know the big plot twist? I can give you the big plot twist. of
Well,
what
we
the
were
rainforest
hoping
is.
you would give us something.
The big plot twist is that the whole rainforest is like it's like a gateway to heaven.
A gateway to heaven.
And she's
Yeah, the
dead.
Basically, one of Laura is the main character. She meets this girl. Basically, the bad guy, the villain, he killed this girl in like the real world and like in like reality. And basically, this whole world is kind of like this halfway point between like the physical universe and like heaven and that realm.
Some might call it purgatory.
But the killer shows up there and starts causing mayhem?
Yes, he does.
Do they get off the island? That's what I want to know. Does the others show up in the rainforest? I'm confused.
If she kills this guy, does she go to heaven? Is that it?
It's
complicated.
just a lot to
It's
explain.
complicated,
I know
Kevin.
It is much better than it's just,
No.
I know what
All
it
right.
is.
Listen,
Well, as
we're
long as
not-
you know that's what it is, that's all that matters.
Nick, we need you to drop whatever else you're doing, lay off the weed, stop the masturbating, whatever it is that's eating up time that isn't finished in the screenplay, because Ben has a limited window of availability in order to be able to help you. If you want an actual Hollywood professional to read and professionally evaluate your script, you need to get it finished and get it to us, okay?
How soon?
Soon as possible.
How soon, Ben? I'll make time for whenever Nick is ready.
Okay.
I'd like to see it within
I
the
can
next
finish-
couple of weeks, though, Nick.
I can finish this soon.
Okay.
I think you should put yourself on a deadline.
Yeah.
Yeah, like within the next couple of weeks.
I work better on deadlines anyway. I really do.
All right.
All right. Okay. So that's your mission. You've got an in now. You've got somebody who's going to professionally evaluate it. You've got to get it finished and get it to us. Don't let this opportunity get away from you like you did with Amber Heard.
Be sure when do you for sure want? When should I be for sure finished?
A week from Friday.
A week from Friday?
Yes.
Really?
All right, Nick. We got to go. Get on it, okay?
I will.
Hang up the phone. Start writing. All right.
All right.
So, Ben, that's awesome of you, dude.
Thank
Very
you.
nice of
That's
you.
300 pages awesome of you, dude.
I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do it. I want to give him a
300
shot.
pages from now, you won't be so happy.
300 right now. He hasn't finished.
That's true.
He's got another 2.
This is the Kevin and Bean Show. Bush on the way. Also, Brandon Flowers, his solo effort, Audio Slave, and our friend Patton Oswalt joins us in minutes here on the program. Right now, Rob's got the Showbiz Beat on a Wednesday. What's happening?
So a broken-hearted lover retreats to a fantasy world to seek revenge for her slain boyfriend. No! That's not it! Try to help a brother out. What do you get? Pooey! Right in the face.
Oh.
That's spit, Mike.
Oh.
Miley Cyrus isn't friendly.
Really?
Yeah. Apparently, according to Star Magazine, she doesn't sign autographs for anyone. Little kids or anything they come up to. Autographs. She's too big for that, Kevin.
Huh.
But she did in the morning and wanted to order off the dinner menu.
Okay.
But the chef was making breakfast.
Serve that
They
now.
wouldn't have
We don't
all
serve
that.
that now.
Right.
So she said, I will sign an autograph for you if you will make me dinner.
Wow. That's ballsy.
And he did it.
No, that's
See,
too bad.
that's the problem.
That's too bad.
The
That's-
problem
that
is
is the
that
problem.
people keep reinforcing this kind of behavior. I would have said, yeah, well, come back and help me. And I would have got a meat cleaver and whack right in the forehead. That's what I would have done. Yeah. Now you got two personalities. Now you're Hannah Montana. You're split in half, literally. I probably would have gone to...
Skinny little bit.
Who's they?
The people who tattoo each other's names. Jenner and Avril Lavigne is the latest case. Our magazine says that Brody's got a new tattoo of Avril's name and a star on his left forearm.
Oh, no. Poor guy.
Rumor is...
Ribs.
Oh, no.
That's gotta hurt, right?
Yes.
Yeah, badly. But at least she can hide it.
But at least they'll be in love
Once
forever.
they break up.
And they'll never break up now because they've tattooed.
Down the side of his body, like a banner. I mean, it's huge.
Maybe it's for when he drinks and blacks out.
So they can...
Yeah.
Put your name on your
If
underwear.
found.
It's like being tagged. They check his ID and then bring him home.
He just hasn't put his phone number on there yet. He's going to.
That's bad news for them, right?
I think Mike knows a lot about the real estate of every guy in Hollywood's body, by the way. Have you ever noticed that?
Yep.
Only the guys, though.
Yeah.
Yep. Another day, another crappy reality show. Aubrey O'Day.
No. Yes.
Who was the singer of Danity Kane.
Yes.
The group that was discovered by Diddy on the Making the Band show on VH1.
She was sort of hot, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Way hot. Way hot. I don't know them, but I love her.
She's got her own reality show coming on the Oxygen channel this fall called the Aubrey O'Day Project. It follows her attempt, according to Oxygen, to make a comeback in the music business. In order to make a comeback, don't you have had to have been somewhere first?
Yeah.
It's Ralph.
I
think they did have some success.
I don't believe that.
Okay.
That's what I believe. And another day, another weird movie in the works for Tim Burton. Tim's working on a movie called Monsterpocalypse. Apparently it's based on a board game. And the plot has humanity developing giant robots to defeat because I think I may have seen this already.
Yeah.
But Tim Burton sounds like this is the kind of movie that's right up his alley.
Yeah, he's brilliant.
And who would you pick to replace Oprah on the daytime talk show circuit?
Precious?
Precious, yes. No, apparently there's two new daytime talk shows in the world competing with each other. Valerie Bertinelli and Jenny McCarthy both want to be the new Oprah. Wow. Really?
That's it? Those are our choices?
Yes, apparently those are our choices.
I'm so fat.
I don't want to see either of them talk to anyone.
Yeah. Ralph, I Wikipedia'd it for you. Danity Kane had 2 number-1 albums, one in 2006 and another in 2008.
Yeah, but
Both
really?
Well, I'm just
saying, but really.
I'm saying they had some success. I've never heard any of their music. I'm sure
That's what I'm saying. If I said to anyone in any room, name me the biggest Danity Kane hit you can ever think of.
Yeah.
Unless you're in a room full of douchebags, no one's coming up with anything.
I don't know, but the lead singer is hot.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's all I know.
Take a look at today's celebrity birthdays, shall we? Cat Stevens is 62 years old today. Now, ask me to name a Cat Stevens hit. Oh, I'm all over it.
That's great.
Moonshadow?
Yeah, don't
Boom.
care.
Peace Train? Booyakaka.
Don't care.
He is now known as Yusuf Islam. He is 62 years old
Right.
today. Robin Williams is 59 years old. John Lovitz turns 53. Josh Hartnett is 32, as is actor Justin Bartha. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the show.
Hi, this is Patton Oswalt. I gotta start working out or just making up creepy excuses so no one bothers me again. Like, I absorbed a twin in the womb. There's nothing I can do, man. He's like, if I did crunches, his face would show through. This is a guy, he's on the king of the queen. Gotta be a dad now. I am a walking terrible example. That's all I am. You'll have no incentive to do anything. She's my fat ass. Well, you got on TV. Who gives a shit? Especially now, I'm on the borderland of B-word fat, which is that's the kind of fat where people can tell that you're fat if they just hear you talking. They don't need to see you. And if you say words that start with B, you just give it away. Or you could be on the phone going, I bought the bracelet and I bought it at Haley Bankston Bidder.
Ladies and gentlemen, Patton Oswalt.
There are very few places that Patton Oswalt can go where he's not the biggest geek in the room, but Comic-Con is one of them, and he's going to be heading down there today, along with Ralph Garman, the whole Kevin and Bean Show, broadcasting live from there on Friday. How are you, Patton? Good to see you, man.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm. Thanks, man. I'm actually looking forward to being the equivalent of a jock for the next few days down in San Diego.
Now, you've been to Comic-Con before, of course.
Yeah.
We are first timers on Friday. Are we going to love it, or are we going to be horrified by it and never want to return?
I love it. That's what I think. Part of you will love it, and part of you is going to be weirdly exhausted by the constant visual info. It is a visual assault.
That's what I love.
Yeah, but
I'm not sure Bean will be happy with it though.
It's nonstop. It's a weird combination of really hot chicks in skimpy science fiction costumes.
Great.
Okay.
And then,
all right.
And then morbidly obese guys
in the same outfits.
In outfits that are meant for kind of ectomorphs with muscles.
Okay.
So you get to see that. And then kind of people that have clearly jury-rigged their Renaissance Fair costumes to sort of make it science fiction-y.
Yeah.
It is God, it's like if the cantina scene in Star Wars was the size of a football field, but only had a budget of $50. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Here's the thing, Matt, you've been going for a long time. I've been going for a long time at
Yeah.
Comic-Con.
Yeah.
These are the guys who would make fun of us. They would mock our people for many, many years.
By the way,
and now they're going to be down there
That's
reaping
true.
the benefits of what it has to offer.
That's very true, but we're not going to stop making fun. Just as
but
we're going.
you are going down there because now it is become the richest watering hole.
Correct.
Yeah. So now you're there. It's like you're like a couple of old lions stalking the gazelle that's dressed like Boba Fett, basically, because you know that he's slow moving and has
He's been left by the herd.
delicious marbly fat from playing World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
I don't. That's the one world I haven't stepped into yet. Is the
World of Warcraft?
Don't go
the
there.
games.
Don't.
Yeah. Why? Now, you're doing the Tron panel. Sometimes there's an obvious connection between the person hosting, like Ralph is doing the Dexter panel because he has Showtime, so he watches Dexter.
Right.
So that's why he gets to host the panel. What's your connection to Tron?
You saw the movie once, right?
My connection to the Tron panel is they asked me to do. I was very excited to do.
Well, Tron is sort of a seminal film for
Yes.
we sci-fi / comic book geeks.
From what I remember, it's where Dustin Hoffman dresses as a lady.
Incorrect.
And then Meryl Streep wants to take his daughter. And so he and Warren
Kramer
Beatty
versus Tootsie
go to the desert with a camel?
No. The video game. I played this for so many hours.
The stand-up one.
Yeah.
That stand-up game was actually pretty groovy because you got to play 3 different games.
You got to be in the light cycle.
Yeah. And then you got to play the ring game.
Yeah.
Guys, when did Tron come out?
When did
The first Tron.
Like 82 or something, right?
Or 82 or 83.
82?
But it was the first movie that used computer graphics as special effects.
And it is kind of eerie that, you know, movies like Network and stuff like that were supposedly going to predict the future that we would be living in, did not, in my opinion, hit it as close as Tron did.
Tron nailed it, didn't it?
Not only did Tron nail it, but Tron represents a future that a big part of the population would still very much love to live in, where there are guys at Comic-Con that you'll see it in their eyes, I wish I could be sucked into a video game. I could be lighter than air and ride a cycle that I will to existence with my mind. Like, you'll see a lot of that. So, and last week they showed me the footage they're going to be showing at Comic-Con, and it is pretty amazing. I put the 3D glasses on. They show me what they're going to be showing. And there's a thing, I don't want to spoil one of the surprises in the Tron footage that they're showing, but there's a thing that they do with Jeff Bridges that is pretty freaky.
Pretty freaky? What does that mean?
Freaky in that you're going, oh, this is an amazing leap forward in special done, and I'm not sure I'm 100% behind
I think
it.
I know what you're talking about because I think it's in the trailer. I've seen it in the trailer.
You mean they've never tried something like this
Well, no,
before?
they've tried it, and it's never, in my opinion, never really worked.
Okay.
So there's a trailer online.
That shows youthful Jeff Bridges.
Okay,
right?
good. All right, yeah.
They young him up with special effects.
They young him up, and it looks like they found a 30-year-old Jeff Bridges to be in the movie. Not one of those weird, like, welcome to the Polar Express. And people are like, wow, you can't tell the difference. Like, oh, I can, because my penis just shrank into my chest, and I'm totally frightened. Like, this looks like a 30-year-old Jeff Bridges just hanging out. They got every detail right.
Wow.
It's really eerie.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see how the crowd reacts to it.
Aren't you a little bit...
Because what it makes me wonder is, well, are we never going to have old actors again?
Right.
Or are they just going to, when someone is young and hot and huge, will they just save all their...
Just scan them?
Yeah, scan them and then go, okay, we got young George Clooney forever now.
That's a good question.
And then put George out on a farm somewhere and just have his image make movies forever.
Yeah, please, release me.
Patton, were you surprised, and maybe you don't even have an opinion on this, I was surprised that Jeff Bridges wanted to come back and reprise his Tron role. I mean, it just seems like his career has moved so far past that kind of movie, it just really shocked me that he was into it.
Well, except that I think when based on the footage that I saw, I think that they presented him a really intriguing acting challenge in this, so I think that's probably what drew him back.
Plus, Bean, you're also thinking of Jeff Bridges now, Oscar winner, Crazy Heart,
You have to remember, he did Stick It, the teenage acrobatics film a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeff's been known to work for a paycheck from time to time.
But also, I mean, Tron is like, in a weird way, like The Big Lebowski, in that it became a very influential, much quoted. They're running a package that shows the kind of cultural seismic effect of Tron. I didn't know that it's been referenced in so many things, and
the terminology they use has been absorbed into like the world of software manufacturing and computers, where they use those terms that were made up for a movie.
Yeah, for a fun kind of kiddie Disney movie, really did sort of sink deep into our culture in a really weird way. So yeah, that's I'm hosting that panel, and I mean,
we need to take a break. Hang on one second. The panel is
no, I'm not done talking. No, go ahead.
The panel is Thursday at 11:15, Hall 8, San Diego Convention Center. If you'd like to see that, and Pat.
Can people still buy tickets, by the way, to come down to Comic-Con, or is it sold out?
Comic-Con's sold out. Has been for months now.
We can promote it all we want. Nobody listening can go unless they already have tickets.
But the folks that are going to Comic-Con need to line up for the panels that they want to see about an hour or two ahead of time in order to get in.
Way more than an hour or two ahead.
Well, I'm saying best case scenario.
Yeah.
So if you're going down and you want to see the Tron, it's good to have that information.
You have to get there today. And get in line.
Last night.
All right. Pat Oswald is here. We'll be.
Go to Kevin
guys, I'm sorry. I just given I just got a new traffic update here.
Yes.
Yeah, on the 405 South near San Diego, a replica version of a Jawa sandcrawler has tipped over on its side, and police are saying there are 2 Tusken Raiders inside. So not only is this blocking 2 lanes, this is an anomaly. This is an anachronism. Tusken Raiders do not ride in sand crawlers, so they're
obviously
they're trying to reroute a lot of the nerds so as not to cause any road rage incidents. So if you are traveling to San Diego, stay off that spur of the 405. Again,
that's a great tip.
Tusken Raiders are inside of the sandcrawler mock-up.
Okay.
And so there could be rage incidents.
Traffic update from our friend Pat Oswald right there on the Kevin and Bean Show. Listen, go to kevinandbean.com to find out the exact address and details of where we are going to be broadcasting Friday if you want to come on down and see us. Some of our guests, by the way, at Comic-Con include Rob Corddry, talking about Children's Hospital, that awesome new show. Jason Schwartzman will be there talking about Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Kevin Smith, who is going to be here in a half an hour, is also going to be down with us on Friday at Comic-Con. Adam Sessler, talking about, from G4, talking about the video game. Seth Green from Robot Chicken. Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg from Green Hornet will be on our show. Will Ferrell and Adam McKay from The Other Guys. Michael C. Hall from Dexter. It's going to be an unbelievable time for us down in San Diego.
Anyone in a Boba Fett costume with an exposed midriff can drop by the Kevin and Bean booth and get a free Werther's candy. Werther's hard candy. Female. Oh, female.
Yes. Let's specify. I don't want to see a dude's midriff.
I don't think you're going to be giving out any Werther's hard candy.
All right.
But that's okay.
Hey, Patton, is it true that the internet has exploded today talking about you being in the next Harold and Kumar movie? Is that true?
Is it?
Harold, Kumar, and Patton.
There was one mention. Relax.
Yeah, they announced it a few weeks ago, but people and the internet exploded in a massive. So yeah, it was pretty crazy. Yeah, the Twitter server actually rolled its eyes, like the Twitter bird actually rolled its eyes, like, oh, great.
2 O's in Google just looked up and sort of went up.
Oh, good, he can buy more absolute planetaries. That's good for him.
So it sounds like you're excited about the opportunity.
No, it was. They asked me to do it. I was in Chicago, and they said, "Hey, can you fly out the next day to Michigan?" And I flew out, and Cal and John are. It was, again, those guys are so relaxed to work with in a movie, and it is a lot of, hey, let's just mess around here and see what happens. And I play. I have a brief cameo as an iconic, beloved Christmas figure with a little sideline. Okay, and I'll just leave it at that if that makes sense.
Christmas figure, iconic Christmas figure. I can't put my finger on that one. That is odd.
Is it Jingle Bell John? That guy?
Do you play that character like you did your Broadway play that Lisa went to go see?
Yeah, you gotta be mean. Why do you gotta bring that up?
Lisa went. She went
a brother down.
She bought tickets.
Oh. And I said, I have only time for 3 shows, and you were on the list.
Must you bring up the pain of my theater life?
The pain of your theater life. So the week before, I go to get the tickets, and they say, oh, there's no show. Yeah. What are you talking
you must
about?
Have jammed up, Lisa. There's no shows on Broadway to see.
I know. What are you going to do? I was weeping into a scarf somewhere.
What happened to you, Patton?
It wasn't. Trust me, it wasn't me. It had nothing to do with me. It was other. There were meltdowns I wasn't involved in.
Oh, did you get to see him at least?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
see,
well,
that would have been nice.
Yes.
I could at least seen a meltdown.
Was it diva-ish actor behavior?
Was it like Mel Gibson-ish?
Or what?
Mel Gibson-ish?
I got to go home. I got to take my dog back to Burbank, so I was happy. By the way,
You're not talking about this.
Wow. No. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Speaking of Comic-Con, no, but you were asking, like, why would Jeff Bridges do Tron or stuff? He was on the panel last year. He's on the panel again this year. He looks so tickled and amused to, like, when I saw him on the panel, because it was clear that he had just walked the floor or looked around at the weirdness. So I almost think that. I'm assuming he bungee jumps into a bong before every one of these panels. He could not be happier to see guys. And on last year's panel, Johnny Depp just walked out just to say hi during the Tim Burton section, and then we were hanging out afterwards. We're all of us in the green room, not him and I. We weren't like, he was like, let's go get a wrap. No, we're all hanging out.
Might as well go with you and him.
But he goes, hey, I want to walk around on the floor. And his handler's like, no, you really shouldn't go walking around on the floor because you'll be mobbed. So what he did was, I think he went and got a cheap Jack Sparrow costume that you would buy at a comic store, put that on, and then walked around, and he literally got looks like, oh, look at this idiot. Because there are Jack Sparrows down there that are really detailed. And,
you will find, unlike anywhere else, the biggest costume snobs in the world at the Comic-Con.
If Jeff Bridges put on like a cheap dude costume from Big Lebowski, he could walk around and there'd be 50
No one
of
would
them.
recognize him.
They would just go, oh yeah, that's another guy trying to be a dude.
These people work all year long to putting their costumes together. Have you seen the War Machine costume? It's been on the internet.
It's
video
ridiculous.
Of it.
I mean, they must freeze frame these movies and get. Well,
there's a guy who has built himself from the Iron Man 2 film a War Machine suit of armor that functions.
Oh,
really? The gun comes up and rotates and everything, and
does
it
it
is
shoot
a
bullets?
full-blown. It does everything except shoot.
Oh. It shoots Twinkies.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, into his mouth
That's
while
perfect.
he is
And
watching
that's the kind
Dark
of
Shadows
dedication
reruns.
these guys get.
They
when
work on that
put
for
the
a
stuff
full
together.
year to go down there?
Easily.
And then they get down there and they're in it for like 2 hours and they go, wow, this is uncomfortable. I gotta get this
they
off.
don't take it off, though. They don't take it off. They
Wow.
commit.
Oh, yeah.
I love these people.
Ralph, why are you not wearing your Batman suit down there?
Because I am a big, fat, doughy Irishman who does not look good in tights. Basically.
All right.
Yeah.
Couldn't you be like Batman after like a bender, like when he's lost Robin and he's really kind of sad? He's like,
20 years later.
I've really been carving out. I'm kind of letting the Batmobile do the work these days. I just sort of run into people. I can't. My knees are killing me.
You don't want to have to give them a backstory to explain your costume.
Alfred,
order me another pizza.
I remember when Batman and Robin came out. I was writing on this sketch show, and one of the actors said, "You know what would have been objectively a better movie than Batman and Robin? Take that money, put Marlon Brando in a Batman costume, and just film him with a handheld video camera running around Times Square trying to get the vendors to give him free food for 2 hours. Just, let me have a pretzel. Get away from me. But I'm Batman. No, you're not. You're fat idiots. Come on, give me a hot pretzel for free.
Maybe that's my costume this year. Marlon Brando Batman.
I like it.
There are actually on the panel that I'm doing, just like last year, there are 2 huge surprises coming out that I'm not supposed to.
You're
it's a Tron panel, and then there's 2 other surprises.
All right. Are they related to Tron? No, they are, right?
No.
They're not related to Tron.
I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Right. Well, if you're going to Comic-Con, you can see Patton Thursday. That's tomorrow at 11:15 Hall H of the San Diego Convention Center.
One of them rhymes with Barris Bilton. And
I can't imagine.
It's going to upset a lot of Wonder Woman fans. Let's put it that
way. Don't even throw that out there. Comic-Con 2010, see the Tron Legacy panel with Patton Oswalt. Patton, it's so awesome that you stopped in to see us today.
Hey, if you're in San Diego, Friday night I'm at the House of Blues for 2 shows.
What? No kidding. No kidding.
I'm doing 2 shows at the House of Blues with some very special guests. So, hey.
Yeah, why don't you tell us that ahead of time?
Well,
we have to say goodbye to
something we can sell. All right, yeah. Go to the House of Blues San Diego website. Buy my tickets, see my comedy show. I wonder if people are going to come in costume.
What do you think?
That would be awesome.
I expect you to be in costume as well.
I want to see a lot of Neos and Harry Potters in the front row.
You should give a discount. Come in costume, they take a couple bucks off. That's what you should do.
Well, I'll be signing the posters after the show. There's this guy, Bill Sienkiewicz, made a really awesome poster, and trust me, the nerds out there are all hovering right now when they heard that name.
Is that right?
You know, has done the animation for the Dexter webisodes. They're going to be on the Showtime
right.
website.
He showed me some of the art. That's right.
He does amazing work.
Okay, we're going to move the rest of this conversation to the podcast for you guys, okay?
All right, sorry, guys. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we need to roll in a new Linkin Park song? Am I talking over an Avenged Sevenfold right now?
Not new, but old.
All right.
That's what we have to get to.
8 o'clock, 10:30 show, House of Blues, San Diego, Friday night. Come see me.
Pat and Oswald, you're the best. Thank you, man. It's the world-famous K-Rock 106.7 KROQ at 7:40.
Our next pro was also a first-round pick. After 6 seasons in Boston, he was signed by the Lakers, where he helped them win 3 NBA championships. He is the prettiest pro ever to play on Pros versus Joes. Ladies, especially ladies, forget about you gentlemen, Rick Fox!
Prettiest pro.
Hey, I know some gentlemen pretty excited about this. I mean, we got Psycho Mike's attention right now with Rick Fox on the phone, back on the Kevin and Bean Show. Hey, Rick, how are you, man?
Good morning, guys.
Great to talk to you. Pros versus Joes is a song that's been around, a show that's been around on the Spike Channel for a number of years, a number of incarnations, and it is back Wednesdays at 10, and you are participating. Tell us about it, Rick. What are you doing?
In a new way, a new format, actually. And maybe I'm speaking out of tune there with saying a new format, just new challenges. You got a couple Joes that aren't so average. They're average in the sense that they never played professional basketball, but they play professional football.
Oh, I see.
That's Donovan McNabb, Terrell Owens, and Antonio Gates. So,
and they're going to play a basketball. They're going to play a basketball game.
Yeah, well, actually, we got a few basketball skill challenges, which end then in a basketball competition of 3-on-3 basketball.
So, wait, are they playing opposite you and some of the other former pros, like Hakeem Olajuwon and Brett Barry and people like that?
Hakeem Olajuwon, Kenny Smith, and myself match up opposite Terrell Owens, Donovan McNabb, and Antonio Gates.
And then you strap on the pads and play them in football?
I was hoping that would be the case. Didn't happen. Probably better for my body that it didn't happen.
This is an interesting twist because Pros versus Joes was always the Joe was the guy who said, "Oh, I could do that.
Right.
It's easy." And then they would get out there with the pro, and it was not easy at all.
Right.
No, but these guys are professional athletes, so at least they have the physical talent to at least attempt to do what we do as basketball players, and so it makes for interesting watch because these guys actually play extremely well.
I was going to say this is one of those things where you really can't win because if you win, you're supposed to, and if you don't, you got beat by football players.
Right, and so you have to want to get a T.O. and a Donovan McNabb and an Antonio Gates autograph. That helps. So you come away with some cash and prizes, but at the same time, it is an opportunity to really for yourself see if you still got something left. It's one thing to watch football and to think that you could play it, but to take a hit from these guys without pads alone and see what that feels like is a challenge. But then even for them, the opportunity to see if they could take their football skills and talents and see if they match in a basketball setting.
I imagine any pro in any sport has to be a great athlete and probably plays pretty well in other sports.
Yeah, I think you can definitely mask physicality and talent and keep up with speed or strength. The skills are definitely then the differentiator. Can a football player who's played basketball in high school play against pro guys that did it professionally? And can we, as athletes in our late 40s, compete against current day football players who are at their prime?
This is the voice of Rick Fox, 3-time NBA champion, on the phone on the Kevin and Bean Show, talking about Pros versus Joes. He appears on tonight on the Spike Channel at 10 o'clock. Rick, every once in a while you'll see an athlete who'll come along. There's that kid who plays football for the Chargers who also used to be in the Chicago Cubs minor league organization. Looked like he had a promising baseball career for a while. You see these guys who are split between the love of two sports. Was there ever anything you wanted to play besides basketball when you were coming up?
I wanted to play football, but I really wasn't allowed. What
do you mean by parents?
I came up in an era where you kind of focused on one sport if you had any desire to be great at it. Yeah, I had really good athletic ability for the sport. I could have been a good tight end, but I just never got the opportunity to. So I always watched as a fan and wished I had played. And today's athlete is a little different. You'll see some of these guys, the younger athletes in their late teens are competent in more than one sport, and then they find themselves having to choose. I was just great at one. I didn't have that tough decision.
Well, it's better than we're great at none. So it's even an easier decision for us.
And it sounds like you chose well. Hey, real quick, I have to ask, just because we have you on so close to the Lakers winning yet another championship, how close are you to those guys, and how much do you still are you still involved with the team as an alum?
Yeah, as they've gone forward and continued to play, Kobe Bryant, Derek Fisher, Phil Jackson, and Brian Shaw, and the staff, they're all guys I won my 3 championships with, so I root for them as if I still played, and so I celebrate in maybe a little different fashion than the fan that watches from the courtside. Even though I am a fan now, I know and have a little sense of what's going on in the locker room. I still have the locker room access that I'm sure a lot of people would like to have. Sure. They're fans of the Lakers. I get to still walk back and see Kobe and Derek and talk to them and catch up and get the true sense of what they feel their chances are and what the game plan is shifting. But it's been nice to follow the last few years.
But they don't like the girl sitting to your right who has a Celtics shirt on. They don't like her in there, do they? I mean, they don't let her in.
She.
You know what I mean?
During that run of, those 2 weeks between the Lakers Celtics, she was very adamant about who she was rooting for, which made our time around the house, pretty competitive.
I'm sure.
We talked about that on the show, Rick, and we thought, you know what? I know some people who aren't spending too many nights together right now. I know some people who are going to say, "I'll see you in 2 weeks." That's what we figured was happening.
You know what? It got testy. I'll say this. It's rare that she and I get in an argument or that we have a testy day.
Sure.
That we were in Australia the night the Lakers won the 7th game. We were watching the game. We didn't have a good day that day.
And by that you mean she didn't have a good day.
No, because as you know, in a relationship, if one person's, especially if your girlfriend's pissed off,
you don't walk around going, "Won again, we won again."
I couldn't pull out my jersey and taunt her. Really.
We have Rick Fox on the phone. Pros versus Joes is tonight, Wednesday at 10 o'clock on Spike. I do want to ask you one last question, if you don't mind, and I'm sure you've been asked this a million times, but the LeBron James thing. What do you think about how he handled it? What do you think about the Miami chances of winning a championship this year?
Well, I see. First of all, how he's handling it is, I think he's still attempting to handle it. I'm sure he didn't foresee this backlash. It's left for a lot of debate and conversation about his individual legacy, but he'll also, I think, ultimately be defined by whether or not he wins championships, and he knows that, and so he's putting himself in what he feels is the best situation by pairing himself with those 2 individuals. But, their team is yet to be, I think, filled out. It still needs chemistry, has to be developed. It's going to take time. I think their chances this year to win are greater than 8 other teams. I think the Lakers are still, my estimation, the favorite. They have done it. They have a great roster. They have guys that have won now 2 years in a row. So I wouldn't bet against the Lakers.
Rick Fox, thank you for your time. Pros versus Joes tonight at 10 on Spike. Good luck to you. Always great to catch up with you on the Kevin and Bean Show.
6.7 K-Rock is KROQ, and it is 7:58.
Comic-Con.
This is the Kevin and Bean Show. Our Comic-Con pre-show continues with Kevin Smith, practically the king of the geeks, coming up in about 10 minutes or so here on the Kevin and Bean Show. Right now, his right-hand man, Ralph Garman, joins us for the Showbiz Beat.
We really, today is sort of Comic-Con geek royalty, because we had Patton Oswalt, who I think is the prince of the geeks.
Sure.
And then you do have Kevin, who is the king.
Okay. King of the geeks, right?
Yeah. And I like to think of myself as a
You're a loyal foot soldier.
No, I think more than that. I think I'm like a duke.
Yeah. Or you couldn't be like a court jester or something, maybe?
Or one of the knights at the round table or something, I sort of serve at the pleasure of the king, but I'm there. I'm in the court.
You're like Minister of Defense. You know, because you're like the badass of those dudes.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, badass.
Minister of Geek Defense.
Right.
That's a hard job, defending the geeks, by the way. It's not easy.
This is what Comic-Con geeks do, Kevin, is they sit around and give themselves titles.
Oh, I know.
Oh, this is what they do. You know what? We're going to kick your ass Friday. How about that? How about all the geeks rise up and just beat you just beat the snot out of you?
Hey, there's going to be a lot more of you than there are going to be of me, so I expect that.
Who would you take Kevin Smith Bean fight?
Kevin Smith Bean fight?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Oh, man.
Kevin
That
Smith
is
in a
hard.
heartbeat.
I think I could take him. I could take him.
No way. Bean's not
Absolutely.
a fighter.
Yeah, but Kevin Smith
I'm a lover.
Not a fighter really either.
He seriously gets tired walking down the
Yeah, but he's DJ Spina Bifida.
I know. That's why we're saying it's a coin
easy.
flip.
No, not even a coin flip.
Well, maybe we'll answer that question
90-10.
when we talk to Kevin in a little bit. Speaking of which, we said it was sold out, the Comic-Con. I was alerted during the song that some people have bought pre-purchased tickets for the event.
Right.
And then can't go.
Right.
And you can cancel your membership for the weekend. You can cancel your pre-purchased tickets.
Okay.
And then Comic-Con in turn puts those tickets back on sale, makes them available again. So if you go to the website, they are constantly updating whether they have any availabilities for any of the days, single tickets or weekend passes for the show. So if you're interested in going, you still may be able to check from time to time, see if they have any. So just want to give you a heads up. Speaking of Comic-Con, interesting comic book movie news coming out of the realmcast.com website. Apparently, Batman 3, they are in talks about who the villain will be in the third Batman movie with Christian Bale.
Right.
Apparently, the Riddler, insiders say, will be the third villain. And in talks to play the Riddler, Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Oh, yeah.
He's the guy from Inception?
He's the guy from Inception.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
He is a great actor. He's intense. He's got that wiry frame. He could be an interesting Riddler depending on what they do with the character.
Now, I seem to remember the Jim Carrey incarnation of the Riddler as just being horrific.
Oh, so hard
Really,
to watch.
really annoying, right?
Horrible.
It was the opposite of good.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Also, Bruce Greenwood has announced that the new Star Trek movie is to begin shooting in January of 2011. So they're
let's stop that from happening.
What?
Why?
Well,
Star Trek was great.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you said Star Wars. Okay.
Oh, no.
Star Trek. Yeah, I'm in. Great. Good. Great news.
Oh, we're so going to beat the snot of you on Friday, man.
Star Trek, Star Wars, they're the same.
Oh, God. Speaking of movies we want to stop, how about the Justin Bieber movie?
Is there one?
Oh.
There is talk about Justin Bieber making his first film playing Justin Bieber in a biopic about his rise to fame.
No. Yeah, I'd rather die. Bieber fever.
He will play himself in the story of how he went from internet sensation to worldwide superstar.
Yeah, I'd rather die.
I don't think he's a good enough actor to pull that off.
Apparently, the project is being compared to Eminem's 8 Mile, which, of course, was a fictionalized version of his early career.
Yeah.
And so we'll get a Bieber fever overlook for the Bieber film.
Will we find out how he gets his hair cut?
Oh, I sure hope
That'd be so great.
He puts his he uses a Flowbee, and then he puts his head under one of those hand dryers in a men's room. He just turns the nozzle towards his face and just dries it after he taps a couple times under the stall.
Yeah!
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Anybody with me?
Well, it's not all bad. At least you got a cherry Coke.
Are you like Kevin? Were you just deeply, deeply confused by Inception?
How dare you? I understood it.
You're not
a
alone.
lot of it.
You're not alone.
I would like to see it again, though.
Are coming out of the theater scratching their head a little bit at some of the plot points of Inception. It's a dense film. There's a lot going on. I could see where you may come away with a few questions. But this led a website called Love Film to ask its online participants to poll. They polled their online participants and asked them to list the top 10 most confusing films of all time.
Oh, that's
I love
good idea.
it. Pretty good list. Number 10 is Clockwork Orange. I don't know if you've ever seen that Stanley Kubrick film, but that is honked up.
Yeah.
Revolver is the 9th movie on that list.
Is that the one that Madonna's husband made?
No. Revolver is... Oh, damn it.
That doesn't matter.
I'm at a loss for details.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
2001 A Space Odyssey, another Kubrick film, was 8.
That's the first one I thought. I don't care how many times I see it. I still have no idea what's going on.
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, Michael Gondry film with Jim Carrey.
Yeah, that was weird.
Loved it, though.
12 Monkeys. You ever see that with Bruce Willis and Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Terry Gilliam. Memento.
Yes.
Speaking of Christopher Nolan, that could be a potentially confusing film. The Matrix Revolutions, the third in the Matrix film, where you kind of find out he's living in a pod, or isn't he, or what? He's living in goop. What's happening? Speaking of
Very well done.
Donnie Darko is third on the list.
Honked up.
Yeah, way honked up.
So honked up, yeah.
That giant bunny still gives me the heebie-jeebies.
I don't get that at all.
The second most confusing film of all time, according to this list, Mulholland Drive, from our good friend David Lynch.
That just plain makes zero sense. I mean, no one came out going, oh, yeah, I understand that.
I got what that was about.
Right. No one.
And I think David Lynch is fine with that. I don't think he meant for it to make sense.
No. He's not a big...
no.
Sense is not a big priority for Lynch. He likes the feel more than he likes the strict sort of.
I liked the movie very much.
I did too.
I did too, but I don't know why and what it meant.
And number one most confusing movie of all time, I would have to agree with this. And it's really bad too. Vanilla Sky with Tom Cruise.
Yeah! Oh, that was terrible.
Remember that?
Yeah, that was terrible.
That was horrible.
Yeah,
horrible on every level.
What are you, a expert?
Well, not really.
Don't be scared off to Inception, by the way, by this talk, because it is a great movie.
Brilliant.
Even if you don't understand all of the plot and twists and stuff, it's so great.
It's really just mostly Kevin. Really, that's
How
what I'm
dare
saying.
you?
Jennifer Aniston has a stalker, and it's not Bean. Imagine my surprise.
Wow.
I've been replaced?
24-year-old Jason Payton is his name. TMZ.com reports he was arrested after he was spotted prowling around Jennifer's Hollywood Hills home.
That's a sad downside to fame for those losers.
You know what? If you put a gun to my head right now and said, find me Jennifer Aniston's house, I wouldn't be able to do it. But these stalkers seem to have no problem sussing out that information.
Yeah.
Anyway, when they caught him, he had a sharp object in his pocket, a roll of duct tape, and several other questionable items in his pockets. So
I can explain every one of them.
He had the starter kit. He had the Bean Baxter starter kit.
You
the
bought
duct
it
tape.
online from Bean?
Remember the guy who went to Spielberg's house had the same thing, had the roll of duct tape and everything? There's certain accoutrements that they all seem to carry with them.
Look, I have a very successful side business running chloroform.com. These are my people. I know what you're talking about here.
Payton is considered dangerous and violent. He stabbed himself in the past, and he hit his mother with a golf club.
Wait, he stabbed himself?
In one incident, and then hit his mother with a golf club in the past.
Wow.
Payton has also been institutionalized before. He's been ordered to take antipsychotic drugs, but he often stops taking them.
Good.
He reportedly believes he's related to Oprah,
Good.
Nelson Mandela, Jay-Z, Jennifer Lopez, Courtney Cox, Bill and Melinda Gates, both President Bush's, and Donald Trump.
He's related to all those people?
He's related to all those people, yeah. Oh. So, this guy is...
It sounds like he's got it going on.
This guy's a stalker. He's the real deal, Neil.
Why isn't he an intern on the Kevin and Bean show? That sounds like what we're looking for.
DJ Stalker. That'd be easy to name him.
Sure.
Today's celebrity birthdays, Yusuf Islam. He used to be known as Cat Stevens. Was a big music star in the 70s, early 80s, and then walked away from it all to get closer to God. Now he is getting closer to broke, and he has started touring again.
Oh, really?
Yes, he has. He is 62 years old. Robin Williams is 59 years old. John Lovitz is 53. Josh Hartnett celebrates his 32nd birthday, as does actor Justin Bartha. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the showbiz.
I don't know that I've ever seen Ralph Garman as excited as he is today.
This week,
heading down to Comic-Con. I mean, usually there's got to be a chick involved for him to get this excited, but this is just him and his dorky guy friends.
Kevin
and Bean broadcasting live in San Diego on Friday. We've got a huge program. Michael C. Hall on the show from Dexter. Seth Green talking Robot Chicken. Seth Rogen is going to be there. He, of course, is the Green Hornet. Will Ferrell stopping by. And the man who's on the phone with us right now, Kevin Smith, is going to be joining us in person in San Diego on Friday. We've got him on the phone right now because he's got something big going on tonight. Hey, Smitty, how are you, man?
How are you guys, man?
We are good.
We're doing great. Are you as excited as...
I feel like Bean, dude, because I'm like on the phone. I'm not present.
Yeah, well,
physically
not in the
present.
room.
Kevin, next time I do this, you call in. Lisa, you call in.
All right.
Just leave Garmin and Mike there, man.
That's a recipe for disaster, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin, are you all tingly like your boy Ralph about Comic-Con? Is this something that you love and look forward to all year long?
Yeah, this is like, for people that live lives outside of the geek community, this is like that summer vacation This is like going off to that 2-week symposium. This is like going to a film festival. It's just this few-day stretch that sits right in the middle of your calendar that you kind of build your whole year around. When you look forward to it.
Yeah, when you walk around Comic-Con, do people have to kneel and kiss your ring?
No,
but
I don't walk around Comic-Con, man, because it's just you go out on that floor. Certain people, like I played a character in movies, and I look like the character, and I dress like the character in real life. So when I hit the floor, I'm kind of that's a world where I'm instantly recognizable. At the San Diego Comic-Con, I am Ben Affleck, even more than Ben Affleck. And people are like, it's him, it's the fat dude, he's one of us.
But don't they say sometimes that is just a crappy Silent Bob costume and just walk right past
I've
you?
had people be like, you don't look like a good Silent Bob. I always dream about attending as a fat stormtrooper, like in costume, putting on the mask. But I think they'd know, they'd see my body frame. They're like, look at the shorts on that stormtrooper.
Well, we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have very much time here to get into all the details. A lot of stuff we'll be able to talk about more on Friday, but Kevin has an extremely busy Comic-Con schedule on Saturday. You are going to be on 3 different panels on Saturday night, right?
Well, I've got I know the big thing I do on Saturday night is the panel I do at Comic-Con every year in Hall H. That's my State of the Union, if you will. That kind of begins my year of talking, because I start talking about stuff there that I wind up talking about for the rest of the year. So that'll be Saturday night. I think it's like 7:15.
7:15, yeah.
Before that, there's a panel celebrating 25 years of Film Threat magazine and or website. So I'm going to be on that Thursday morning, afternoon rather, 12:30. I'm doing this Batman Winding Gyre panel. Friday morning, I'm with you guys. Live from the con, from the Green Hornet Garage. Am I correct?
Right.
That is right.
It's being that busy. It's a good thing you don't have anything to do tonight.
You
need to rest up.
Right before Comic-Con kicks off, man, we've got an improv gig again tonight at the live at the Improv. We did it. Remember, I did it like last month or a month and a half ago.
Yeah, of course.
This time we're coming back with my friends doing live Smodcast again, and my friends are doing their podcast. Tell them Steve, Dave, they're already sold out. Our show is at 8:15. I think there's a couple tickets left, but we had a good time last time. Unfortunately, it didn't record. Nobody heard it.
Oh no!
It happens. I mean, it's weird. We live in that world now where I do so much podcasting and whatnot that, I mean, you guys must have this to some degree. Don't you feel like when the mic's off, you're like, don't anybody talk? There's no reason.
Of course.
We
try to get Bean not to, but he won't stop.
Yeah, you feel like it's manufactured for use. You're like, if I talk here, we can't talk on air. It feels like it's kind of wasted talk.
It is wasted. Well,
aren't you doing a live Smodcast Friday night as well from the con?
At the con as well, Friday night, there's a party. They're doing a really cool thing. Etnies is releasing sneakers, Kevin Smith sneakers.
Nice.
And there's a Clerks pair. And
they say Clerks on them.
It's a quick stop on. Very cool. And they're throwing this launch party Friday night at this hotel, and I think it's the Sai Hotel in San Diego, and basically they're giving out tickets. Like, basically, if you follow Etnies Culture, at Twitter, you find out where these people are in corners, and they'll be wearing a shirt with my face on it from Southwest when I blew my face up even fatter than it normally is.
Right.
Puff my cheeks out. People wearing those shirts giving out tickets to this party, and then we're having this secret Smodcast right there in the middle of the party. So it'll be cool. And then they're giving out shirts and sneaker.
This is crazy. Your schedule for the next 4 days must be what like President Obama's schedule is like every day. I mean, it's incredible how much.
You try to keep it busy. That's how you know you're like, they still want you in this business. Like if I could still go to Comic-Con and draw and still have people going, oh, we want to show up to see you, then I feel like, all right, I'm good for another 6 months to a year. It's a good arbiter. It's a good bellwether of where you stand in things, your relevancy, if you will.
All right. If you have time tonight, 8:15, or a couple of tickets left if you want to see Kevin Smith at the Hollywood Improv.
Yeah, come on down to the Improv, man. It's fun, right on Melrose. We'll have a good time.
Hey, Kevin, record this one.
Yeah, I'm going to record
all
this
right.
one.
Good.
You could always show up, though. I come to your job all the time.
That's true. You do. I'm going down to San Diego after this. I'm heading right down.
Excellent. I look forward to Friday morning from Comic-Con.
All right.
As do we.
Sounds great.
are going to get so many chicks.
Big ones, too. Big ones.
The best kind. Thanks, Kevin. I don't listen to The Love Line. It's a very popular nationally syndicated sex and romance advice show. I don't listen to it because the co-host is kind of a dick. I love Dr. Drew, but that kid that he's got on with him, I can't stand it. He sucks. But they did something interesting last night, and I don't know how this came from Psycho Mike, co-host of Loveline, but a celebrity Twitter race. You asked for either Snoop Dogg,
Russell Brand, Conan O'Brien, Shaquille O'Neal, Jimmy Fallon, or Bob Saget to do what via Twitter?
Respond back to the official Loveline Twitter, which is at Loveline, on Twitter. Right. And whoever responds first gets a prize. And the guy who controls our interests on the internet at Loveline, Tyler, didn't really think up the prize. He just put that up there. And I understand he assumed that the response, if one were to come, would be a day later. Right. Snoop responds back in a minute.
In 1 minute?
Yes.
That's crazy.
But what kind of a prize could you possibly come up with that somebody like Conan O'Brien, the $20 million man, is going to be interested in?
I don't know. Probably something crappy, which in turn would be funny, sarcastic. But Snoop responds back, groovy like a drive-in movie, ooh-wee, what's I win?
All right. So it's him.
So Drew and I walk into work, and we're like, what's going on here? Because everybody's spinning out. What are we going to do? So we go to Snoop's official website to kind of check things out and see what we can muster up as far as prizes go. And Snoop has already uploaded a personal video to Dr. Drew.
Dr. Drew, what up? It's Big Snoop Dogg. I got a question for you, man. How do you manage to smoke, have sex, drink, and smoke, and have sex and drink, and look good like me after 20 years?
You did. I love him so much.
So next thing, reasonably, is have Dr. Drew respond back, via video. And Dr. Drew set up right there on the spot, and we created this video.
Congratulations, Snoop, for winning the Celebrity Twitter race this afternoon. And you ask a very interesting question. The long-term effects of cannabis can be somewhat resisted by certain genetic traits, some genetic predispositions. The same is true with alcohol. Ethanol is not as damaging to certain individuals neurobiologically as others.
By the way, I laughed when you told me you were hiring a string quartet full-time at Loveline, but now at least I'm happy to see you're finding work for them.
It's useful.
Yeah.
And in terms of your aging, of course, pigmented skin doesn't age as quickly, and certainly there can be less elasticity and wrinkling. All of that could summate to have you looking as good as you do, given that you've been using a fair bit of cannabis, alcohol, ethanol, and continuing to engage in coitus. Or it could just be that you're one fly motherfucker.
I think that is most likely the answer, Dr. Drew. Well said. It's our day before Comic-Con show here on the Kevin and Bean program. Ralph is going to be broadcast from San Diego tomorrow. We're going to be down there. The whole show will be down there on Friday, except for Lisa May, who apparently, I don't know, she hates. I think Lisa May hates, right?
I actually believe I was told there weren't enough hotels
All right,
to
that
go
happened.
around and
Maybe
like we couldn't share.
Here.
Yeah, there are a lot of people that would share with you.
Absolutely.
Well, no one offered at the time.
And coming up in just a few minutes, we'll talk to a guy who has written a book about how to survive Comic-Con, which should be interesting. First, though, I understand my hero was on the TV yesterday.
Bean is a weird guy in that we'll send him links, to video that we know he'll love. We'll tell him about movies. We'll tell him about TV shows, stuff for the show.
Right.
He never has time for it. Never.
No, that's true.
He won't open a link from us.
Yes.
Say, we know you. We know you'll like this. Oh, yes. I didn't have time. I didn't have time. I'm too busy. I didn't have time. I'm too busy. So yesterday I heard him say, oh, I got to tape this. And I was thinking, wow, it must be, really something good.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, and I wrote it down for Thanks for That Info Bean, but I can't save it. This guy writes letters.
That's it. This guy writes letters?
And Psycho Mike said, F you. And then Bean said, no, he writes letters to the editor. Like he's got the most.
Oh, my God.
Right. So
look, in my world, though, in the kingdom of strongly worded letter, where I live, this guy's a hero. I mean, he's our Michael Jordan because he manages to write to newspapers all over the country and get published in many of them all the time. It's phenomenal, his success rate.
Here's the thing about Bean is that he majors in minors. Like, for example, he worships 7-Eleven. For me, I stop at 7-Eleven if I have to. He worships the post office.
These are his destinations in his day that make him happy.
I go to the post office only if I have to.
99.9% of people are like you,
I'm
Kevin.
more interested in who wrote the article than I am the letter to the editor.
Yes.
From the a-hole that said you used the wrong tense when you used were instead of was. You know what I mean?
That's not what this guy writes about, though. This guy's very smart.
This guy supposedly has more letters to the editor from magazines and newspapers. He's the king of it. So they did a piece on him. And this is what Bean was so excited about. I don't know about you, Lisa, but I've never, really, I don't think ever read a letter to the editor.
I might have glanced at a few.
Newspaper,
at the most,
magazine.
It is not a destination ever.
Ever, because
let's see what other people had to say about this. No,
right, and they're generally a-holes. You don't care, right?
Or, I love that actor. Thanks for doing that profile.
Right.
Really? That improved my life?
But for being the guy that writes those, he's the king.
So here's the piece, and you can tell what you need to know from NBC by the music that they started out with.
Gary H. Boyd, Coast Guard veteran, retired Texaco executive, married to Olga. Gary's good at summing things up.
Yeah.
Concisely.
Yep.
Which is why
I'm probably the king
of getting letters to the editor published in magazines and newspapers all over the country.
So that's his thing. He writes letters to the editor. Magazines, newspapers, all over the country. All day long, he's writing letters to the editor.
When I was a younger man and had the time and didn't have, so many goddamn dogs and didn't have this job which consumes me, I used to write a lot of letters. I've been published in Time Magazine and Rolling Stone. I wrote letters for a long time.
And I ignored your letters in those
anymore.
So for so many years, I ignored your letters in those because it's just with a bunch of other a-holes that think they need to speak up.
Exactly.
So here's the old dude with the banjo music.
Hobby started 10 years ago after his retirement from Texaco.
Why did you start writing letters to the editor?
Because I was bored.
And that's a great answer. Because I was bored. But by the way, I just want to remind you, I got to tape that. That's Bean's response.
How many of your letters to the editor have been published?
561 as of today.
Now, don't you automatically, and maybe it's just me, I have a gut reaction that I hate this guy.
Yeah,
because he's had 561 letters to the editor.
Because he's got a lot of good ideas and he's got something to add that apparently an editor in many cities in this country thinks is worthwhile enough to choose to select to put in their newspapers and magazines.
I hate this guy so much. That's his whole claim to fame.
Wow.
Hey, Bob, what happened? Got another letter published. Good job.
Do you write every day?
Yes.
More than one topic?
Yes.
This is the piece Bean was very excited to record.
I'm going to burn it to a DVD.
His prose is civil. His technique?
Well, I write it out, and then I reread it, and then I rewrite it, and then I reread it, and then I rewrite it.
All right. All right. That's great news.
I'm so firm right now.
Thanks
Please
for
don't stop.
that.
Keep playing it. Keep playing
When will 562 happen?
Oh, that's a good question because he's got 561 published. Mm-hmm. So when will 562 happen?
That's a great question. I don't.
Well, that was a Monday, and now it's Tuesday. And here he is again. Published letter number 562 for Gary Boyd.
What a jackass this guy is.
See, I couldn't disagree more, and here's why.
I know.
I appreciate the fact that journalism has become more of a two-way street than ever before.
In general, the people responding are assholes.
No, that's not true because those letters aren't the ones that generally get selected. It's usually somebody who has a different spin or a difference of opinion, and I appreciate the fact that it's not just a one-way street where the newspaper or the blog or whatever it is gets to decide what the final word is on the topic.
But
I think it's healthy. It's healthy to have a mix of other voices in there.
I know, but no one reads those, Bean.
Untrue.
Because they're assholes.
I love this man so much. I'm going to move in with him.
The wife.
When he first started, I thought, I wonder how long it'll last.
A decade later,
dysfunction has seized America. Gary H. Boyd. Is the thrill gone?
Of what? Writing this stuff?
Yeah.
What do you think? Is the thrill gone?
Hell no.
Hells no.
No, hell no.
For today, Mike Leonard, NBC News, Scottsdale, Arizona.
Look, the annoying banjo music is not doing that piece any favors.
You think?
But
he's an old F. He's an old, just crotchety old man that finds stuff wrong with everything.
And thinks his opinions need to be heard.
Oh, dear God, I hate this guy.
So self-important.
Giggity. So self-important.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa. But at least then the news anchors will summarize the way he does it.
Write it, reread it, rewrite it, reread it, rewrite it.
Yeah, it's a great piece.
All right.
I hope you have time to go through that today, Bean. Oh, you're going to be so inspired.
I can't wait till he dies and I can take over his crowd. Ralph Garman is here. He's a short timer. All he's thinking about is hitting the road for San Diego, but he's gonna grace us with his presence for another Showbiz Beat on the Kevin and Bean Show right now.
I was until I heard Carl and his letter writing campaign. Now I got a brand new lease on life.
Being so excited.
Carl, do you like to write? Yeah, hell yeah.
Gary H. Boyd.
Wow. That's a guy I do not want to meet.
An evening with Mark Twain.
I want to live with him.
Coming out of that guy's mouth.
Minus all the personality.
I'm going to write him a strongly worded letter and see if I can move in with him.
Wow.
Man is the only animal that blushes or needs to. Ding, 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 ding. It's Mark Twain.
Yeah.
All right, let's
much
talk.
more interesting than that guy.
Take a look at the showbiz news. Congratulations to Pauly D and the Situation. They have locked up their deals with MTV to continue on Jersey Shore for a third season.
Oh, thank God.
Hollywood Reporter says the rest of the cast is also very close to finalizing their deals with the network, so we won't have to go a season without Snooki and JWoww and Ronnie.
Because we've fallen in love with the people.
It's all about
not
them.
The show.
This will make you kill yourself. They're getting $30,000 per episode.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
$30,000.
And what do they have to do for that $30,000 for each episode, Ralph?
Drink, fist pump, punch,
Tan laundry.
Gym, tan laundry.
That's it.
That's all they got to do. That's a gig.
And it's because of shows like Jersey Shore and the fact that they do exist that so many people go, I don't need a skill or career or an education. I'll just be famous. That's what I'm going to do for a living.
I just want to be famous.
Yeah.
That is the number one ambition of most school-age children now.
Just to be famous?
When they take a poll of kids and say, what do you want to be when you grow up? Famous is now coming up as first.
Yeah.
And it's hard to blame them when you look at JWoww, who can do nothing and is famous and wealthy.
Yep. We're circling the drain, people.
Yeah, I think so.
Carlin always said, I'm just sitting back watching the fireworks because we're going down the drain.
I love it.
You know, it's an interesting fact. It was 38 years ago today. I think it was 38 years ago. 72? I think 38, right?
Sure. Yes.
George Carlin did his 7 words you can't say on television.
Right. Oh, no
That
kidding.
famous sketch. He did it live on stage for the first time in 1972 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and got arrested for doing it on stage.
Wow.
Cops showed up, pulled him off the
Arrested.
stage, and took him to jail for saying those words in public.
That is just not that long ago.
It just isn't. Shows you how far we've come.
Wow.
And we're sliding back.
Yeah.
We are quickly.
Speaking of Comic-Con, Ali Larder will be there this weekend promoting her new movie, Resident Evil Afterlife, with her co-star Mila Jovovich.
Oh, my God.
Love it.
Yeah, that's a twosome right there. In fact, I will be hosting the panel. I'll be moderating the panel for Resident Evil Afterlife.
How many panels are you going to be doing?
A lot of them.
You seem like you're in
a lot
high
of
demand.
people have emailed saying, where will you be? How can I see you? So I posted my schedule, my Comic-Con schedule, on kevinandbean.com.
Oh, there you go.
So if you go there, you can see what I'm doing Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I'm working 3 days.
Can you fit Thursday morning show and Friday morning show into your schedule?
Just barely. I may run in, do birthdays, and just run back out to Hall H or something, or wherever else I'm hosting something. But
all right, good.
I will try to make an appearance. Ali Larder is pregnant. That's the reason I brought up the story. Congratulations to her and her writer-actor husband, Hayes MacArthur. And Bean will be very excited to know that Hayes is actually the son of the guy who played Dano on the original Hawaii Five-0.
Oh, no kidding. How about that? James MacArthur.
James
How about
MacArthur, yeah.
That is so not interesting.
So there you go. Well, I knew it would be for Bean.
Yeah, but let's not humor him.
Look, you got to throw the guy a bone once in a while. Jenna Fisher got married recently to her boyfriend, Lee Kirk. People magazine reports they had an interesting wedding on many levels, but perhaps most interesting is the fact that Survivor host Jeff Probst was the one who married them.
What?
He apparently is an ordained minister from the Universal Life Church.
What a scam that is. Bean and I were the
They
same
will
thing.
let any jackhole join that church.
Costs $1.
He has performed a number of ceremonies, according to people, including the renewing the vows for his parents' 35th anniversary.
Are they still doing that? Do you know, Bean? Are they still
I haven't heard.
Yeah.
I haven't heard much from them on that. We kind of dropped out, and I lost interest a little bit.
And Eddie Vedder wants everyone to know Pearl Jam's not breaking up.
Okay.
He panicked fans earlier this month when he was in Lisbon, Portugal. He said he was reading in Portuguese from a piece of paper that he had translated what he wanted to say and had someone translate it into Portuguese for him. And it came out in Portuguese saying, "Thank you for coming to our last show. Not our last show ever, but our last in a long, long time." And everyone at the concert thought that meant they were breaking up.
Right.
But in reality, it was just the end of the tour. And he was saying this is the end of the tour. So it was a little lost in translation, but everyone panicked on the internet and rumors started to swirl that Pearl Jam was breaking up. But it's not the case. They're not breaking up, so everyone relax. All right?
All right.
Okay.
And Comic-Con, of course, starting this evening. I'm very excited. We've got some comic book news.
Because you haven't mentioned that much. Comic-Con is coming to town soon.
Comic book movie fans. The Riddler, apparently the top villain to be considered to star in the third installment of Batman with Christopher Nolan and Christian Bale. And so far, all signs point to Joseph Gordon-Levitt to play the Riddler.
No! No!
This according to therealmcast.com. Also, the rumors that Adrian Brody would be starring as Ant-Man in the movie for the Marvel Comics Studios movie Ant-Man.
Tell me about Ant-Man.
Are now totally false, according to Edgar Wright, who will be directing Ant-Man.
Does he like having a human head and then an ant body? How does that work?
He's able to reduce himself to a very, very small size. But he can communicate with ants with his mind and make them do
all
things.
Ants.
Yes.
I need you to come
If
attack.
you have a sandwich, you are effed because Ant-Man will call those ants to come and eat your goddamn sandwich. No, Ant-Man. But he has the proportional strength of an ant.
So when he turns back into human, he's still as strong as an ant?
Yeah. He's got the proportional strength of an ant.
Dope.
You know, an ant can lift like 20 times its own weight.
Yeah. Sure.
And so can Ant-Man.
Sure.
And his wife, the Wasp.
Oh, wow. Now, how do those two make it work with an interspecies relationship?
Well, they're both human beings, Bean. But she has a power of flight like a wasp, and he's Ant-Man, and they're married.
You're making this up.
I'm not. Hank Pym is his name, and that's his secret.
You're so just having a joke on us.
I
right
am
now.
not.
Yeah, it's happening.
Now the point. Now I haven't seen the Ant-Man, but there are billions of ants, and if he can communicate with, can he control the ants? Could he say, "Hey, ants, move that car," and all of a sudden they just come from everywhere, pick up the car, and take it away?
Asked and answered.
Ant-Man can talk to the ants.
Wow, Ant-Man sounds awesome.
Wait till you see. Edgar Wright is directing it. As the guy who gave us Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead and those movies.
Well, those are funny.
I think it may be a little funny.
Can't be good.
It may be funny.
It better be.
So we'll have to wait and see. Today's celebrity birthdays. Cat Stevens, the singer-songwriter who now goes by Yusuf Islam, is 62 years old today. Comedian and actor Robin Williams is 59.
Glendale?
John Lovitz is 53 years old today. You know, he's got a comedy club up there at Universal Studios.
I've gone.
John Lovitz. You have?
Yeah.
Has he been there?
No.
Does he take tickets at the door? Is he working behind the bar?
Not that night, no.
Well, God damn it, it's his place. He should be there.
It's rough. It's a lot of first-time comedians.
I'm opening a comedy club. Yeah, that's the ticket. Don't get a chance to do my Lovitz.
Not very often.
Josh Hartnett is 32 years old today, and actor Justin Bartha also celebrates his 32nd birthday. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the showbiz.
This is our pre-Comic-Con show. Ralph Garman will be live in San Diego tomorrow. The whole show will be down there on Friday. Get details at kevinandbean.com if you want to come down. If you happen to be in San Diego going to Comic-Con, you want to come by and meet us and some of our very special guests, we'd love to have you. How about an expert? How about a guy getting ready to go to his, by my count, 7th Comic-Con who has written a book for folks like us, Kevin, who are there for the first time, the Unauthorized San Diego Comic-Con Survival Guide, author Doug Klein on the show with us right now. Hey, Doug, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Very good.
It's going great. Do I have that right? This is your 7th year you'll be heading down there to San Diego?
Yep, first year was 2004.
And did you find yourself so lost that you wished a book like this one that you've written existed?
Oh, my God, yeah. I wrote this book basically so you could go in there and be the 2010 me rather than 2004 me.
What if we don't want to be any you? It's just a question. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So you have stuff like where to park, line up early, what to wear, dress for success, and then you cross that out and you say, come thing about Comic-Con is that it's okay if you look like a dork.
Absolutely.
In fact, it's expected.
Yeah. Yeah, they want you to look like a dork. In fact, it's celebrated. People seek out the biggest dork with their cameras. So.
Now, what has it been like over the few years that you've been going to see it get so much bigger? Is it more difficult for newbies to navigate now just because it's a little bit overwhelming how huge it is?
Even after, while I was writing this, I was learning new things as I was fact-checking things, and it's constantly evolving. Comic-Con is doing their best to make things better and easier every year. I mean, they're trying to make the lines easier to navigate, the crowds to not choke up at all the big booths. But no matter what, it's always going to seem overwhelming.
Page 73 under the heading of hygiene says, bathe every day. I can't stress this enough. Let's not feed an old stereotype.
Oh, yeah.
People don't bathe every day?
It is apparent. There's some people who actually don't even get hotel rooms, and they will sit in line overnight outside the convention center for Hall H.
Which is the big, where they have all of the big stuff, yeah.
That's the big room, and they I saw a guy who said he's never had a hotel room, and he doesn't bathe, obviously, unless he's going to a washroom at some hotel.
Which leads us to the next one, which is get some sleep. Yeah. This seems like an obvious thing, but between early morning lineups and all-night drink-a-thons at their favorite watering hole, some people forget to sleep.
Yeah.
Is this...
Really? They need this in a book?
It seems like you're talking to retards.
Well, you are, Kevin. What do you think the audience is for this book?
Yeah, it's a lot of common sense stuff in here. I mean, there's some people who look at this and go, "Oh, yeah, well, obviously I have to sleep, I have to eat, I have to, get in line early." But it's something you got to clarify for some people.
Let me ask you this, Doug. And again, this author, Doug Klein, on the phone. We're talking about the unauthorized San Diego Comic-Con Survival Guide. What about people who are going down for the first time? They're very excited. They have tickets. Let's say, just to throw one out there, they want to see Ralph Garman hosting the Dexter panel. Is that the type of thing that everybody who wants to go see that is going to be able to? Or do they cut it off at a certain point? And how early do you need to get in line for things like that?
Oh, it'll definitely sell out. It is one of the most in-demand things at the show. You're going to have to get in line early. Hours in advance.
What is hours? How many hours?
I would say I don't know what time your panel the panel is.
Well, let's say a panel's at noon.
Noon. I would say no later than 8.
8 a.m.
Wow, how about that? And how many people do they usually let into some of the major panels? I mean, is it an audience of 100 or 1,000 or what?
Well, Hall H is 6,500 people. Ballroom 20, where Dexter is about 4,000 people.
Wow.
And again, people will stand in line. It is their day. They'll actually, because there's a lot of panels before Dexter, whether they care for those or not, they'll sit through all those panels in order to make sure they see Dexter.
I got you.
Oh, I see. So they just spend the whole day there waiting for the one they want.
Yep.
Okay, last question for you, Doug, and then we'll give out the details on how to buy your book. What are my chances, if I'm going down there as a first-timer, of getting laid at Comic-Con?
Wait, you or just regular people?
Regular person.
Right. How much beer money do you have?
Really? That's all it takes?
That's the answer?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. There's plenty of parties out there, and there's plenty of...
Hey, Princess Leia, how about a beer?
Exactly. Girls in loose clothing and loose morals.
The unauthorized San Diego Comic-Con Survival Guide is available for just $7. If you buy the paperback version, you can get shipping for $3 anywhere in the world. The ebook version, of course, you can download immediately. What's that website, Doug?
SDCCsurvivalguide.com, and it's also available at the show at the Kirby Crackle booth 1803.
All right, there you go. We'll see you down at Comic-Con. Thanks for coming on the Kevin and Bean Show.
Thanks.
106.7 K-Rock is KROQ, and it is 9:43.
Ralph Garman is here with yet another look at the Showbiz Beat on the Kevin and Bean Show for a Wednesday. What's happening, Ralph?
Whatever.
Ralph's dying to get on the road.
I'm hours away. Just mere hours away.
Ralph's going down tonight. We're going down to, for Friday's show.
What if I can get a helicopter?
Oh, there you go.
I think our station would pay for me to get a helicopter down to San Diego.
Sure. I think Kevin could hook you up with one of his contacts,
I should
probably.
call Linus, his
Linus would do it for
assistant, and see if he can hook me up with Kevin Zeppelin or whatever he's traveling in these days.
I wish I had one.
Justin Bieber, the movie?
No.
Apparently, there is talk.
No!
About Justin starring in a movie about his meteoric rise to fame.
No!
So says HollywoodLife.com. There is no script as of yet, but the plan is to make a Justin Bieber film similar to Eminem's 2002 film 8 Mile.
No.
Which sort of was a thinly veiled, fictionalized version of Eminem's rise to notoriety.
It was a great movie, too.
Nope. Stop talking.
He was good in it.
Yeah.
And I think Justin will be even better.
No.
Because they can say, well, look, I've got a zit, and they can, spend some time in that. Oh, look, my hair got combed forward. I think I'll keep it that way. Like all the seminal moments in his life and his career. Guess that's definitive. Alice in Wonderland director Tim Burton has another movie in the works. This one I think will be just as odd as some of his best work has been. Monsterpocalypse, it's called.
This sounds like a sequel to Sharktopus, by the way.
How dare you? besmirch the name of Sharktopus by attaching a director like Tim Burton to it.
Ralph, I was watching the Mariners lose another one to the White Sox yesterday on Fox Sports Northwest, and they came with a Sharktopus commercial during the game. And I thought, they are advertising this thing big time, man.
Did you see Ralph?
Not in the trailer, no.
No, not
but
in the trailer yet.
It was very exciting.
I don't even know if we have an air date yet for Sharktopus. I believe it's going to be the fall. They're going to make you wait.
The whole fall?
The whole of the fall, yes. Just round-the-clock screenings of Sharktopus. But I do believe we're trying to put together a special Kevin and Bean Sharktopus premiere party.
Awesome! Oh, that'd be sweet.
Right. We can get an advanced screening, invite some people down, and we can have a little Sharktopus party. How about that?
That's awesome.
I'll keep you posted.
I saw some of your fellow actors in the trailer I hope are going to be at the screening, if you get my meaning.
Oh. You should see Shandy Finnessy is the name of the actress who is in my scenes.
He's telling you. Hang on.
Tell me faster.
I play Captain Jack, a drunken, burnt-out former American disc jockey, radio personality.
Okay.
Who has run afoul of the FCC.
Right.
And is now broadcasting from a boat off the coast of Mexico.
You're Canadian?
To all the kids who a boot to all the kids who are partying, at PV Puerto Vallarta for the spring break.
Sure,
I'm providing them with the hot jams,
like you do.
And Shandy Finnessy,
you're known for your hot jams,
plays my
sidekick,
producer / board op
/ sex slave
/ smoking hot former Miss USA in a bikini.
Really?
Yeah. Shandy was Miss USA in 2004, I believe.
All right.
And she's just worth the price of admission right there. You won't hear a word I'm saying, trust me, when we're on screen together. Because she is just diabolical and could not be sweeter. So, but I think Sci-Fi, if I'm not mistaken, has made up a bunch of promotional Sharktopus buttons for Comic-Con that literally say, "Damn you, Sharktopus!" on them.
This has to be like your crowning moment.
So I'm going to try to get in there tonight, the preview night, the opening night of the con, and try to scarf up as many as I can, and then maybe we can give them out on the show or something. But,
what's a bigger thrill for you? Damn you, Sharktopus making a button, or McFever going everywhere after you dubbed her that on American Idol?
Well, McFever never really was merchandised.
Yeah, true.
This is hard. This is like hard and fast evidence that this exists. It's kind of exciting. It's a big time around the Kevin and Bean Show, I'll tell you. Because we got me, first of all. Television superstar Ralph Garman.
That is what you like about the show.
That is big.
That was a strange statement, but move on, please.
But we also have Dave, the King of Mexico, making his motion picture debut.
Yes, that's true.
That's right.
In Step Up 3D.
That's true.
That's right. Step Up.
Which I believe is out early August.
He throws down some moves in that.
So you got me dropping the hot jams for the kids, and then you got Dave, popping and locking, busting a move, they're doing the robot, stepping it up to the streets. I mean, it's very exciting.
It really is heady times.
Psycho Mike's on E, giving us the top 10 every night.
That's right.
There's a lot going on. A lot going on.
We've turned into the Miami Heat. We are a team of nothing but superstars who can't win a championship.
Lisa is a treasurer for condominium club.
I heard
She's got that going for her. I'm just saying.
Exciting.
Very exciting time here on the Kevin and Bean Show. I couldn't be happier.
I want to know who the other people at your complex where they chose you to be in charge of facts and figures.
Oh, so they wanted to know how much money we had, and I didn't, and I forgot to check.
It's got one job.
It's your only job is to know that number. That's it.
I was busy.
Without that number, you're nothing.
You are good with money. You're just not good with figures. And
I don't know
That's
what that
true.
means.
I don't do good math in my head.
Right.
I think her figures look good from here.
I think so.
All right. But enough about us. Let's talk about showbiz news, shall we, if we have any time. Cameron Diaz and Alex Rodriguez are getting quite serious with each other, according to People magazine. They're now officially a couple and hanging out with other famous couples. They were seen double dating with Jay-Z and Beyonce the other night.
I like the double date with Jay-Z and Beyonce.
I just can't imagine Cameron Diaz having anything to say to Jay-Z at a table.
But don't you picture her
I broke
not...
my nose.
Don't you picture her not shutting up, though?
Oh, yeah.
Even though she doesn't have anything to say.
Yeah, that's exactly what I picture. Speaking of Jay-Z and Beyonce, they are invited guests to Alicia Keys' wedding this weekend. Alicia is marrying Swizz Beatz.
Sure.
On a yacht off the coast of the Caribbean.
that'd be okay.
That's a place to get married right there. Oprah Winfrey is also expected to attend for ballast.
She have a second yacht to hold her?
They need something to keep the yacht from tipping over, so they put her down in the hold. The hardest storm could come a-blowing. The perfect storm could come, and that ship is not going over. They're not going to capsize.
I'm so fat.
That's what we're saying, yes.
She's not a small woman.
Right.
Exactly. It wasn't that long ago that there was a lot of chatter about Alicia Keys perhaps playing for the other side, and now here she is knocked up and marrying a dude.
Imagine that.
I've gained weight.
Yes, you have. That's what we're saying.
And poor Jessica Simpson. She tweeted over the week, on Monday, that she has found a wrinkle.
She found a wrinkle in her face?
On her face.
Really?
Yeah.
That's tweetable?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
That's the horrors of aging, Kevin. She tweeted that. That's Bean worthy. I'm
really
surprised that
I found a wrinkle.
Someone's competing with Bean when it comes to innocuous
She's going to take
tweets.
your crown, Bean.
Yeah.
Better step it up with your worthlessness.
Yeah, are you sending a message Morse code from the island?
She's got the fingers of fire today. I've been having to turn her down all day.
Wow.
I'm in touch with a lot of people during the show.
Yeah, well,
and this is our affiliate board op I'm talking to now.
You type with purpose.
I do.
Today's celebrity birthdays: singer Cat Stevens, who now goes by the name Yusuf Islam. My favorite Cat Stevens song has to be Moonshadow. That's a tweet we'll be seeing later today, I'm sure.
That's what he was doing right then.
Moonshadow. 62 years old today. Robin Williams turns 59. Comedian John Lovitz is 53 years old. Josh Hartnett, very talented actor, is 32, as is another talented actor, Justin Bartha. You probably know him best as the sidekick Nicolas Cage in the National Treasure movies.
Is he also the groom in The Hangover? Is that the same guy?
He is the groom in The Hangover. He is 32 years old today. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat.
Thank you, Ralph. Ralph will be heading down to San Diego.
I will.
And he will be broadcasting from there tomorrow morning for an all-new Kevin and Bean show. His in-studio guest down on location is Rob Corddry.
Have you guys seen any of Children's Hospital
I have
on
not,
Adult
no.
Swim
No.
on the Cartoon Network?
I have not.
Wow.
Good.
It is hilariously funny and deeply, deeply disturbing.
Excellent.
It's got everything you want
stuff.
in a TV show.
Dick Cheney's dead. Don't know if you heard that.
What?
Turns out.
What?
Turns out.
I think I would have heard something about that.
His heart turned around and just gave him the middle finger.
Really?
He's actually the undead, and that's why
That's
it's
true.
a fascinating story. Wait till you hear about it tomorrow.
Jason Schwartzman on tomorrow's show.
Yeah!
Very excited
Love
about
him.
that. Love having him on. Dr. Drew, as usual on Thursdays. We have Matt Atchity, who is from Rotten Tomatoes, talking about the new movies that are going to be debuted this weekend.
And there must be like 100 movies that are going to have space on the floor at Comic-Con this year, right? It's crazy, right, Ralph?
It's manic. Everything from Salt and Green Hornet and Green Lantern. A lot of greens down
Green.
there. The other guys, Battle L.A., there's just a ton of films are going to be there today.
Very exciting. Ralph will be down there. I don't know that he'll be in fine shape tomorrow morning because he
Good
does plan on
point.
going to a lot of stuff tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
But that's an all-new show tomorrow morning on the Kevin and Bean Show.
Don't go away. Cat Corbett's up next with 40 minutes nonstop K-Rock music, including The Cage the Elephant, also Red Hot Chili Peppers, Linkin Park, Cake, and that new song for Mumford & Sons you like so much. I know it sounds like a sitcom from the 70s, but it's actually an awesome...
It is good.
An awesome band with an awesome song.
About. You gotta put it in perspective.
This is Mr. Cobain. I have a lot of things to say to you. A lot of things to say to you. You parasitic little. If you don't mind, I will begin at the beginning.
It's a new day. Let's get going.
1, 2, 3. Bad boy. 4, 5, 6. VIG.
Kevin has a problem with alcohol. Problem with alcohol. Problem with alcohol. Kevin has a problem with alcohol, and when he's drunk, he'll let you do him in the... What did you do? Fire beer mouth. What did you not do? 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 What did you do?
When I get back from rehab, I'll probably say cocaine is terrible. But don't believe me, cocaine is amazing. I give it 1,000,000 stars. Do not believe the guy in the studio who tries to tell you it's terrible. That guy is a liar.
Don't bogart that joint, my friend. Pass it over to me.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
Don't bogart that joint, my friend. Pass it over to me. Roll another one.
Want a banana, you hot little monkey bitch?
Just like the other one. Oh, good for you. This one seems to be about to quit.
This place is run like an amateur whorehouse.
I need another hit.
It's our time to shine. 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 Let's shine.
It brings me agony and sadness and dread.
Roll another one.
This is for all the Tostitos.
Just like the other one.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby.
This one seems to be about to end.
I've never known such gladness.
I don't have another cent.
Oh my God, beer mug. Die, 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 die.
But don't bogart that joint.
What? I don't have pants? What?
Just pass it around.
Okay, explain with pink.
But don't bogart that joint, my friend.
What the what?
Just pass it on down.
And now,
Why would anyone put themselves and their loved ones through something like this? I wouldn't pretend to know.
our feature presentation.
Morning, everybody. Brand new Kevin and Bean Show. It is Friday. It is the 24th of April.
Right before we started here this morning, I asked Chip if she felt that today was likely to be a Hall of Fame caliber performance, and she said no. What's that about?
She has a good read on things.
It's science?
It's science?
Science?
I mean, really? Like, don't we
wonder if-
stumble into something good about once every 2 weeks?
I don't know. I would like to feel. I just. My sense at the moment was that we've lost the confidence of the team. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
if they don't believe in us, how can anyone believe in us?
Here's what I'm here to tell you this. We never had the confidence of the team.
Oh, so couldn't lose.
Really?
Right. So
Okay.
can't really go down.
Hey, Allie McKay.
Hey, Bean.
How's your spray tan?
Not great. Thanks for asking.
What are you doing getting a spray tan anyway?
I might have had melanoma, so I stay out of the sun completely.
Mm-hmm.
So I get spray tans. And
You don't like the way you look pale?
I don't. Yeah, there's no getting around that. No, I am so white that I'm almost transparent. It looks gray, so it's concerning.
Sure.
Yeah, but the lesson I learned last night, don't get a spray tan and watch Grey's Anatomy when a
Because-
huge character might die.
Oh,
then you cry,
I see.
and then you realize, oh, this isn't good, what's dripping on me.
McSteamy died?
That's going to be something you want to actually write down there, Chip.
Yeah.
The dripping on the part. McSteamy might have died.
Okay.
It was very upsetting, and I actually tweeted Bean because the song that was playing
Yes.
was the one about sadness and ambulances. Remember that
Aw.
one?
That was such a memory for us, Allie.
It was.
That was when I
Bean.
realized I spoke Allie.
It was. It was a beautiful moment about
It
6
was.
months ago. So anyway, devastating night. Thanks for bringing
So
it
you're
up.
all streaky, basically.
I'm streaky, but I covered with makeup, so it's all right.
All right.
Boy, it's tough to be a girl, isn't it, Kevin?
Sure is.
A lot of complicated things we don't even have to
Sure
think
is.
about. So, all right, before we get started on today's outstanding Kevin and Bean show, give me a little of that echo, if you would, please, because we've got another edition of You Be the Judge.
All right.
That was it?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Did you not like it? Try it again.
You Be the Judge. It just sounds so hollow. It doesn't have the oomph
That's
that I was
you.
hoping for.
That's
Yeah,
your
it could be
voice.
me. We go to Channelview, Texas, is where this incident happened on the 31st of March, 2015. So what, about 3 weeks ago? A Popeyes fried chicken location was involved in a robbery. Somebody came in with a gun and stole all the money out of the
Guilty.
register. Yes, he in fact did do that.
Thank you.
The teller behind the register that day is a young woman named Marissa Holcomb, who has 3 young children at home, is pregnant with a 4th child at the time, and is working at this Popeyes. The CCTV footage of the robbery shows that she was forced on the floor or after she was ordered to open the safe, and the thief managed to steal. She did not open the safe, by the way, but the thief took everything in the register, which is around $400, and then fled. The The employee, Miss Holcomb, was fired after the robbery.
What?
Marissa said that after the robbery, one of the managers gave her the choice of either paying the company back or getting fired. She said, I don't think it's right because now I'm struggling for my family with what I had to do to keep my life. So she was, in fact, fired. Okay? So open and close, at this point, it just open and shut, I guess is the expression. It seems like maybe Popeyes is just a dick. It certainly wasn't her fault. She just happened to be behind the register when the guy came in and robbed her, right?
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
Well, upon investigation, the Houston area TV station, KHOU, contacted Popeyes, and they said, no, she wasn't fired because she got robbed. That's completely out of her hands. She was fired because there's policy in the store that you're not allowed to keep more than $100 in the register. And this is true of lots of retail-type jobs where they want you to, periodically, if you get too much money in the register, more than you need to offer change to customers, you're supposed to put it in a little drop box or in a little safe. Apparently, she had been warned numerous times in the past to never have more than $100 in the register. And she had $400 in the register that day. So, therefore, because of her bad decisions, the restaurant ended up losing a lot more money than they should have in the robbery. Now what say you about their decision to fire her, by the way?
Well, if they have that all documented, that it was over a period of time that she kept doing this, warned it kept happening, then they legally were in their rights. It sucks that she had to be forced on the floor as a pregnant lady during the whole ordeal. But
she lost her job, I think, is the more important part.
That's important.
Okay.
So was it unreasonable for the company to say, hey, forget firing, was it unreasonable for them to say, look, you got robbed, not your bad, but what about how many times we've told you to only keep $100 in the register? We're out $300 because of you. And that's why I ask this question. You be the judge.
That's more of a statement than a question.
So what do you do here, Kevin? You're Mr. Popeyes. What's your ruling on this one?
I honestly think that they had the right to fire her, especially because they warned her. This was a situation that she had been in before, and they said, you need to take care of this.
This was the third or fourth time this had happened?
Yes. They'd been robbed, or just she had too much money there?
Too much money.
Okay. I would say, just from a PR standpoint, you just go, hey, everybody, this is a good sign here. You should all really pay attention to this rule, and then, find something else to fire her for. Yeah. No, I mean, don't fire her. Don't fire her. No, I'm saying just let her work there.
So a teachable moment.
A teachable moment.
Okay.
How about you, Ellie? You down with Judge Kevin?
I would agree. I would say use it as a teachable moment and say, this is it, though. One more time.
You get robbed again, man.
Definitely gonna let you go. But you're firing a pregnant lady. That hurts. If she wasn't pregnant, I'd say beat it. But she's growing a person in there. That's tough.
Chip, what's your answer?
Murder.
Oh, wow. That's a little rough.
She's aggressive.
That does seem rough.
That's too much.
Well, in case you're wondering, once the story went viral and Popeyes, the main office of Popeyes, the parent company, realized what was happening, they did offer the woman her job back. They said the restaurant was operated as an independent franchisee of the Popeyes brand. We've spoken to the local franchisor, and he has taken immediate action to reach out to the employee to apologize and rectify the situation. And they have also offered the employee $2,000 in back pay for her time out of work. As of the dateline on this article, she told the television station she was unsure as to whether she would accept the offer. So we don't know whether she's going back or not, but at least
she's unsure if she would accept it.
I'm sure she's looking for an attorney so that she can sue them. So anyway, I guess that's sort of a happy ending. Kind of sounds like what you wanted was for her to get her job back at least.
Yeah, except for then she said, "No, I don't know."
So I don't know what's going to happen there. But
now,
murder.
Apparently it's murder. Apparently it's odd.
All right, let's talk about today's Kevin and Beach Show, shall we?
I believe that you're way out of your depth in this matter. So the next time that you want to come in here and tell me what I'm doing wrong, you are welcome to keep it to yourself, because I don't care.
Unusually long. Lake Bell will be on the program today.
Speaking of unusually long.
Wow. Wow.
Just say it.
That was so unbelievably not sexy.
Daddy likey, though.
Oh, man. When you say stuff like that, I can't get a boner for like a day. Lake Bell will be on the program. She's directing Children's Hospital, one of our favorite shows of all time. Courtney Cox is on the program today.
Wow.
She's directing a movie called Just Before I Go.
What's with giving the ladies the ability to direct now? What kind of world are we living in now?
The ability.
It's new.
I don't understand that. We also have Adam Carolla with This Week in Rage.
Sure.
We have a brand new movie beat. We have tickets in the front row for Mumford & Sons. And we're going to talk to Brett Morgen, who's going to be in studio today. And he has done a little movie by the name of Kurt Cobain.
The Montage
of Heck.
I was trying to help.
You don't know the rules,
Kevin.
do you?
Sorry, Kevin.
Not supposed to help. Montage of Heck. Yes, it's fascinating. It's
language.
It's a movie. And we're going to talk to him about all the behind the scenes of Kurt Cobain and everything that went on in his life and led up to the unfortunate ending. So that's coming up this morning as well. We'll take a break. We'll come back with the Showbiz Beat next.
And now it's time for a moment with Allie McKay.
I think maybe, what's that song about the ambulance and the slowness and sad?
What's Allie talking about? Allie's just saying words now.
I don't know what just happened.
I'm just saying words.
That was a moment with Allie McKay.
That happened.
Professional broadcaster right there.
Wow.
5:52. Finally Friday morning. Ralph is here with a look at the Showbiz Beat. What's going on, Ralph?
Oh, big doings.
Big doings.
And by big, I mean Big Sean and Ariana Grande. Boom, that's over. You know why?
Don't say sizzle.
Sizzle.
I'll put you in the head.
When Justin Bieber got on stage with Ariana Grande, you know what happened, Kevin? Sizzle.
Was Justin
There
Bieber
was
involved?
sizzle. Ha, ha, ha. Here's what Big Sean had to say about the breakup. First of all, Ariana Grande, he thinks she's immature. What? The 21-year-old self-centered pop star is immature? I can't see how that's possible. B.I.G. Sean. And apparently, he claims he did all the traveling to keep their relationship going. So when she was on tour, he would always go to her. She would never come to him.
Well, that would seem annoying.
Wait. Lastly.
Okay.
He thinks that she orchestrated the moments on stage between herself and Justin Bieber when they sizzled to try to make him jealous. Use Justin Bieber as a weapon against me.
Oh, she did that on purpose.
Boom.
Is what he's playing.
Sizzle. Sizzle.
If you're going to make...
To the bizzle, my nizzle.
Stupid. God.
You right?
If you're going to make somebody jealous,
yeah.
do you do it with
Use
Justin
the
Bieber?
hottest thing you can find.
Find me a twink. I got to get him angry.
Get me some sexy Biebs. So there you go. Boom. Good news for Dave, though. That means Ariana Grande is available.
And you're talking about King of Mexico?
Yeah.
And he's in line?
I love Ariana Grande. So he's in line, apparently. Bradley Cooper seems to have traded up in the model department. You know, he was recently dating longtime girlfriend Suki Waterhouse, which sounds like a Japanese brand of toilet. The new Suki Waterhouse. But now he's got a new girlfriend on his arm. Any guesses, Kevin?
New girlfriend? He could have anyone.
Yeah?
Yeah, he sure could.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a model or an actor?
Yep,
Actress?
Model.
Oh. No.
How about
I narrowed it down.
Arena Shake?
Oh.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, they were recently seen arm in arm attending a Broadway show together.
That's upsetting because I had next with her.
Right, see? Everybody in this show, it's the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. Don't forget, tonight is the night. Bruce Jenner will sit down with Diane Sawyer in a 2-hour special and talk about
Lady Things.
Lady Things, and his upcoming Lady Things.
I've got my popcorn ready.
Are you excited?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, my wife is too.
I went to tape it, and it's 2 hours.
It's
2 hours.
I can't wait to see the ratings, too.
You know how I know it's 2 hours? Because I said
Did you
30
say 2 hours?
seconds ago it was a 2-hour show.
I wasn't listening to you.
Uh-huh.
What would if you didn't have this job, Kevin, what would your level of interest be in that interview? Because mine would be right at 0 or a little below.
I mean, I feel like if I came across it, I would watch it. But I wouldn't go out of my way to watch it. So not much.
I'm with Bean. I probably would, though, surf the web the next day to see highlights or whatever, see if any revelations were made. But
yeah, I'd
sit
read a
down
recap.
for 2 hours? No, it's not for me.
Most of that is not going to be good.
Yeah. A lot of filler.
I mean,
right?
I don't really care. about a person's sexuality or gender assignment. At this point, it's not interesting to me at all. Whatever works out for them, I hope they're happy. And it's just not. It's none of my business. Is how I feel about it.
I'm not interested in that at all. I want him to just take on the Kardashian clan. I just want him to.
Yeah,
go
if
crazy.
they get into that,
That's
awesome.
what I'm hoping to. I'm hoping to say, look, I've always been saying Chris was constantly fighting me on it. Whatever. I'd like to hear bad things about her. That's what I'm hoping for on some level. And from saying bad things about people to saying good things about people, CBS has announced they're doing a 90-minute tribute to Mr. David Letterman on Monday, May the 4th. A retrospective of Dave's 33-year career in television, starting with his job as a weathercaster in Indianapolis, Indiana, all the way up to the most recent episodes of his show. Top 10 list will be covered: stupid pet tricks, stupid human tricks, special moments from past shows. It's going to be quite the special, hosted by Mr. Ray Romano. So, good times. Speaking of Ray Romano, did you hear about the kid who played one of his twin sons?
What a bummer that was.
Devastating. 19-year-old kid who played one of the Barone twins on that show. His name was Sawyer Sweeten. Apparently took his own life at his home in Texas on Thursday when he allegedly shot himself on the front porch of the family home. So, as you can imagine, the family is devastated. But he was just days away from his 20th birthday. Tragic.
Yeah, that sucks.
And the mother says, basically, at this sensitive time, our family requests privacy, but we beg you to reach out to the ones you love. So apparently he had some history of some depression or mental illness, and it's so tragic because sometimes people can be helped and sometimes it's too late. So sad news, but do what you can if you can. And lastly, this is a good sign. People are starting to walk off the set of Adam Sandler movies. This may be a move in the right direction.
Well, they're already started walking out of the theaters too. So,
in this particular case, it's the production of Adam Sandler's newest film, The Ridiculous Six, which is a takeoff on The Magnificent Seven. See, but it's not The Magnificent Seven. This is The Ridiculous Six.
See what he did?
And this six, you have no idea how ridiculous they are, because they are crazy. So it's a Western, spoof of a Western, and they're making fun of Native Americans. And there were Native Americans on the set, Native American actors who were working on the set, and they were promised by the production that there was going to be a cultural representative on the set. There would be an advisor. There would be no stereotypes, no cheap shots.
But but they're on an Adam Sandler set.
Yeah.
So,
and after the script repeatedly insulted Native women, elders, grossly misrepresented the Apache culture, they all walked off the set, which I think is cool. Some of the examples included American Native women's names such as Beaver Breath and No Bra. Those were their Native American names.
By the way, you should warn Kevin. You're giving him a spoiler alert for the film. He's
sorry, Kevin. I know you're going to go say, but you will be meeting characters known as Beaver's Breath and No Bra.
Adam Sandler even lost me. I haven't seen his last 3, 4.
In one scene, a actress is portraying an Apache woman squatting and urinating while smoking a peace pipe, and other very insulting, racist behavior. One character says, "Hey, Beaver Breath," and the Native woman says, "How did you know my name?"
Oh, no. No, he didn't.
Yeah. Look, Kevin's laughing. Look at him.
Well, no,
he's buying his ticket. He's going to Fandango right now to see if he can get his ticket.
What if Adam Sandler runs into a clean piece of glass?
I'll speak up when I go see a bad movie. This is not one of them.
So, no one from Adam Sandler's camp or Happy Madison Productions can be reached for comment. But apparently they are all very unhappy. Native American, Navajo actors and longtime representatives of the American Indian movement, all there on set just said, F this, and took a walk. I don't blame them. It's been a long time coming where those things have to go away, those kind of stereotypes.
Yeah. But then on the other hand, honestly, you're on an Adam Sandler movie.
Yeah, but
so
look, Seth MacFarlane did a spoof, a Western comedy last year called A Million Ways to Die in the West.
Right.
A big section of it had to do with his interaction with Native Americans. And it was handled very respectfully, and they came off looking great, and everybody was very happy with that representation. So it can
Because
be
he's
done.
Seth MacFarlane.
I know, I'm just saying.
Yeah, okay.
It can be done. Just because it's a comedy doesn't mean it has to be insulting.
But it's an Adam Sandler comedy.
Once
so
again.
it is going to be insulting.
You're absolutely right. Yeah. Celebrity birthdays today. One of Kevin's favorites, and I mean maybe the favorite performer in Kevin's pantheon. Ms. Barbara Streisand celebrates her 73rd birthday today. How many times have you seen
Kevin
Babs?
James.
How many times have you seen Babs?
I think I've probably
Live in concert.
seen her twice.
That's what I'm saying. Boom!
That just shows that I'm a good husband.
No, it doesn't show you love Babs.
Wow.
People who need people are the luckiest people in the world. You know, my longtime dream is to be in a Barbra Streisand's cover band. I don't know if I ever told you that.
No, you didn't ever tell us that.
Cedric the Entertainer is 51 years old today. Jamin Hunsu, very talented actor, turns 51. Austin Nichols is 35 years old. Kelly Clarkson's 33. And Sleeping with Sirens singer Kellen Quinn celebrates 29 years today. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat.
And it is Friday and a huge weekend if you want to go to the movies. Lots to choose from. Here's Ralph Garman to tell us more.
In a world, someone has been watching. One man who risked everything.
Sorry, I have not seen any of your films.
Without seeing the movies. Ralph Garman's Movie Beat. Welcome to my world.
Yeah, interesting batch of movies this weekend for your cinema dollar. Nothing really jumps out at me. There's no biggie this weekend. There's no Avengers. There's no blockbuster.
Time for Paul Blart 2.
How
No?
dare you? So there's some smaller, interesting films you may want to check out, like The Age of Adeline. Blake Lively stars in this film. Story of a young woman who's born at the turn of the 20th century who gets into an accident and is rendered ageless. She's immortal after this accident. She looks the same, young and beautiful forever. What? How can this be? How can Adeline not be aging? Many people wonder throughout the years. Until one day she meets a man who might be worth losing her immortality for.
She could just give it up if she wants?
I don't know. I don't know how this works. I really don't care. It's Benjamin Button for broads. I don't know what's happening here. I don't understand it. It's confusing to me. But if Blake Lively can stay young and hot forever, that's a pretty good deal, no, sir?
Yeah, we should look into that for everyone. Yeah.
I think we should look into that for everyone.
Stop talking like that.
Why am I talking like
I'm
that?
not sure.
Here's a clip where an older woman tells Blake Lively that she doesn't have to be alone forever.
You don't have to be alone forever. Don't you miss having someone to love? It's been such a long time.
Well, it's not the same when there's no future.
What are you talking about? You got nothing but future.
I mean a future together, of growing old together. Without that love is, it's just heartbreak.
You are all going to die tonight.
No, it's not a horror movie at all.
Sounds like a horror movie.
That sounds like my life, and
That
it's
is
a horror movie.
It's a terrible movie.
Love
That sounds
when you
horrible.
when there's no future of growing old together is awesome. That's what she meant to say.
That's what she meant to say.
Adult Beginners opens up this weekend. Nick Kroll stars as a narcissistic entrepreneur who his career just goes down the toilet, and so he has to move in with his estranged pregnant sister and his brother-in-law, their 3-year-old nephew, in the suburbs with his total life in disarray. He becomes their nanny. Oh, I bet he learns a lot of lessons about life and love. Rose Byrne, Bobby Cannavale, and Joel McHale all star in Adult Beginners. Here's some clips from the trailer.
You can basically take the last 3 years of my life and light them on fire. I lost all of my money and a lot of other people's money. So my sister's pregnant, so I'm like helping her out a little bit.
Kids.
Yeah, they're the future.
We'll see, but...
No, they are. They will be.
We'll see.
No, it's undoubted the children are the future. I'm going to tape everything up, make sure he doesn't hurt himself.
That's great. You wouldn't believe what happened here last Friday. This hooker hit a vein.
Teddy, you want to go to the park?
It bled everywhere.
Yeah.
What's going on there? Stuff.
That's
right
out there.
That's the deal.
Little Boy. Yeah, finally. Movie we've all been waiting for.
Whoa.
What?
Yikes.
Just saying, this is an important story But an 8-year-old boy is willing to do whatever it takes to end World War II so his dad can come home. Come on. That's love. That's love that a father has for his son and a son has for his father. What's wrong with you bastards thinking something else? Just because I said little boy. Just
Yeah,
because
you
I
said
said
it
that?
very creepy.
No, I did not. I said it dramatically. Oh, little boy.
Stop doing
Drama.
that.
It's drama. It's a dramatic performance. Oh, little boy. It's about World War II and drama.
Please stop doing that. I beg of you.
Emily Watson, David Henry, and Michael Rappaport star in Little Boy. Here's a clip from the trailer.
Partner, do you believe you can do this?
I believe I can do this! Pepper, Flint, Busby, it's time to go to bed.
You're going to war.
Yes.
I don't want you to go. Why can't we stay together?
Faith is powerful.
What if I didn't have faith? Nothing's impossible, right?
Even bringing my dad home?
What if I can bring Dad back?
How? How are you going to bring Dad back?
I can move a mountain.
It takes courage to believe. Your father would be more than proud of you.
Then he goes out and kills a lot of Nazis.
Yes.
That little kid.
That little boy becomes Captain America. That seems touching, that story.
It does.
The Water Diviner, Russell Crowe, stars and directed this film about an Australian man who travels to Turkey after the Battle of Gallipoli to try to locate his 3 missing sons. Good choice, Russell Crowe, for your directing option. Here in the scene, Russell Crowe is told that his kid was taken prisoner.
There is a Persian saying, "May you outlive your children." It sounds like a blessing, but it is the worst curse one can place on the head of a man. I have this list sent from Istanbul. This is your family name.
What is this list?
If this is your son, he was taken prisoner. He did not die here. He left Çanakkale alive.
Ah!
You are all going to die tonight.
And lastly, Misery Loves Company. Nope, Misery Loves Comedy. See, you think it's Misery Loves Company because that's the old saying, but no, this is a twist. They put a twist on it. See, it's a twist. How much more black can this be? Answer, none. None more black. Misery Loves Comedy is a documentary directed by Kevin Pollak, a very funny man in his own right, where he talks to 50 very famous American and Canadian comedians, filmmakers, writers, actors, stand-up comedians, who all share their insights into one question. Do you have to be miserable to be funny? There has been a long-standing belief that comedians and funny people are actually suffering on the inside, and comedy is a defense mechanism. So Kevin Pollak explores that with some very funny people. Here's some clips from the trailer.
I'm proud to be a comedian. It took me a really long time to take out the word American and put comedian.
There's nothing like getting a laugh from people.
It's the narcissist fantasy.
It went from them loving me to them hating me.
Is there a way to explain why any of us chooses being the center of attention as a career?
When you solo up there and you get the laughs, it's like crack cocaine, rock cocaine.
I heard a thump and somebody threw their prosthetic leg on stage. The crowd was just as astonished as I was.
I like seeing funny people talk about funny things.
I've seen this movie.
You what?
I watched it too.
I've seen this movie, and not only do they talk about funny things, they really open up like in a serious way that you haven't seen most of these comedians.
Yeah. It's great.
It's pretty fascinating.
Well, there you go. There's your choice for the weekend.
Mr. Pollak will be here with us on Tuesday morning, by the way, to discuss the film of the Kevin Bean Show.
There you go. Mystery Loves Comedy. In its glory. Everyone here has seen it except for me, and they all seem to have really enjoyed it.
Except for the guy reviewing movies.
I hope to also have an opportunity to someday see it, if that is an option.
This weekend is an option.
I guess I can go to a theater.
Yeah.
Maybe David King Mexico will give me a couple bucks. I can go out there and go see the film. That'll be very entertaining. That's my choice, even though I haven't seen it. Everyone else here has. I would say I would like to join them and have had seen it as well. To Tom B. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the movie beat.
All that you know is at an end. That was Ralph Garman's Movie Beat.
Adam Carolla on the program later on today, and Brett Morgen joins us at 7 o'clock. He is the director of Kurt Cobain Montage of Heck. You know, I was just thinking about this, Kevin. Now's not the time to bring up a topic. We have a guest on the phone, but I was just thinking, is Kurt Cobain the most significant artist in the history of K-Rock?
Yes.
He's got to be in that
I would
conversation,
say so.
right? and just a warts and all documentary about Kurt Cobain. You won't believe it. We'll be talking to Britt coming up about that. First, though, every time we hear Lake Bell is available to join us on the Kevin and Bean Show, we always say yes. I don't care if she's coming on just to talk to us about painting her toenails. We want to talk to Lake Bell, and that's why she's back on the phone here on K-Rock. Hi, Lake.
Hi, Bean.
What happened
today?
I thought we had her. What happened?
I'm directing Children's Hospital. It's really fun.
That is an astonishing impression, Kevin.
All right, we have her on the phone
Man
now.
of 1,000 voices.
Well, I'm saying you went to her. We didn't have her on the phone, so I didn't know what to do.
I apologize.
She's on the phone now.
I blew it. I sucked. Hey, Lake, welcome back to the Kevin and Bean Show. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. We're doing great. It's always great to talk to you. It seems like you've been busy as ever, and you've got a very special episode of Children's Hospital getting ready to air. Tell us more, please.
Yeah, I mean, it's airing tonight. It's sort of a play on Cyrano de Bergerac. So it's like a love story where, one person's telling the other person what to say. If you haven't seen Cyrano, it's called Pulling a Cyrano. We've got all the regular cats on, like the Ken Marino, and Lindsay Sloan is making appearance tonight, looking smoking hot and being kind of the girl that everyone's trying to woo, if you will. But Rob Corddry, all of us, just acting like a bunch of 12-year-olds.
As you know, we worship this show, Children's Hospital, and it's got to be impossible as an actor to, to keep it together and to not try to make each other laugh too much. But as a director, is that a much more difficult thing, knowing you have to hit, 11 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, it is tough. I mean, we definitely move really quickly, and at this point, we are very much a family. And when I first started directing, I thought, oh, God, it's going to be really difficult to kind of wrangle us, because I am difficult to wrangle when I'm on the other side. When I'm just acting in it, I'm acting like a complete maniac. So when I started directing, and everyone is kind of respectful for sure. But
are they afraid of you?
No, but I was pregnant this year when I was directing, so that kind of gave me an angle,
Nice.
That if anybody was, out of order, then I could just be like, oh, the baby, and everyone would be like, oh, God.
Well done.
Well played.
It's nice to have in your back pocket, although I don't think that's where babies are born, but...
No, but not in the back pocket. No, they come.
Exactly.
It's more of a front pocket thing.
I know that you've been in this business for a long time, and obviously you directed a movie that we had you on to talk about a couple years ago that was so great. So directing, you're kind of used to that, but it must still be weird when you look up and you go, "That's the Fonz. What business do I have telling Henry Winkler how to act?"
I mean, that kind of comes into play a lot. I look around and go, wow, it's really amazing how you end up captaining a ship when you are genuine fans of someone, for instance. But, I mean, first of all, Henry Winkler could not, he's sort of like our set dad. He's like the sweetest, kindest, so funny guy to work with, and I think we're so lucky to have him. I mean, it's, he'll totally give you a, if you want one.
I feel like I would be embarrassed to ask him to do that at this point.
I mean, but we've now been together on this show for 6-7 years, so it's like, everything's transparent. It's all in the open. There is no hiding the fact that he used to be the Fonz, is the Fonz, will forever be the Fonz.
Right. Every season you seem to have more and more guest stars. Is it getting to the point now where you aren't even asking for them? They're all just coming to you guys?
I mean, yeah, it's great. We've got, I think because the show has this sort of gentle cult status, we have people kind of calling up and saying, hey, can we come on? I have a lot of, I run into that a lot among my friends, and it's tough. I mean, there's only so many, episodes, and this one is really cool because, Lindsay Sloan happens to be a really good friend of mine. She's one of my best friends, and so she, when we were doing Cyrano, I was really excited to bring, that's the episode that airs tonight. I was excited to bring her out, and then another friend of mine, Christina Chong, I was like, hey, can you come and play a really small part? So, nice. It's fun. I guess it's cool to be the director in that sense, because you can kind of be like, Hey, I want to just put my friends in.
That's the voice of actor and director Lake Bell here on the Kevin and Bean Show. We're talking about Children's Hospital, which airs tonight at midnight on Adult Swim. And by the way, I don't want to give anything away. We were lucky enough to see this episode ahead of time, Lake, but I won't say who it is. But there is a supermodel making a cameo appearance on the show tonight, which I thought was a lot of fun as well.
Yeah, yes, there is. They're always, that's the cool thing about Children's Hospital. Not only is it supremely irreverent and naughty and just like delicious potato chips that you have to watch like 7 of them together because they're so naughty. But, we also have always some sort of surprise kind of guest star or little blip. Sometimes it's so quick you can't blink, or you miss it. But yeah, so we have a sexy supermodel and, and then Dr. Dewey McJuju, who played by David Wayne, makes an appearance. Always a great moment when that happens.
Yes. Sure.
Here's the thing again, is that it's only 11 minutes, and yet you seem to not throw anything away. How do you focus on so many people in such a short amount of time?
Well, what's absolutely crazy on top of that is the fact that when you do a director's block, you basically direct 2 episodes at the same time. And they are so supremely dense, as you're saying. So you have to do, you kind of have to track 2 episodes as you go, So, yeah, it gets to be very confusing. You take a lot of notes, really, is at the end of the day. You just wear sneakers, make sure you got a comfortable shoe, you got a fanny pack with your lip balm in it, and then you'll be fine. That's how I direct.
So, all right, shoes and fanny pack. That's the key.
One last question for me, Lake, and that is, I'm always so grateful when I hear that the show is coming back for another season, but also so surprised because of how busy so many of your actors are. I mean, there's almost no one on your show who's not in 2 or 3 other things at the same time. How do you guys sit down and put a schedule together where you're all available to even film this thing?
You know what? You're so damn right, because it is really difficult. Like, every year, though, somehow, and I think it's genuinely a testament to us loving the show and being so dedicated to it that we all, try our best to be there. There are some seasons and some episodes where, certain people can't be in it, or, they're traveling, or, we're shooting a huge movie. So, sometimes it happens, but it is super rare. And in the past 6 or 7 years, we have maintained our cast, and I think honestly we really carve it out. I mean, even for me this year, I almost couldn't be in it for the next season. Which, by the way, spoiler, we're having another season.
Good.
And so and I was really concerned, and I was heartbroken for a second when I thought I couldn't do it, and I think it's just it's like Christmas or something. We all look forward to getting together with our Children's Hospital family and
that's awesome.
Kind of telling fart jokes and stuff. So
because Children's Hospital is better than movies and better than babies. Am I right, Lake Bell?
It's the same as movies and babies put together.
Okay, all right. There you go. A new episode tonight at midnight on Adult Swim that was directed by our friend Lake Bell, Children's Hospital. It's an awesome show. You definitely should be watching it. And as I said when we brought you on, Lake, anytime you're available, we love having you on the program. It's always great to talk to you. Thanks for the time.
Oh, thanks. Have a great morning.
106.7 K-Rock is KROQ. It is 6:55.
We're going to talk to director Brett Morgen coming up right after the top of the hour about his fascinating new documentary, Kurt Cobain, Montage of Heck. That's on the way here on K-Rock. Ralph's got the Showbiz Beat now on a Friday. Good morning, Ralph.
When are Clooney and I going to be friends? When is that going to happen? That's what we need to figure out.
Soon, Ralph. Yeah, it's going to happen probably
Once
this weekend.
Once you're hanging out with Jeffrey Dean Morgan, I think then George Clooney will get wind of what an awesome friend you are, and he'll want to be your friend, too.
Yeah, I don't know if the Clune Dog and J.D. Morg hang out or not, but if not, I'll introduce them. We'll all be 3 of us hang out. We'd be the best buds.
You have quite a rich fantasy life.
What will your nickname be?
The Big Kahuna, of course.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Obviously.
Clooney, according to Us Weekly Magazine, often signs his emails to friends with Danny Ocean and leaves messages for them saying Batman is called. Come on, how great is that?
How many people can do that?
Right. How fun is he that he actually takes his characters and then works them into your everyday life as faux arrogance? That's so funny to me.
That is funny.
Best of luck, Danny Ocean. Come on, that'd be a funny email to get.
It would. I agree.
Just tell him Batman called. He's Batman.
Look,
guys don't get it.
We
man.
get it. We understand.
Never know anything about my friend
fans of
George
it.
Clooney.
Everyone
He's
thinks
not your
Clooney
friend.
is awesome. All of us do.
But we all want to be his friends, and none of us are going to be.
But you don't know.
Including you.
You don't know that. You don't understand. Lena Dunham is hinting to Variety magazine that her HBO hit Girls may not go on for very much longer. She says television shows in the U.S. tend to push shows past their due dates. She wants to end her show on a high note. All right, how about this week? Can we take care of it? Can we work that out? Can we call HBO and make that happen?
I'm a fan
it's
of
a great
Girls,
idea. I think it's
and I would
time.
be sad to see it go.
I think it's time to go.
But I think she is right that most shows don't have more than 5 or 6 seasons in them. Very few shows continue to be great beyond that. There are exceptions, of course. But I take her point.
But I think the market bears out the quality of the show, you know?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
I mean, I think if the show gets bad, then people stop watching, and then it kind of goes away by natural causes, you know?
But do
But I
you
think
want to
there's
be
some-
that show that just sort of fades away?
Like The West Wing, if it had gotten out at season 5, would have been a much stronger memory for me than limping along for the last couple of seasons that weren't as good.
Well,
as
all we
previous,
care
for
about
instance.
is your memories of TV shows being...
But I'm just speaking for the average TV viewer. I think you want your shows to be as good as they can be for as long as they can be, and then once they're not, I think it's okay to let them go.
Wow, that is a very savvy analysis right there.
Allie was saying earlier after watching Grey's Anatomy last night how bad that show has gotten now in its 11th season.
I think it's also okay to let the creative teams behind shows do the work as long as they feel they have something to say.
Yeah, sure.
I say go out on
Agreed.
top. Whenever your top is.
Be Seinfeld.
Be Seinfeld.
Okay. All right.
You're welcome, everyone.
That's one way to look
Okay,
at it.
we've covered every possible opinion on this story then.
I just feel that it's not for anyone else to decide when a show should go other than the people who make the show.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's
to
true,
put an
too.
arbitrary, 5 seasons, that's as much as you should get. It's just insane.
Yeah, I'm not saying it should be a blanket rule for every show, but I'm saying history shows that most shows don't have more than about 5 or 6 seasons in them.
So what should you do then? Just
I think it's
a
an individual
preemptive strike where you just
I think
stop producing your show?
I think you're right that Lena Dunham is the one who gets to decide.
I think so too. And I wish you'd decide this week. That's all.
You wish you'd
That's the
decided
point.
5 years ago.
That's right, yes. She said, however, she would like to return everyone and do a reunion show when they're all 40 in 2035.
Woohoo!
So, there you go. So you got that to look forward to. Speaking of television, Hollywood Reporter says that Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen are in talks with creators about joining the cast of Fuller House. That's right, the sequel to Full House. If they can reach an agreement, one or both of the Olsen twins may again play the role that made them famous. Michelle Tanner, Full House, coming back!
You might be too excited about that.
Come on, how great would it great to see Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen reprise their role as Michelle? And they look wildly different now, so they just keep stepping in and out of the room. Like, what are you doing to yourself? Why are you changing so much? They would just be confused by the little child they had.
I would like that.
Didn't they address that they were twins or something later on in the series or something? Or was it always just one kid?
know.
I thought they just played the one child, but I'm
that may
no
be the
expert on
case.
this show.
That may be the case. Take a look at today's celebrity birthdays. Kellen Quinn from Sleeping with Sirens. They are 29 years old today.
They are?
They are. Kelly Clarkson's 33 years old. Austin Nichols is 35. Jamin Hunsu, very talented actor, is 51, as is Cedric the Entertainer. And legendary singer icon Barbara Streisand turns 73 years old today. I, much like Kevin, balked, poo-pooed, and sneered at the career of Barbara Streisand until I, too, was once coerced into attending a live concert.
You got dragged there as well.
And I am so happy I was, because I can rarely remember being blown away by the presence and performance of a live performer as much as I was by her. Not necessarily my kind of music, but her talent and her force of nature is undeniable when you see her live on stage. It's kind of remarkable. Now she's 73 years old. So I'm going to stop by her house and knock one out.
I hope that
I'm
happens.
going to say, hey, Jimmy Brolin, why'd you sit this one out, sport? I got a birthday present for Babs. Hello, gorgeous.
I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat.
We have been looking forward to this interview for a long, long time. Director Brett Morgen in studio with us right now. His film is called Kurt Cobain, Montage of Heck. It is 8 years in the making, you guys, to make this film, and it is finally out in select theaters today, including the ArcLight in Los Angeles, premiering on HBO on Monday, May the 4th. Mr. Morgen, welcome, sir.
Thank you.
You said something as you were sliding into your chair that kind of knocked me back a little bit, that you are surprised at how much good reaction there is to this film and how crazy people are about Kurt Cobain. I thought that's why you made the movie, is because you knew how much people love Kurt.
You know, I knew people liked him, and I knew that he affected people, but until we launched the film and I saw the reaction on social media, there was no way to know the depths of it. I mean, this is global right now. You know, we just broke advanced ticket sales in Seattle, New York. I mean, I was telling you last night we were selling out little villages in Lithuania and Spain, and I mean,
But he's our generation's, Jim Morrison, though. I mean, you had to know how popular, how you can't go a day without running into a Nirvana song or seeing Kurt Cobain's face.
I guess, I don't know, man. It's all very just crazy right now.
Did it really, it took you 8 years to put together this?
It was like 6 years of legal wrangling and a couple years of making the film.
This is an authorized documentary.
Yeah, but that usually means watered down. Authorized, this is such a unique experience because authorized usually means like they don't want you to see it. But this is a situation where Courtney and Francis gave me total control, final cut, full authority to go into the vault and release all this stuff, liberate all this material. And, to make this film what it is, 85% of this movie is never before seen or rarely seen material. And that's because the way Kurt was in front of the cameras is really uncomfortable, and we had this limited access. I mean, we knew who he was through his music and through those stage performances. But it's so amazing when you see how romantic he was and how funny he was and all these other sides of him and how prolific he was as an artist because, the thing I'd like to say about this film is that it's really an autobiography. I'm the servant, man. He created this oral and visual autobiography of his life. And he did it through sound collage, and he did it through painting, and he did it through Super 8 filmmaking, and most importantly through Nirvana, the music with Nirvana. But what audiences are going to experience in this film, people say with Kurt's really mercurial, and he's really difficult to pin down. And if you do a book or a film and you base it on interviews with people, you're going to be spinning around and around. And if you do it based on interviews with Kurt that he did in the media, you're never going to know what the truth is.
He never liked doing interviews.
He didn't like doing interviews. So if you want to get to the core of Kurt Cobain, let him tell the story in the best way he can through his art.
And the way you weave through that with the journal entries, with his drawings, everything, how much time did it take you to go through all of that?
I mean, it was a couple years of just going through everything and trying to put the pieces together. And, I mean, it's just,
it wrote itself, really.
It kind of did, yeah.
What was the most surprising thing you learned about Kurt Cobain you weren't expecting to find out?
How much in love he was with love. He's really romantic. And I don't know if that really came through too much.
It did. His sensitivity came through, I think, more than anything for me. And I watched this as a casual fan. I am not one of those people that was just insane about Nirvana. But it gave me this insane respect for him just as a person, for what he kind of kept overcoming throughout his whole career. And trying to deal with that art as a sensitive person was ultimately his downfall as well. But how did you put that all together but still keep it genuine to those huge Nirvana fans that are going to want something that they didn't know as well?
Well, it really, once again, it was a tribute to the family. Frances said to me when I met her, we were shaking hands, and I said, "I'm Brett," and she said, "I'm Frances," and she said, as she held my hand, I'm just met you, and I know you more than I know my father.
Oh. Wow, that's sad.
And
she was how old when he died?
20 months. She has no memory of him.
Wow.
Okay. And so we sat down in a breakfast nook, and she said and I thought I was going to pitch her the movie, but before I could say anything, she said, "Listen, everywhere I go, it's Saint Kurt. And she said, whatever you do, just keep it honest. and real, because that's the best tribute we could do to Kurt. And
she didn't want you to
whitewash it.
Yeah,
no. And
that's rare.
And when she saw the film, and she gave me total autonomy and respect and she said, "I'm an artist, and I totally respect you as an artist, and you do your thing." And when I screened her the film for the first time, she embraced me and said, "Thank you for giving me these 2 hours with my father that I never knew I was going to have."
And was that a pressure for you the whole time?
I wanted to make it for her. I'm a father of 3.
Yeah.
And I saw this as an opportunity to sort of bridge the gap. And the thing that's so remarkable about it is, it's incredibly intimate, as you know. And we don't hold back. You see the good, the bad, and the ugly. But we weren't trying to put him on a pedestal. We weren't trying to tear him down. We were trying to look him in the eye and strip away the layers of mythology and reveal the man. And when you see the man, he's so much more endearing than the myth.
This is the voice of the director Brett Morgen here on the Kevin and Bean Show. Again, we're talking about the film Kurt Cobain Montage of Heck. It's going to be premiering on HBO on Monday, May 4th. Kevin talked about how much Kurt was uncomfortable in the press. Why did he allow the band to make so many decisions that made them so much more famous, being on the cover of magazines and going on MTV and doing so many things that they didn't have to do if they didn't want to?
Well, that was the problem, because Kurt wanted to be famous, but he didn't know what that would be. He thought maybe Sonic Youth, they would sell 200,000 albums. And when they broke, and here's a guy who has a real low self-esteem, and suddenly the whole world is staring at him. And that doesn't make you feel any better. Yeah. Coupled with, he was an artist. So it was one thing when he wanted to do the interviews, when he was working his way up. But suddenly when they said, "Hey, man, you got to do this interview at 3 o'clock," it became a job. And I don't think he had any and that's what you see in the film, because when I experienced it when it was happening, I was like, "Oh, this guy's like this whiny, get over it, man." But when you go through his whole journey with him, you realize he's just an artist. He's a pure artist who doesn't want to sit here dealing with explaining his music, and all this stuff. And I just got to say something real quick, because you mentioned HBO, but we have something really special happening right now in LA. This is Kurt Cobain weekend at the ArcLight and at the Dome, and we're doing all sorts of amazing giveaways this weekend. We are giving 5 fans an opportunity for a full access Montage of Heck archive tour, where they will have access to everything that Kurt left behind. All of his music, all of the film, everything. So I'm putting 5 Wonka tickets throughout the weekend underneath the seats, and it's because I wanted to liberate those archives. I wanted to. This film was for Francis, but there was also a sense that this stuff needs to be out in the world, and we need to share this with the fans. And
it's a 2-hour movie. How much stuff is there? Could you have made a 20-hour movie?
No, this is
not
it.
That much.
This is it, man. My first cut of the film was 2.5 hours, and and then this is the same film, But there's going to be an amazing soundtrack that's sort of inspired by the movie. That'll be coming out, and it's just we started this by saying how I didn't realize how deeply Kurt had penetrated the zeitgeist, but. It's amazing because it seems like it's a rite of passage for 13-year-olds. Whenever they get to that point in life when they realize their parents aren't exactly who they thought they were,
right?
They find comfort and solace in Kurt, and it's just a power to his ability to express himself and capture that feeling that we all go through at those pivotal moments in our life. And the bottom line is he's come to represent and given a home to the uglies, the geeks, the downtrodden. I don't want to as we say this, it sounds like we're propping him up and making him Saint Kurt again, right? But you cannot deny the power of the art, and that is why we're still talking about him.
Absolutely, he wrote about adolescence and alienation in a way that millions of people have responded to and will always respond to. You're absolutely right about that. I mean, he tapped into something that was universal in the experience of growing up.
It's rare, too, in that we were at K-Rock when that happened, and all of a sudden, all the radio stations were playing Nirvana. We were like, what's happening? How are all the radio stations playing this? It didn't make any sense to us. He conquered the entire world of music.
And you know what? Right now, he's the biggest star. I think he's probably the biggest star of the last 25 years. Someone asked me, is he the last rock star? And I said, that's ridiculous. He's not the last rock star, but he may be the last analog rock star.
What's really curious, and I know you've talked to Dave Grohl, you've done a bunch of interviews with him as well that we may see at some point, is that Dave Grohl is almost kind of not in the seriousness of the music, but just in terms of the global popularity. Dave Grohl is about the biggest rock star in the world right now, and who would have ever known that he would come from behind the drums and turn into that, right?
He was such a good drummer. I think you're right. I think Dave Grohl is the biggest rock star in the world, and I think a lot of people love listening to his music, but in terms of that sort of spiritual, deeper connection, I mean, it's a totally different beast.
Totally different. You're absolutely
tonight, we're going to go worship at the ArcLight Dome, one of the great cinema palaces in the world, in a communal gathering. There's like 20 tickets left, I think, for tonight and tomorrow night's primetime shows, and I highly encourage people. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to see this on the giant silver screen in L.A.
Absolutely. And we just tweeted out that information. We'll put it up on the Kevin and Bean Facebook page as well, so you can make sure to be there in the house to see the movie Kurt Cobain Montage of Heck. The rest of us will see it on HBO on Monday, May 4th. More with our guest director, Brett Morgen, when we return right after this on K-Rock. On the big screen at the ArcLight in Los Angeles tonight is Kurt Cobain Montage of Heck. Brett Morgen, the director, is here with us on the Kevin and Bean Show on K-Rock right now. All right, so during the break there, I'm asking you about some of these animated segments that are beautifully done in your film, and the voiceover narration that I assumed you had a voice actor reading from Kurt's journals to make those illustrations.
I assumed the exact same thing.
Oh, my
Not
God, that's
the case,
so crazy.
Brett?
No, what happened was in 1987-88, Kurt was experimenting with spoken word. And he would write stuff down in his journals, and then he would go and record it. And so when I went into the archives, I discovered this box of 108 cassettes.
108?
Yeah, and one of the tapes I put in, I start to hear Kurt telling the story of performing the story of his adolescence. And he tells this amazing story about his first sexual experience, which ends in his first suicide attempt. And nobody had ever heard this. And here's one of the most dissected and investigated artists of our time. And here's possibly the most critical piece of the puzzle if we want to understand Kurt. And it just was sitting there till 2013.
That's unbelievable. And here's the clip, again, of a story that none of us knew about. And how old is Kurt at this point, Brett?
He's the story he's talking about, he was 15, but he's telling you when he's about 20.
All right, listen up.
I couldn't handle the ridicule, so I got high and drunk and walked down to the train tracks and laid down and put 2 big pieces of cement on my chest and legs, and I waited for the 11 o'clock train. And the train came closer and closer and closer, and it went on the next track besides me instead of over me. The tension from school had an effect on me, and the train scared me enough to try to rehabilitate myself, and my lifting weights and mathematics seemed to be improving, so I became less manically depressed, but still never had any friends because I hated everyone, for they were so phony.
When I saw the movie the other night, I came into the guys the next morning, Brett, and I said, I feel like even if Kurt Cobain had not been in a band and had not been subject to all of that pressure, I feel like he eventually would have ended up killing himself just as a civilian because he seemed to have so many demons.
I think one of the things we track down, it wasn't enough to just come to the conclusion that, Kurt, one of the themes, as you just heard, that was the Rosebud. Here he is talking about killing himself, but he tells you why. I couldn't handle the ridicule. And that was the Rosebud, because once I heard that, suddenly everything else was illuminated, and you realize in Floyd the Barber, I was shamed, I was shamed, I was shamed. The most common words in Kurt's journals were shame, humiliation, ridicule, and guilt. But it wasn't enough to just say that he was threatened by ridicule. I wanted to get to the square root of it, the core of it. And Wendy Cobain handed me 5 hours of never-before-seen Super 8 footage of Kurt growing up from 6 months to 8 years. And it was like the movie Boyhood. Here's, once again, the most investigated artist of our time, the Holy Grail, this footage where you can see him start off life as this beautiful, angelic little boy. And then you see the damage inflicted upon him at a very young age.
He was, I noticed this too, he was hyper and too happy and just bouncing off the walls.
And they didn't know how to nurture it.
Yeah,
you know?
And that's what started the shame, the humiliation, the rejection. And you see that at such an early point in the movie, and it's heartbreaking. It is just, this movie is so sad and dark and beautiful and lovely and uplifting. I'm telling you, I watched it 2 hours and 12 minutes. I could have done 6 more hours easily.
Can you go back and edit?
Can you please?
Yeah, it's, the beautiful thing about Kurt, and once again, going back to this, is he had all that pain, but he was so creative, and, he had to do something with it, and he purged it out of him through his art. And it's so expressive, and stuff like that, what we just heard, that is a piece of art. He's performing it. He did multiple takes on it, and you get this image of this kid, in this apartment in Olympia, going and telling this story, and also the way he's telling it, which is slightly aloof.
That's why I thought it was someone else.
Yeah, I mean, it's haunting, man. Yeah. And I just have to say real quick that I don't want people to think this is like a super depressing movie, because it is on another level a celebration of the creative power of art and the transformative power of art. And, and it's funny, man. I mean, Courtney and Kurt, who knew they were like Lucy and Ricky?
Yeah. Oh, they were goofballs. They were happy little newlyweds, weren't they?
I mean, it's like, if you want to see what love is like at 24, 25 years old, you come see this movie, and you're going to see two people that were so deeply, passionately, crazily in love, and I mean, absolutely hilarious. There are points in the movie where you cannot hear, we're going to experience this night, where you won't hear the dialogue, because Kurt is just hilarious in a way that we've never experienced. And you could just imagine, as I'm discovering all this stuff, and everything I'm seeing is a revelation, and it's revealing another piece of Kurt, and I'm sitting here by myself, and I'm going, this has to come out, man. We have got to get this out, yeah, sorry.
No, go on. You actually said in an interview, and you said it again here, and it freaks me out, and I hope it's not true, you don't want to do another movie after this. You're spent. You don't think you can do something as true?
No, man, because there's nobody. I love working. I did the Kid Stays in the Picture and Crossfire Hurricane and the 30 for 30, June 17, 1984.
You're just throwing these away. Those were all great.
Those were some of the best things you'll ever see in your life.
But, with Kurt, I had an artist, once again, who was both oral and visual, and Kurt did the sound design. I mean, how crazy. People talk about how intimate this film is. Rolling Stone called it the most intimate rock doc ever made. And the intimacy, to me, is his art, and not footage of him nodding off with Frances so much. But, you're hearing the sounds that he was hearing and experiencing life through his eyes and his experiences. And it's so all-encompassing and beautiful. And, I'm sitting here, and this was like, I thought this film was polarizing, because it's so avant-garde in a way. But we're sitting here right now, we've got 97% on Rotten Tomatoes. And, it's just been euphoric. I mean, Entertainment Weekly gave it an A, and the raves in the LA Times, New York Times this morning. And I never expected that, man. I thought look, going into it like this is going to be, someone's not going to like this film, but it's just insane what's happening all over the world right now.
It is fascinating to see somebody that was that huge in our pop culture, and then to see a lot of behind the stuff that we didn't know.
I mean, there was so much. Yeah, I mean, who knew that?
Even if you don't like the band, I think that's fascinating.
Who knew there was going to be all that? I didn't know, man. I was so cynical. What else is there to say about Kurt?
Right.
Yeah.
But look what there is.
This is just like, you had an opportunity to dig for gold and you hit a mother lode. You didn't even know what you were getting yourself into. But thank you for making the film, Brett. Obviously, you know how much Kurt Cobain and Nirvana has meant to us over the years here at K-Rock. I mean, they're probably the biggest, most influential band we've ever played on this radio station. So, I mean, we've got a lot of people out there who are going to be wanting to see this movie, that's for sure. Well, let me ask you one last question before we let you go. And I think of this every time we lose somebody so young. At 27, he commits suicide. Could he have been saved? Would there have been a way? Like, what wasn't in place to help him so that didn't happen?
It seems to me that the problems, predated Courtney, predated Nirvana, predated heroin. I'd like to think if he could have got through that patch, maybe things could have been different, but I don't know, man. And, one of the things that's so touching in this film is you see what a great father he could have been. Mm-hmm. He loved that girl. Some men have a hard time taking to fatherhood. It's easier for women. But Kurt was really the maternal one in the house. And he was so nurturing, and you see that love and that tenderness. And the great tragedy of this thing is the father that Frances lost.
Yeah,
because she would have had one of the best fathers you could have ever had, and that to me is really where the hurt, man. When seeing this right now is like you could just see it. What an amazing father Kurt was and could have been.
Yep. Well, we're going to have to leave it there, Mr. Morgan. Great to have you on the show. We really enjoyed it, and congratulations on the film, sir.
Thank
really
you
great.
so much.
Thank you so much. All right, we got to clear the lines and open them right back up again. If you would like to win tickets in the front row for Mumford & Sons, we would like to make that happen. As you know, tickets are going on sale this morning at 10 o'clock for their show coming up August 17th, now at the 18th also at the Forum. If you want to go, you can call us at 1-800-520-1067. Kevin, what are we looking for this time around?
We're looking for your questions about Mumford & Sons. Stump Rodney.
Rodney Bingenheimer knows everything there is to know about everything, particularly Mumford & Sons. So if you've got a trivia question you think you can get by Rodney, you'll be on your way to winning tickets in the front row for Mumford & Sons. Call now. We'll talk to you next on K-Rock.
All right, K-Rock, Rodney and the Rock Show.
Nope, it's Kevin and Bean.
Kevin and Bean, still us.
Song was, I don't know what song that was. It was one of the
Nirvana we were playing, Rodney?
We were just talking about them
for
half an hour.
Band, I'm sure it was famous.
It was
band.
Nirvana. What's wrong with you?
Nirvana will be playing down at Los Globos.
What do you actually know?
Those guys
no,
should
they
be
had to
hired.
cancel that.
You should hire those guys if you get if you have a
hey,
club
listen,
and you want a band.
Rodney,
check out Nirvana. They're really
I appreciate you being here.
Good band, and
Rodney's going to help us give away some tickets.
Use the gig.
Okay, let me handle this, Rodney.
All right, Rodney on the Rock Show 106.7.
Nope, still Kevin and Bean. You're going to help us give away.
Morning.
We've got tickets for Mumford & Sons in the front row at the Forum August 17th. Tickets are going on sale this morning at 10 o'clock for the 17th and the 18th, but we are going to give you the opportunity to win them right now. Now, Rodney, I
can win them right now?
Not you
right.
can't. The
what
listeners
do I
can.
have to do to win
listeners
them?
can. I know that you are generally identified with the music from the 80s. That's what you mostly,
I
it
love
seems like,
the 80s.
like to. How do you feel about the 90s, by the way?
Hate the 90s.
Hate the 90s, okay.
So you have a Sunday night show here on K-Rock, and you've been playing a lot of particularly 80s music for many, many years. But you also apparently know a lot about this band Mumford & Sons, right?
I know Mumford's Sons and all of the family of Mumford.
Okay.
Well, that's shaky
so
right there.
If you have a question for Rodney about Mumford & Sons, if you think you can stump Rodney, you'll go into the drawing to win those front row tickets. You can call now at 1-800-520-1067. Hit it, Steve.
Can you stop Rodney? Can you stop Rodney? Let's all stop Rodney now.
Yeah, wigwam bam.
All right, Rodney in the morning.
Rodney,
show.
we're doing a game. You're our guest host. Just sit there and answer questions.
So
All right, why don't we start with
I'm so upset about.
Let's start with Catherine, if we could, please, on line 3. She's in North Hill. She's got a question to get us going as you try to stump Rodney for Mumford tickets.
He needs hot cocoa, this guy.
Hey, Catherine.
He's very upset.
Hi.
Hi, Stump Rodney.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Stump Rodney.
I told you he's upset. Catherine,
We're not
he's so
asking you,
mean.
we're telling you. Stump Rodney.
Do you have a question for Rodney?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
What was the first studio album called?
First studio album.
First
This is an easy
studio
one.
Album. First studio album.
We're talking about Mumford & Sons here.
That was Sinead O'Connor.
Is another
Why
singer.
do you think they would name their album after her?
Sinead.
Catherine, is it Sinead O'Connor?
No, sorry.
It is?
Say no more.
Say no more.
Faith
Okay.
No More? I love
Not Faith No More. Not at all, no.
Catherine, you're in the drawing. You're one step closer to winning your tickets in the front row. Congratulations. All right, let's go to Lauren in Los Angeles. She's up next. She's on line 4 for Rodney Bingenheimer.
Hey, Lauren.
Hi, good morning.
All right.
Stump Rodney.
Okay. Where was Marcus Mumford actually born?
Berlin.
Oh, an actual city. How about that?
right.
Was it Berlin?
No, it's actually Anaheim, California.
Really?
I didn't know
Yes.
that. Wow, that's a
Yeah.
surprise to me.
What?
Sexheimer. There's a
Probably
song
has a damn
from
Ford.
Berlin.
Song by Berlin, yeah.
Metro.
All right,
Okay.
thank you for the call. You are in the drawing. We appreciate that. Wow,
Masquerade.
These are
Another
weird
Berlin
questions.
song.
I feel like
Let's
we've
go
been
to-
led wrong here with Rodney's knowledge.
Let's go to Jesse on line 8, please, calling from Los Angeles.
Hey, Jesse.
Now, Jerome.
Well played, Rodney.
Rodney, we got that one, actually. That was good.
All right, Jesse, stump Rodney.
Okay, where did Mumford & Sons, who did they perform with at the 2011 Grammys?
Salt and Pepper.
Was it Salt and Pepper, Jesse?
And it wasn't Salt and Pepper. It was Bob Dylan and the Abbott Brothers.
Yeah, push it.
No,
Okay,
he said
it wasn't Salt and
wasn't.
Pepper, he said.
It was not them.
Bob Dylan and the Abbott Brothers. Okay, thank you, Jesse.
That's
You're
a
in the drawing as
commercial
well.
I saw for insurance.
All right, let's go with a really easy one. Let's go to Woodland Hills, line 7, please. Ari is up next for Rodney.
Hey, Ari.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, thank you. Stump Rodney.
All right. What award did Mumford & Son win in 2009?
Falco.
That's not an award. Is that an award?
The Falco.
Is that an award? Have you ever heard of that being an award?
Why are you so upset?
Because Falco is not a reasonable answer to that question, Rodney. That's why.
Just doing the best I can.
All right. Is it Falco, sir?
No. It's a BBC Sound of 2009.
Right.
All right.
That's a real
ridiculous.
award.
I think Falco's a better answer than that. All right, Kevin, do you like any of these other questions? Should we cut our losses and just do the drawing?
Oh, I think we should just do the drawing. That's
All right,
my feeling on that one.
All right, everyone. Rodney, everyone
win?
stumped you.
You didn't
You haven't
win.
won anything, but every
is
single
my
person
name in the
stumped you.
drawing?
So they're all in the drawing.
How can I
You
win if my name's not in
You're
the drawing?
front row seats for Mumford & Sons. Allie McKay, who's our winner, please?
The winner is Ari.
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 Congratulations,
Yeah.
Ari.
Thank you. That's awesome.
I hope you win a Falco someday.
Nope, he's in the front row for Mumford & Sons. Thanks for playing the game.
Let's all stop Rodney now.
Yeah, wigwam bam.
106.7 K-Rock is KROQ. You're listening to the Kevin and Bean Show. It is 7:53.
You know her as an actress. Now she is a director. Courtney Cox, one of the Friends, don't you know, joins us next hour here on the Kevin and Bean Show on K-Rock. First, though, Ralph's got the Showbiz Beat on a Friday. Good morning, Ralph.
Maybe she should direct The Ridiculous Six. Maybe some of the actors wouldn't be walking off the set then of the new Adam Sandler movie. Apparently, they're filming this spoof Western called The Ridiculous Six with Adam Sandler, Dan Aykroyd, John Lovitz, and Vanilla Ice.
They get Vanilla Ice.
I know, because he's stabbing all those people.
Right,
That's what I heard.
And a bunch of Native American actors walked off the set, including...
I don't know that we need...
Come on.
We don't need that, Bean.
Including some Navajo tribal members like Lauren Anthony, who's also lead singer of the metal band Bloodline, by the way. And they walked off the set because, although they were promised it wouldn't be the case, they found their culture grossly misrepresented, mocked, especially Native American women. There are several scenes in the movie which have moments like this. "Hey, beaver breath," says one character to a Native American woman.
That didn't happen.
And she says, "How did you know my name?" See? Because those Native Americans sure have crazy names.
Right?
They're crazy names. One name is named Who? He's on first?
Nope.
Another Indian Native American woman is known as No Bra. That's her Native American name.
Uh-huh.
So, the Native American actors walked off the set due to the insensitivity. Netflix says, but we're making a comedy here. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous is in the title, they actually said in a real response. Oh, well, I didn't realize that. Well, if it's called ridiculous, then please take a dump all over our culture. We welcome that, said
no one.
No one, yeah. But Adam Sandler did say, "I'm really sorry, oh, I don't know," in a musical response. So. Why people got to be like that? The white man has been taking on my people for so many years.
I don't think they're your people. I don't think you got any Indian in you at all.
You know I'm 1/4 Choctaw.
I don't think that's true.
It's absolutely true. I was born on Choctaw Ridge.
I don't think that's true
I was
either.
the day that Billy Joe McGrath
No.
jumped off the Tallahatchie Bridge.
No, that's not true at all.
It's all very true. Saturday Night Live's wrapping up its 40th season. They've just announced the final 3 hosts and their musical guests. Scarlett Johansson will be joined by musical guest Wiz Khalifa in his SNL debut on May the 2nd.
She's a bitch.
Oh, come on. Why you got to come at ScarJo like that? She's the best.
She is the best.
She's going to be right there on the brink of Avengers Age of Ultron phenomenon. She'll be there on SNL. They do get the hottest guests at the right time. Then Reese Witherspoon on May the 9th. She's in that new movie Hot Pursuit with Sofia Vergara that opens up that same weekend.
All right. Go back to the part where they get the hottest guests at the right time.
That movie looks awesome.
No.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
No, it doesn't.
I love the ads for it, by the way. Witherspoon, Vergara. Please, really? You're using just their last names to sell this movie? And she will be joined by musical guest Florence and the Machine.
All right.
And then on the finale, May the 16th, Louis C.K. will
right.
host for his second time with his musical guest, Rihanna.
Nice. All right.
Speaking of Rihanna, real quick, note for the parents out there. Finally got around to taking my kid to see Home this week.
Okay.
Went to a matinee on Wednesday. Home is the movie from DreamWorks, animated with Jim Parsons from that Wacky Bang show.
Big Bang
Theory.
Right. And he plays an alien who comes to Earth and hooks up with this, doesn't hook up with her, but teams up with this little girl named Tip, played by Rihanna, voiced by Rihanna in the movie. And I have to tell you, she gives a phenomenal performance.
Does she?
A terrific voiceover performance in the role of this little girl. I was really impressed by her work.
And she's got a bunch of songs in the film, too.
Yeah, she does. The music's real good. It's a very entertaining film if you're a parent who wants to take your kid to see a movie. This is one of those kids' movies that you will not mind sitting through at all. It's very funny. Steve Martin plays the head of the alien race, and he's very funny in it as well. So just a little tip. I know it's been out for some time now, but I just wanted to let you know that if you're thinking about going to see Home, I think you'll enjoy it. Today's celebrity birthdays, Kelly Clarkson. Kelly Clarkson! 33 years old today. Remember that, Steve Carell?
Sure.
It's a good time. Austin Nichols is 35 years old today. Talented actor. Jamin Hunsu, speaking of talented, he's 51 years old. Cedric the Entertainer. I am not kidding you. I don't know how I found this. I came across it the other day. There is a reality competition show. I believe it's on the CW. Hosted by Cedric the Entertainer, where people cut hair off. It's like a hair off.
It's like a barber off.
It's a barber off.
Yeah.
Wait, you said there is or there was?
There was now? On the television. I saw it. It was not a fever dream. There's two people cutting hair, and they were shaving portraits of people into the back of people's heads. It was a competition hair-cutting show, and they were sitting outside the Queen Mary of the parking lot shaving pictures into people's heads.
I need to get on that show.
This was on television.
Kevin, you're Mr. CW. How have you not seen that? That's your favorite channel.
It may have not been the CW. It felt like the CW to me.
How dare you? They do good work.
It may have been some other channel, but it was, I guess because he was in Barbershop, they had him host this show, and I do not know the name of it.
Was it a one-time special?
Barber Battle.
Barber Battle. Is that a series?
It is on the CW. Yes.
Barber Battle.
It's the country's best hairstylists facing off against one another for a $15,000 payday and bragging rights in the tight-knit barbering community.
That's right.
And then they talk smack in between like you hear at a barbershop.
How did you know that?
I don't know.
You do know. How do you know about this?
She knew about it from the beginning. She did. She had seen it. She said it's barber.
They're shaving pictures of people in the hair, and one goes, "Your shoes suck." They go, that was the barber battle.
There's Friday nights at 8 on the CW.
My mouth was agape as I watched this. Many holes in my body were agape.
Yeah, don't want to.
What?
Many orify.
Nope.
Orifices.
Orifix. Don't want to know.
Orificionado.
Well, Kevin, you got a new show on the CW you can start watching.
Barber Battle.
There it is.
The host, Cedric the Entertainer, is 51 years old today. And singer Barbra Streisand, who I'm pretty sure is going to be on Barber Battle next week.
Is she?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's Barbara Battle. I'm sorry. Barber Battle is a different show. She is 73 years old today. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat. Why do you hate other races?
I don't.
We need to discover.
I don't even a little bit.
We need to get into that.
I'm saying if you go on an Adam Sandler movie, know what you're in for.
These Native Americans were promised that it would not be the case.
But did
promises
Adam Sandler...
were made, and when they got on the set, they were lied to, and that's why they were upset.
And white people never lie to Indians.
That's true. Bean's got a point.
Kevin wants them to get $24 worth of beads and some pox blankets and just be happy with it.
I don't. I'm just saying know what you're in for.
You like pox blankets.
I don't.
I
suspect
Kevin is a Washington Redskins fan. That's what I suspect.
Not even a little bit.
Hey, listen, guys, real quick before we get into the topic here. Monday morning on the Kevin and Bean Show at about 7:15, we've got information on this year's Weenie Roast. And I don't think you're going to want to miss that because it's a big deal. And it's something we look forward to every single summer. We can't tell you that the date is going to be the 16th of May. That much I can tell you, but you'll get all the other information about who's playing and tickets and all that stuff. Monday morning, 7:15, right here on the Kevin and Bean Chunky Rock. Please make plans to join us.
We may have a special announcement about Worst Thumb. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case or not.
Because you literally don't know yet.
Because we really don't know yet. I had to talk to Noodles and say, are we really doing this? Is this a thing?
I hope he says yes.
Have a conversation.
All right, a couple of days ago, Ralph, you brought up something that I thought might be an interesting phone topic because I bet that something that crossed your mind is something that some of our listeners have done, and that is trying to figure out a way to become actual friends with celebrities.
Yes.
Tell us a story about what's going on in your neighborhood.
Sometimes you watch a celebrity and you appreciate their work, and there's something about the quality of that person's character or their nature or what they seem to be that really strikes a chord with you and say, you know, above and beyond just liking this person's movie or TV show or music or work, I get a sense that if we had any sort of social interaction, we would actually become friends. We would be good friends.
Sure. I'm sure you feel that way.
No, sometimes I think certain performers do strike you that way. And I don't think it happens all the time unless you're a lunatic. That you think everyone is going to be your friend.
But everybody could be my friend.
Isn't that the X factor that makes those people famous, though, is because lots of people feel that way about them? They have some sort of affection or attraction to them?
Maybe, but there's lots of stars who do good work that I look at and I say, well, I don't think we would go out and have a beer together and enjoy each other's company. I might like their work, but I don't get the sense that we have any sort of connection that would make us good friends. Do you feel that way with everyone that you like the work of?
No, certainly not.
It's like David Letterman, for example.
You shouldn't feel that way about anyone, first of all.
David Letterman I'm a huge David Letterman fan. Perhaps no one has shaped my sense of humor more than David Letterman over the course of my lifetime. I get the sense that hanging out with him would be a nightmare.
Yeah.
I would not want to have a meal with that guy.
Yeah, he makes you laugh, but you do feel like in personal life he's probably not.
And don't get you started on Kibble. That guy's a dick.
That guy I know for a fact is a major prick. But there is an actor named Jeffrey Dean Morgan who I've enjoyed his work in the past. He was on Ali's show. What the hell was
Grey's
his name?
Anatomy.
Grey's Anatomy.
He was Denny.
And he was also in he played the comedian in the Watchmen movie, Zack Snyder's film. But I really sort of came to connect with him in a show called Magic City that he did on Starz, or the Starz Network, where he played a Don Draper-esque sort of casino owner back in the 50s in Miami. I love this series.
Is that when you started hanging out in his backyard?
Well, listen, just wait. Can I tell the story the right way so you'd be all crazy about it?
That garage door was unlocked. Ralph didn't break in, Kevin.
So it turns out that Jeffrey Dean Morgan was like a neighbor of mine. Literally around the corner, lived around the corner.
Right.
And once I discovered
that gave you a right
this
to take a shower in his shower?
Once I discovered the fact.
That didn't mean he wanted you to kidnap his dog, Ralph.
I started to reroute my Reggie walk.
Your dog walk?
My dog Reggie.
Okay.
I rerouted it so that I could leisurely amble past Jeffrey Dean Morgan's place.
Did you slow down at all?
It's not creepy at all.
It's a little bit
slow down a little bit.
Of course I did. Sometimes I would linger. Sometimes I would kind of look around.
Yeah,
it's a little creepy. Because I figured at some point Jeffrey Dean Morgan's going to come out to work on his cool motorcycle that he had parked there in the driveway, or maybe shoot some hoops in the basket, and he's going to come out, and I go, hey, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, nice to meet you. I'm a neighbor. Nice to meet you.
I just made 10 in a row. You want to go?
I'm from the neighborhood. Yeah, what are you up to? Let's walk down and get a brew, or let's you want to shoot some hoops or something, or
now let me ask you a serious question.
And then we would hit it off, and he would be my neighbor, and then we could hang out and do neighbor stuff.
You say a lot of stuff on this show that you're just being funny.
Yes.
Is this one of them? Did you honestly believe
thought that if we had any social interaction,
he would love you.
That we have similar personalities. I've seen like a guy's guy, a good dude, that we would hit it off. I think we would hit it off.
What was his response when you made him toast?
I never made him toast.
So Ralph,
I slid it through the postal slot in the front door. I had no idea whether he actually ever got it or not.
So you would stand there in front of his house, long after Reggie has already pooped and wants to get home.
I'd stroll by.
You're just thinking, eventually this guy's got to come home from work and see me.
And I would linger and look around a little bit, and then I would go about my business. But I did it on a regular enough basis that I was hoping at one time we would cross paths.
Reggie's like, don't want to go on another walk. Why do I have to go on another walk?
His little bloody paws at the end of his stumpy legs.
You dragging him down the street. No, you've never met him.
You know what? The funny thing is,
you have met him.
No. He was. I believe that he and his lovely wife, who's also a beautiful and talented actress, who was in.
And what's her Social Security number?
is in White Collar. Played Neil's girlfriend in White Collar.
Oh, I love her.
Yeah. That's his wife.
Okay.
And they were getting ready to leave the neighborhood, despite my chaining myself to
maybe
her car.
because of
maybe.
There's this creepy guy in a leather jacket was always out in front of our house.
He's walking his dog.
So,
and he stops.
We're at our local favorite restaurant, and there they are sitting at a table at the local favorite restaurant when we come in to sit down. I mean, literally next to us.
You're in.
And my wife's like, well, there he is.
Do you think he leaned down and went, don't say hi, don't say hi, don't say hi, don't say hi, don't say hi?
And I couldn't bring myself in a restaurant where he's talking to his wife and they've got their kid there, and they're obviously after evening out. I'm not going to interrupt their meal and say, hey, by the way, I live near you. I wasn't going to be that guy. I thought it had to sort of be semi-organic, or else it would have just been.
And by
too
semi-organic, you mean completely set up and
not at all.
walking
I'm
your dog
walking
in
the
front
dog
of his...
anyway. And if I walk around the corner and I pass his house and he comes out and we run into each other, that is a completely normal way you meet your neighbors.
All right, we're going to take some calls at 1-800-520-1067. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there who also believe that a celebrity, singer, actor, actress, comedian, whatever, would be best friends with you if they just met you. So you scheme to be their friend.
You scheme
to be his friend.
No scheming.
You changed where you took Reggie on a walk.
It was like a block out of my way.
But you did for that specific purpose.
You never know.
So
you do know for the most part. You do know.
How would you know if you don't know?
So we're looking for people who have Ralphed it, who have changed their routine and figured out a way that they could be someplace where a celebrity was, because the plan was that they were going to become personal off-screen friends. That's what we're looking for at 1-800-520-1067. By the way, Allie, you reacted in horror when Ralph told you the story.
Ooh, creepy.
What was so what hit you about him standing out in front of Jeffrey Dean Morgan's house?
I think it was the lingering part.
Slow down a little
Not the
bit.
masturbating?
I'm not going to run past his house. Oh, I hope I don't run into this guy. If I want to run into him, why wouldn't I linger a little bit? Why wouldn't I slow my walk down? That's the reason I'm doing it, right?
Right. That's creepy.
No, it's not creepy.
It's creepy.
What did Alex say about following?
She went to a store.
Yeah.
I had heard that Carl Reiner and Mel Brooks shop at a certain grocery store because they always hang out together.
Right.
So when I was at that grocery store that I go to anyway.
Oh, I see.
I did maybe pay special attention, looking down,
Did you slow down? Did you slow down at all?
A little.
A little bit. You lingered.
A little.
You lingered.
Scheme, linger, scheme.
Linger scheme.
Creepy alert, creepy alert, creepy alert, creepy alert.
But if you can imagine how often that happens to celebrities, right? Wouldn't you guess that happens a lot?
Like when people,
I know, but when they're shopping, do they see Allie lingering and go, "Okay, I'm going to go down this other aisle because she's been there a while"?
Let's be honest. I want to be friends with Carl Reiner and Mel Brooks.
Well,
what's going on with
whole nother
me?
thing. You're an old,
better get on that fast,
Jewish man, apparently.
All right, do we want to take a call here or do we want to wait?
We want to take a break. We'll take a break. 1-800-520-1067. What celebrity have you schemed to be friends with, and how's that going? We'll take your calls next on K-Rock.
Remember when Bean was obsessed with Twin Peaks and he was in love with Sherilyn Finn? Remember that?
God, the dreaded candy bar incident.
He put a candy bar on her doorstep.
And then what happened?
Love the word. She moved.
None of that is true, by the way. You built that up as a myth. It's not true.
Oh, what part of it is not true?
The part where her moving from that apartment had anything to do with the candy bar that the show left.
And so you know why she moved then. You know exactly why she moved.
You know that because you've talked to her?
Somebody else did. We heard from somebody else that's not the reason she moved.
I see.
Well, then Jeffrey Dean Morgan didn't move out of my neighborhood because I was walking my dog in front of his house.
We bring that up to say we're talking to people at 1-800-520-1067 who have schemed, and I know that word hurts you, Ralph, but schemed to become friends with a celebrity. There's a celebrity out there that you know that you guys would be friends with if only they got to know you. So you've altered your routine, put yourself in their path so that they will meet you and you guys can become friends. Ralph tried to do that with Jeffrey Dean Morgan. It didn't work out so much for him. Let's see how it worked for Vanessa. She's in Winnetka, and she's on line 8 to get us going here on K-Rock.
Hey, Vanessa.
Hey. So I am completely, totally, and utterly convinced that Dave Grohl and I would be best friends.
By the way, everyone is convinced that Dave Grohl and you would be best friends.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pick.
Because
good call.
He's that dude.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So how did you arrange this?
I actually went ahead and I got a job about 4 years ago at the mall that I heard that he would go to often. And
You got a job there because you heard he goes to that mall sometimes.
Yep.
Sweet.
And actually 4 to 5 people that I used to work with had seen him right there. And I think it was each day that I was off of work. And so I never actually got to meet him. And I was really bummed. But we'd be best friends. Swear to God.
You would be best
You
friends.
would be best friends. I bet you would.
I bet.
You seem very nice.
I'm sorry it didn't work out for you, though.
A little stalkerish, but okay.
No, it didn't.
Thank you for the call. Appreciate that. Let's go to Victoria in Burbank. She's on line 1. She's got
By the way,
dog walking.
As an aside, that it's funny that she says that her coworkers say, "Oh yeah, he was just in yesterday on her days off." My wife did that to me constantly. She'd be like,
"Really?"
She's like, "I just saw Jeff walking down the street.
Yeah,
did you see him?" I
Just
said,
the
"No."
anchor chain?
When did you see him? He's like, "He was coming out of his house." I don't know. I said, "Did you say anything?" I said hi, and he said hi. It's like, "Oh, come on!" I'm so frustrated.
Victoria has dog walking also involved in her plan, Ralph, so maybe you guys can get some notes together to see how it works. Hi, Victoria. Welcome to the Kevin and Bean Show.
Good morning, you guys.
Hey, Victoria. What's your plan? Who do you want to meet?
Actually, it's not really a plan. I'm hearing that you guys are talking about scheming. I just happen to see Kevin Smith all the time when I'm walking dogs.
Okay.
And I...
Wait a minute. Hold on, though. Did you alter your dog walking system at all so that you would run into him?
No, but I did figure out where he lived. I just kind of put 2 and 2 together, so I'll walk past his house.
I see.
Ah, there you go.
And have you guys met?
Actually, yes, we've spoken. We've said hello. We've had some conversations. I've met his dogs. Mm-hmm.
Are you best friends?
Yeah, we're best friends.
Nice. Well done.
Ralph could double check that one.
Yeah. I'm going to do a little research into you, Victoria, and see how Kevin really feels.
Would you love to hear this story from Kevin Smith's perspective?
Yeah.
I think he would like me. He would tell you I'm a cool dude.
Right. Sure he will.
When
Thank you, Victoria.
I will be contacting the authorities.
Let's go to Sherry in Woodland Hills. She's got a celebrity who lives nearby. Let's find out what she's doing about it. Hi, Sherry. What's up?
Hi.
Hi.
With you, Ralph, I had a dog walk linger scheme as well.
A dog walk linger
Not
scheme.
a scheme, Sherry.
They're playing Weenie Roast, although we're not allowed to announce it.
Who did you want to meet?
Alyssa Milano.
Oh, good choice.
Good call. All right.
Oh, yeah. Very good choice. Her boyfriend lived in my apartment building, and I would watch on my balcony to see when she was outside, and then I would quickly put my dog on a leash and take her outside and casually stroll by and linger a little bit and hope my dog would poop right there when I needed her.
Come on, dog. You poop now. I need it. I need this
Feeding
poop.
the dog laxatives.
Come on.
When that happened, did you then strike up a conversation with Alyssa Milano out on the street?
I didn't. She did say hi to me once.
She said hi to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good start.
So that was nice.
But that was it.
I bought a pair of board shorts like hers, thinking maybe that would help.
Yeah, if you had board shorts in common, that would be awesome.
Did you think she was going to see your board shorts and go, hey, I've got those?
Yes.
Oh, Sherry.
Sherry, I want to be Sherry's best friend now. She's the best.
That's a little bit sad, though, right, you guys?
No,
Oh, it's totally sad.
Sweet.
It's 100%
It's adorable.
Thank you, Sherry. All right.
It's Alyssa Milano's loss, Sherry, that you're not best friends with her.
Let's do one more. Thank you for the call, dear. Let's do Jason in Whittier, please, on line 3. This will have to be our last one because we got Courtney Cox coming up next.
Hey, Jason.
How's it going, fellas?
Good, thank you.
Who's your celebrity you're stalking?
Well, he's in your studio. It's Mr. Ralph Garman.
Oh.
What? What? How's this working?
I believe celebrity was in the question.
How dare you, Kevin?
All you need to do is hang out at Jeffrey Dean Morgan's house.
Or the Improv in Hollywood on Friday night.
Oh, you come out for Babylon.
Absolutely. I've been going since the name that shouldn't be spoken, that club.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And have you talked to this Ralph Garman? What do you think of him?
Absolutely.
You have.
Actually, I bought him. I brought him food and a drink. The hot pockets and juice box.
Oh yeah, I remember them well, Jason. You're very
That was
kind.
me, yeah. So yeah, my wife and I, we've been to like a dozen or so, over a dozen of those.
Well,
like,
I
okay,
appreciate your support.
He's not going to be a friend of yours. Just let's stop going.
I would hang out and wait, and I had him sign T-shirts, and we'd talk, and just try to strike up conversations. I'm a fan of comic books, so. Actually, Ralph, if you'd like to come over to my house in my basement,
he would
see my Spider-Man collection. It's amazing.
He wants to show you his Spider-Man in his basement.
If it wasn't in a basement, I'd feel a lot more comfortable, Jason.
Our friend Adam Carolla joins us in about 20 minutes or so here on K-Rock with This Week in Rage. First, though, after all the years we've been watching Courtney Cox on Cougar Town and on Friends and Family Ties and the Scream movies, well, now she's gone and made a movie. She is a director and producer of a new film that's in theaters today called Just Before I Go. We're very excited to welcome Courtney Cox to the Kevin and Bean Show. I want to say for the first time ever, hi, Courtney. How are you?
Great. How are you?
Very good. Thank you.
Pleasure to have you on.
Thank you.
I wonder sometimes, it seems like it's a lot easier to be an actor than to be a director. What makes you want to take on all the additional headaches of everybody else's problems?
That's a good question. I think it's harder in some ways, but it also just keeps you really. You're involved in everything, and that makes it more interesting and it's more challenging sometimes. And you do put yourself up there because I'm watching during screenings, and you go, "Wow!" You feel responsible for every part of everything that's on the screen.
After
every
having
performance, it's like, "Oh no!"
After having done that, now are you going to go back to just not being or do you want to direct a lot?
I definitely want to keep directing. It's I did about 10 episodes of Cougar Town, and I'd done a Lifetime movie and a short. But I will continue to do it for sure. I love this film, and I want to keep making them with a little more money and a little more time.
Yeah, and let's get into that a little bit because you talked about how you were in the mood and you had the time to make a movie, but you were surprised A, how hard it was to find a script that you liked, and this one really did it for you, and B, how expensive it is and how hard it is to get money to make a small movie in 2015, right?
Yeah, it's really hard. The thing with the script, Dave Labat wrote a script that's it's irreverent, it's laugh out loud funny. It's also very poignant and deals with a lot of heavy issues, but done in such a way that you kind of go like, whoa, and then you laugh. And you go on a ride, but you have to know it's a comedy. It's something that the characters jumped off the page for me, and the story was so beautiful. So I wanted to do that, but you can't really get great actors unless you have financing, and you can't get financing unless you have great actors. So it was one of these things where I was like, okay, it's going to take time to do this, and I knew I wanted to make it during my hiatus between Cougar Town seasons, and so I just decided to finance it myself. I really believed in it.
Now, as a director, do you start going, come on, people, let's go. We got to keep these moving.
We got 23 days here.
This is my money now.
You would think so, but it's interesting. Once you say, here's the budget, or when someone says, here's what you can make this for, Courtney, and you say, okay, I'll give this money, then I just left it up to my producers and said, and then they would say, Courtney, you got to wrap it up, or
wow,
yeah. I forgot it was mine.
I was also surprised until now, and now you're horrified by the thought.
Now until it opens tonight, and this is my shot. Come on, guys.
So if the Kevin and Bean listeners don't go see this movie, you lose your home. That's basically what you're telling us, right, Courtney?
Yes.
Oh, everybody go!
Everybody go!
Tell us about the lead character and the choices that he makes, and tell us about getting Sean William Scott as the lead.
The lead character is Sean William Scott, and he really wanted to play this part because it's completely opposite of any of the movies you've seen him in. He's really earnest and sincere, and he's more the straight man in this, but he's the one who's struggling, and I feel, did I already tell you what the story's about?
No.
Okay. The story's about a guy who wants to end his life. It's a comedy.
Yeah.
Always funny. Always funny. He wants to end his life, but before he does, he goes back to his hometown to confront some of the people that had wronged him in his past. People like Rob Riggle, who was the school bully. Now,
awesome.
That's funny.
Awesome. Yes.
Anytime Rob Riggle is in anything I watch.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've got the best cast. You wouldn't believe. I mean, every single actor is fantastic. And they've committed like you wouldn't believe. And some of the stuff is pretty outrageous.
Was it a difficult line to walk, though, between this guy wants to end his life, but it's funny, but he wants to end his life?
It was definitely hard to find the tone, because you want people to be invested and really pull for him, but at the same time you want them to be able to laugh and relax and go, okay, it's going to be all right.
Right.
But the subject matter is intense, not just the part of him wanting to end his life. There's a lot of things that go on, a lot of, there's bullying, and there's just a lot of stuff. You'll see, or you better see. Please see. Anyway, but besides the subject matter, it's done in a way that, it's sometimes really inappropriate humor, which I like. It goes out on a limb. It's definitely a bold movie. It's not quiet.
I love that you said in an interview that to kind of get through some of the moments, you even used music to set the tone and make it funnier, which I never thought a song could make kind of the whole thing shift.
Well, you can, what I first put in the movie, like when you watch the opening scene, I had Comfortably Numb.
Not an upbeat song.
Not an upbeat song, but it was beautiful, and it was exactly what I wanted. But people were like, whoa, this is going to be really serious, and then someone comes out and does something outrageous, like Kate Walsh, who was asleep. Can I say it on the air?
Sure.
Somebody who touches himself at night?
Right.
Sure. Okay. All right, I don't know what you're allowed to do, but anyway. So you're like, wait, I don't know, am I supposed to laugh? But if you put in music that is really kind of, imagine the Odd Couple music. That guy was depressed as all get out, but with that kind of music, you know what you're getting into. So I just had to make sure that, who wrote the score is Sacha Baron Cohen's brother, Aaron Baron Cohen.
No kidding.
Oh,
no kidding. I didn't know he had a musician brother. That's cool.
Yeah, he scores all of Sacha's movies and a lot more. But and then I have great original songs by Snow Patrol. How lucky am I?
Gee, how'd you get them?
How'd you get them?
I don't know. I had to sleep with one of the guys in the band.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Same.
Did you find yourself changing the music?
I do that to, for farts and stuff, but.
Did you find yourself changing?
Looking at me right now, like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Shut your trap.
Did you find yourself changing the music as the process went along? Like, did you think one thing would work and then go, no, I need to do something?
I tell you what I found is that I played it for Johnny, and he was like, no, that has to change. Nope, that has to change.
Okay.
So he was really instrumental in helping me pick out songs, and he introduced me to this guy, Foy Vance, who is one of my favorite artists, who gave me 4 songs for the film.
Oh,
so,
cool.
I mean, Johnny elevated the music like you wouldn't believe, and Gary Lightbody, together they did so much.
This is the voice of Courtney Cox here on the Kevin Beach Show, director, producer of a new film that's available called Just Before I Go in theaters today. Now, before we let you go, Courtney, you're going to be making some appearances in front of some of the screenings this weekend, question and answer from the audience, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be there after the 7:15 showing and after the 7:15 on Saturday. I'm also going to introduce the film tonight. Now, those 2 shows are sold out. I need people to go see all the other shows.
Okay.
So don't do the one that she's going to be at. It's already sold out.
Well, at 10 o'clock, I'll introduce it and make sure to laugh.
and let me ask you one more question, Courtney, because I know you shot this movie locally. Did you guerrilla film make this? Because you were shooting it like in Studio City. Were you just setting up and hoping you could shoot it before the police came and made you move along, or did you get permits?
You know what? Actually, for the small amount it was done for $1.5 million, and we did it in Union. We did it legit.
Wow. Legit.
The only thing was, you don't realize how much you should appreciate the mountains, the bougainvillea, and the palm trees in California. Because when you're trying to shoot outside of Boston, they are everywhere.
All right. The movie is called Just Before I Go. Go see it so Courtney Cox isn't homeless. So great to have you on the Kevin Bean Show. Congratulations on the film. We'll talk to you again, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
106.7 K-Rock is KROQ. You are listening to the Kevin and Bean Show. It is 8:54.
I feel like there's been very little progress on your Badfinger tribute band Worst Thumb today.
Hold on.
I thought we'd have a lot going on by now with your band.
It was born yesterday.
That's true.
Right.
We need progress.
Jeez.
But yesterday you were
instant gratification world you live in.
No,
it was born yesterday, and Noodles of the Offspring signed up for it yesterday.
Right, and I think that's what got my hopes high, is that this thing was really going to happen, and that we'd be moving forward, and that we'd have some sort of a plan by now.
Bean thought you'd be playing the Forum tonight.
Yeah, easy. Takes a little while to put together a super group, my friend.
So you've abandoned the idea; it's not going to happen.
That's not the case at all.
That's what it seems like to me.
Well, you're mistaken.
Okay. All right. You'll get back to us then if there's any progress on Worst Thumb?
Worst Thumb lives.
Okay. Is Chip still in as your bass player?
Chip is still in.
Well, when she's out, that's what we'll know.
And pending Pat Smear's level of interest, Chip is still in.
All right. And you got Noodles. Noodles is a go.
Noodles is absolutely, he is rock solid.
Yeah.
Have we heard back from Grohl?
We have not heard from Grohl yet. I haven't put the feeler out to Grohl yet.
Okay.
Well,
So
what are you waiting
right
for?
now?
I've got to
it's beer
spend some
mug on
time
drums.
with Pat this weekend.
Okay, all right.
And through Pat, I'm going to put a call out to Grohl and see what happens.
Okay.
Jeez. Is everything all right now?
I feel better knowing that it's still
Then we're going to get in the
thing.
studio, and then we're going to rock out a little, I don't know. I don't even know what song we'll start with. What do you think, Chip? What do you think about the first one? Without You? No, that's tough. That's a tough one.
Well,
I think you wanna
yesterday,
start with
last
Baby
night
Blue.
at like 10 o'clock, Noodles tweeted, I've got Baby Blue down. Still working on Come and Get It, and No Matter What.
Yeah.
Are we doing Without You? He's working on it, Bean.
Yeah, he's working on it.
Wow. Okay,
I think,
sounds like it's happening.
I think no matter what, it's going to have to be our big single off the new album.
Nobody knows it anyway, so don't.
Everyone knows
No one knows it anyway,
no
so
matter
don't.
what you are.
Fine, I've heard it.
I will always be with you.
Good, fine.
Doesn't matter
Okay,
what
all
you
right.
do,
See what you did, Bean?
Ooh, girl, want you. Bang, 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 bang. No matter where you go.
Yeah.
I got a groupie. We've got our first groupie. Worst thumb. She's showing her cans already. Worst thumb lives. We're going to go out there and do some spray paint graffiti today. Worst thumb lives.
Please do that.
Stop all the rumors that we've broken up. All right. Let's talk about show business. Bruce Jenner, big interview tonight. Diane Sawyer, 2-hour special. Wednesday, the New York Daily News published a front-page picture of a person they said was Bruce wearing a dress.
It wasn't?
It has not been confirmed.
Oh.
It's the New York Daily News, too, by the way, which is...
Was it tabloid-esque?
Yeah, tabloid-esque,
Right.
so you got to take it with a grain of salt. But Diane will be plugging the show on various ABC shows this morning. She'll be on Good Morning America, live with Kelly and Michael, and... at all?
Yeah.
Look, I respect his choice enormously. I think it takes an enormous amount of courage to do what he's doing. I just wish there was a little less circus around it. I wish it was a little bit more sort of everyday for all of us, so that we could all just live in a world where folks who feel they were born in the wrong gender were able just to take care of that, and it's not a big thing.
Is this the first time that it's been that big of a star that has done it?
Yes, there are people who have become stars by doing it.
Right.
But I don't believe a celebrity has ever made this change. Maybe Chastity Bono, perhaps, would be the first one. Chaz Bono.
What about, not a big star, but what about one of David Arquette's brothers? Remember, became a woman.
That's true.
He was an
yes,
actor.
Right. Alexis?
Yeah.
I want to say.
Alexis, right, yeah.
Okay.
It was fairly high profile at the time, but you're right, it doesn't happen often. But I'm also 100% with you.
And Steven Weber, of course. Steven Weber from Wings and from the Comedians, the show recently Comedians with Billy Crystal and Josh Gad.
I think that
he's
may
now
have just
a
been
woman.
just
He's a woman now.
was just a
Yeah.
Just
character
saw
on
him
the
on
TV
television.
show.
Now he's
Not
a
in real
woman.
life.
Also a woman. Now he's a
Not
woman.
in real
He's a
life.
woman. He's a woman.
Director on the show.
Just a character.
Came back
Character
as
on
a
the show.
woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outshout everybody you win?
Anyway, if you're interested, it's there. That's all I'm telling you right now.
All right.
A lot of people were upset with Jeremy Renner and Chris Evans because they called the Black Widow a slut and whore in an interview. A lot of backlash. Here's the thing. It was meant to be a joke.
It sounds,
It's not a truly misogynistic remark.
Black Widow's not a real person
She doesn't
either.
exist.
That's part of it. She doesn't exist.
They were sort of blowing out of proportion the fact that she ends up with the Hulk in the movie instead of their character, so they're sort of playing up sort of faux anger and outrage about that fact. The whole thing's just a big put-on, kids. We're just trying to have a little fun here. What's going on with these interviews with the Avengers? First, Robert Downey Jr. gets slammed by that British guy, and now these guys are taking heat. Yeah, I don't know. You listen to the audio. You tell me. Is it a gag or are they over the line?
I have a very serious question to start with about shipping, because I know a lot of fans were actually pretty invested in the idea of Natasha with actually either or both of you guys, and now obviously she's with Bruce. What do you guys make of that?
She's a slut.
I was going to say something along that line.
It's a complete whore.
Trick, man.
Whatever movie it is, she'll just be the sidekick. She'll be flirting away.
That's right. Just flirt with everybody.
She has a prosthetic leg anyway.
Leading everybody on.
That's right. See, the interviewer's trying to bring it back to Scarlett Johansson,
right?
But that's not what the guys are talking about.
Character.
They're talking
a
about
fictional character.
The Black Widow doing that.
This faux outrage is getting old.
This outrage machine is insane. And ladies, I'm one of you. Let's pick and choose our battles a little wiser. Because this is going to make people just anytime a real issue comes up, it's going to be the roll of the eyes and ugh.
But Allie,
Stop.
if people don't stand up for fictional comic book women today,
You're right.
What will the little fictional comic book girls of tomorrow? What will they grow up to be?
I hadn't thought of it that way.
Thank you.
You're right. I take it back.
I'm Ralph Garman. The more you know.
Where's the outrage there?
Where's the outrage there?
Excellent question, Muggs.
Last hour, I did mention that George Clooney, who will also be my good friend one day.
Oh, really? Okay.
signs his emails. Danny Ocean sometimes just to F with his friends and leaves messages as That's just sweet, sweet, sweet to me.
Yeah.
Got an email from listener Edwin, who currently writes in. He said, George Clooney didn't invent signing emails with famous film characters like Danny Ocean or Batman. You once did it to me, says Edwin. I don't remember this. He said, I sent you an email. You know how you replied? You signed it off as one of your most famous roles from House. That's right. I got an email signed from Bobby. I woke up in a
I got an email signed from Bobby. I got an email signed from Bobby. I got an email signed from Bobby.
Well, that was pointless.
Come on.
I feel like that's getting a little incestuous.
It's Bobby.
It's Bobby.
That's what I'm saying. My spin-off show. David, sure, if you're listening, you still owe me that show. That seems like you've moved on to other things, and It's Bobby has gone by the wayside.
Maybe Worst Thumb can perform and bring it back.
Maybe. David Shore now doing Battle Creek. That's seems to be his baby right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's Bobby. I have not heard. It's Bobby. I haven't heard a lot of movement on that series. That's all I'm saying. Today's celebrity birthdays. Barbra Streisand is 73 years old today. Jamin Hunsu celebrates his 51st birthday. Austin Nichols is 35. Kelly Clarkson is 33. And Cedric the Entertainer, not only a hilarious stand-up comedian and a fine actor in his own right, but the host of Barber Battle on the CW.
So this is real. You've done some research and it exists?
Barber Battle. I told you I saw it in what I thought was a fever dream.
Right.
But it turns out, no, there's actually
there was no NyQuil involved.
A competition reality show where Cedric the Entertainer brings together barbers who will barber off against each other in a barber battle. In the episode I saw, they were in the parking lot of the Queen Mary down Long Beach. Not really sure how that all tied in. But it happened. It's real. It exists. Friday night. I think it's on tonight on the CW if you want to check it out. And it's got a kick-ass theme song.
It's slice, dice, chop, chop, phase, braids, flat tops, baldies, dreads, designs on your head. It's all going down. A barber battle was said.
Barber Battle in the house. No, it has nothing to do with Bobby.
Oh.
I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat.
Let me tell you about our pal Adam Carolla, Kevin. He is at the point now where he is producing so much material that it would be impossible to read everything he writes, to watch everything that he produces, to listen to everything that he puts up. He's creating more content that I can absorb in a day. How is that possible, Ace Man?
I'm just getting into my prime, and I'm probably overcompensating for sitting on a construction site and walking in a circle for a decade with a bunch of illegals.
Well, the place to go is adamcarolla.com. There's lots of good stuff up there, including all the info on upcoming appearances, including May 6th at the Irvine Improv. Tickets are on sale now, just $25 through adamcarolla.com. You can also pre-order the new documentary film, Winning, The Racing Life of Paul Newman, and Adam's last film, Road Hard, and all the details about his TV show, Catch a Contractor, and his best-selling books, and so much more. The Ace Man is doing it for you, and it's time for This Week in Rage.
It's time for This Week in Rage.
Well, starting at number 3 and work my way up to number 1. My wife just got the new Tesla S.
Nice.
Sweet.
Beautiful, beautiful vehicle. State of the art. Nothing like it on the road. And now we got to go through the process of sending the city money so they can send us stickers so we can put these crappy HOV stickers all over the side of the car so that the highway patrol will know it's a Tesla and know it's allowed to ride in the diamond lane.
Now, don't they know it's a Tesla?
That would be my argument. There's a huge badge on the back of the car. Guess what it says?
Tesla?
Tesla, yeah.
Tesla. There's a giant, shiny T badge that stands for what?
I don't know.
Tesla.
I think you said teabag right there, and I'm not sure why.
T-badge.
Oh, badge. Okay,
That's my
sorry.
rap name.
My bad.
It's a badge. It's in the shape of a T, and you can see it from outer space, and it's on the back of the car. That's how you know it's a Tesla. By the way, Mercedes, Audi, Lexus, how do you know what they are? They have names on the back of the car.
Did you say it? Yeah.
Why do you have to look down by the bumper? What kind of stickers on that Lexus so I can see what it is? It's a Tesla. Recognize and stop making me put ugly, crappy stickers on the wife's $100,000 car.
It is a beautiful automobile that the last thing you want to do is put a sticker on. That's for sure. I get that.
Yeah,
Totally.
Elon Musk went over every single corner of that car and made it a rolling piece of art, and now I'm going to have to just put crappy stickers all over the side of it. And by the way, it's not like they're cool stickers, like no fat chicks or gas, grass, or ass, nobody rides for free, or pictures of ducks having sex saying Fly United, or something like that, like something cool.
Right.
They're just weird green stickers that the city gives you to desecrate your beautiful car. So anyway, cops, when you see a Tesla that says Tesla on it in the diamond lane, assume it's a Tesla and let us get the hell on with our lives. All right. I've come up with an invention that is going to not only blow your guys' minds, but unite this city.
Wow. Okay.
Minds blown, city united.
I'm ready.
All right, you know how all these guys out of San Francisco are taking, like, the croissant and they're baking it into a muffin and they're making a muffant or whatever. Everyone's doing something.
Right.
Like the muffin and the croissant were broken.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like somebody ate a croissant and was miserable. Oh, God. What'd you have to do this morning? Frank, why the bad mood in the office? I had to eat a croissant this morning. Oh, you think that's bad? I had to eat a muffin. Oh, the humanity. But all right, you idiots mash up your muffins and your croissants and whatever else you're doing over there. I got the ultimate food here and the ultimate uniter.
Okay.
We got a heavy Hispanic population out here in the San Fernando Valley. We got lots of Armenian folks. They don't always get along that great. I have a uniter, and they both have broken food that needs fixing, and I'm putting it together.
Okay.
My friend, it's called the baklaro.
The baklaro.
The baklaro.
Baklaro.
Yeah, it's baklava and churro.
Baklava?
Baklaro. I haven't worked it out. Here's what
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Baklaro.
Baklaro.
All right. Are you ready?
Okay. Yes.
Baklava is the greatest dessert ever. It's simply too short. It's like 2 inches long. Churros are 16 inches of crap. They're too long. They're a crappy long donut. But if you took the churro and the baklava and you made a piece of baklava that was 1.5 feet long, you'd be in heaven. You understand me? The only thing wrong with baklava is it's too damn short, and the only thing wrong with churros is it's too damn long, and it sucks.
Okay.
We combine the two for a super long baklava. Churro, chukalaba.
I feel like maybe you're going to need to make this.
Yeah, maybe get back to us.
You guys don't went in on this.
Well, I'm pretty sure we don't.
What'd you guys do? Did you guys want to pass on Uber about 5 years ago?
And it sounds like you're so close to coming home with it, too. I can't believe we're walking away. I think we're willing to take that risk.
Okay, this isn't Shark Tank, by the way. It's not on the table. I'm going to get rich from this one alone. I don't need any seed money, any baklava seed money.
Well, I wish you well with that.
Okay, Bean, a piece of baklava, 14 inches long? Tell me you wouldn't get into that.
I think I'm going to, I believe I'm going to pass this time, Mr. Crowley. I'm sorry.
All right, then I'll just get rich alone. That'll
Okay.
be me. All right, and number one, this city, you talk about this whole thing, what's going on with the schools and the iPads, and they're giving the iPads out to the kids, and it's a complete disaster because, anytime the city tries to hand out iPads or cheese or anything, it's all disaster. It doesn't work. I have an idea.
Does it include baklava?
This is may even it may even be better.
All right.
Have you guys ever been to a funeral and there's like one guy? I went to my mother-in-law's funeral, and my stepdad was standing there, and he's wearing a red members-only jacket. And I think to myself, don't you have a black blazer or even a sweater that's black that you could wear? Or you see the people on People's Court, and the guy's standing there, and he's dressed like Jimmy Buffett. And you think, don't you have one dark sweater, just one black V-neck sweater that says, I'm sorry, or I'm somber, or whatever? I've come up with a program. I want everyone in this city to be handed a black sweater. All these asswipes that are wearing the stupid T-shirts to the funerals and the court and all that kind of stuff. It's a program called Sweaters from Earners. and there'll be guys like me that adopt another guy, and I send him a black V-neck sweater. It costs me $12. I get it from Old Navy, and then he writes me letters on his progress, like, hey, they lowered my bail by $2,000, and a picture of him and the bailiff. You know what I mean? I used to wear this gravy-stained T-shirt to court. Now I have a sweater, and by the way, my half-sister's gravely ill, so I guess I'll be wearing it again. Shouldn't everyone have one black sweater in their arsenal?
I don't think I do.
Job interviews, funerals.
You have a black sweater?
Well, you have a suit, though, Kevin. I mean, what do you wear?
I got a suit. I mean, I bought one a week ago.
All right, but you wear the board shorts to a funeral?
I mean, that's what I have.
I think your point is that it wouldn't hurt for everybody to have an appropriate item of clothing for those occasions. Absolutely.
I'm saying if the government's going to give something away to everybody, wouldn't you like it to be just one decent sweater so they could get a goddamn job?
Sure, why not? Absolutely. Adam Carolla is a man who's never had a bad idea, and if you don't believe it, just ask him. You can see him on stage at the Irvine Improv on Wednesday night, May the 6th. Tickets available at adamcarolla.com, and while you're there, why not pre-order both of his recent movies, Winning, The Racing Life of Paul Newman, and Road Hard. Ace Man, have a great week, man. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for tuning in here on a Friday morning. We'll be singing that song you love in just a few minutes to get us into the weekend. I'm still kind of bummed out about Blink-182 breaking up. How do you feel about that, Kevin? Does that affect you at all?
It bums me out a bit, yeah.
I love those guys.
Yeah,
I love
same.
those guys together. But Matt Skiba, the new guitarist for the band, the guy who replaced Tom, looks like he's talking about how they're seriously talking about making a new Blink album, just moving on, this being the new lineup. Of course, we've heard from Mark Hoppus, we've heard from Travis, but we've not yet heard from Tom DeLonge. He, of course, is moving on as well with his new Angels and Airways album that just came out called To the Stars this past week. We welcome to the Kevin and Bean Show our friend Tom DeLonge on K-Rock right now. Hey, Tom.
Good morning, my old friends.
Well, it's great to talk to you. As I was mentioning, we've heard from Travis Barker. We haven't talked to you yet since Blink-182 broke up. How are you feeling?
I'm trying my best to keep my head up, but it's obviously not a good situation professionally.
Right, exactly. But it sounds like you've been very, very busy, including this new solo album called To the Stars that you just released.
It's been therapeutic to work creatively when I have personal differences with Travis and Mark. I can bury myself in my music. Yeah.
And when I saw the album was called To the Stars, I confess I rolled my eyes a little bit because I know how you are about things having to do with outer space.
Shut your goddamn mouth.
Well, you love it.
I'm a well-studied, well-versed, what do they call guys who study astronomist? And I know a lot about the cosmos. And, yeah.
So, did the aliens help you write these songs, Tom? Is that what's going on?
I actually some clips
of
my album To the Stars, and it's about intergalactic war, and it has nothing to do with my old bandmates and any type of grudge I may hold.
Well, that's good to hear. Very excited. All right, Kevin, what's our first clip here from the new Tom DeLonge record?
Yeah.
'Cause there's war all over the world, and people die, and there's bad stuff in war. And I was in Blink-182, and now I'm not. They owe me money, and there's contract problems. But I don't hold a grudge. Travis is such a dick, and Mark owes me money. Yeah, war.
Tom, that sounds exactly like
Shut
your grudge.
up, bitch.
Wow. Okay, all right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I said that the theme of this album was intergalactic war, not grudges.
Right, but you mentioned them by name.
Play the second clip.
There are people all over the world, and some that live in the cosmos, and they go to war, and bombs and guns and stuff, and I hated my time in Blink-182. Hardly relevant, but I'm venting right now. Yeah, oh yeah, pay me for this. War, Christianity, and space. Yeah.
it's got
Beautiful
a lot of
track.
Seems like that's got a lot of personal information in there about the band as well.
I don't agree whatsoever. That was clearly about how the Spanish Inquisition applies to the rings of Saturn.
All right, we're talking to Tom DeLonge about his new record called To the Stars. He said it's not at all autobiographical, but I do think we have one more clip to play for Tom.
Political differences about social issues and socioeconomic chasms. Yeah, chasm. Got that word from Word of the Day app that gives you good words. Blink-182 guys are dicks. Yeah, oh, and space is pretty amazing. It's vast. And war.
Is that one finished?
Yeah, it's amazing. I feel like that's some of my best work. Yeah.
106.7 K-Rock is KROQ. You're listening to the Kevin and Bean Show. 41.
Woo! Come on, Ralph.
Where's
How great is this going to be when the band does this song?
Yes, I got what I deserve.
Does this band need a...
Singing or not, Ralph? Is that going to be your plan in Wrong Thumb? What do you think?
I'm sorry, what happened?
Are you singing? Are you going to be the singer for sure? Or are you farming that out, hoping to attract?
I'm blown away by that question that you don't even.
As if anyone else.
You're welcome.
Well,
did you hear any of what just happened as you're playing Baby Blue?
I heard you singing along like you were in your car. Yeah,
I heard a song that didn't need to be redone.
I'm just wondering if you might just be the drummer. And maybe get somebody else with a little more experience to sing. I don't know. I don't know how you're aiming.
Now you're just rattling the cage.
He
now
just
you're just
took off his earring,
poking the gorilla.
Okay, all right. So you've settled on you as the lead singer for Wrong Thumb.
Bean, come on, stop it, man. He's getting so mad.
Okay, all right. I think that's a good choice. Time for the Showbiz Beat now. Here's one.
People say, "Why are you so mean to Bean?" Why are you so mean to Bean? I understand why you're so mean to Bean. Because Bean's a dick.
I was just asking. I wasn't sure what the plan was.
Bean demands meanness. He will not. He will not. Stop short of that.
He says, I'm not leaving here until you poop all over me. I demand it.
Just as insistent. So we give it to him.
Of course I'm the lead singer of Wrong Thumb.
Okay.
Worst Thumb. What's it called again?
Wrong Thumb.
I like wrong.
Wrong Thumb, actually. Finger and Wrong Thumb, that kind of works too. All right, let's business news for the last time this week before we get to the big old weekend. Tragic news. Last night it was discovered that the kid who played one of the twins on Everybody Loves Ray Romano from 1996 to 2005 is dead of a suspected suicide at the age of 19. I can't believe those kids are 19 already. Sawyer Sweeten was his name. He and his twin brother Sullivan played Ray Romano's twin sons Jeffrey and Michael Barone on that show. Their real-life older sister Madeline played Allie Barone. As you can imagine, the family is devastated, and as well as the cast is as well. But 19 years old, allegedly took his life on the front porch of the family home there in Texas with a gunshot. So just tragic, tragic news. And there's nothing really to say other than, like the family says, we beg you to sense that there's something wrong with depression or mental illness with someone you love. Maybe sometimes you can get them in treatment and stop a tragedy like that from happening. So really sad. Big Sean and Ariana Grande, they've split up. That's also really sad.
Is that as sad?
Yeah, I think just about. because they sure were delicious together. They were two great tastes that taste great together.
Now, did they have sizzle?
No.
Don't be
They did not.
ridiculous.
No, Ariana Grande was on stage here in Los Angeles, and Justin Bieber got up on stage, and you know what happened? Sizzle.
That's where the sizzle was.
That's where the sizzle was. And Big Sean was out of town, and everybody's taking pictures of Bieber grinding up on his lady on stage there because there was sizzle between the two of them. It caused a major upheaval, and now it's all over.
So Big Sean didn't stand a chance after that.
No, not after sizzle.
Stop saying the word sizzle.
Big Sean also feels that he did most of the traveling for their relationship, that she orchestrated that moment with Justin Bieber on stage to...
I want to burn him!
Burn him.
Honestly, if she was going to burn him, do you use Bieber?
Oh, you didn't see the sizzle, Kevin.
Come on.
There was sizzle between those
Seriously.
two. There was serious sizzle.
There wasn't.
So
all the papers talked about the sizzle.
This was Scarlett and Gunnar on Nashville. They couldn't help but just
Right.
electricity, just sparks flying whenever they sing together.
I just hear the music.
Right.
And she's flat out immature, according to Big Sean. Now, the other side of the story is Ariana Grande complains that he treats her like a piece of meat, especially in the lyrics to his new song where he talks about her $1 billion pee thang.
Okay.
I got a $1 million girl with a $1 billion hoo-hoo.
Mm-hmm.
And she
That's
says,
not a compliment?
That's rude. That is rude behavior.
Okay.
Allie, would you feel bad if a gentleman told you you had a $1 billion hoo-ha?
No.
See? It's a compliment.
Yeah.
It's much like the compliments that the Native American actors were given on the set of the new Adam Sandler movie, The Ridiculous Six. Approximately a dozen Native American actors and actresses, as well as their native cultural advisor, walked off the set of Adam Sandler's new film. These actors were primarily from the Navajo Nation, and they were promised when they signed on to participate in this Western comedy that the Apache culture would be respected, and the cultural advisor on the set would oversee that and make sure that there were no stereotyping and there was no rude behavior towards their customs. And that was quickly thrown out the window when scenes with Native women were written into the script with names such as Beaver Breath and No Bra.
Somebody seriously lied to them.
Seriously.
Right? Because I can't imagine that Adam Sandler ever told them they would get respect.
Yes, he did that. Oh, you're going to have respect. And going to be, oh, do-be-do. And they just didn't understand him. They didn't know what they were saying. Yeah.
Some lying going on there. That's
Here's one hilarious scene from the script. One female character was called by another of the gentlemen in the film, "Hey, Beaver Breath," and that's when the Native American woman in the script says, "How did you know my name?" Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bop. Boom. See, that's where the comedy is.
Where?
Right there.
Where was the comedy?
The producers said, "If you guys are so sensitive, maybe you should just leave," according to one of the
good
Navajo actresses.
What a terrible set.
Yeah, it really sounds awful. So they walked, and Netflix, this movie's going to be on Netflix, by the way. They said, it's supposed to be ridiculous. It's in the title. It's called The Ridiculous Six.
Did they say it's in the title?
They said it's in the title. It's right there in the title. It's ridiculous. Why don't they call it The Racially Insensitive Six? That might be a little more appropriate. And then no one would go on that set not seeing that coming, right? The Racist Six. If you're in a movie called The Racist Six, then you see that coming.
You expect that.
You get old Beaver Breath. You say, well, sure, it's called The Racist Six. I can see that. There's a woman in the movie, apparently, who was squatting down, urinating while smoking peace pipe, she says. This is like from 1940.
Yeah.
This stuff.
I just think Indians have got to... Indians have got to stop trusting white people, I think, is where we're at this point.
They really haven't learned that
trusted.
lesson, have they?
Nope.
There's been a few incidences where they perhaps should have not done that.
Is Adam Sandler all white people, though? I don't think so.
Well, I think it would behoove them just to err on the side of caution when dealing with Whitey.
Double check.
I think so, too.
Double check Whitey.
Double check Whitey. That's our motto.
Because things would be a lot different for the Indians if they still had New York.
Ain't it the truth? That one guy wouldn't be crying by the roadside with that trash. I know
That's
that
right.
much.
That's just sad, man.
It's a good call from 1970.
5, I want to say. He was sad, Kevin, because the white man trashed his country with litter.
Mm-hmm.
Iron Eyes Cody, by the way, name of that actor.
Oh,
I call him Pee-hole Cody. Quick email before we get to the weekend, huh? If you don't mind. This from Lauren Kearney, who listens to us down in San Diego. I'm assuming she's a podcast listener, maybe a streamer. Ralph, a friend and I decided we'd use some new lingerie. So we grabbed a pile of my Victoria's Secret catalogs and laid on the bed. Yeah, I like this with Lauren and her friend. We flipped through the first one. She asked, isn't the singer of Kings of Leon married to one of these models? I said, yeah, this one, Lily. And Adam Levine's wife should be in here, too. We turned the page and looking at a group of models, and I said, oh, she's in the thong. Her name's Beati.
You were trying to rhyme Beati?
Beati. Her name's Beati. That doesn't rhyme with Bugatti? You don't think, Kevin? Play that goddamn music! That one that thongs, her name's Beati. She's in the thong, her name's Beati. She's in the thong, her name's Beati.
Well, it's sad to see it go out on a low note.
You don't think that rhymes?
It's too much. It's sad to see that it went out like that, though. I'm saying
That's sad as the last one.
Were you trying to
I'll
rhyme?
remember
You're
it.
trying to rhyme Beati with Bugatti? That never got close. Oh, Kevin. Oh, Kevin.
Oh, Ralph.
Wouldn't even rhyme. Hey, celebrity birthdays. Singer Barbara Streisand is 73 years old today. Jamin Hunsu is 51. Austin Nichols is 35. Kelly Clarkson's 33. And host of Cedric's Barber Battle.
It's not a thing, no matter how much you say it is.
It's on the CW tonight. Don't miss it. Cedric the Entertainer is 51 years old.
Get sliced, diced, chop, chop, phase, braids, flat tops, baldies, dreads, designs on your head. It's all going down on Barber Battle with Ced.
It's all going down with Barber Battle with Ced. Rick.
I think there are several shows on the air that are competitive hairstyling.
Three! I found out later.
Yeah.
After our last conversation, there are currently three Barber Battle shows on television.
Come on.
There's a Cutoff. There's Barber Battle. There's Snip and Go. Is that one?
My hair.
I don't know, but there's three of them. I know there's three different barbering battle shows currently on television.
It's the golden age, Ralph.
We live in magical times. I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz beat.
Thank you, Ralph. I want to mention again, we're going to be at Guys Night Out at the Bicycle Casino tonight at 9 o'clock.
Guys
poker.
only, please. No ladies are welcome. Guys Night Out. Guys only, please.
It's poorly named because we actually want more girls than
That's
guys.
what I meant to say. Women are welcome.
Right.
Please come, ladies. Bring your friends.
It's me, the King of Mexico, Beer Mug, DJ Omar Khan. We'll be there at 9 o'clock. And then Monday at 7:15 a.m., we got all the details on the K-Rock Weenie Roast E-Fiesta 2015.
Oh, do-me-do.
Don't bogart that joint, my friend. Pass it over to me.
I suck, donkey.
Don't bogart that joint, my friend. Pass it over to me.
So I guess this is a thing now?
Roll another one.
Leave the comedy to the professionals.
Just like the other one.
Not ever. No way.
This one seems to be about to quit.
Penis.
And I need another hit.
What's your secret in staying young?
My secret in staying young? Well, I got 3 words. Boom-tang.
Roll another one.
Ready for the big Coachella.
Just like the other one.
This is not how I wanted to wake up.
This one seems to be about to end.
I rebuke this in the name of the Lord.
I don't have another cent.
When your life looks at you funny, take the fast lane.
I don't want that joint. Carol, hold my calls. Just pass it around. I don't want that joint, my friend. Yes, sir. I just pass it on down.
Kevin, I've had it.
I'm up a rope in this business. So I'll be honest with you, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of listening to this. I'm sick of the second guessing. You guys can do whatever the you want, but I'll tell you this. I don't like it one bit. Bend over backwards and be honest and direct with you guys, and you stick it right up my and the team. I'm sick of it. What do you got? You don't have anything, just get out, please.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Live long and off.
You ready? This is take one. And a one, and a two, and away we go.
If you don't mind, I will begin at the beginning.
It's a new day. Let's get going.
1, 2, 3. Bad boy. 4, 5, 6.
B.I.G.
Here's something brand new, just in time for Thanksgiving.
Thanks a lot for that info. Have a good trucking trip.
It's time to face the hole.
This is not a joke, okay? It was offensive and lame, so double offensive.
This time of the year, there should be a hotline you can call with questions about cooking turkeys. A special 800 number where the phones are staffed by experts.
There is.
What do you mean?
The Butterball hotline.
Butterball has a hotline?
Yeah. It's an 800 number. The phones are staffed by experts.
Are you kidding me?
No.
God, I'm sorry. I love my country. Charlie, get me the number for the Butterball hotline.
Yes, sir.
And now.
Lucky for us, the Indians never said, let's round up all these pilgrims and send them back where they belong.
Our feature presentation.
She's got a point.
She definitely has a point.
We are lucky that didn't happen.
By the way, I miss The West Wing desperately. Of all the TV shows that have come and gone that are off the air, that's the one I think I maybe missed the most.
That is a great, great show.
It was.
God, I loved that show so much. When I'm done watching all the Mad Men's again on DVD, maybe I'll go back and start up with The West Wing. That'll keep me busy for a while. There was something like 7 seasons of it.
Yeah. Dude, you should put them on your iPod. That's the way to do it when you're traveling and stuff.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's the way to do it. That's,
Hey, you made it this morning.
Yeah, of course.
You had like 30 seconds to spare.
I know, and I was trying to figure out how to slow down so I didn't get here that early, but, you know. I like
We
to cut it tight.
are going to take your phone calls at 1-800-520-1067. It's going to be the Wednesday, but feels like a Friday edition of Kevin and Bean's What It Do Nephew. We didn't get a chance to talk about this story yesterday, but I was fascinated with this over the weekend. Maybe you guys saw it. The guy named Ram Huben, who is a patient in Belgium who has been in a coma for 23 years. Did you see this dude?
No.
I did hear some of this story, yeah.
Fantastic story. He was in a near-fatal car crash back in 1983. He's been in a coma, or so they thought. He actually has been in a vegetative state that allowed him to be aware of everything in the room and not be brain dead, as the doctors have been telling his family for 23 years. So when we go to visit this guy and we're making all the jokes in his room about what a vegetable he is, he's hearing every word of it.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
But he's not faking, and he can't tell them any of this.
He can't. He said he would try to scream and nothing would come out. I mean, it's just
the
most horrifying.
This is exactly what it was like when Lisa May ate the brownies.
That is exactly right.
She was on the couch, and we said, is she alive?
I knew everything that was going on.
She's not moving. And she could hear all of our words.
But I couldn't move.
What has happened is they have developed better techniques to map the brain in the years since the man was in the car accident. So now they say, he's in a minimally conscious state, and he had been misdiagnosed as being in a coma all these years. But can you imagine all the things he must have heard, laying there, not being able to respond, couldn't speak, could hear everybody talking about him and to him, and couldn't do anything about it? It must have been unbelievably frustrating. But I think they've set him up now, haven't they, Lisa? Didn't you hear now he can do some sort of typing thing with his mind or something? I mean, he's one of these guys now that can communicate. That's how we're finding out all this.
Yeah, exactly. And they said that his family, because they were whoever was interviewing this doctor was congratulating him, and he says, "Not me. His family. Something was going on between he and his family that really gave them the very distinct impression that he was in some way aware."
Oh, really?
Wow.
I don't know what it was, but they just...
Every once in a while, he'd just pick up his middle finger and flip him off.
Something like that.
But a story like this, though, this is going to have a lot of repercussions because there are so many people who have made the argument, hey, he's gone. It's just a body. He's brain dead. Go ahead and pull the plug. And now maybe you find out that some of those people are in there going, no!
Would rather you didn't. Back off!
Seriously, would you want to be there for 20 years?
No.
Even if you were minimally conscious?
No, I don't think so. I think
just
pull the plug.
It does suck. He says he's glad to be back and kind of out of the prison because now at least he can read and he can type messages to his,
Yeah.
to his family and stuff like that. So now at least he has some interaction with the world rather than just laying there in a dark room.
Right.
For 23 years, though.
I know.
Wow.
I know, dude. It's weird. We got I don't want to be corny or anything, but it is, the Thanksgiving season. Let's wake up and be thankful that we can, walk and talk and hear and see and all those things that this guy, hasn't been able to do for all that time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Imagine Bean's envy of this guy. Just laying there for 23 years, not going out doing anything.
Imagine not being
He's
able to
your
change
hero,
the
Bean.
channel, though, for 23 years. That's got to hurt.
Stuck on whatever it is you got. All right, let's begin with your phone calls. 1-800-520-1067 for Kevin and Bean's What It Do Nephew.
We're sorry. You must first dial a 0 or 1.
What it do, nephew?
So, what it do? What it do, nephew?
Toll free, 1-800-520-1067. You get all of the music from the latest albums of bands on night number 1 of the Almost Acoustic Christmas 2009. That's AFI, Rise Against. We'll give you the new Alice in Chains, 30 Seconds to Mars, 3 Days Grace, Dead by Sunrise, Amberlin. All of that for you for being on the air with Kevin and Bean this morning.
Let's start with Dewan.
Yep.
It's always a good way to start the day. Hey, Dewan.
What's up, Kevin and Bean? Hey, Lisa.
Hi, Dewan.
What's going on?
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, the Lakers won last night against the New York Knicks.
Yes, they did.
So the Lakers got 100 points.
I started watching that game kind of in the late first quarter, and games like that, I mean, listen, I'm a Laker fan. I want the Lakers to win. Games like that are so boring because you know that they're going to beat the Knicks. The Knicks really don't have any chance.
Yeah.
And nor do the Knicks seem to care. It's just like they're almost just biding their time to see if they can get LeBron James.
I agree. There's bad teams, and then there's the Knicks.
Yeah.
It's a whole different level. I mean, it's as if they don't even try.
So it was like, I was glad that the Lakers were winning, but there was just no even question whether they were going to, just by how much.
Yeah.
Basically.
But it ended up being a 10, which is not a blowout, but you get the sense that the Lakers could have made it more if they needed to.
Right, exactly. Dewan, Nick hater? Do you hate the Knicks?
Not really.
You're supposed
They're
to.
okay.
You're supposed to. You're supposed to, as a Laker fan, you're supposed to hate the Knicks. You're supposed to hate the Celtics.
Yeah, and I hope my friend Laura watched it last night.
Me too.
I hope so, too.
She's
I bet
a
you
Lakers
will.
fan, yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, you got to be happy. Ever since Powell came back, they've been pretty much firing on all cylinders, right, Dewan?
Yep.
Hey, Dewan, who's your favorite Laker?
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant. There you go.
Very good. All right, Dewan. Well, listen, have a great Thanksgiving. If we probably won't talk to you, so have a great one, and we'll talk to you in December, okay?
All right.
Thank you,
Okay.
Dewan. Peace
Bye-bye,
out.
Dewan. And peace out. I meant peace out, right?
Real quick, speaking of the Lakers, did you guys see Ron Artest do Kimmel's show the other night in his underwear?
No.
Yeah.
In his underwear? Oh, I had that recorded.
What was he doing in Jimmy's underwear?
He wasn't not in Jimmy's.
In his own, but he did a late night talk show in his boxers.
Wow.
I didn't
entertaining.
know. When I was saying I didn't like him, it was based on his play on the court.
Right.
I didn't know he was crazy. For me, that makes a big difference.
Now
I
you love
crazy.
him?
There were, by the way, speaking of Kobe, and then we'll go to another call. There were a couple times last night where you just go, no, you can't do that.
People don't do that.
They would triple team him, and he would get through all three of them, and you just go, well, that's not even fair. It's ridiculous.
Let's try Jeff on line 7 calling about another very funny story in the news this week. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for checking in. What'd it do?
What up, Dr. Butch? Hey, Lisa.
Good morning.
What's going on?
Hey, the other night on the news, I saw this thing. There's a rash of assault on ginger kids.
Oh, yeah.
And the funny thing was that they were blaming South Park.
Well, yeah, there was a South Park episode where they went around kicking ginger kids, which was what they call kids with red hair.
Right.
And these kids were doing the exact same thing.
And they called them ginger kids, so there might be some connection.
I don't think it's just that they're blaming South Park. I think that South Park is responsible for the behavior.
By responsible, you mean South Park was on the air and those kids were responsible for their own behavior.
Right,
That's
but they got
okay.
the idea from South Park, though.
Right.
Clearly, yeah. Which is fine. I mean, look, redheaded kids, they got it coming.
Really?
Right? Who's with me? They got it coming.
All those freckles.
And here we go. It's on. Race war. Race war's on, everybody. It's going down. It's going down. Race war. Come on. Race war.
You just shouldn't be standing there with that weird red hair. It's just not right. All right, thank you very much for the call. Let's try Tom. He's going to tell you about a celebrity we haven't talked about in a long time on line 4. Hey, Tom, what'd it do?
What it do, nephew? What it do, Cali Boo?
What it do?
What's going on?
Hey, I went to go visit my dad at San Fernando High School, and as I was there, William Hung walked by. Apparently he's a substitute teacher there right now.
Yes.
All right, I have two questions. One is your dad still in high school?
No, he's an administrator there.
Got it. And the other one is, you just said William Hung was a substitute teacher there. William Hung, the dude from American Idol?
Yes, sir. He was. Yeah, apparently he's going for his one of his doctorates, and I guess he's studying, and he's substituting right now. I guess even the economy got him back.
How about that?
Wow. William Hung, your thoughts?
Even with a lot of talent in singing, even with a lot of talent in whatever you choose to do, you still have to put in this hard work. Mm-hmm. And you need that determination and perseverance not to give up.
Would you be able to sit in Dr. Hung's class with a straight face and listen to what he had to say?
All day. Well, not with a straight face, no, but all day. That guy's the best. That's cool.
Wow. Yep. All these teachers are getting laid off, and that guy's working
William
as a teacher?
Hung.
Really?
He's there.
Oh, my God.
All right, let's squeeze in one more. Robert sounds like he's got a great holiday story on line 8. Hey, Robert. What'd it do, nephew?
Bubbles out, people. Hey,
and you as well.
So I was at the grocery store the other day, and these two old ladies were digging through the freezer section. One of them found the turkey, so it was the last one. She grabbed it. She went to kind of a little old lady run to her cart, dropped it on her toe. So the turkey slides across the floor. She's tending to her toe, and the other lady that was looking for the turkey as well runs over and steals it from her.
Yes. Hey, it's like a live fumble, man. You got to get back on that. Whatever team gets it, it's theirs.
Wow.
That's awesome. And then did the woman that had it originally start yelling?
Oh, yeah, she was all pissed off, but her toe was in worse shape than her need for the turkey. So
the other woman got it.
Yep, the other woman made off with her turkey.
Hey, rules of the game, man.
A beautiful, warm story just in time for the holidays. I'm glad to see the spirit. That's nice.
That's what makes America great, right?
Yeah,
there.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Right there. Yeah.
She wants the turkey. The other woman has it. She gets hurt.
I was in a Safeway store last night, and man, the crowds for those turkeys. I mean, it was insane in there. I mean, I'm glad I'm not going today, but even last night was crazy.
How many do they do? I mean, I don't know that world. Is that hundreds, thousands? I mean, is that how it works?
What do you mean, how many people come in?
Yeah.
For turkeys. Oh, yeah, thousands. Yeah. Thousands of people go through stores, to get turkeys. I mean, it's the one thing that virtually everyone is making tomorrow, So it was just crazy. I should have known better than to go in there yesterday.
All right, let's talk about today's Kevin and Bean Show, shall we?
Okay. Hey, everyone. Kevin's going to give us his take on the situation. Let's listen up.
We got Petros Papadakis in the studio talking college football, USC, UCLA, other games this weekend, the NFL, and just a lot of yelling.
Yeah.
We have Adam Carolla in the studio today.
All right.
Again, a lot of yelling.
A lot of yelling.
It's going to be a loud show. You had a gun pulled on you. We're going to take your stories on that.
Wow.
You made a brief mention of that at the end of yesterday's program, and I can't believe how many emails came in from people that this has happened to. Apparently, it's quite commonplace.
Yeah, and when it happens to you, it's one of the weirdest things in the world. I mean, we're not talking about you're in a gang and you're in a fight and somebody pulls a gun. Or you're a cop, right? I mean, where that makes sense. It's just out of the blue for no reason.
Regular Joe Schmo.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're going to do that today. We have tickets for the K-Rock Almost Acoustic Christmas 2009, night number 1. We got those in the 6 o'clock hour. We have the Movie Beat. Mm-hmm. And just after 6, about a half hour from right now, we have Alice from Twilight New Moon. Ashley Green.
She's great.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
So I don't think there is a Team Alice, but I'm on it. I'm in it, whatever. I'll start
it.
Let's ask her. Ask her if we can start a Team Alice. That's a great idea.
So that's it today. It's going to be a really good show, and we'll take a quick break and come back.
Excuse me, I think there's something. I think you're leaving off something else that's happening later on today.
That didn't sound like we would even not get through all that. I mean, really packed.
No, I think we've got room to make at least one 800 number phone call today, because maybe we have some questions for the fine folks who work the Butterball Turkey Hotline.
Oh, you didn't get the memo.
There was no memo.
There was no memo.
We're not allowed. The lawyers said.
What?
The lawyers said that the turkeys are going to sue, so we can't do that. So sorry. Let's talk about this off the air, being it's embarrassing.
Holiday tradition. Yeah,
it's
coming up this morning on the Kevin and Bean Show. Ralph's got the Showbiz Beat. We'll come back after this. Why speculate who would win between Kevin and Dave in an arm wrestling match when Kevin and Dave are both here in the room? It seems to me like that would easily be decided.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't want to embarrass the
Till
guy.
the torque snaps Kevin's spine.
You know what I mean?
And
Well,
gotta take him out on a backboard.
Dude, there was this one time earlier in my life where I had to arm wrestle for the custody of my kids. So I had to go to the championship.
No, I think that
and
was,
I had to arm.
That was
a Sylvester Stallone movie called Over the Top.
That wasn't you at all.
If I'm not
actually.
mistaken.
You're fine.
Oh.
All right, it's the Kevin and Bean Show. It's Wednesday. Ralph Garman joins us for our first look at the Showbiz beat. Hello, Ralph. How are you?
Oh,
What?
you feel the excitement in the air?
Ashley Green?
Tomorrow's Thanksgiving?
We are just about 24 hours away from the kickoff of the 83rd annual Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Woo!
You're the only one that likes... Woo! You like parades, don't you?
I don't like parades, but I love the Macy's. You know why?
Why?
Giant helium balloons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not so much a parade
The
guy.
runaway?
Good lineup this year. Oh,
Lineup.
we got Abby Cadabby.
For those of you that listen seldom, Ralph is kidding.
Not kidding. Abby
Who
Cadabby.
watches this
Giant
parade?
helium balloons. Giant helium balloons rule. Shrek, Buzz Lightyear, Dora the Explorer, Energizer Bunny, Horton the Elephant, Kermit the Frog, Pikachu, Pillsbury Doughboy, Ronald McDonald, Mickey Mouse, Papa Smurf, Snoopy, and Spider-Man. That's the lineup this year. Awesome.
And by awesome, Ralph means it's not going to be so good, but other people will like it.
Maybe a Stewie this year from Family Guy, too. That may be the special guest. Giant inflatable Stewie.
Yeah, like that's a real thing.
Awesome. It's going to be awesome.
When you say awesome, you mean you're not going to watch.
Awesome. Miley Cyrus is going to be in there.
Ooh.
Yeah.
She's going to be in
With
the
a
parade.
pole?
With a pole. Right up her holiday. Anyway, speaking of Miley Cyrus, she told the New York Post that she was shocked the other day when she went into a burger joint. She was asked for her name while ordering, and she giggled and said, Miley. And the employee said, okay, and just started going about their business. And she
didn't recognize
didn't know who Miley Cyrus was.
That's
So she made a point of announcing, yeah, I'm Miley Cyrus. And according to the reporter, the person, the fry cook behind the counter said, that's nice for you. Have a good day. Still not having any idea who the 17-year-old superstar was.
I love that employee.
Yeah. You're good for you. You've got two names. Congratulations.
Look, I'm sure she gets recognized everywhere she goes.
Yes.
But how do you get to that point where you don't accept the fact that somebody wouldn't recognize you and go, I'm Miley Cyrus?
Wouldn't it be nice for that not to happen when you give your name, that someone freaks out?
Yeah.
You would think.
Nice just to get your burger and go?
Bitch.
That's why I have to make up a name when I go to Starbucks.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cover up your true identity.
tired of that
Yeah, I'm
freaking
so
out.
tired of they'll call everybody over. Then I'm autographing coffee beans all day. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always say my name is Cliff.
Cliff.
Yeah. Cliff
Huxtable?
Clifford.
Cliff Erd.
Clifford. Yes. Russell Brand is doing his best to stay faithful to his girlfriend Katy Perry, which isn't easy for Russell Brand, by the way.
Yeah, he's not going to, so she should move on.
He is going to stay faithful. He's committed. He tells the UK's Daily Mirror he's desperate to prove he can be faithful and is taking things to the extreme. He recently called his girlfriend every 15 minutes while he was partying at a fetish club in England called Porn Dwarf.
Porn Dwarf?
Yeah.
That's got everything.
It does. It's got everything in one place. But he checked in with her every 15 minutes just to let her know that he was being a good boy.
Don't you think after the third call she would go, all right, fine.
Go bang someone. Do something.
Stop calling me.
Leave me be. But I guess, by the way, you can certainly operate a cell phone and be banging somebody at the same time. But
Yeah, well, that's true.
He does seem like a sexaholic, by the way, Russell.
He was
I don't
a
know if
sexaholic.
he
Read
is.
his book.
Yeah,
He's
okay.
in recovery. He was a drug addict and a sexaholic. And
was in the loony bin for a while, too.
Yeah. He was he committed himself.
He has it all.
He's committed. He can be committed. I know that much. Speaking of sex and celebrities, we're getting a little closer, boys and girls. A little bit closer.
To a sex tape?
To Lindsay Lohan's career in porn.
Yeah, that's happening for sure. Just when is the question.
Word is she just finished a raunchy photo shoot for a French magazine called Purple.
Purple?
Apparently, fans can look forward to seeing her simulate a menage a trois with a man and another woman on camera for the photo shoot.
That'd be sweet.
So we're getting there, little by little.
Inch
by inch.
I hope it gets here sooner rather than
Inch by
later,
inch.
though,
Inch by
with
inch.
how poorly she's aging.
Inch by inch.
We got it.
We got it. Yeah.
Dear God.
Because I don't know that you're going to want to see her in a sex tape in about 3 years. the way
Oh,
she's going.
easy.
She looks terrible.
But you're not. But you're not going to want to see her in a sex tape. Then fine.
No, I'm just saying.
When it happens, remember, we're going to pull that tape, and you don't get to watch.
No, what I'm saying is, compared to how she looked a couple of years ago, she looks like she's aged about 15 years in the last 2.
Right.
What's she going to look like in another 3? That's my fear.
But she makes porn. We're all watching. Is what I'm saying.
But I agree with Bean that, and I hope it's sooner than later because
that's all I'm saying.
There is a downward slide going on.
Right.
Still hot, way hot. Trust me, I'm not saying she's not. But
that's what I'm saying.
She doesn't look...
Bean said he's not sure if he wants to see her in a porn movie.
What I'm saying is, I'd rather drink the milk on the day it expires, not 2 weeks after it expires.
No,
that's my point.
That's BS, because you drink the milk when it's expired by putting chocolate in it.
That's true.
That's what you do.
Maybe someone will put some chocolate in Lindsay. She'll be fine.
Her doing porn is the chocolate. That's the chocolate milk. You got Lindsay Lohan, we've known forever, banging on film. That's chocolate milk. Yum, 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 yum. Drink up. God damn. Somebody pull Bean off Mount Olympus, will you?
I'm not sure if I would watch, given her current condition.
Kevin knows what I'm saying.
I'm saying we're all watching. I'm watching, you're watching, you're watching. Callie's watching, we're all watching.
We are all watching.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, of course.
I think we'll all enjoy it more now than 3 years from now, though. But we'll watch.
Whenever it happens,
we'll watch.
Whenever it happens,
I'm with you.
Get the popcorn out. That's what I'm saying.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
And then a big Lindsay helium balloon for the parade. That's all I'm saying.
My crotch really, really loves it.
Today's celebrity...
That woman really knows her way around a penis.
Today's celebrity birthdays. Tim Armstrong of Rancid is 44 years old today. Jill Hennessy, who was on Crossing Jordan for many years, and other TV shows. Yeah, Jill Hennessy gets the bell, 40 years old. Christina Applegate.
Yeah.
Samantha who?
Hi.
Of course, she was president of China for a while.
I don't think that's the same person.
38 years old today. Professional NFL quarterback named Donovan McNabb celebrates his birthday today.
He's with the New York Giants, right?
No, sir. Incorrect,
Washington
sir.
Redskins?
No, sir.
Dallas Cowboys. Sorry.
No, sir.
Tampa Bay?
Incorrect, sir.
I can't think of what team he might be with.
Just look it up. Just Google it. Google Donovan McNabb. You'll see what team he plays for.
He's retired, though.
He's not retired.
He used to play for a team.
He just don't play.
What's he doing for the playoffs?
Playing.
Nothing.
That's what he's doing.
Okay. All right.
Seattle Seahawks fans talking playoffs.
Yeah, well,
that's all I want to say.
The
That's
Seahawks
all I
suck.
want to
That
say.
doesn't make the Eagles any better.
It does, actually. It makes them a lot better. Look at their record. They're better. Suck it.
No. Okay, go ahead.
And Katie Cassidy from Melrose Place celebrates
Yeah.
her birthday.
All right.
23-year-old Katie Cassidy. Oh, you know what? Me in a three-way with Donovan McNabb and Katie Cassidy. Heaven! Heaven!
Why would you name him first and not her?
Heaven!
Because Katie Cassidy's going to get ignored to that three-way if Ralph's involved. That's why.
Heaven!
What are you saying?
Heaven. I'm Ralph Garman to walk the Showbiz beat.
I guess what I'm saying is Twilight didn't make enough money over the weekend. I think that's the problem with Twilight. It's not a big enough hit, Kevin. So
I haven't been yet.
That was only first weekend. I mean,
yeah.
They do have to, they got to get their money back, the investment, you know.
Sure, a lot of work. Yeah.
Advertising budget, they got to get that back.
Twilight Saga: New Moon is America's #1 film. We couldn't be more delighted to welcome, honestly, the only person we give a damn in the whole movie anyway. Ashley Green, ladies and gentlemen, has joined us. She is Alice on the movie, and she joins us now on the Kevin and Bean Show. Hi, Ashley. How are you?
Hi, guys. I'm good. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
We weren't joking. You're it for us in Twilight. We don't care about the rest of it. Where the hell is Team Alice? What's going on here?
Favorite. Thank you.
Is there a Team Alice? Because I'd like to be on it.
There is a Team Alice.
All right.
You're on it.
Well, we got to get some T-shirts or something. All right, tell me, this has got to be so weird. I mean, we're always fascinated with the lives of you actors. It has to be so weird to be done with this movie for a long time, knowing it's great and waiting for it to come out, but then to be sitting around as the box office comes in on Friday and then on Saturday. It had to just blow you away to see how big this thing got.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone's question is like, oh, did you expect blah, blah, blah? And I'm like, who expects $140 million? Like, if you do, I feel like you're kind of an idiot.
Yeah, that is a that's really once every 10 years, if that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just hoping to do better than we did last year. And when I got that email, I was thrilled.
I'll bet.
So what happens for you guys who, clearly are, I mean, obviously the source material, there's so many fans of Stephanie Meyer's books, but I mean, people have really taken to you stars of this film. I mean, does the studio send you over a new car or anything? Do you get anything good out of a great opening like that?
I don't know yet. Oh, maybe I'll get home and have a car. I would hope so. I mean, I've heard, stories from, I've got friends that were in, like the Spider-Man and Fantastic Four and stuff like that, and the studio will gift them with stuff, but it's a little soon, I think, to think about it, because basically we've been on this crazy press tour, so I haven't been home in a month.
Just in case any of them are listening, you want to put out your wish list? As far as like what kind of car you like?
I wouldn't mind a Christmas bonus, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Now, is this true? You filmed the New Moon movie at the same time as the third film in the series, Eclipse, which you're already done with.
We didn't film it at the same time. We had about a month and a half off. And then we filmed Eclipse. And then about a week after Eclipse wrapped, we started the press tour for New Moon.
Wow.
So I already have the next one done as well.
That's so weird. So now you're
like Twilight World.
Yeah, no pun intended, right? You got to feel like you're completely out of sync. Like everybody's getting caught up with this movie. You're already done with the next one. It must be tough to even keep everything straight when you do interviews.
The press junket was a little difficult for all of us, I think, because it was, we have a massive cast, and it was, and some people, a couple of people from the third, but all from, the second. But we just finished the third, and so they would ask us questions, and we would start answering, and then we would have to stop ourselves and be like, wait.
Which
Can't talk about that one yet. What about the fans? Do you have a lot of the book says this, your movie does that kind of stuff, or they
I don't read the blogs anymore because
why?
I would go absolutely mad.
I like the word anymore because clearly you didn't. It went south.
Oh, I did. I was like working at the Belmont, and then all of a sudden they were kind of going, okay, so you're going to Portland in 2 weeks. Congratulations, you have a job.
Wow.
And then, all of a sudden, it went from the fans being excited, the ones that were following the book, to like all of this hype in Hollywood, and it just turned into this humongous thing.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Ashley. I mean, you show up in the tabloids. There's no question that there are people who like to follow you, and you rarely embarrass yourself. But you also don't have 1,000 people waiting outside your hotel room, like it seems like Robert and Kristen do. I mean, how do you handle it, and what do you think of what they're going through with all this Twilight mania?
The one, I think, lucky part about it is that we are traveling, and we're part of this crazy press tour, and the third one comes out in June, and so we don't have as much time to kind of take in what's going on. But I can't imagine. I know for me, going from 0 to 60, I'm just a little I feel like my equilibrium is a little off still.
Yeah.
Learning how to deal with stuff like this, and so for them it's kind of tenfold. And the funny thing about it happening to people like Kristen and Rob is that they're so not in it for the fame. As anyone that you could give this burst of fame to, these are not two people that are, I don't think, are ready for it.
I don't expect you to comment too much on this because you can't, because you're friends and or work partners, but Rob complains a lot and doesn't seem like he should complain less.
Like he doesn't.
Seems like his what?
He should complain less. There's a lot of all the fans and all the, I don't know. It just comes across as a little.
I think that's part of, though, also, for me, like, I'm, in general, charismatic. My dad talks to everyone and anyone, and I think I kind of got that trait from him. And so this is a little easier for me to deal with. I think for him, if you're thrown into a situation like that, like, he doesn't know, there's no school on this, and so, he really is that awkward guy, and he doesn't I don't think, a lot of times before he speaks, and I think it's really from a good place. It just gets kind of misconstrued.
Does his skin actually now still turn into diamonds in the sun?
He's made of diamonds.
Diamonds, okay. All right.
Look, I'm sure he and all of the stars of Twilight appreciate the the attention and the fact that their work is appreciated and they're successful. But I don't blame somebody for complaining if you can't walk down a street without girls coming up and ripping clothes or hair off.
Yeah,
of you.
that would suck.
That would be a miserable way to live.
That would just be awful. Boy, would I hate that. Wow.
Well, I would.
You go through 25 shirts.
Yeah.
Change your
right. Ashley, by the way, you're good in Twilight New Moon. You're better in Maxim. If I can just put that out there. You do good work.
I trained with my coach for about 3 weeks before I did that.
Yes.
All right. We have a minute left or something with Ashley Green. We're talking about Twilight Saga New Moon. You're lame, apparently, if you haven't been yet, because it's what all the kids are doing, and it's in theaters now. So now that you're done with Eclipse and you're virtually done with the press tour for this movie, what happens next? Do you actually take some time off, or are you going to run out and do a non-Twilight movie in the interim?
Yeah, absolutely not. I'm doing a film called Apparition in Berlin. Probably, starts February 1st. So I'll be down there a couple weeks before. But it's a new Joel Silver, Warner Brothers, Dark Castle film that I'm the lead in. So.
Oh, that sounds cool.
Yeah,
check you out.
All right, one last Twilight question. Because I haven't read the books. I don't know in which book they finally come out with the fact that Bella will be happier with you than Edward. Because really, she wants Edward to turn her. He doesn't want to. You step in and you say, "Oh, I'll turn you." It's clearly happening, right?
In the fourth book, there's
a love scene between Bella and your character.
The fourth book gets a little crazy, and if you really read into it and read between the lines, there's definitely a love scene there.
Do you have to read between the lines a lot? Just a little. Just checking.
All right.
Between the lines of my book, which I've written in, actually.
That's what I'm talking about. Twilight Saga New Moon in theaters now. Ashley, you're awesome. Thank you so much for coming on the Kevin and Bean Show. Have a great Thanksgiving and a happy holiday season, all right?
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, Ashley. Bye now.
Our friend Petros Papadakis is going to be joining us next hour, plus the call to the Butterball Turkey Hotline, an annual tradition on the Kevin and Bean Show, is going to be happening. By the way, Kevin did everything he could to put the kibosh on that yesterday. We were planning.
So I heard.
Did a scientific survey, and it was 2-2, Ralph.
I had
it was in danger.
Listeners emailing me in a panic, saying they feared that it wasn't going to happen.
Oh, so close.
Fortunately, it worked out. So that'll be a little bit for an hour.
What?
What just happened? A little bit more than an hour from right now, coming up on the Kevin and Bean Show. Hey, it's Friday. How about the movie beat? Hit it, Steve.
In a world, someone has been watching. One man who risked everything.
I'm sorry, I have not seen any of your films.
Without seeing the movies. Ralph Garman's Movie Beat. Welcome to my world.
Come on. That's all I'm saying. Hey, boys and girls, it is Thanksgiving weekend, traditionally a crappy weekend for movies.
That's surprising because it seems like people would have more time, no?
No, because you're spending time with family, and then you have to go right back to work on Monday. It's like the Christmas holiday where you have a lot of time to kill. So they don't tend to really invest too much in the Thanksgiving weekend, traditionally, every year when it comes to movies. And this year is no exception, as far as I can tell. Let's take a look at some of the movies opening up in Cineplexes this weekend. Me and Orson Welles, finally, the Zac Efron drama we've all been waiting for.
Oh, wow.
I'm going.
Shut up. Zac Efron plays a struggling actor who finds himself cast in Orson Welles' staging of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar in 1937. I kid you not.
Nope.
This is an actual movie, and they actually put Zac Efron in it.
No.
Zac Efron in like an art house, artsy-fartsy drama. Wrong, sir. Just wrong-headed casting.
Isn't it possible that he broke through with High School Musical, but that he actually has skills beyond that?
No way!
There's no chance he might be a decent actor, Ralph?
Nope.
Okay.
Here's a scene where Zac is auditioning for the legendary actor and director and producer Orson Welles to get in his 1937 staging of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. Asleep yet?
Yes.
I know I am.
Yeah.
Please enjoy.
Can you sing?
I'm ready. Hold on a minute. Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran. Have you tried Wheaties? For wheat is the best food of man. They're crunchy.
You're hired.
Oh my gosh, that Efron is so beautiful.
Wait, that happened?
That happened. And apparently it happens for 2 hours on a movie theater screen.
Wow.
But if you're not interested in that, you can go see The Princess and the Frog. Yes, Walt Disney. Tired of the accusation that the only black character they have is Mickey Mouse. Because
Mickey Mouse is black?
He's a black mouse, sure. His face is white, but his fur is black.
Okay, so he's a Michael Jackson.
Exactly.
All right.
Have come up with The Princess and the Frog, the story of a princess in New Orleans French Quarter. And apparently there's a frog who's a prince, and she's got to kiss the prince. in order to get him to stop being a frog and stuff like that there. So take the kids to go see Princess and the Frog, won't you?
You have quite an understanding of that.
Because Disney needs your dollars.
Kiss it.
That's what she says to the frog. Old Dogs opens this weekend. Oh,
Kevin,
Robin Williams and John Travolta, finally, the comedy duo
Yes.
we've all been waiting for. And they get into some wacky adventures because Robin Williams finds out that he had 2 kids with an old flame that he didn't know about. So she shows up out of nowhere in his life with the twins that he's the father of. And now he has to be in charge of them, but he doesn't know anything about raising kids because he's a wild bachelor. And these kids just land on his doorstep.
This is a brand new concept.
It
I know
really
that.
is. Usually you go back to The Rock to see a movie like this. Well, good thing his best friend John Travolta, who doesn't know anything about parenting either, he helps him out. And these 2 guys get into so much trouble. And then at some point, Seth Green gets captured by a gorilla and has to sing to him. F this movie, F it hard.
By the way, from time to time we talk about the Rotten Tomatoes and their aggregate critical ratings of films. This one got 9% positive.
Ooh.
9.
Kevin, by the way, cannot wait to see this movie. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know, people.
Here's
On
what
the
I
Kevin
said.
scale, it's a 10,
Nope.
which means that
That's
your
not true.
eyes will bleed if you watch it.
Here's what I said. I said, it's funny when Seth Green is singing in the arms of the gorilla. That made me laugh and made me want to go see it.
And we
That's
all
what I
said,
said.
really?
But then, you hear other things and you go, okay, well, that isn't necessarily.
But how long have Hollywood comedies had the guy in the gorilla suit?
Don't know. Just knew and made me laugh.
The bit was old when the Three Stooges were doing it in 1935. Mo, look out! There's a gorilla! I'm a guy in a gorilla suit. Everyone's scared of me.
I can't go back and take back my laughter. It doesn't work that way. It happened. That happened.
Yeah.
What do you want from me?
Well, here's the scene Kevin loves, where Seth Green is captured by a gorilla and has to sing because it's a gorilla, and that's how you get rid of gorillas.
We're in the gorilla enclosure. Don't move. Don't look at him in the eyes. Just look away. If you don't see him, he doesn't see you. Just back up to the top. No, you have to be aggressive with the lingerie because I've read about this. Every man for I'm all out of love. So lost without you. I know you were right. Believe so long.
Come on. He's singing an Air Supply song. How lame is that? Ralph, don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. He's eyeballing
It's
me.
on you, man. That's on you.
Is there any chance that Paul Blart runs into the scene to save
I
Seth
sure
Green?
hope so. The Road. Nothing says Thanksgiving like a nice post-apocalyptic nuclear landscape.
This looks awesome, though, right, Ralph?
I don't know. This
Vigo, come on.
It looks just relentlessly grim. I don't know. This is the story of a father and son who walk for months across a ravaged post-apocalyptic United States trying to survive. Good times.
I read that book and I just wept at the end. It is the most depressing.
But you get some cannibalism, right? You get that going
yes,
for you.
There's that.
There's that. Sure.
Really?
Yeah.
God, it's brutal.
All right, I'm in.
Yeah, this is, by all accounts, just a horribly bleak,
Yeah.
brutal film to watch.
This isn't the execution of it by the actors and director. This is
No,
the material.
it's the story.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
is
A
a sliver of hope on the last page
Yeah.
that you hang on to with all your might.
Knowing that that's not going to come true.
Yeah. Oh, it's rough.
Charlize Theron plays Vigo's wife, but apparently her story is told strictly in backstory. So,
Because she's dead.
she's
Dead.
well dead by the time they get into the meat of the story. So, if you're looking for something if you want to slice the turkey and then your throat, apparently this is the movie for you. Here is a scene where Viggo Mortensen, who's the dad, who is walking around this post-apocalyptic bleak landscape with his son, runs into another traveler played by Robert Duvall, and they have a conversation about the man upstairs. I'm talking about God.
How would you know that? That you were the last man alive? Well, I guess you know that you just feel it. Maybe God would know. God would know what? God would know what? If there is a God up there, he would have turned it back on us by now. And whoever made humanity will find no humanity here.
Whoever made humanity will find no humanity here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good times.
Good times. And then we got Ninja Assassin.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ninja Assassin.
That's what I'm talking about.
Really?
Yes. This looks awesome.
It does, but the people who released Ninja Assassin, did the movie naming department, were they closed that day when they came up with this one? Ninja Assassin? Is this from the makers of Cowboy Gunfighter? And Swimmer Splash-A-Lot?
Nothing says Thanksgiving like Ninja Assassin.
But Ninja, did they just run out of names?
Yes.
What do we got? You got a Ninja Assassin movie. Let's call it Ninja Assassin. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to name this film. Just release it.
You know that was a placeholder, until they came up with a real name, and then they never did.
Ninja Assassin sounds like the movie the kids in Twilight would go to see. Right? On a double feature with Face Punch. It sounds like, Ninja Assassin sounds like the movie on a marquee in a movie. When the couple is walking past the theater and you look up to see what's playing and it says Ninja Assassin, it's just sort of a generic movie that doesn't really exist. Well, apparently it does.
But it looks awesome.
It does look awesome. This is brought to you by the Wachowski brothers. Wachowski brothers. You know, the Matrix guys.
The Matrix.
Yeah.
They know their stuff.
Rain, by the way, the star of this film, is a huge pop star in his native country of North Carolina. And he was also in Speed Racer, did a lot of the Chopsaki stuff in Speed Racer, which was awesome, and also the same guys. Here's a scene between Reiso and Takeshi. Hey!
I have another 3 minutes. Just let me know. Let me know if you're done or
don't give away too much of the plot. I think we get it.
I don't think we get the idea.
No, I think we do.
I think we've seen the movie now.
The stunts do look amazing.
This movie's all stunts.
Yeah.
It's Ninja Assassin.
All right, so you get the idea. And that's the first part of the movie, and then
okay. I think we get it. Have a great Thanksgiving, everybody. We'll see you Monday. So long.
So you pack up the kids and the nunchucks and the throwing stars in the minivan, and you go see Ninja Assassin this weekend.
This is a family.
I'm Ralph Garman. I walk the Showbiz Beat and Movie Beat as well.
That too,
Tom Bien.
Thank you, Ralph. We are going to give away some tickets for the K-Rock Almost Acoustic Christmas 2009. Night number 1, you're going to have to play a game. If you want to do it now, call now 1-800-520-1067.
All that you know is at an end. That was Ralph Garman's Movie Beat.
You are listening to the Kevin and Bean Show. How did we get talked into Kevin and Bean Whistle the Hits again? Why is this back on the air?
Well, I got to tell you, popular demand.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, just email and people calling the station and they go, "Oh, you guys haven't done that in a long time. You should do it." And Facebook and Twitter. The Twitter world is going crazy over this. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Here's the deal. We have tickets for night number 1 of the K-Rock Almost Acoustic Christmas 2009 show. It is, of course, sold out Saturday, December 12th at the Gibson Amphitheater. We're talking about AFI, Rise Against, Alice in Chains, 30 Seconds to Mars, 3 Days, Grace, Dead by Sunrise, Amberlin. You can win tickets, 1-800-520-1067. If you can, well, endure Kevin and Bean Whistle the Hits.
Kevin and Bean whistling the hits. Can you figure out what the hell it is?
Trust me, you won't.
Kevin and Bean Whistle in the hits. Can you figure out what the hell it is?
If you think this was awful, wait till you hear him whistle.
Don't do this.
What?
Don't do this.
I thought you liked this, Ralph. I thought you were a fan of Kevin and
Wait,
Whistle the Hits.
don't give away the tickets?
No, don't do this.
Don't do what?
This whistle thing.
Oh.
It's horrible. First of all, Kevin, you can't whistle.
I can't at all. That's accurate.
Let's not do this.
Yeah.
It's not too late.
I'll tell you what.
Let's pull back.
Give it up if we give up on the Butterball Turkey Hotline. That's my deal.
Never, sir!
All right, then step out.
How dare you?
Let's meet contestant number 1. This is going to be Martin. He is on line 1. Hey, Martin, we're apologizing in advance for what you were about to hear. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Okay. Now, here's the deal. Kevin and Bean are going to attempt to whistle the hits, and all you have to do is identify. Now, how does this work, Kevin? It's a title and artist, right, is what we're looking for.
We need the
song
band,
that we whistle.
The band and the song title.
And the hint is it's going to be a band and a song that will be performed on night number 1 of the Almost Acoustic Christmas Show, December 12th. Okay, so that kind of narrows it down to just a few bands. And if you're right, you go into the drawing, and someone will win tickets. Are you ready?
Cool. Sounds good.
All right, I think you
haven't heard it yet.
You've got me here as your player here, so let's see how this goes.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
By the way.
What do you think? You got a clue what that song might be?
One of the bands.
AFI, Medicaid?
Yes.
Yeah!
Was that a guess?
It was.
Nice.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Look,
Nice.
I know I was bad, but well done. Congratulations. You are in the drawing. Let's try contestant number 2. This is going to be Matt. Matt is on line 4, and he is going to have Kevin as his partner. Hi, Matt. Welcome to Kevin and Bean Whistle the Hits.
Hey, thanks.
I don't whistle as well.
Yeah, good.
So sorry about what's about to happen. Here we go. Me. That was pretty good for me.
I think that sounded a lot like the song, yeah.
Matt?
What do you think there, Matt? One of the bands playing night 1, one of the songs they'll be doing.
If you don't know, just guess one of the...
30 seconds to Mars.
Sorry, that was... Yeah.
Dead by Sunrise, Crawl Back In is what we're looking for. Okay, nice try. So far, just one in the running. Let's try Hiroshi. Hiroshi is on line 5. Hi, Hiroshi. How you doing?
Pretty good. How you doing?
You going to go see that Ninja Assassin this weekend?
No, not at all.
Okay. All right,
I'm
here we
going
go.
to
Listen up.
Okay.
All right, good for you. All right, here we go. This is a tough one. I'll do the best I can. This is Kevin to be whistled here.
I'd like to hear some more of the I'm going to Canada story.
All right. Going for Alice in Chains. Did it not? Could you guys tell what it was I was doing?
Well, yes, but I have the list in front of me.
Yeah, exactly. So it's hard to tell.
So it's really, I mean, I wouldn't blame him for not getting
All right,
it.
let's try more contested